In the arena, the black horse mane fluttered in the wind. The iron hooves stepped on the soft grass, stirring up large pieces of mud. The knight, wearing a barrel helmet with only a slit for the eyes as an observation port, wore chain mail and a black tunic, riding a black Nissan warhorse from Gaul, and was charging at a scarecrow that served as a target. The heavy white beech lance was clamped under his armpit, forming a standard right triangle with his arm and body. This posture can provide a stable fulcrum for the lance, and it is also a tactic of clamping the lance and charging that almost all knights in the world today must master. The lance in his hand is a solid structure, thin in front and thick in the back, and extremely heavy. It is widely used in knight tournaments, but because of its brittle texture, it is easy to break. The first round of charge. The lance hit accurately, and the metal tip of the lance penetrated the scarecrow's chest. The powerful impact lifted the entire scarecrow into the air. The knight held the scarecrow and swung it across the air, shaking it off. Then he discarded his heavy lance and galloped on his horse. When passing by a weapon rack nearby, he nimbly pulled out 2 short spears from it. When he turned his horse's head to charge again, the knight held the spear in his backhand, raised it above his head, and stabbed it from top to bottom, accurately nailing it to the neck of a scarecrow. This is often the weak point of the enemy's armor. The warhorse swept across the wide arena, and the knight pulled out another short spear in his backhand, penetrated his body, and threw it out fiercely. But unfortunately, this time it missed. The short spear was stuck in the mud next to the scarecrow. Lothar took off the heavy bucket helmet on his head, revealing a heroic young face. He casually placed the bucket helmet on the round table on the arena, raised the pottery jar filled with clear water and drank it in big gulps, which forced down the heat brought by the intense exercise just now. He looked at the attribute panel in front of him, wiped the sweat dripping from his temples, and felt a little relieved. After a week of rehabilitation training, he successfully improved his strength and stamina. And he completely adapted to the combat skills of the original owner of this body after years of knight training. Whether it is the commonly used light and heavy lances, short spears, shields, half-handed swords, or the less popular one-handed hammers, flails, and hand axes, he can use them skillfully. As a full-time combat knight, he is fully qualified, but unfortunately he has not been canonized yet. Lothar is a time traveler. In his previous life, he was the boss of a game company. When he was working overtime with his employees to make games at night, he unfortunately died suddenly and traveled to this era. He replaced Lothar von Habsburg, the second son of the German nobles, who accidentally fell off his horse during a training and hit a stone and fell into a coma. After he woke up, he thought he had traveled to the Middle Ages recorded in history, known as the Dark Ages. But after completely integrating the original owner's memory, he realized that this place was definitely not the same as the Middle Ages he knew in his previous life. For example, Henry von Hohenstein, Emperor of the German Empire in the North last winter, Hohenstaufen hired a witch as a royal advisor and recruited tens of thousands of serfs to gather in Augsburg, Swabia, to build a tower exclusively for witches and invite witches from all over the world to move in. This is not outrageous. The King of Albion, the famous Richard the Lionheart, actually married a witch as his wife and served as the finance minister of the entire kingdom. This would have been impossible in the previous life, the Middle Ages, when theocracy was supreme. In this world, the relationship between witches and the church does not seem to be as tense as in the previous life, at least on the surface. Name: Lothar von Habsburg. Title: Nun. Occupation: Noble Force, Greater Germania Empire, Earldom of Aargau, Lower Burgundy, not the Duchy of Burgundy. Squire: Nun. Strength: 9, average attribute of normal adult male is 5, agility, 7 stamina, 8 endurance, 8 mental power, 10 talent, 2 lives. You, who have merged 2 souls, are born with twice the mental power of ordinary people, and the mental power limit is permanently +5. Skills: None. The name of the system is Yesterday's Giant Ship Tower Defense System, which comes from a copycat tower defense game that he was working hard on for several days before he crossed over and urgently needed to be improved and released. The content of the game is not new. To put it bluntly, it is to summon various heroic characters by drawing cards, defend and strengthen your own territory to resist waves of enemy attacks. But the problem is that this game starts with a territory. And Lothar now, let alone a territory, he doesn't even have an empty title, so there is no way to activate the system. So far, he has not been able to draw any card. After the training, Lothar returned to the room in the castle. With the help of the maid, he took off his robe and chain mail, changed into a light linen shirt, and went straight to the tower of the castle. This castle is called Eagle Castle, which is transliterated as Habsburg, which is also the source of their family name. In Gaul and Germany, the prefixes de and von are used before the surname, which means from, representing the noble origin of the fiefdom. Eagle Castle is a solid mountain castle with a dangerous terrain. If there is sufficient food reserve, it will be difficult to break even with thousands of troops. Lasse stroked the bulge on the parapet wall, blowing the cool breeze in the mountains, and felt a little emotional. In the past life, even the working class could live in an air-conditioned room that was warm in winter and cool in summer, with a soft mattress and 24-hour running water. In this era, even the nobles are far from living a good life. Especially for the German nobles who are more martial and accustomed to living in castles rather than country manors, the living environment is even worse. Damp, dark, rats, fleas. After all, in this era, the military significance of castles far outweighs the residential significance, and the first consideration is always solidity rather than comfort. There were heavy footsteps under the tower. The sergeant in his shirt whispered, "Master Lothar, the master invites you over. It's time for lunch." "Yes, I see." Lothar nodded and followed him straight to the main hall of the castle. These sergeants of Eagle Castle are all full-time soldiers. Unlike the peasant soldiers who are only called up in wartime and work in the fields at ordinary times, they are all professional soldiers. There are only more than 100 people in the entire Eagle Castle. In wartime, they will form the core of the army with the knights under the earl, which is equivalent to the personal soldiers of the Eastern General. Walking into the hall of the main building of the castle, the most eye-catching thing is the end of the stone arch dome. On the grey wall with a tapestry hanging on it, there are 3 shields hanging. On the left is a shield with 3 black lions on a yellow background, in the middle is a shield with a black single-headed eagle on a yellow background, and on the right is a shield with a red leaping lion on a yellow background. The former represents the Hohenstaufen family to which Henry VI, the emperor of the Greater Germanic Empire, to whom Lothar's father, Count Werner, was loyal. The middle represents the Greater Germanic Empire, and the one on the far right is the Habsburg family to which Lothar belongs. The maid has already filled the long strip table under the shield with dishes. Lothar's father, Count Werner, has already sat down with his brother Otto. As for his mother, Lady Elise, she died of illness a year ago. Seeing Lothar, Count Werner nodded slightly and signaled him to take a seat with his eyes. This is a serious man. He has high cheekbones, deep eye sockets, long brown hair and a beard, and a deep scar on his cheek. From his appearance, he is far from handsome. But his sons, whether it is the eldest son Otto or the second son Lothar, are all handsome. Seeing him sit down, Count Werner raised his hand in front of him and drew a cross from top to bottom and from left to right. "Thank you, Father, for giving us food. Please also give food to those who are poor and needy. In the name of the Father, Amen." After reciting the prayer, Count Werner motioned for the two to start eating. Today's dishes are quite rich. The main course is goat meat stewed with carrots and potatoes. The side dishes are roasted quail, fruit pie, and a basket of white bread made from fine wheat flour. The tableware is made of silver with fine patterns on it. It is said that it was one of the spoils brought back by Count Werner when he participated in the Crusades when he was young. Otherwise, it would be impossible to put together a set of silver tableware for daily use in the remote land of Alga alone, in addition to holding a banquet as a backup. Lozer was very hungry. Practicing martial arts was very physically demanding. In addition, today's lunch was good, so he ate in a hurry. At this moment, he suddenly heard someone tapping the table with his fingers, making a tapping sound. Seeing Lothar coming over, the Earl glanced at his brother Otto and said, "His Holiness the Pope has called for a new round of holy war. In the Far East, the Egyptians have joined forces with the Sassanid Persians. These evil Zoroastrian pagan devils have been encroaching on the Eastern Empire's territory in Asia Minor for decades. They cruelly persecute our fellow brothers, block the pilgrimage route, and surround the kingdom of Jerusalem." The Earl paused here. The Queen of the Eastern Empire, Lagaia, and the Grand Master of the Knights Templar, Gerard, wrote a letter to His Holiness the Pope a few days ago, requesting that all knights who believe in God the Father be mobilized to help the Eastern Empire liberate Asia Minor and reopen the road to the holy city of Jerusalem. In Gaul, the princes have already organized more than 2,000 knights and hired 2 witch advisors to embark on the journey to the east. Otto, his elder brother, was somewhat excited and said, "Father, when will our Greater Germania crusade set out? We can't let the Gauls get ahead of us." Count Werner frowned, sighed in disappointment, ignored him, and said to Lothar, "Lothar, get ready to leave." Lothar, who was listening attentively, was a little surprised. "Me?" Count Werner's grey eyes stared at Lothar. "Fighting for God is the obligation of our Habsburg family. As the second son of the family, you have no choice but to do it." He looked at Otto, who was hesitant to speak, and said coldly, "Don't think about it anymore. The Habsburg family has fulfilled our obligations to God." Lothar was slightly stunned. Indeed. It is no longer the early Middle Ages when the divided inheritance system was still popular. Now the mainstream of Europe is the primogeniture system. The root cause of the reform of the inheritance system is that the divided inheritance system will produce an effect similar to the enfeoffment order of the Han Dynasty, which will make the family's territory smaller and smaller, which is not conducive to survival in the environment of warlords in Europe where large and small lords annex each other. There are basically only two ways out for the second son of such a family. One is to become a knight under the lord and win territory and title with military merit. The other is to enter the monastery and become a monk serving the gods. For example, his two younger brothers are studying in the Avignon monastery. In the future, if the family is prominent and can have spare support, coupled with outstanding personal abilities, there may be some possibilities to become the archbishop of a diocese, a feudal lord with clergy attributes. Lothar can only choose the former, because he has to be a spare tire for his brother. In the case that his brother has no heirs and may die in battle or die of illness, he can ascend the throne of the earl as an heir. So he is destined not to take the path of clergy. As for the Crusades, this is a dangerous road, but it is also possible to get rich overnight. If Count Werner had not participated in the Crusades, he would probably be no different from those low-ranking nobles who were poor and ate coarse black bread every day. Nowadays, in Germania and Gaul, the fiefdoms have been divided up completely. Even if you serve as a knight under other lords for many years, you may not be able to exchange for a barren fiefdom. For Lothar, who needs territory and reputation to unlock the system, it is far less rewarding to go to the Holy Land to fight against pagans than to be loyal to other lords. As for risks, if you want to achieve success, there is no such thing as not taking risks. Since you have come to this world, Lothar is no longer willing to be ordinary. I understand, father, I will go. Lothar lowered his head and picked up the spoon, stuffing a mouthful of pea soup into his mouth. At this time, Count Werner suddenly said in a stern voice, "Kneel down, Lothar." Lothar put down the spoon in a daze, then realized something, and quickly pushed away the chair and knelt down in front of the long table. The Count stood up, drew the sharp sword from his waist, and placed it on Lothar's shoulder. "Lothar von Habsburg, in the name of a warrior, I grant you courage, in the name of God the Father, I grant you justice, and in the name of the Virgin Mary, I grant you the power to protect the innocent. Now, swear by the 8 virtues of the Knight of God the Father, you will do your best to fight the pagans and the enemies of God the Father, help the weak, and wipe out the bandits. Father, I swear to God the Father and the 8 virtues, I will be kind to the weak, be brave to face strong enemies, punish evildoers, uphold justice, be loyal and fair, and be faithful until death." The Earl slapped Lothar's face hard, making a crisp sound. "Remember, as a knight, you will face countless hardships and dangers. I hope you can remain consistent and keep the knight's code in mind. This is cruel enough." Lothar muttered in his heart, and said calmly, "I will, to the feudal lord I serve." The earl's brows relaxed slightly, he held the knight's sword horizontally in his hand, and said, "Then take the sword, Knight Lothar. I may not be able to see your virtue clearly, but in terms of personal martial arts, I am very sure that you are worthy of it. This is an armed sword, which is often called a knight's sword. Different from the half-hand sword that Lothar usually uses, which can be held with both hands or one hand, the armed sword is only suitable for one-handed use, and is usually used with a kite shield or a kite shield." Lothar took the armed sword and scabbard and wore it around his waist. Count Werner sighed lightly. "You don't have to call me a feudal lord. All I can give you is a knight title, but no fiefdom. Now, there are still 3 knights under the family who have no fiefdom. They have been loyal to me for many years. Even if I have gained new territories in the war, I must give priority to their needs." Lothar nodded. "I understand." The Count sighed lightly. "Lothar, before you set off, you can choose 2 smart and capable squires and all the necessary equipment. Remember to choose carefully. Even the poorest knight needs the assistance of squires. Squires are both the legs and shields of the knights. Thank you for your generosity, father." Lothar thanked him sincerely. Count Werner treated his second son well, but he was above average. As for the ceremony of conferring the title, although it was a bit hasty, there was no witness of the bishop, no iris-cutting ceremony like the Gauls who called themselves the Flower of Knights, and no important fief was granted to him. But Lothar was still quite excited because he heard the clear prompt sound of the system. The title column on the system panel quietly turned silver-white, Knight. You have activated the title system and obtained the Chief Attendant, Prajna, 6-star Attendant. You have unlocked the milestone system. First battle victory, you have successfully won an armed conflict with a minimum of 30 people, Champion Knight, you have won 3 knight tournaments organized by earls and higher nobles. Chivalrous Knight, you have punished evil and prevented 3 robbery operations against civilians, or eliminated 3 gangs of no less than 20 people. Model Fiefdom, your fiefdom has at least 2,000 acres of land and a population of more than 200 people above the poverty line. Milestones are equivalent to the achievement system in the game. and the rewards are quite generous, but Lothar only glanced at it, and after realizing that no one could be completed in a short time, he focused his attention on his first squire. In the system, a card shining with brilliant golden light slowly emerged. The card has a gorgeous golden border, and at the top, there is a black dragon flapping its wings, ready to fly. In the middle of the card, there is a girl holding a black triangular shield. On the shield is a relief of a ghost face with red eyes and sharp fangs, as if it will come alive at any time and bite people. The girl has long black hair and a slender figure. She wears a black leather motorcycle suit, with 2 white arms exposed. She stands with her chest folded, with a cold expression, like a frost goddess. The introduction below is, "This is the gatekeeper from hell, Prajna." The shield in her hand is the door to hell. No one can break this shield and attack the people she protects. Congratulations on winning the first follower. Please speed up the construction of your territory, make it prosperous and strong, and participate in the world hegemony. Lothar's mouth twitched. I want to. Prajna is the top follower given to every novice in this game when they enter the game. Although she seems to be wearing light clothes, she is a heavy armored warrior with strong defense. The reason why novices are given heavy armored warriors is that this thing is a rigid need in the early stage of the game. It can provide a safety net for novices, but it will not improve the efficiency of novices in killing monsters. If they want to kill monsters quickly, they can only choose to recharge to unlock those high-level output-type followers. Otherwise, they can only rely on the number of draws for completing milestone rewards and use low-star output followers with very poor output to contribute value to the game company in the form of daily activity. This practice is commonly known as forced krypton. I wanted to be a leek, but I ended up getting hurt. Lothar regretted it a little. If he had known this would happen, he would have made the novice rewards richer, such as giving away all 6-star followers for free as soon as they go online. However, this feeling of regret was quickly swept away by him. Instead, he was excited. After all, Prajna is the top follower. Even if it has not been strengthened and upgraded, its strength is definitely like the witches in this world, beyond the scope of mortals. In the Three Kingdoms period, Chao Boss would definitely say, "I thought Lubu was invincible, but I didn't expect that there were people who were braver than him. Whose general is this?" Count Werner left the table first after lunch. Otto, who had been silent all the time, said, "Lothar, congratulations, you finally got your long-cherished wish and became a knight." "Thank you." Lothar thanked him. His relationship with his brother Otto was not bad, but it was definitely not close. Because as long as Lothar was still alive, there was a suspicion that he was looking forward to Otto's death, and the original owner did have a lot of resentment in his heart for being Otto's spare tire for many years. But this is much better than many aristocratic families, where the eldest son and the second son fight each other to inherit the title, and fight to the death. Soon, the two finished lunch one after another. Lothar did not go out in the afternoon, but returned to the bedroom to prepare for a nap. It was midsummer now, and the afternoon sun was scorching, which was not suitable for outdoor training. The castle was cold and damp almost all year round, regardless of spring, summer, autumn and winter. Although it might not be very comfortable, it was better to stay in the bedroom during this period than to be outside in the scorching sun. The window of the bedroom was very small, and the light coming in was very limited. Lothar leaned over the desk, dipped his feather pen in ink, and planned to plan his travel route, as well as the supplies and equipment he needed to carry. There are 2 traditional routes for the Crusaders. One is by sea, taking a ship from Venice, Naples, or Sicily, and then passing through Rhodes and Cyprus to reach the Holy Land. This route takes less time, but it is quite risky. There are a large number of pirates in the Mediterranean. If the ship is sunk, no matter how brave a person is, he will be buried in the belly of the fish. As for the land route, it passes through the Austrian border area, crosses the vast territory of the Eastern Empire, crosses the strait from Constantinople, and enters Asia Minor. The route is not necessarily safe, because most of Asia Minor is now occupied by Zoroastrian countries. They respect the king of Sassanid Persia as the king of kings and are canonized by the king of Persia. Although there are no shortage of attacks on each other, a crusader knight like Lothar will obviously be more hostile. Knock knock knock, the door was suddenly knocked. Lothar frowned and said, "Come in." A maid in linen pushed the door and walked in. She held a somewhat old tunic that had obviously been repaired many times and engraved with many black and red crosses, and put it on his bed. "This is the tunic that the master wore when he fought in the Holy Land. The master asked me to give it to you. I have washed it and it is very clean." Lothar nodded. "Put it on the bed." "Yes." The maid had a faint shyness on her face, and the admiration in her eyes was almost overflowing, but it was obvious that neither the original owner nor the current Lothar had any interest in her. Western women of this era, or most Western women, have no appeal to Lothar. The maids are like this, and the noble women Lothar saw at the banquet held by Count Werner are also like this, a bunch of ugly girls. There are a few ladies who look decent, but they are also dissolute people who are used to keeping lovers, so he is too lazy to provoke them. Anyway, they are far inferior to these paper people in the system. As a game developed by his own team, he knows too well what kind of fairy looks the characters that can be summoned in it have. Especially the 6-star cards, all of them are young ladies wearing cool clothes. More than half of the team's funds are spent on the exquisite portraits of these young ladies. Even for the heavily armored warrior characters, they still adhere to the principle of wearing less, the stronger the defense. The battle skirt reveals large areas of white legs, which is simply a routine operation. An afternoon passed quickly. In the evening, Lothar climbed the tower of Eagle Castle again and looked out at the mountains. Eagle Castle at night is two extremes from noon. With a slight chill from the Alps, Lothar wrapped himself tightly in the tunic representing the Crusader Knights. He did not plan to summon Prajna for the time being, because it was difficult to explain her origins, even though the Catholic Church in this world was not like in the previous life, where people were hanged and burned at the stake at any time. But he did not intend to cause these troubles. There were footsteps behind him. Otto, his elder brother, came to him and smiled. "I knew you were here. When you are upset, you always like to come here to get some fresh air. This is a really good place. The view is wide and refreshing." Lothar frowned. "What do you want to talk to me about?" Otto smiled gently. "Brother, I just feel that you are a little nervous. You think too much." "Why should I be nervous?" Lothar said insincerely. He had never even killed a chicken in his previous life. How could he not be nervous when he was going to a distant place with a gun and a sword to fight the enemy? "Lothar, the crusade is a sacred cause. The holy city is surrounded by wolves and is in danger. We are fighting for God. This is our mission." Otto paused and said with some regret, "If the emperor had not been excommunicated by the Pope, I believe that our greater Germania would have already begun to mobilize." Lothar sighed softly. "Otto, do you really think the Crusades are so holy? A group of people traveled thousands of miles to burn, kill, and loot other people's homes. Is it really just?" Otto frowned and said without hesitation, "His Holiness the Pope said that killing pagans does not count as killing. We are saving them from falling into the arms of the devil." "Ha!" Lothar smiled and remembered that in his previous life, during the Fourth Crusade, this group of robbers from the west not only pointed their spears at their brothers, but also broke through Constantinople and burned, killed, and looted fiercely. You know, the Orthodox Church believed in by the Eastern Empire and the Catholic Church are all Christian brothers. "You are right, I think too much." Lothar turned and left. He was not interested in arguing with people of this era. He was afraid that if he said too much, Otto would regard him as a blasphemer. In a blink of an eye, it was the day for Lothar to set off. He brought 2 carefully selected servants, packed up a full set of equipment, led his own Nissen warhorse, and came to the gate of the castle. One of the 2 attendants was a crossbowman named Ryan, and the other was a shield infantryman named Motor. They were both standing soldiers of the Eagle Castle and had outstanding combat skills after years of training. The pack horses they led were used to carry equipment and baggage. The 2 were not strictly considered attendants. As a reserve noble, a knight attendant was considered a first-class role for a squire in the countryside. Some poor knights would use this to make money and take the children of the citizen class as attendants in exchange for wealth, while the citizen class would use this to achieve class crossing. But Lothar had just become a knight after all. If he really wanted 2 knight attendants, it would be difficult to pick out suitable candidates in a short period of time, and secondly, it would not be very practical. After all, a knight attendant was a light cavalryman who had to follow the knight to charge. If he wanted to ride a proper warhorse, he would need to carry more supplies. Moreover, in the narrow mountains, facing the robbers that might be encountered, 2 real knight attendants would obviously not be better than 2 sergeants. Before leaving, Count Werner handed over a letter sealed with wax and his personal seal with a serious face. "Lothar, I once followed His Majesty Baldwin in the Battle of Montcassard, bathed in the glory of the Great Cross, and launched a charge against the Egyptians. We tasted the fruits of victory and inflicted heavy losses on the pagans who were several times larger than us. To this day, I often return to that day in my dreams. You must remember that His Majesty Baldwin is a natural king. He deserves your service with bravery, and he will definitely be worth it. Take my letter and bring my greetings to His Majesty. Say it's from Werner in Swabia, and pay the highest respects to the lord he once served." Lothar took the envelope and nodded slightly. "I will, father. Baldwin is Baldwin IV, King of Jerusalem." In the world of Lothar's previous life, Some people thought he was a genius, while others thought he was cowardly and mediocre. The so-called Battle of Mongissa was nothing more than a lie fabricated by his personal knight. But Baldwin IV in this world does have extraordinary military talent and personal charm. After all, even Emperor Henry had not been so flattered by Count Werner. After saying goodbye to Count Werner, Lothar took his 2 attendants, Ryan and Model, and walked on the mountain path. Not long after they walked out, they heard bursts of horse hooves coming from behind. Otto rode a warhorse and caught up from behind, looking down at Lothar. "What's the matter?" Lothar raised his eyebrows. Otto was silent for a moment, and threw a cloth bag to Lothar. Lothar took it in his hand and shook it, and a crisp and pleasant sound came from the heavy sack. "Where did you get so much money?" Otto said in a muffled voice. "I stole the 2 silver wineglasses that my father liked most, and the rest are my savings accumulated over the years." Lothar said with some amusement, "Oh, Otto, aren't you afraid that I will come back alive and the inheritance from you again?" Otto jumped off his horse and came to Lothar. He patted Lothar's shoulder, hesitated, and reached out to grab Lothar's short hair. "If it really comes to that time, we will rely on our own abilities. To be honest, I really hope you can return safely." Lothar was silent for a moment, then smiled. "I will come back, but not to compete with you for the inheritance of a small earldom. Then, I will accept your tribute with a title more honorable than Count of Alga." Otto also laughed. His laughter was hearty and happy. "I definitely will, Lothar. I believe you can do something great, and the Habsburgs will be proud of you." Lothar nodded. The smile on his face gradually faded. He turned over and jumped onto the horse's back, no longer lingering. "Let's go," he whispered, without looking at Otto's expression, and without waiting for the 2 horse attendants behind him. He drove his mount and galloped on the mountain road. From today on, he is a wandering knight. But unlike most of the wandering knights who are paupers, he has a very good set of knight armor, a hand and a half sword, an armed sword, a lance, a warhorse, 2 pack horses and 2 fully armed attendants. Such power will be welcomed no matter which lord he is loyal to. Behind him, Otto drew a cross in front of him and whispered softly, "May God grant my brother Lothar good luck, may he be invincible on the battlefield, and may no sharp blades or sharp arrows touch him." In the evening, Lothar and his party came to the small town at the foot of the mountain to rest. This place still belongs to the territory of the Earldom of Alga, and is also directly under the jurisdiction of Count Werner. The territory was not given to others. In the small town, in the manner of the Habsburg family, Lasse could not wait to come to a closed room, turn on the system, and choose to summon his chief attendant Prajna. In the room, a golden light suddenly shone. Dazzling, noble, majestic, cold. It was as if a god had descended to the world to save the world. After a long time, the light dissipated. A tall woman wearing a black motorcycle suit that transcended the times and holding a black triangular shield was looking directly into Lasse's eyes. In the system, the woman's information slowly emerged. Prajna, quality, legendary level, 1 intimacy, cold strength, 18 agility, 12 stamina, 30 endurance, 30 mental strength, 15 talent, solid stone. After activation, Prajna will be immune to all physical damage in the next 3 seconds. Encouragement, after activation, with Prajna as the center, within a radius of 300 meters, all friendly parties gain an increase of plus 10 endurance. Skills, fierce fight, Prajna drinks blood and death. After killing 10 enemies in a row, she gains a 50% bonus to all attributes in the next minute. Thorns, need to be unlocked by elite level. Ghost Gate, need to be unlocked by elite level. The black-haired woman is really tall, and is not inferior to Lothar, who is over 18 meters tall. She looked straight into Lothar's eyes and asked with a distant look, "Are you my master?" It seems that this chief attendant does not have any respect. Lothar's expression was a little embarrassed. This intimacy system was naturally created by him. In the game, increasing intimacy not only unlocks more voices, but also increases the percentage of combat power of the squire, unlocking the bond talent shared by the player and the squire. But in reality, this woman named Prajna, holding a triangular ghost-faced shield, is a gatekeeper of hell in the background setting. Will she really submit to an ordinary new knight like me? Although she has not been trained with a large amount of materials, she is far from the invincible power in the background story, and none of her high-level skills have been unlocked. But even so, she can defeat a well-trained knight like me with one hand just by crushing her attributes. Lothar said calmly, "Yes, ma'am, I summoned you." Fortunately, Prajna only frowned slightly, then bowed her head to show her loyalty. "Then from today on, I will fight for you, Lord." Lothar secretly breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "Prajna, where are you from?" Prajna frowned, "Lord, as the guard of the Ghost Gate, of course I came from the Ghost Gate. Is it according to the setting of the background story?" Lothar frowned slightly, "Madam Prajna, you don't seem to think highly of me." Prajna stared at Lothar, with no emotions such as sadness or joy in her eyes. She just said, "Lord, whether I think highly of you or not, I will use my shield to block all the open and hidden arrows shot at you, because I exist because of you, and it is natural to serve you." "That's enough." Lothar drew his knight's sword and placed it on the man's shoulder. "I accept your loyalty, Lady Prajna, and in the future, I will prove to you that I am a qualified lord who deserves your loyalty. Please advise me." Prajna nodded slightly. Her expression was still indifferent, although not respectful, but not rude. Klein, a black triangular shield made of unknown material, was leaning on the ground. Prajna raised her head, and her brown eyes revealed a hint of inquiry, as if she wanted to ask him what instructions he had next. Lasse looked away, feeling a little guilty for some reason. He just took a close look at Prajna's appearance. Compared with the portrait, there were some corrections, but she was still worthy of being a paper wife, with skin as white as cream, without even a single flaw. Lasse liked this. The pursuit of perfection is human instinct. He never liked freckles, and he didn't agree with the so-called freckle aesthetic promoted by the West. "You have to change your clothes first, this one is still too eye-catching." The black motorcycle suit didn't sound as revealing as a short skirt and hot pants. But what she wore was a tight leather suit that Lasse specially modified, which perfectly outlined Prajna's perfect figure, and the visual impact was still too great. Coupled with Prajna's perfect appearance, it will definitely cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. On the contrary, her long black hair is not so conspicuous. Although it is too soft and smooth, this hair color is not uncommon in Europe and the Middle East. "Okay," Lasse asked, "do you like this dress? I mean, compared to your fighting style, would you prefer to wear a heavy armor?" Prajna frowned slightly. "Sorry, but I have never relied on armor for defense. Just give me a set of ordinary clothes." Lasse was stunned. Subconsciously, he glanced at Prajna's exposed white arms. They looked soft, tender, and white, not like a heavy armored entourage with amazing defensive power. It is hard to imagine that her physical strength and endurance are 6 times that of ordinary people, and her strength is nearly 4 times that of an ordinary adult man. A picture flashed in his mind for no reason. Lin Dayu uprooted a weeping willow. When Prajna appeared in front of the 2 servants, Ryan and Motor, she had changed into a brand new white linen dress, and wore a veil and a headscarf. It is worth mentioning that as the gatekeeper of hell in the setting, her body temperature is always icy. If he is closer to her, even in the middle of summer, Lothar can feel a comfortable coolness. This made him want to hug Prajna and hide in the room for a good sleep. But it was just a thought. On the one hand, the intimacy is not enough, and Prajna may not agree. On the other hand, he felt that it was a bit despicable to do so, and his moral sense made him unable to accept such an action. In the Habsburg manor in the town, there were no maids wearing white miniskirts and white silk stockings, nor were there polite butlers wearing tailcoats. Lothar's father, Count Werner, was a typical German military noble. He was more keen to live in the Eagle Castle, which was funded by his brother who was a bishop in Strasbourg and built by himself, rather than the manor at the foot of the mountain, which was obviously more livable. The town was full of serfs and freemen wearing tattered clothes, who were ready to go home to rest after a day of farm work. Most of the buildings in the town were made of clay and wood. A few were made of stone bricks and roofed with reeds and straw, which were considered rich peasants. There was a reason why the Middle Ages were called the Dark Ages. Most people in this era could not fill their stomachs. An old man with skin like a dead tree sat on the side of the street, surrounded by a group of children, listening to his stories. His body was covered with old wounds, mottled scars crisscrossed, and the intact parts were wrinkled as if they had shrunk. There was a thick film on his eyes, making people wonder if he could still see. He has sword wounds, arrow wounds, and some wounds that are not visible at all. Lothar frowned. Who is he? Model said, an old blind man. It is said that he once went to Jerusalem for pilgrimage and killed a Mamluk knight. But I think this should be his own boasting. He was handpicked by Lothar. He was an elite sword and shield soldier who had defeated a knight in a one-on-one infantry battle. The town was managed by a garrison knight and more than 50 sergeants of the Habsburg family. The sergeants rotated back and forth. Model and Ryan naturally lived in the town. It's a pity that he is blind, otherwise we might have a good guide. Lothar sighed and retracted his gaze. In the square in the center of the town, there is a simple reservoir, surrounded by peasant women holding pottery jars on their heads, preparing to draw water. Lothar, why are you here? The visitor is the parish priest of the town, who presides over all prayers, weddings, and funerals in the town and nearby farms. He is wearing a faded cassock and a white headscarf. He walked up to me with a kind smile and said, "Long time no see, Lothar. Well, you have the lion emblem on your head. Your father has finally been canonized." Have you been knighted? Lothar smiled and said, Yes, Father Soyo, I have decided to embark on the crusades to save the Holy Land of Jerusalem. I will set off early tomorrow morning. Soyo immediately showed a look of surprise. Congratulations, Lothar, this is a very wise decision. God will bless you for your pious act. I have a pretty good pack horse. Perhaps you can take it with you as a small contribution to your pilgrimage. Thank you for your generosity. Lothar bowed his head. It took a long time to deal with the priest. He said helplessly, Father Soyo is really enthusiastic. A pack horse is worth a lot of dinars. Ryan on the side whispered, Of course, Father Soyo is a good man. He helps the widow fetch water during the day and confesses for the widow at night. Oh, by the way, the widow's husband used to be a knight named Joseph. Later, he believed the words of the priest, sold his land and all his property to buy the travel expenses and equipment for the Eastern expedition, and ran away, leaving the widow behind. The smile on Lothar's face froze. He said in a deep voice, He didn't come back, did he? Of course not. Ryan shook his head and said, Last year, old John who went with him, the old blind man we just saw, came back from the Holy Land on crutches. What about Joseph, the knight? Lothar asked casually, Did he die in battle? That's not the case. In fact, he didn't even make it to Jerusalem. On the way, he was robbed by pirates and sold as a slave. Lothar frowned. No one paid the ransom for him? No, the widow was having a great time with the priest. How could she have the money to redeem her husband? And I heard that Joseph was not good to her when he was there. Master, what I want to say is that not everyone is lucky enough to reach Jerusalem. Pilgrimage is a long journey, and the road is full of difficulties and obstacles. Only those who are favored by God can reach heaven. Lothar was silent for a moment, and agreed, You are right. Fighting with pagans in Jerusalem is dangerous, but the road to the Holy Land is also full of difficulties and ups and downs. The vast majority of poor pilgrims cannot afford the huge fare to the Holy Land. They can only rely on their legs. Along the way, countless people fell to plague, famine, and robbers. Late at night, Lasse lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Tomorrow, after replenishing food, water, and feed for 3 pack horses and 1 war horse at the manor, they should follow the Alps, all the way east, through the Austrian border area, to Venice to take a boat. Crossing the Alps and directly entering the Italian region to take a boat just looks closer. In fact, the Alps are full of cliffs, and even if you walk to a place with a lower altitude, it is easy to fall into a deep valley if you are not careful. Otherwise, Hannibal and Caesar's crossing of the Alps would not be hailed as a military miracle. A good rest is crucial for a warrior. Prajna's emotionless voice suddenly sounded. She was sitting in the living room connected to the room, on a felt bed covered with a thin blanket, closing her eyes to rest. The night wind blew from her direction, turning into a cool breeze, making her like a small air conditioner. Prajna, I'm a little confused. I want to talk to you. After all, you are the person I trust most in this world. Despite his cold attitude, Prajna, who was summoned from the system and designed by him personally, undoubtedly has the closest relationship with him. This is something that his brother Otto in this world cannot compare to. In the living room, there was no response at first. After waiting for a long time, a clear female voice finally sounded, Go ahead. Really cold. Lasse smiled and said, In my previous life, I was just an ordinary person, a very ordinary one. When I was in school, my grades were not the best, but not the worst. I followed the rules, but occasionally I was naughty. I liked singing, dancing, playing basketball, and playing video games. But whether it was studying or these hobbies, without exception, I was mediocre. Like most people, I am like a screw in society, without any special features. Emperor Ross once proposed a term, consumables, which I think is very appropriate, because without me, the world will not change at all, and there will always be new screws to replace me. To be honest, I don't have much resistance to traveling to this world, although the life of a king in this world may not be much better than in my previous life. Because I really want to have a brand new life, a life that is not so mediocre, full of excitement and surprises. I need a territory and a title to enhance my strength, which requires me to rely on lances and swords to seize merit and wealth. But I am also very clear that the Crusades are not just, they are for power and wealth, running all the way to the Holy Land to take the lives of others. What is the difference between that and a robber? If I were a native of this world, I might think this is a very normal thing, but I am not. As far as this world is concerned, I know that I am special. The system gave me the goal of expanding the territory, but I didn't. I was like a small boat drifting on the sea, blindly following the guidance of the lighthouse, but I didn't know what the end of the light was. I have no faith, no belief, and no goal. I don't know what the meaning of doing this is. Is it just to move forward according to the will of the system? Lozer's tone was very serious. If you don't have faith, just find one for yourself. Prajna paused and said, "What do you think of this world? Is it beautiful?" Lozer shook his head. "Of course not, the level of productivity is too backward. Even the earl, the elector, the archbishop of the archdiocese, and even the king and the emperor, are actually just like that. If the lower class people are involved in a stingy lord or priest, their lives will be even more miserable. Do you want to change?" Prajna asked back. Lhasa nodded, "Of course." "Then make this your goal, let those subjects who are loyal to you live and work in peace and have enough food to eat, let the war-torn land be unified, and people will no longer attack each other because of ridiculous beliefs." Prajna's cold voice sounded, the tone was a little flat, not so passionate, but like a lamp, it lit up in the darkness in front of Lhasa. Lhasa couldn't help but look sideways. Prajna saw that he didn't reply for a long time, frowned and said, "What? You said it very well, Prajna." Lhasa said in an amazed tone, "Yes, what you said is indeed what I am willing to do, and I feel it is very meaningful." "Then do it." "Yeah." The room fell silent. After a long time, Lhasa said, "Thank you, Prajna." "Yeah. Good night." Prajna did not reply. In his mind, the pleasant reminder sound of the system sounded, "Prajna's intimacy with you has increased, and the current intimacy is indifferent." "Still indifferent?" Lothar showed a smile on his face. "It's okay to be indifferent. After all, she is not the type that is completely impossible to deal with. Even if Prajna's attitude towards him is not very good, she is trustworthy after all." He turned over and fell asleep. In the manor, Ryan and Model were sitting under the eaves, discussing Prajna's identity fiercely. Lothar did not explain to them. In fact, he hadn't figured out how to make it up. But at the same time, he had no obligation to explain. The two were Lothar's servants. Strictly speaking, servants were not much different from slaves on the surface. They all served others, but the difference was in their nature. That long, smooth black hair, perhaps she is from the royal family of the Eastern Empire? No, don't you feel the aura from her? She is really scary. She is obviously just a woman, but she gives me a more dangerous feeling than a mountain lion. Model said in a very firm tone, "She is a witch." "Are you sure?" Model was silent for a moment, then shook his head and said, "I'm not sure, but she is definitely not an ordinary person." "You know my intuition is always reliable." Ryan nodded in agreement. "I didn't expect that the young master actually knew a witch. It is said that the entire Gaul Crusade team only hired 2 witch consultants. Does this mean that our journey will be much safer? Maybe, but it may be the opposite." A trace of sadness appeared on Model's face. Witches are mysterious, powerful, and beautiful. But at the same time, they are also dangerous, terrifying, and awe-inspiring. I can't imagine why she wants to follow the young master. To put it bluntly, the young master is really not worthy of a witch's service. "Hey, man, you think too much. Maybe it's because of love. A witch falls in love with a handsome knight. It's written like this in novels. The young master is the most handsome knight I have ever seen. In short, this is not something we should consider. We are just servants, and not so formal servants at that. The young master is our lord, and we have no right to comment on this." Mordell was silent for a long time, nodded and said, "Yes, Ryan, what you said makes sense. From today on, we can no longer call him young master. He is the lord we are loyal to. Even the earl can no longer order us. We only obey him." Ryan patted Mordell on the shoulder. "Don't underestimate the young master. He may be younger than us, but he is also smarter than us. He will guide us on the right path." He paused slightly, and added, "Even if he is wrong, we may not be able to do better if we replace him." Mordell smiled and said, "Maybe, I hope I'm just overthinking." The 2 servants were also somewhat confused. They didn't know what kind of future they would have if they followed Lothar. Would they be canonized as knights one day, or would they die suddenly of an illness before reaching the Holy Land? No one knew. May the Father in heaven bless his devout believers. Amen. Lothar didn't know that his 2 attendants had already imagined that Prajna was a witch, or they wouldn't care if they knew. Because there is no witch hunting in this world, witches can even openly serve as advisors to the emperor of a country. Moreover, this kind of imagination is not wrong. In fact, he thinks that witches of average level can never be Prajna's opponents. Among the 5 attributes given by the system, strength is the easiest to understand, covering all aspects such as attack power, speed, and load-bearing capacity. Agility represents speed and reaction nerves. Physical strength represents the endurance, recovery ability, and health bar of the battle. Endurance also represents endurance, but more of it is defense. Mental strength is also easy to understand, that is, the blue bar. Even if Prajna is not considered a skill, from the perspective of attributes alone, she can be regarded as a transcendent of the same level as a wizard. It's just a body-refining wizard like Gandalf. In addition, the shield in her hand is made of fragments of the ghost gate in the setting. It is a true artifact. Whether it is physical attack or witchcraft, there is almost no way to penetrate it. On the endless plateau, a caravan with red and white striped flags was moving slowly. Knights and retainers dressed in various clothes and with different emblems rode leisurely in front of the team. Behind them were slaves and attendants in cloth, as well as more than 10 soldiers wearing chainmail shirts. At the front of the team, a knight wearing a blue robe and decorated with peacock feathers on his head said arrogantly, "Be alert, this is the most dangerous section of the trade route to Tyrol. Those escaped slaves and robbers who are so poor that they can only eat cabbages and turnips may rush down the hillside with dung forks and axes at any time to fight us. If you scare the noble countess, all of you will be hanged on the gallows." The soldiers replied weakly, "Yes, sir." The peacock knight looked a little serious. Switzerland is a remote and poor country with many mountains. The west at least belongs to the Swabia region, which is the core ruling area of the Hohenstaufen family to which the emperor of the empire belongs, and is relatively stable. But the further east you go, the closer you get to the border governed by the Bishop of Trento, and the more impoverished and chaotic it becomes. The people are in dire straits, and coupled with the severe exploitation by the lords, a large number of serfs will escape and go into the mountains to become bandits. In addition, this place is located at the border between the two places, and the lords of both sides are too lazy to invest a lot of manpower and material resources to clear them out. As if to confirm the Peacock Knight's premonition, a sudden appearance of there were more than a dozen black spots, and the number of black spots increased, and they became larger and larger, and finally the whole picture was revealed. It was more than 30 cavalrymen wearing chain mail and leather armor. They were definitely not the mountain people or bandits that the Peacock Knight was wary of, but a cavalry unit. They stood in a row on the hillside, staring coldly at the convoy not far away. The convoy stopped immediately. The soldiers and servants were in a panic. Everyone knew that such an open area was the world of cavalry. If they were defeated, they would not be able to escape. In the carriage, the charming voice of the Countess rang out, "Fred, what happened?" "Countess, the enemy is coming." The Peacock Knight came to the side of the carriage and whispered a reminder, then shouted, "Everyone prepare to meet the enemy. Protect the lady's carriage, and do not allow anyone to approach." Then, he took 2 cavalrymen with him and stepped forward to shout to the approaching cavalry, "Stop! This is the convoy of the Calf family from Augsburg. You are offending the noble countess. Please move away immediately. Otherwise, my soldiers and I will cut your throats and let the wild dogs on the mountain chew your bones." The cavalrymen were getting closer. There were about 30 of them. Some wore tattered jackets, while others wore chain mail. Their equipment looked ordinary, but the fierce aura they exuded still made the Peacock Knight feel difficult. The leading cavalryman had a sarcastic smile on his face and pulled up a hunting bow. The arrow snatched and nailed on the kite shield held by the Peacock Knight. His attitude was very clear. From the beginning to the end, they had no intention of negotiating. The knight was furious and shouted, "Knights, follow me, and the rest of you rely on the chariots for defense. No one is allowed to leave the chariot formation without permission." On the other side of the hillside, Model frowned and asked, "Sir, should we intervene?" "We have to intervene." Lothar pointed to 2 scout cavalrymen who were not participating in the attack and were wandering aside not far away. "They have discovered us. Even if we throw away all the baggage, we can't escape the pursuit of a group of light cavalry who come and go like the wind. After all, Prajna, Ryan, and you can only ride pack horses." Lothar sighed lightly, then said loudly, "Squire, take my lance and prepare for battle." He put on the hood of the chain mail and the robe, and put on the barrel helmet that only revealed a slit for his eyes on his head, and the world suddenly became quiet. His breathing echoed in the dull barrel helmet, and it seemed even heavier. Ryan handed over his heavy lance. He held the lance in his right hand, put on the zither-shaped shield in his left hand, and hung the armed sword on the saddle. Prajna whispered, "Do you want me to go with you?" Lothar shook his head, "I'm afraid your horse is not very good." The horse Prajna rode was the pack horse given by Father Soyo in the town. The difference between pack horses and real war horses is actually quite large. Pack horses focus more on endurance, and the requirements for breed are not high. And war horses are not only taller, faster, and more explosive than pack horses, but also have much more courage than pack horses. Prajna frowned and said, "I can catch up with you without a mount." Lothar was stunned for a moment, but still shook his head and said, "Forget it, this is more or less shocking. You guys get ready here. I believe in Joey's speed." Joey was his Nissen warhorse. He ate concentrated feed every day. A considerable part of the supplies carried by the 3 pack horses were specially supplied to him. In the earldom, Joey was considered the fastest horse second to none. He was confident that even if he couldn't win, he would still have no problem escaping. What's more, he was still very confident in his own strength. The night training he had experienced since childhood made him a war machine, but he had not experienced the baptism of war. In addition, he was wearing excellent armor, so the possibility of overturning was very small. Prajna nodded and said, "Okay, then we will prepare to meet you here." The 2 attendants were also ready for battle, one holding a sword and shield, and the other stringing the crossbow, but in such an open area, the role they could play was very limited. The reason why Lothar chose them was that he wanted to play a role in mountain warfare. "I never thought that the first battle would be on an open plateau." Lothar let out a long breath. The dull helmet seemed to be covered with a layer of mist. In a thin line of vision, the 2 scout cavalrymen wandering nearby had already launched a charge towards this side. Lothar lightly squeezed the horse's belly. The sound of horse hooves suddenly rang in his ears. Lothar tightly grasped the lance in his hand, and felt the adrenaline secreted rapidly. His heart was like a war drum, beating like thunder. The lance-clamped charge is a tactic used by knights when they are lined up and marching in unison. Without the cover of comrades, the lance-clamped charge can easily cause the knight to reveal a flaw. So he adopted a normal gun-holding posture, which would reduce the damage caused by the charge, but also make him more flexible. In the blink of an eye, Lothar had already approached the enemy within 200 meters. He could even clearly see the dirty, greasy, and tangled beard on the other side's face. Black eyes, black hair, and beard. Is this a Hungarian? He squeezed the horse's belly hard, and the Nissen horse gradually changed from a slow trot to a violent charge. There was a whistling sound of wind and rumbling of hooves in his ears. At the moment when he was about to cross paths with the enemy, the lance pierced out, and the sharp tip of the lance directly penetrated the chest of the cavalryman on his left hand, and sent him flying. The violent impact made Lothar's arm numb, but he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. This light cavalryman, who was only wearing a padded jacket, not only had much worse weapons and equipment than him, but also had very ordinary fighting skills. It seemed that he was not a strong opponent. Blood flowed down the lance. Lothar threw away the lance and let it fall to the ground with the dead cavalryman's body. He drew out the armed sword on the saddle and swung it at another cavalryman. Clang! The enemy's saber chopped on the shield, leaving only a shallow mark on it. The 2 parties passed each other. Lothar turned his horse's head and rushed towards the cavalry again, but the man saw his companion die in just a moment, and a look of horror appeared on his face. He only dared to wander aside and didn't dare to rush up to fight him again. Lothar didn't mean to chase him. Even if the speed of Nissen's warhorse was higher than that of the opponent's mount, it was still slightly faster than the opponent's mount, but it would still consume a lot of horsepower to catch up with him. And with Prajna sitting behind him, he was not afraid of being robbed. So he pulled out the lance that pierced the enemy cavalry again, left the cavalry alone, and slowly ran towards the cavalry that besieged the convoy. The enemy's blood did not make Lothar feel nervous. There was no fear and urge to vomit after the first murder described in the novel. Instead, he felt a strong excitement. Am I actually a pervert in my bones? Before getting close, the enemy sent 2 cavalrymen to run towards Lothar. Lothar stared at the enemy rushing towards him at high speed, and his mount gradually accelerated from a trot. Finally, the 2 sides met. Crack! With a loud noise, the lance pierced through the opponent's shield. The man was directly knocked away by the huge impact, but at the same time, the white beechwood lance shaft also broke. Lothar threw the lance away and replaced it with an armed sword. At this time, another cavalryman's attack had already followed. It was a 2-handed lance, which he blocked with his shield, causing his wrist to numb. He backhanded a sword and chopped the opponent's leather-round shield. The 2 stopped their horses and fell into close combat. Lothar was far superior to the opponent in both strength and physical strength. He quickly found a flaw and pierced the opponent's wrist with the tip of his sword, forcing him to give up the shield in his hand. Immediately, he backhanded a sword and cut open the opponent's waist. Blood and internal organs gushed out, dyeing the brown hair of his mount red. A feeling of exhilaration made Lothar want to let out a long howl. For the first time, he realized, I am so fierce? In the distance, the leader of the cavalry team looked at this scene coldly and whispered. Suddenly, 4 cavalrymen came to meet him, covering each other. Lothar was not afraid. He held a sword and shield and rushed to meet the enemy. The convoy's resistance was very tenacious. The 6 knights and followers in front of the team, led by the Peacock Knight, launched an effective counterattack. But the number of enemies was several times that of the knights. In such an open area, the infantry soldiers could only provide limited fire support and did not dare to rush out of the convoy to fight the enemy. A bearded knight shouted, "Look, it's the righteous man who came to support. He is like a black lightning. He is coming. Those 4 bastards can't stop him at all." Another knight showed an admiring expression, "It's really amazing. In my opinion, this knight's martial arts can be compared with the last Vienna knights. We won the first place in the competition." The peacock knight showed a trace of joy on his face. "Guys, it's time for us to launch a counterattack, so that these cavalrymen will know the gap between knights and cavalrymen." 6 knights and retainers lined up and rushed towards the enemy like steel knives. 3 heavily armored knights were in the middle, and 3 lightly armored retainers were covering them. They tucked their lances under their armpits and used the standard tactic of clamping lances and charging. The cavalrymen in front of them were suddenly torn open like a dead tree and rotten wood. Even the retainers were professional sergeants who had undergone years of training, and their cooperation with their respective masters was tacit. The cavalry leader looked back at Lothar. 4 cavalrymen who surrounded him were killed by him in a blink of an eye. Where the hell did this Robin Hood come from? He weighed the pros and cons, and finally gave the order to retreat. The cavalrymen left quickly like the ebb tide, leaving only more than a dozen corpses and unmanned mounts, pacing back and forth on the grassland. The system prompt sounded, "Congratulations on completing the first milestone, victory in the first battle. You have obtained a chance to draw a card of ordinary quality." Lothar let out a long sigh and had no intention of pursuing. These cavalrymen are more like a group of nomads, with outdated equipment and backward tactics. No matter from which aspect, it is difficult to compare with the knights who have undergone strict military training since childhood. But if there are enough ants, they can also devour elephants. A bearded knight squatted on the ground, carefully looking at the bodies of the dead cavalrymen, and said in a deep voice, "It is the Magyars, another name for Hungarians. Most likely they have sneaked in from the border areas." The peacock knight roared angrily, "Dasher Mayor, he actually hired a group of Magyars to attack the countess. I will go to the imperial court and appeal his crimes to His Majesty the Emperor." Murders among nobles are really common. There are all kinds of reasons, but most of them are for inheritance issues. For example, if Lothar murdered Otto, he would become the first heir to the earldom of Aargau, and it would be difficult for ordinary people not to be tempted. Lothar shook his head. Without evidence, it would be difficult to accuse a powerful earl, not to mention that he is a vassal under the command of a duke. Lothar knew Daskemir, the Duke of Saxony in the north, a vassal under Henry the Lion. Not all dukes have counts under them. Although the title of a duke is higher than that of a count, most counts in Greater Germania are independent lords, directly under the emperor. The so-called vassal of my vassal is not my vassal. If a count pledges allegiance to a duke, he does not have to fulfill his obligations to the emperor at the same time. The emperor can only control the duke, but cannot bypass the duke to control his vassals. The peacock knight greeted him with a smile. He took off his helmet, revealing a head of long golden curly hair. "Thank you for your help, brave and warlike knight. Are you from the Habsburg family? I have seen your coat of arms." Lothar smiled back. "Yes, I am Lothar of Alga, my father is Count Werner, and this trip is going to go from here through the Austrian border region, go south to the Adriatic Sea to take a ship to the Holy Land to participate in this round of the Crusades." "Ah, so you are a great crusader." The knights in attendance were immediately in awe. A servant ran from the convoy and shouted, "Brave knight, in view of your bravery and fearlessness, please follow me. The countess wants to summon you." Lothar did not refuse. He jumped off his mount and said to the peacock knight, "My attendants are still behind. When they arrive, just ask them to wait for me here." Lothar was soon led to the center of the carriage. There stood a noble lady in a white linen dress and with long hair draped over her shoulders. The lady smiled and said, "I recognize this emblem. I have a good relationship with Count Werner. Who are you in the Habsburg family? Otto or Lothar?" Lothar said calmly, "Yes, ma'am, it's Lothar von Habsburg, the second son of Count Werner." The countess's voice was charming and her appearance was outstanding, but if you looked closely, you would find fine lines at the corners of her eyes and dense freckles. She smiled and said, "I am Marianne from Augsburg. I am a widow. Dasher Mayer wants to occupy my late husband's territory. I know that this attack was planned by him. He is the only one who has close relations with several princes of Hungary. Come back with me, Lothar. Alga is a poor place, but its warriors are very brave. Although Augsburg is rich, it does not have brave warriors like you. The two sides should sign an alliance and exchange what we have." Lothar said with some doubts, "For matters such as concluding an alliance, madam, you should find my father." The countess was stunned and smiled. "Maybe I haven't made it clear enough. I hope you will be my husband and become the Count of Augsburg. To be frank, this is a political marriage. I need the power of your family to support me in my fight against Dashemir." Lothar frowned. The countess was a little puzzled. "What are you hesitating about? For the second son of a family like you, marrying a rich widow like me, you can immediately get a large dowry, and you can also inherit my territory and title. Isn't it what you have always dreamed of? In Europe, noble widows are indeed in high demand. But," Lothar chuckled, "sorry, madam, I have no intention of this. If I really want to be a gigolo, I might as well go to Constantinople and win the favor of the queen." After the death of Alexius, the former emperor of the Eastern Empire, the government was controlled by his widow, Queen Lagaia, who claimed that she would give up power after the crown prince came of age. But this still made her a hot commodity in the eyes of all the nobles. Anyone who is favored by the queen can immediately rise to prominence. Bah, wishful thinking. The countess spat. There are too many princes, nobles, mercenary leaders and military commanders who want to get close to this rich woman. What makes you think you can do that? Lothar grinned and said with a smile, I have a good stomach and I never planned to be a gigolo." "Oh, you'd better think about it carefully. I have a good relationship with several electors. His Majesty has no crown prince. If you want, I can even fight for the right to inherit the throne for you." The countess's tone was a little unfriendly. She had many suitors. She chose Lothar because of his superb martial arts and outstanding appearance, but more because she wanted to use the power of the Habsburg family. Although Count Werner lived in Switzerland, he was no unknown figure in the empire. When the emperor conquered the Slavs, he appointed him as the commander-in-chief of the imperial army. The right to inherit the throne? Lothar was silent. The Greater Germania Empire was the counterpart of the Holy Roman Empire in Lothar's previous life. Voltaire's evaluation of the Holy Roman Empire, neither holy, nor Roman, nor an empire, was biased, but it was also reasonable. For example, Emperor Henry of the Hohenstaufen family, who dominated Greater Germania at this time, had no advantage over several great princes of the empire in terms of his direct jurisdiction. Although the Greater Germania Empire of this period had a vast territory, the emperor's income was probably not even 1/10 of that of the empress of the Eastern Empire. You know, the Eastern Empire has now declined beyond belief, and the inland of Asia Minor has basically been completely lost. The Bulgarians in the north sometimes rebelled and sometimes went south to plunder. The Peloponnesian Peninsula was also often invaded by the Normans and North African pirates. Even in this case, the Eastern Empire was still much richer than Greater Germania. Strong branches and weak trunks have always been an important problem that has plagued Greater Germania. Fortunately, Germania Greater had not fallen to the point where it would later fall. The Golden Bull was issued, which explicitly stipulated that the emperor was elected by the 7 electors. Although the electoral system was a tradition passed down from the tribal era, it was not deeply rooted and could still be saved. So the question was, should we eat this gigolo? Okay, ma'am, don't paint me a pie in the sky. If your connections are so effective, you won't need to sign an alliance with my family. Starting with a countship sounds tempting. But there are many problems to face, and the first one is probably being cuckolded. A considerable number of noble ladies in this era have chaotic private lives, which depends on the comparison of the power of the two parties in the marriage. If the husband is strong and the wife is weak, the woman will naturally not dare to do too much. Of course, there are also those who live in harmony, but they are just a minority. For many people in this era, being cuckolded is nothing at all, just play with each other. You play with your lover, I play with my mistress, anyway, it's a political marriage. As long as the child is Lasse's, the title of the earldom of Augsburg will fall to the Habsburg family. If Count Werner talks to this countess, he will probably be happy to agree. Let's not talk about the cuckold for now. Whether it is the lower vassal or the sergeant in the territory, the target of loyalty is the countess, and it will also provoke a powerful count with the backing of Henry the Lion. This will greatly limit his development. Moreover, in the traditional Catholic world, expansion is likely to cause panic among neighbors. Historically, Henry the Lion was formed into an anti-Henry the Lion alliance by a group of princes because he successively obtained the 2 duchies of Saxony and Bavaria and tried to get involved in the throne. The two fought for 2 years. Although Henry the Lion won, he was later exiled by the emperor and lost in the game of power. Lothar never underestimated the trendsetters in this world because he had a card-drawing system. Don't forget that there are witches who control extraordinary powers in this world. Where there are witches, there will be other extraordinary powers to check and balance, but he just doesn't know it. After realizing this, Lothar immediately became firm. "Madam, I'm sorry that I can't agree to your request." The countess snorted coldly. "Knight, Are you doubting the background of the calf family? Lothar shook his head. Sorry, madam. I have no intention of offending you. I just think that the emperor who was elected may not be able to sit firmly without his own strength. Moreover, Henry the Lion of the Welf family is the most powerful prince in the empire. He is the powerful heir to the throne. Henry the Lion has a very strong influence in Bavaria and Saxony. His power in the empire can completely compete with the emperor. The countess smiled slightly and said, but don't you think that it is because of this that he is even less likely to sit on the throne? Young knights of the Habsburg family, no one wants a strong boss. Lothar was silent. What the countess said actually made sense, but the more so, the more he felt that staying in the Greater Germania Empire would restrict his development. Even if he had obtained the empty throne with great difficulty, he still had to face many resistance forces in the country, which was really frustrating. It would be better to go to the Holy Land to develop for a while, and then come back with thousands of troops one day. I'm sorry, ma'am, your charm is like the stars in the sky, but I have the great mission of defending the Holy Land. My lifelong pursuit is to fight against the pagans for the glory of God, so I can only refuse your kindness. Okay. The countess was a little bored. She knew that what Lothar said was just a polite remark, so her attitude he immediately became cold. Then tell me, how should I reward you for your heroic help, Knight Lothar? Lothar said without hesitation, 2 war horses and some coins will be enough. As you know, the earldom of Aargau is a poor place, and my father's financial support for me is limited. This is a great cause, I am willing to sponsor you. The countess nodded slightly. You can choose the war horses from the mounts left behind by the group of Magyars. That should have been your trophy. In addition, I will also give you 100 good quality Sulids gold coins. The price of an ordinary warhorse is about the same as 10 Sulids gold coins. Sulids gold coins are gold coins minted by the Eastern Empire. They used to have very strong purchasing power, but with the decline of the Eastern Empire, the quality of the gold coins has become worse and worse. However, the gold content of the newly issued batch is full, and it is said to be more than 90%. Not only gold coins, but also dinar silver coins are facing the problem of getting worse and worse. 100 pieces of good quality Sulids gold coins are indeed a considerable fortune. But it is just so. After all, the mounts left by the defeated Magyars are worth more than this number. Not to mention the losses that the convoy might have suffered if Lothar had not appeared. But it is not entirely true to say that Lothar was cheated. After all, Lothar only killed 6 Magyar cavalrymen, and even if all the spoils were sold, they would not be worth 100 pieces of Sulids gold coins. Thank you for your generosity, ma'am. Lothar saluted the countess, with no dissatisfaction on her face. The countess snorted coldly, back off, you ungrateful barbarian. After saying that, she left in a huff. Lothar smiled indifferently. Beside him, the attendant who looked at him as if he were a fool put the heavy purse in Lothar's hand. He turned around and left happily. Not only was his mood not affected, but he was extremely comfortable. First of all, he had gained a considerable fortune today and achieved a milestone. Secondly, he finally proved his strength. It was really powerful. He decided to use the card drawing opportunity he got from completing the milestone at the next place to stay. That night, they entered a small town in Tyrol and stayed in an inn. It was still Lasse and Prujna in the same room. As soon as he entered the door, Lasse said impatiently, Prujna, today I plan to summon a new comrade for you, maybe it's your old acquaintance. In the background setting, although Prujna is a dull person, there are also many familiar followers in the Hell camp to which she belongs. If enough followers of the same camp can be summoned, it can also form a bond and increase the attributes of the followers in all directions. Prujna didn't say anything, but just looked at Lasse lightly, as if looking at a fool. Lasse smiled, drew a cross in front of him, and prayed, Father in heaven, please bless me to get 5 stars and 6 stars. Then he chose to draw. The system's crisp prompt sound rang. Congratulations, you have obtained a 1-star defensive follower, Reserve Knight. Lasse's face suddenly darkened. In the game, 1-star followers are not available except in the novice stage. No one will deliberately train them. Even if there is no capital to build a full 5-star and 6-star Galaxy battleship, players will at least use a 3-star or 4-star lineup. The only meaning of the 1-star follower is polluted the card pool. So not only are the attributes very poor, but even the portraits are very sloppy, often without even showing their faces, covered with hair or helmets, and without formal names, which can be said to be cutting corners to the extreme. This is the probability he set, and no one else can be blamed. He gritted his teeth for a while, but he can only choose to accept reality. Come out, Reserve Knight. The man in iron armor and wearing a mask slowly appeared in the room. He was far less golden and imposing than when Prajna first appeared. Quality: ordinary, 1 star, level, 1 intimacy, cold strength, 10 agility, 7 physical strength, 10 endurance, 8 mental strength, 5 skills, none. Introduction: this is a reserve knight trained by the Teutonic Knights in Prussia since the late Middle Ages. They have undergone strict knight training since childhood and are excellent fighters on the battlefield. With just a flash of white light, the reserve knight was summoned by Lothar. Lothar looked him up and down. The reserve knight is much more imposing than what is shown in the portrait. He wears a white robe with a black cross emblem and a full coverage chainmail underneath. He holds a kite-shaped shield with a white background, a yellow cross, and a single-headed eagle shield emblem, and the other hand tightly grasps the knight's sword. He wears a winged helmet with bull horns on his head. Lothar knows that according to historical facts, the reserve knight cannot wear a winged helmet. The winged helmet is a decoration, an honor, and also serves as a commander's mark. But the problem is that the game he designed never considered pursuing historical facts. This made Lothar very relieved. No matter how poor the quality of the reserve knight is, at least this armor is real, the kind that can be exchanged for a village fiefdom after being stripped off, much better than Prajna's black tight motorcycle suit. Judging from the attributes alone, this 1-star squire is on par with himself. In other words, he is equivalent to a 1-star squire. No wonder Prajna doesn't think much of him. You are my master, right? The man's voice was unexpectedly attractive. He took off his helmet, revealing long golden hair and a handsome young German face. Yes. Prajna frowned. Is this the companion you said you would summon me? I have never worked with such a weak mortal. Lothar said embarrassedly. Oh, it is a little different from what I expected. General Prajna? A hint of surprise appeared on the face of the 1-star attendant. It is really incredible. I didn't expect that I could follow you to fight together. Prajna glanced at him coldly and said expressionlessly, not following me, but following the Lord. Lothar asked, what's your name, reserve knight? Hearing this, Hans quickly knelt on one knee and saluted. My name is Hans, from the Teutonic Knights of East Prussia. It is an honor to be your attendant. Hans is so pitiful. Even his name is so perfunctory. Lothar felt a little regretful. As for what Hans said, from the Teutonic Knights, it was actually just something he made up in the game background, borrowing the shield emblem of the historical Teutonic Knights. After all, it was just a 1-star squire, and it would be best if he could save more money on art. Of course, there is also the Teutonic Knights in this world, and they are currently in the Holy Land. Their full name is German Order of St. Mary Hospitaller of Jerusalem, but they can't compare with the 2 major knights of the temple and the hospital. Lothar said, Hans, how much do you know about my current situation? Hans looked apologetic. I'm sorry, Lord, I don't know much. Is this world the Middle Ages in history? Yes, but not completely. Lothar nodded, briefly summarized his current situation and the background of the times he was in, and told Hans about it. The Crusades was also a key node for the Teutonic Knights. Hans was born in the Teutonic Knights, so he naturally knew something about the history of this period. Hans suddenly realized, so that's how it is. Is there also a Teutonic Knights in this world? Of course, it just has no influence yet. I am a knight of the Habsburg family. You should have heard of this famous name. But that was in later generations. The current Habsburg family has not yet become prosperous. The only 2 heirs, the former is hiding in the poor mountains of Switzerland, and the latter is me, who is preparing to go to the Holy Land. Hans said respectfully, with you here, I have no doubt that the Habsburg family will still rise as recorded in our world. Oh, thank you for your good words. Hans, from today on, you are my squire, and I will promote you to a real knight after you have made enough contributions. At that time, you can use a black eagle with a white background or a black cross with a white background as your personal emblem. Lothar put the armed sword in his hand on his shoulder. Now, swear allegiance to me. Hans, are you willing to swear allegiance to me, be my loyal knight for the rest of your life, and serve me with your courage, force, and wisdom? Hans immediately knelt on one knee and said respectfully, Father in heaven, I swear to be loyal to my master Lothar, abide by the virtues of knights, be loyal and never leave his side. The system prompt sounded. Your intimacy with the squire Hans has been raised to friendly. It's really simple. Lothar was a little helpless. Compared with Prajna, it was too easy to raise the intimacy with Hans. However, even as a low-star squire, it was equivalent to a good combat force, and its strength must be much stronger than the 2 servants he brought out from Eagle Castle. But after all, it is just an ordinary person, and it can't be compared with the high-star squires who are every bit a little Superman. I hope that the next time I draw a card, I can get myself a high-star squire of output type. Lothar introduced Hans to Ryan and Model, and left. He didn't plan to let Hans live in the same room with him. Ryan looked at Hans's sophisticated equipment and was a little unbelievable. Hans, you are really isn't he the new attendant of the Lord, and not the illegitimate son of some high-ranking lord? Mortal's face was full of envy. This equipment, even for a formal knight, not many can afford it, right? Are those Viking horns on your helmet? It's really impressive. Hans looked a little embarrassed, and smiled. It's just decoration. I brought my own equipment to pledge my loyalty to the Lord. I once received knight training in a monastery, but I didn't get the official title of knight. The night deepened. The flickering candlelight was reflected in Prajna's brown eyes, and her long black hair, like a waterfall, hung between her snow-white arms. She was like a sculpture. She didn't talk much in her spare time, and she didn't do any small movements to relieve boredom. Sometimes she seemed very boring. But beautiful people are like works of art. Even if they do nothing, they can still be pleasing to the eye. At this moment, a hint of surprise suddenly flashed in her cold eyes. She turned her head to look at Lothar and asked, "What did you do?" Lothar raised his head and pointed to a pile of gold coins on the table that had lost their golden color and turned dull. The gold inside had been completely drained out. "I just studied the Krypton gold system and upgraded you to level 10. I didn't expect it to be so expensive." After the first victory, his own level bar also moved up, and he was just one step away from being upgraded to level 2. But the effect of his upgrade was limited. The reason why the 6-star Squire was so powerful, in addition to its strong skills, was that it could gain 6 attribute points with each upgrade. As a lord, he could only gain 3 attribute points with each upgrade. Fortunately, if the intimacy between the lord and the squire was high enough, the lord could still use the squire's skills. In the future, he might not be able to beat the 6-star Squire, but his combat effectiveness would never be low. "You have limited money, so don't spend it on me. My current strength is enough for the time being. If I encounter a strong enemy, it's not too late to make a temporary upgrade." Prajna frowned. Throughout the ages, if you want to make a career, you can't do without money. Recruiting soldiers and purchasing equipment. Fully armed armored knights, if used properly on the battlefield, can easily defeat several times or even dozens of times the Magyar light cavalry encountered before. But the money spent on arming a knight is not a small amount even for a king. Lothar's face was full of smiles. If it weren't for the system prompting that the intimacy was rising, he would probably have taken it seriously. He followed suit and said, "Okay, that's all for now. When we conquer a territory in Jerusalem and make a lot of money, we will definitely give you. You have reached the maximum level." Prajna nodded slightly, "Thank you." Lasse said, "It's getting late, we have to continue our journey tomorrow, so go to bed early. Good night." "Yes." In the middle of the night, the streets suddenly became extremely quiet, and the sounds of insects and frogs disappeared completely, as if they had witnessed some terrifying giant creature and were too frightened to speak. Lasse, who was sleeping soundly, felt a strong sense of crisis in his heart, and the hairs on his body stood up. He opened his eyes and found Prajna standing by the window, staring out. He looked inquiring. Prajna shook her head, pointed outside the window, and motioned Lasse to come closer and take a look. Lasse came to the window, and when he saw this, he was immediately frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. In the streets outside the window, he saw a giant python as big as a train and covered with black scales, slowly crawling through the muddy road in the center of the town. A deep gully was left in the mud behind it. At this time, it seemed to have noticed the gazes of the two people, and its head, which was about to go away, was raised high, stretching in front of the two people on the second floor of the inn. Clang, the black ghost-faced shield was held upright in front of Prajna, and a terrifying breath of death floated up. Her black hair danced wildly, moving without wind. The terrifying momentum was like a storm, sweeping up all the furnishings in the room. It was the first time that Lasse saw that Prajna actually possessed such a terrifying power. For a moment, he could not believe that such awe-inspiring majesty could exist in her delicate body. The giant python's eyes, without any emotion, were like two large lanterns, confronting Prajna. Although it seemed that it had no emotional fluctuations, it actually regarded Prajna as a great enemy that could threaten it, and its scales began to move in a regular rhythm. For a long time, the giant python lowered its head and crawled away. Lasse breathed a sigh of relief. "It left?" Prajna nodded. "Well, it was not sure that it could defeat me, or even if it could defeat me, it was afraid that it would be seriously injured." "Prajna, you are so powerful." Prajna shook her head. "Actually, no, this giant python is very strong and I can't fight it now. The reason why it was scared away was because it was scared by my breath." Lothar nodded and said, "I understand. In the setting, the full level is the true state of the 6-star Squire. Recharging and upgrading is just unlocking the seal on the Squire. Even if the strength is not up to standard, the status is still there. What kind of monster is this? I don't know. Prajna shook her head, her tone was rarely solemn. It seems that this world is really not simple. Even though the giant python had been gone for a long time, Lothar still felt his heart beating violently. With his past and present lives, he had never seen such a terrifying beast before. How can such a large monster exist in this world? It's not just about its size. Prajna said in a deep voice, the most terrifying thing about it is that it contains an extremely powerful magic power, which is somewhat similar to some of my fellow warlocks. In the darkness, her eyes flashed with excitement. Maybe it is a witch. Witch? Is it transfiguration? Lothar guessed. Although he had never actually seen a witch, he had more or less heard of this kind of witchcraft from legendary novels and rumors in the market. Prajna asked, what is that? It is said that witches can transform into various horrible monsters by taking magic potions containing the blood of specific monsters to borrow their power, but at the same time they will gradually be consumed by the animal nature due to the transformation. Every once in a while, they will involuntarily turn into a monster. In fairy tales, the reason why Cinderella quickly left the prince's sight when it was almost 12 o'clock was because she was a witch who was proficient in transfiguration and was about to turn into a monster. Lothar frowned and said, of course, I'm just guessing. This world is strange to you, and it is the same to me. The original owner of this body was just a rich countryman. Prajna whispered, the unknown is interesting enough, which is a good thing. Lothar sighed, I would rather this world be a low magic world, where I can easily dominate with you, instead of having to be vigilant all the time about whether I will be cursed to death by the witch one day. Prajna pursed her lips and gave advice, then you have to work hard to summon a medical attendant. I can block physical damage for you, but I can't block invisible and intangible curses. Lothar said helplessly, this is not something I can decide. Although the system was created by me, the rules are set. I don't even have the authority to open a backdoor for myself. He looked out the window. The giant python had long disappeared, but the muddy traces left on the ground were still clear. Plop! Water drops fell. The air became humid, and the patter of raindrops soon fell. Lothar asked in surprise, it's raining? Could it be that the giant python used witchcraft to make it rain in order to cover up its traces? Prajna shook her head, I don't know, but it's possible. The next day. It was still rainy. The whole world seemed to have turned gray. Because it rained all night, the traces left by the giant python on the streets of the town had long been washed away. A group of people, 6 horses, left the inn early and walked on the muddy trails in the countryside. The robes and clothes on their bodies became damp because of this horrible weather. The knights under the countess were kind people. The 2 war horses she promised were Hungarian horses that the knights carefully selected from ordinary horses. It was said that they were bred from local horse breeds and Arabian horses. Although they were much shorter than Lothar's Nissen warhorse, they were also good warhorses. Lothar directly gave them to Prajna and Hans. Ryan and Motor did not feel resentful because of the latecomers. After all, they were not good at fighting on horseback, and riding warhorses was useless. Moreover, the former was suspected to be a witch and had a close relationship with the Lord. The latter was an elite knight with his own equipment, and they did not have the courage to complain. When Hans came here, he did not carry a lance or a warhorse, but that was because there was no picture of him in the portrait, which did not mean that he did not know how to ride and use a spear as a knight's squire. At this time, they saw a dense crowd moving forward in front of them. They were dressed in rags and brought their families with them. There were both gangster-like characters and mercenaries wearing chain mail. They were from all walks of life and had a complex composition. Lothar stopped a person and asked, "Where are you from and what are you doing?" The man said in fear and trepidation, reporting to the master, "We are farmers who are going to the Holy Land for pilgrimage. My companions and I are from the Brandenburg border area." "I see. Is this a new version of the Poor Crusade?" Lothar led the team and squeezed on the road. The civilians, who were dressed in ragged, dirty, and dusty clothes, consciously made way. The mud and water splashed by the horses' hooves flew onto the faces of the civilians on the roadside, but they dared not say anything. But Lothar immediately stopped this practice and signaled everyone to dismount and walk. In such a congested road, even riding a horse would not be fast, and the ordinary civilians did not dare to collide with the group of people, and consciously avoided them. From a large caravan with carriages in front, the panting of men and women could be heard from time to time, and soon a mercenary with a listless and cheerful expression came down with his pants held up. Ryan chuckled and said, "These are prostitutes who follow the team. It is more appropriate to describe them as prostitutes. They follow the pilgrims to earn tolls, and may eventually settle down in the cities along the way, or they may just stay there. follow them all the way to the Holy Land to wash away their sins. Lothar subconsciously asked, "Aren't you afraid of getting sick?" Ryan said with great joy, "Hey, wouldn't you get sick if you do it in a big city? These prostitutes follow the pilgrims, and they will be taxed less by the lords." Lothar was silent. Even the money earned from selling their bodies has to be taxed? Of course, and it's not low, plus the tithe, labor, and military service taxes, the new taxes invented by the lords for their own selfish desires. Ryan said here, his tone slightly paused, "My lord, your father is a kind-hearted lord, but most lords do not treat civilians as human beings." Lasse nodded. He glanced at Prajna and remembered the conversation he had with her that night. Since he was a time traveler, he had to do something in the face of this world. Even if he could not change the world, at least he had to make his subjects live happier in the future. On the roadside, people who were sick or too hungry to walk fell headfirst in the mud from time to time. Someone came to Lasse with a broken bowl and begged, "Honorable sir, please be merciful. My wife is about to starve to death. Please give me some grain." Others held up the crusaders' flags they had sewed and shouted, "Knights, we are also crusaders. Please let us follow you. We can be your servants and slaves, feed your livestock, and cultivate your fields." The old woman with tears on her face hugged her daughter, who was as thin as skin and bones, and begged, "Please take my daughter in. She is about to starve to death." Lothar was somewhat moved, but Model immediately reminded him in a low voice, "My lord, you can't help everyone." Lothar nodded, "Indeed, even if I can help for a while, I can't help for a lifetime. Giving a few silver coins and a few pieces of bread can't save lives. This kind of poor crusade led by poor priests may not even reach 1/3 of the Holy Land in the end. But we must do something." Lothar whispered, "Model, you go and give some food to that woman later. Others can help if they can. Give away half of the dry food we carry." He warned, "Remember, don't attract too much attention. If you attract other people to scramble for it, it will not be helping but hurting others." Someone pulled a fair-faced young man to the front of Nissen's warhorse and said flatteringly, "Sir Knight, there is nothing to play with those skinny little girls like matchsticks. Why not give it a try? Get out of here." The knight wearing a horned helmet raised his whip and shouted angrily, "How dare you sell such an unclean thing to my honorable lord? Do you want my lord to commit an unforgivable sin? In Catholic doctrine, homosexuality is a serious sin." The salesman was immediately horrified. He thought that this knight who looked equally brave should be Lothar's companion, but he never thought that he was a servant. In his eyes, Lothar's status was immediately elevated from a knight to a high-ranking noble. After all, it was impossible for a knight to be loyal to him. "Please forgive my sins, but he is not a man, but a who was castrated since childhood with the secret technique of the Eastern Empire court. He is not an unclean thing." The emperors of the Eastern Empire like to appoint eunuchs as their confidants to govern the country for them. The merchant was terrified. Eunuchs are regarded as the third gender in many places and are deeply loved by princes and nobles. But there are still many people who think that eunuchs are just incomplete men, and they despise and hate them deeply. Lothar waved at him, motioning for him to leave quickly. "Hans, don't get too excited. Eunuchs have existed for hundreds of years. In the Eastern Empire, there are even eunuchs who have served as patriarchs, which is a divine rank equal to His Holiness the Pope." He lowered his voice and said, "I am wondering whether you are a knight of God the Father, or a knight who only serves me and remains loyal even if I devote myself to the pagan devil." Lothar turned over and jumped on his mount, galloping forward. Hans's face under the helmet changed drastically. His lips lost color and trembled constantly. After a moment, he slowly rode his horse to catch up and said to Lothar, "My lord, I'm sorry, I may have integrated too well into this world. If there is really a heavenly Father in this world, you are still my creator and the only Lord I worship. Please forgive me for the rash decision I made for you. I will go find the merchant and buy the now." Lothar didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and said, "That's not necessary. I don't like and I don't have such a special interest, but I value your loyalty, Hans. A philosopher once said that if loyalty is not absolute, it is absolutely disloyal." Lothar said seriously. If he became a lord, he would inevitably have conflicts with the church. He could not let the church share half of his power, and he could not accept that the people were more loyal to the church than to him. Hans hurriedly said, "Please believe in my loyalty. My sword and lance were born for you and used for you." Prajna's faint voice sounded, "He didn't lie. Lothar, you don't have to worry about whether we are loyal or not. We exist because of you. Now, even if I hate you and despise you, I will still obey you and will never do anything to harm you." "I understand." Lasse nodded slightly, and then asked tentatively, "Prajna, do you hate me?" Prajna was stunned for a moment, frowned, and after a while, she said softly, "No. A smile suddenly appeared on Lothar's face. Hans followed behind him, his face full of regret and shame. Even General Prujna looked at His Excellency differently. I, a mere one-star attendant, dared to act on His Excellency's behalf. It was really an act of usurpation. The intimacy did not decrease but increased. Lothar patted Hans' shoulder with a strange expression, thinking that he might have mastered the essence of PUA. The crowd became more and more dense. A checkpoint manned by sergeants appeared in front of them. A knight rode on the back of a brown warhorse, holding the sword at his waist and shouting loudly. Pilgrims who have come from afar, ahead is Lienz, the territory of Lord Leopold of Babenberg. I am ordered by His Excellency to donate grain to you, but you must not go any deeper. A knightly competition is being held there, and many nobles and knights have gathered here. If you offend the nobles, you will be severely punished. Everyone, collect the grain and go south immediately. If our patrols meet you again, they will punish you cruelly. Lothar sighed, we've already reached Lienz. This place is already part of the Austrian frontier. This is the territory of the Babenberg family. Although Count Leopold, who rules here, is only a count in name, his authority and military strength far exceed those of ordinary counts. The Austrian frontier, in terms of size, may not even be comparable to ordinary duchies, but after all, it is located in the frontier, with many mountains and is very barren. Hans followed Lothar and whispered his loyalty, Sir, this place should belong to your family. Indeed. Austria has always been the base of the Habsburg family in history. Lothar shook his head and said, I heard my father mention that this Count Leopold is not easy to mess with. Moreover, the reason why the Habsburg family rose in history was not due to Austria. Although this is the base, it is not irreplaceable. Lothar had no intention of attacking Austria. The King of Bohemia and Henry the Lion had coveted this place for a long time. Even if he returned from the Holy Land, he would not rashly attack here. If he had a choice, he would rather open up the situation in the lowlands, where there is real prosperity. Lienz is a city built around a castle. The castle is in the center of the city and has the highest and strongest walls. On the outskirts of the city, there is only a layer of small low walls and chaotically arranged buildings, making it difficult for people to realize that this is already a city of considerable size. Outside the city gate, there were special servants doing registration. After seeing Lothar, he hurriedly greeted him, My lord, you are also here to participate in the knight's tournament. If you want to sign up, please follow me. The deadline is about to come. Lothar asked, What is the reward for the competition? The servant smiled and said, The winner will have the opportunity to win the favor of my master, Lord Leopold, and may be granted fiefdoms and honorary titles, as well as large sums of glittering coins and charming maids. The fiefdom was very tempting, but he had made up his mind and would not waver. As for the maid, there was no need for her. The only thing he needed was the wealth. Lothar nodded and said, My squire and I will both participate. You can take me to sign up. Squire? The servant was a little disdainful. Ha, my lord, don't underestimate this competition. There are quite a few knights with outstanding reputations, and the scale is no smaller than the last one held in Vienna. If it were just a squire, he might not be able to withstand it and be beaten to death. Squires are generally unarmored, but knights have to provide their own armor for the knight competition. Don't underestimate my squire. Lothar pointed at Hans, he is fully armored and has great martial arts skills. Even many official knights are no match for him. If he hadn't made any achievements yet, I would have canonized him as a real knight long ago. While signing up, he said to Ryan behind him, Ryan, I need 4 lances made of white beech, 2 lances made of apple wood, and a well-made kite shield for Hans, which should be covered with leather or iron. White beech lances are brittle and easy to break, so they are most suitable for use in competitions. The applewood lance is much tougher and suitable for use on the battlefield. After receiving the order, Ryan immediately took the purse and left. Hans said excitedly, My lord, I will never embarrass you. The servant was surprised, he is actually a squire. With this set of armor, he looks more like a knight than a real knight. He quickly wrote down the names of the 2 men on the registration paper. Hans had no last name, so he borrowed Habsburg's last name. You two, the competition will start on time this afternoon at the hunting ground outside the city. Lienz was very lively. At least it was very lively today. The taverns, weapon shops, and blacksmith shops were crowded with people. Knights, nobles, ladies, and more slaves, holding various banners and wearing colorful clothes, filled the small town. Lothar and his party settled down in the inn for the time being. Mordell squatted in front of the fireplace, drying everyone's clothes that were soaked by the continuous drizzle. Ryan completed his mission perfectly, bringing back the lances and shields that Lothar and Hans needed, and supervised the guys in the backyard as the guys in the blacksmith shop nailed shoes for the two newly acquired Hungarian horses. Lothar held a bowl of steaming oatmeal porridge and sipped it. Hans wiped the lance he had just received, and his expression was obviously a little nervous. Like Lothar, he was just a squire before and had never really been on the battlefield. So, although his martial arts skills were quite good in terms of attributes, he was not tested, which made people a little lack of confidence. The specific time of the competition was not announced, but in the afternoon, almost everyone in the city began to flock to the hunting ground outside the city. They naturally knew that the competition was about to begin. The hunting ground was for the private use of the lord. Private hunting was a crime, and the crime could be serious or minor. Strict lords would even execute the people who poached. Many lords regarded civilians as livestock that were only worthy of eating grains, and only meat-eaters like nobles were worthy of being called human beings. Lothar and his party followed the crowd all the way to the hunting ground. It was already crowded. In the center of the hunting ground, the wooden stands built around the competition field were quite magnificent, like the ancient imperial arena. Count Leopold's seat was at the top. From left to right, there were hung the eagle shield of the Great Germania Empire and the red and white shield of the Babenberg family. On both sides were surrounding stands, arranged from top to bottom. In the Middle Ages, when most athletic competitions were held in very simple venues, this was equivalent to a large stadium that could accommodate tens of thousands of people. Loss aside with emotion, this Count Leopold is also an ambitious man. It is said that this Count Leopold also intends to participate in this round of crusades, but due to the emperor's face, it is still in the preparation stage for the time being. A few years ago, the emperor and the pope were fighting fiercely. The struggle between imperial power and religious power was almost in a white-hot stage. The emperor was jealous of a group of clergy who were rich enough to rival a country and try to reduce the power of the clergy. The pope wanted to gather a group of princes loyal to theocracy and go to war with the Hohenstaufen family. Although the fight did not break out later due to various factors, the pope also excommunicated the emperor. Even though both sides are willing to ease the tension now, some small and medium-sized feudal lords still dare not act on their own before the pope restores the emperor's religious membership. Although Greater Germania is loose, the emperor still has his authority. After all, as the head of the Hohenstaufen family, the Swabian territory owned by Emperor Henry was also one of the four major states in the empire: Swabia, Saxony, Franconia, and Bavaria, and was very powerful. At the same time, he was the most powerful feudal lord in the empire. Of course, to be honest, Bohemia was the most powerful state in the empire, but Bohemia was mainly inhabited by Slavs and had always been outside the power center of the empire. The reason why Lothar said that Count Leopold was an ambitious person can be seen from the scale of the competition he held this time. In fact, most knight competitions do not have prizes. The champion will gain fame and honor, which is the biggest reward. And the winner of each duel can ask for a ransom from the loser, or get the opponent's armor and horse as a reward, just like winning a real war. Therefore, holding a knight competition is often a good thing for the lord. And the knights can also show their personal bravery, whether it is to attract the attention of the lord, stand out from the landless knight, and transform themselves into a fief knight, or to gain fame, make yourself famous, and then wait for a price. It is a good thing. It can be said that the knight competition is a large-scale job fair, an event that almost every knight has participated in. Unfortunately, Lothar's father, Count Werner of Argau, was too poor. He could not afford to support more knights, so he never held a competition to recruit knights. Therefore, to date, Lothar has not really participated in this kind of entertainment activity that was popular among medieval noble knights. Of course, the knight competition is also a very dangerous activity. There are rarely no casualties in the previous competitions. Even if the white beech lance that is easy to break and the round blunt sword head are used, it is still easy to cause casualties and lifelong disability in a real fight, especially for the poor knights who do not have complete armor, whose family has fallen into decline and only have a set of ancestral armor that can be called antiques. Often, the weak points of his armor will be found by the enemy at a glance and given a fatal blow. But they still flock to it, hoping to be valued by the feudal lord and recruit themselves as fief knights. Motor said excitedly, "My lord, I heard that foot soldiers like us can also participate in the competition." Lothar shook his head. "It's better not to. Only knights can kill knights. If you accidentally kill a knight, you may have to pay with your life." These words immediately poured cold water on Motor. At this time, melodious singing came from the crowd. The bard from the north of Albion, holding a lute in his arms, sang and danced. These Celts living on the island seemed to be born to be dancers who can sing and dance. They sang some timeless famous songs. Occasionally, they would improvise. A bard saw Prajna wearing a veil, and his eyes lit up. He played the lute and danced on the side. Ah, the black-haired beauty from the east, she walks side by side with our brave knights. While singing, he showed a flattering smile and stretched out his hand to Lothar. Lothar smiled helplessly and motioned Ryan to put the coin in the other's palm. Prajnaparamita, she looked at the scene with a calm expression. She was a master of expression management. Just looking at her eyes, one could not see any psychological fluctuations. A huge long table was filled with delicious dishes, roasted pheasants, peacocks, even swans, all kinds of game, and large bottles of fine wine, all for the guests to enjoy. It was very much like a buffet in later times. Some knights and their companions were already drunk and ran to the stands, dancing wildly to the singing of the bards. Under the earl's stand, in the center of the arena, there was a long baffle, surrounded by a simple wooden fence. When the competition began, the knights would enter the arena on both sides of the baffle and then fight, in order to avoid the collision of war horses and cause irreparable damage. In the stands, many noble ladies had already arrived first. They whispered to each other and looked at the knights who appeared on the arena. Some noble ladies did not hide their favor for some knights in the arena, throwing them winks and garlands. Many noble couples who got together through political marriages rarely restricted each other's behavior, which made both parties unrestrained even though they were married. If these noble ladies took a fancy to a knight, it was said that they would not only invite him as their lover, but also provide him with money to buy equipment, and even develop him into a long-term lover. In front, a knight with painted bird feathers on his head, like a peacock trying to spread its tail and courting a mate, was waving his hand to the stands. He was handsome and had fair skin, which immediately attracted a large number of noble ladies to scream. Participating in the tournament and winning the favor of the noble ladies and young ladies on the stands in order to obtain funding or even free was also the pursuit of knights. Lothar keenly noticed that in the crowd, a knight wearing old armor looked at a young lady on the stands. The young lady's eyes were full of worry, while the knight's face was full of determination. Obviously, this was a love story between a down-and-out knight and a noble lady. Once a knight can win a match, or stand out and win favor, he will have the hope of marrying the noble lady. But Lothar didn't think he had much hope. A set of fine armor can enable a knight like Lothar to fight 10 people alone in a battle with the nomadic cavalry of the Magyars. Armor and no armor, fine armor and old armor, are two completely different concepts. The competitions of this era are really interesting, Lothar said with emotion. Hans, have you participated in similar activities? Hans shook his head and said, the competitions of our era have turned into social performances. The knights dress up like pheasants, and there is no need to fight at all. He was also dazzled and excited. He had begun to imagine that in such a scene, he could easily defeat the enemy and win the applause of the whole audience. Look, the Earl is here. Someone shouted excitedly. People were boiling immediately. In this era of lack of entertainment, they were extremely grateful to the generous Earl for spending so much money to provide them with such a lively event. Count Leopold was a young man with short curly hair, a red beard, and pale skin. He looked no more than 30 years old. Today he wore a purple-red smock and a golden belt. The servants carried his red cloak behind him and followed him to the throne. He stood in front of the seat and put his hand on the scabbard inlaid with gold and ivory at his waist, which made him look more noble and extraordinary. Lasse sighed in his heart, although they are both counts, if Count Werner stood with Count Leopold, he would look like a country rich man even if he was covered with treasures he brought back from the Holy Land. This era is not the more developed the further west you go. On the contrary, both the Eastern Empire and the Ayyubid Empire in Egypt are regarded as fertile lands. Count Leopold of Vienna, who controls the land trade hub between Western Europe and the Eastern Empire, is powerful. The person who came to the stage right after Count Leopold was not the Countess. Instead, it was a mysterious woman wearing a shawl-like brown hood and a bright red luxurious long dress, revealing only her white jaw. Someone in the audience whispered, "This lady is said to be a witch consultant hired by the Earl." Some people claimed to have seen her in the Emperor's bedroom. Someone looked dissatisfied. How can such a dissolute woman sit on a higher position than us? Keep your voice down, she's a witch. I heard that the Emperor's most trusted Earl of the Palace offended a witch and was immediately turned into a mouse by the evil woman. In the end, it was the Emperor who stepped in and made her turn the Earl back into a human. There were whispers in my ears. Although I thanked Earl Leopold for holding this grand event, people were still dissatisfied with his favoritism towards witches. Prajna suddenly said, "Her breath is familiar." Familiar? Lasse was startled. As if she had sensed something, the woman on the stage immediately glanced over after she sat down. Lothar lowered his head quickly, and a guess suddenly occurred to him. Are you talking about the giant python we saw last night? Yes. Prajna nodded slightly. She recognized me, but she probably thought I was a fellow witch. We should keep our distance. Yes. Lothar nodded, but he still felt uncomfortable. Fighting under the nose of a lioness who could kill you at any time, even if he knew that the lioness would not jump down and eat him, he still felt uncomfortable. Count Leopold raised his hand and pressed it lightly, signaling everyone to be quiet. Then, he made a cross in front of him and recited devoutly, "Knights, nobles, and freemen, praise the Father. Forever and ever, Amen." People recited devoutly. Leopold said in a deep voice, "Thank you warriors for giving me face in rushing here. The evil heresy from the east has threatened the safety of the Holy Land. As the Knights of God, we must follow the example of our ancestors, raise the flag of the crusade again, and launch an expedition to the east. But I have a reason not to go on the expedition for the time being. I only hope to support more warriors who are loyal to God. In this competition, no matter whether you win or lose, anyone who is willing to participate in the Eastern expedition will receive 100 dinars as travel expenses. Now, please show us your bravery, knights. In addition to supporting the Crusaders, I also intend to select a personal knight. Not only will I give him the Vienna forest as his fiefdom, but I will also entrust him with other important tasks." When the knights heard this, they were immediately excited. Not to mention that they were tempted, even some of the barons present were eager to try. Vienna Forest is a mountain town. Although it is far from being comparable to the wealthy Vienna, it is still a town, equivalent to a hen that lays golden eggs. Praise the Father, praise the great and generous Prince Leopold. Lasse secretly sighed. What a generous act, a fief of a city, just given out as soon as he said it. I guess only the Austrian frontier count who is still expanding his territory can do this. Can have such a hand. In the whole Greater Germania, except for this one, even the emperor of the Hohenstaufen family can't use a city as a prize for the knightly competition, right? The competitions were staged one after another. Each contestant drew lots to fight against the enemy. The winner advanced to the next round, and the loser was directly eliminated. Lothar watched in the stands for a long time, and an idea came to his mind. That's it? The level of these knights is uneven, but as of now, Lothar has not felt that there is an opponent who can make him feel obviously pressured. He was a little surprised. Am I too strong, or are these knights too weak? The slave who was similar to the announcer shouted. The next one to fight is Lothar von Habsburg of Argau and Abelardo Medici of Tuscany. Medici? Isn't this the illustrious family that ruled Florence for hundreds of years and later generations? Lothar's heart trembled, and he immediately stood up, calling Ryan to help him hold his equipment, and led his mount to prepare for entry. Lothar entered the arena obviously earlier. After waiting for a long time, his opponent finally arrived. He was wearing a blue smock with white irises, riding on a tall horse, waving to the audience in the stands frequently, and warm cheers rang out around him. Obviously, the name Abelardo has a high degree of popularity. On the contrary, Lothar seems a little unknown. Habsburg, which family is this? Argau, the poor country in Switzerland? Don't talk nonsense, the Count is a powerful figure, and His Majesty the Emperor favors him and even invited him to be the commander-in-chief of the Imperial Army. What's the point? He is powerful, but it doesn't mean his son is also powerful, not to mention that he is the second son. Abelardo is a powerful knight named after Abelardo, a famous general who once followed Charlemagne. He once swept all the competitions in Lombardy. If he had not been unruly by nature, he would have been a vassal under some prince long ago. The buzzing discussion made Prajna frown a little. It's too early for you to make a decision. If victory or defeat is determined by fame, the rest of the people might as well admit defeat as soon as Abelardo takes the stage. Oh, what do you know, woman? Someone said disdainfully. For a knight, fame represents strength. He looked at Prajna with disdain. The expression on his face froze. Even though she was wearing a veil, just looking at Prajna's eyebrows, one could tell that she was definitely a peerless beauty. He immediately changed his tune and said, Miss, what you said actually makes sense. I am the knight Melgen from Lorraine. Miss, are you interested in the knight's competition? Do you want me to explain it to you in detail? Prajna refused bluntly, no need. Melgen wanted to pester, Miss, I am also a very powerful knight. I once won the second place in the knight competition held by the Duke of Lower Lorraine. Prajna frowned, slightly exerted force on the hand holding the railing, and then loosened it, leaving a deep dent on it, and even the fingerprints were clearly visible. Melgen's face turned pale instantly. He had seen people who could break and crush such a thick wooden railing, but he never thought that there would be someone in the world who could leave 4 clearly visible fingerprints on it. I'm sorry to bother you, ma'am, please forgive my intrusion. Prajna waved her hand and drove him away like a fly. Abelardo's expression was not arrogant, but his eyes were extremely aggressive. He looked up and down at Lhasa, as if a wolf was aiming at its prey. "Is your armor made by a great craftsman in Milan? I don't recognize your emblem, but I know that the armor made by this craftsman is very fine. But unfortunately, it and your mount will belong to me." Abelardo's silver-gray eyes were full of coldness and disdain. He had won the title of champion knight in the knights competition many times. Obviously, he did not take Lothar, a newcomer who was unknown to the world, took him seriously. "I hope your ability is as tough as your words." Lothar's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a mocking smile. He knew that the other party was a proud person, and using such a tone and expression would most anger the other party. And anger would make people lose their reason. However, the knight's eyes were still full of calmness and coldness. The two emotions were perfectly blended together, and they were not affected by Lothar at all. They were confident and cautious. This was a very powerful opponent. He took the lance and shield from the squire, put on the helmet, and said, "Let's start quickly. If I defeat you soon, I will also dedicate this insignificant honor to a lady who is watching the ceremony." After that, he pulled down his mask. Lothar put on the barrel helmet, raised the lance and kite-shaped shield, and told Ryan to prepare a replacement lance, then urged the warhorse and trotted forward. Abelardo took the lead in speeding up and launched a charge. He used his shield to protect the weak point of his armor, and the lance in his hand shook slightly from side to side. While charging, he was still keenly observing Lothar's weaknesses. Crack, accompanied by a cracking sound. Two lances pierced the opponent's shield at the same time. Lothar felt a huge force coming, and the whole person was thrown down directly. The opponent was not feeling well either, and both of them fell off their horses at the same time. But falling off the horse did not mean the end of the battle. Abelardo immediately wanted to turn over and get back on the horse, but Lothar did the opposite. He drew the armed sword at his waist and rushed towards Abelardo. In terms of riding skills, he was not the opponent's opponent. But in terms of strength, he was better than the opponent. Facing such an enemy, it is necessary to play to one's strengths and avoid one's weaknesses. Swish! Lothar's armed sword cut a hole in the opponent's blouse, and then got stuck in the lock ring of the armor, unable to move forward. In film and television works, armor is often as fragile as thin paper. But if they really fight, they will find that a knight wearing a set of fine armor is simply an indestructible heavy tank. Abelardo had to give up the idea of remounting his horse and drew his half-sword to fight Lothar. The two fought for more than 10 rounds, and sparks flew on the blades. They were evenly matched and neither could do anything to the other. Leopold was very excited and ordered his servants to separate the two men. He said, "You two have performed very well. There is no need to decide the winner at this time. Just advance both of you and decide who is better in the final battle later." The two had to stop fighting and retreated to the outside of the field. Lothar took off his bucket helmet and chain mail hood and let out a long breath. Ryan immediately handed him a pottery jar filled with clear water for him to drink. Motor said respectfully, "My lord, this knight Abelardo is very powerful. You are still young, so it is best not to fight him head-on." Lothar nodded. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. If I can't win, I will surrender decisively. Model and Ryan's honor and disgrace all depend on him, so naturally they don't want him to fight with his opponent in the arena." He walked to Prajna and asked in a low voice, "Will it be too boring?" Prajna nodded slightly and said, "It's a bit." With Prajna's strength, watching the knights tournament is like watching ants fighting. "Wait for me." Under her puzzled gaze, Lothar walked straight to the long table filled with a variety of food not far away, and returned leisurely after a while. Prajna suddenly felt something stuffed in her palm. She looked down and saw that it was a handful of hazelnuts. Lothar explained, "Eat some, just to relieve boredom." Prajna is not a human in the strict sense. But she can also eat human food, but it doesn't matter whether she eats more or less. She doesn't need to replenish energy through such a primitive way as eating. Prajna did not refuse. She peeled a hazelnut kernel and put it into her mouth, nodding slightly. "Not bad, you should go and have a rest. There will be other opponents next, and you need to maintain good physical strength." "Okay." Lhasa nodded. The competition continued. From time to time, the bodies of knights and horses were carried out of the arena. Lothar's opponent in the second round was the poor knight who had exchanged glances with the noble lady in the stands off the field. Not only did he wear a cheap ridged helmet on his head, but his smock was also washed white, and there were even faint rust spots on the rings on his armor. Although his martial arts were not bad, Lothar still defeated him easily. He did not have the idea of helping others, because he was sure that even if he deliberately lost to this poor knight, this person would still be eliminated in the next battle. The opponent in the next round might not be as kind as himself. The possibility of this poor knight bleeding on the spot was too high. He obviously understood this truth and thanked sincerely, "Thank you for your mercy." Lothar shook his head, "You're welcome, but forgive me for being blunt, you should at least get a decent set of armor before participating in the competition." The poor knight looked bitter. "I had hoped to defeat a wealthy knight in the first round so that I could use his armor, but unfortunately my opponent was also a landless knight like me. In short, don't take such a risk. The arena is sometimes more cruel to you than the battlefield. In the chaotic battlefield, even a peasant soldier wearing cloth and holding a dung fork may kill a noble knight, but in the arena, this can never be done." The poor knight sighed. These words compared him to a lowly peasant soldier, which was tantamount to humiliation in the eyes of some self-righteous knights. But he could understand the well-intentioned advice. Moreover, for a knight without a fiefdom and in poverty, he never thought that he was really more noble than the peasant soldiers working in the fields. "Thank you for your advice. I am Ned Stark from Holstein. After the tournament, I will give the ransom to your squire." Lothar waved his hand and said, "No need. You should keep the money for yourself and buy a decent armor. Your martial arts are good, but it is the equipment that is holding you back." He glanced at the noble lady in the stands, who was holding a handkerchief with a worried look on her face, and said meaningfully, "May God bless you and make your wishes come true." Such an opponent is easy to deal with, but there is nothing to be gained. Forcing people to spend all their money and squeeze out a little money as a ransom is not in line with his values. "Thank you for your generosity." Ned was full of gratitude. "May God bless you, a man of high moral character, so that you can achieve success and everything will go smoothly." Lothar waved his hand and left the tournament directly. As time went by, the sky became brighter. The dark clouds in the sky gradually dissipated, revealing the dazzling sun. Lothar encountered many opponents again. Church knights from Cologne, monk knights from a small knight order, and noble knights like Abelardo who pursued honor and had a lot of money. They came from Lombardy, Gaul, Albion, and Germania. This knight competition almost gathered knights from half of the Christian world. Among them, there were quite a few. Some of them had the same goal as Lothar, and were ready to go to Venice to take a ship, or go by land through the Eastern Empire to the Holy Land to participate in the Eastern expedition. The only thing missing was the knights from Iberia, which was still at the forefront of the reconquest. Although the power of the Moors had been somewhat sluggish, a lean camel was bigger than a horse, and they had the support of Morocco and other countries behind them. It was already the front line of the Crusades, and it was unrealistic to withdraw much force to the Holy Land. After several rounds of fighting and watching the battle, Lothar had to admit that in most cases, the richer the knight, the stronger he was. There were 2 wealthy knights from Lombardy who had even put on half-body plate armor, which was very rare in this era, not historical facts, and the opponents could hardly break their defense. Even if the factor of equipment was excluded, wealthy knights were still generally more powerful. On the one hand, they usually ate more meat and had stronger physiques. On the other hand, they could also hire better and more expensive knight coaches and swordsmanship coaches, or simply had a long family history and inherited some martial arts. The poor are good at literature and the rich are good at martial arts. This is the same principle in ancient and modern times, both in China and abroad. Fortunately, Lothar's father, Count Werner, was a knight with excellent martial arts skills. In addition, he won a lot of wealth from the Crusades, so Lothar could barely be classified as a rich knight. Finally, there were fewer and fewer contestants. Lothar's rest time was getting shorter and shorter. Often, not long after he defeated his opponent and left the field, he would return to the battlefield after 2 or 3 rounds. He felt like a bow, and the bowstring was getting tighter and tighter. Hans still had too little combat experience. Although his attributes were not weak, he still lost after defeating 3 opponents. Fortunately, the opponent did not have too much advantage. After defeating him, he could not pursue the victory and could only barely stand, so there was no room for ransom. Hans won 3 times and won 30 sols gold coins of different qualities. The losers were all wealthy and decided to pay money to redeem their soulmates' mounts and precious armor. But Lothar's luck was far worse. Most of his opponents were poor people who stumbled in with their martial arts and luck. Even if they won, the ransom they could earn was very limited. Lothar even received a black and silver dinar coin, which showed that the silver content was very small. But he finally accepted the other party's offer. He didn't want to be too stingy and strip off the old armor of ordinary quality from his opponent, which would make the scene too ugly. A reputation for generosity is very important for a knight. If you are too stingy, it is easy for the knights and bards present to spread nicknames such as the Jew of Argao and Shylock of Argao. Of course, it was not yet the Renaissance, and the classic book The Merchant of Venice had not been published. By the penultimate game, both Lothar and his opponent had reached the point of being exhausted. Limited by the consumption of physical energy, both of them lost the confidence to fight quickly and could only clash with weapons, shields, and even bodies again and again. Finally, Lothar caught an oversight of his opponent. With a shield strike, he knocked the opponent's shield away. He used the hilt of his sword to hit the opponent's helmet with his backhand, which shocked the opponent. He then took off his helmet and knocked him unconscious with a headbutt. Finally, he won. Probably because there was no blood, the experience points Lothar gained from defeating these knights were pitifully small. But he was not far from level 2. Defeating this man successfully pushed the experience bar up the last step. In an instant, he felt that his originally exhausted physical strength became full again. The whole person's state was instantly replenished. Even the fatigue accumulated from several days of hard travel was vented. Lothar raised the sword in his hand and saluted the people watching the game. People also responded with warm applause. They were full of goodwill towards this young man who had won all the way to the finals and was very generous and reduced the ransom of many poor knights. After this competition, even if Lothar failed to win the title of champion knight, he would have successfully made the name of Lothar and Argo resound throughout the borders of Eastern Europe. If Lothar is crowned as a lord in Jerusalem someday, although he will not have countless knights coming to serve him with just a wave of his hand, he will be much stronger than an unknown person. As for the 3 newly acquired attribute points, Lothar will definitely not consider adding them to his spirit. Although increasing his spirit can also improve his reflexes and mental resistance, the most important thing is the mana bar. He does not have any active skills, so it is useless to have a mana bar. In addition, strength is also excluded. As a knight, he mainly relies on horsepower when charging, and his attack power is more than enough. However, when fighting on foot, even if he has more strength, it is difficult to cut through the enemy's armor. On the one hand, it is physical strength, and on the other hand, it is endurance. But endurance mainly improves defense. Even if Lothar adds all 3 attribute points to endurance, the toughness of his skin is difficult to compare with the solid armor. Moreover, Lothar has not been able to extract a healing squire. With the poor medical level of this era, a cold or a plague may kill him. The most important thing for him now is to save his life. So he invested all 3 of his newly acquired attribute points into the physical strength column. If Lothar's physical strength of 8 points before could only be said to be in line with the basic level of a powerful knight, then the current 11 points means that he has begun to exceed the scope of humans. Ordinary diseases can no longer work on him. If it were an injury that would kill an ordinary person, it would only be a serious injury to him. Not only that, the 11 points of physical strength made him feel that his energy was becoming more and more surging, and he seemed to have endless energy and wanted to vent it immediately. In the stands, the witch consultant next to Count Leopold took a deep look at Lothar. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, but she didn't say anything, but cast her eyes on Prajna. She attributed the changes in Lothar to Prajna, a powerful witch who she thought was at the same level as her. She didn't wonder why such a powerful witch would commit herself to a small knight, because witches are emotional animals. It is not uncommon to become blind for love. After Lothar left the court, Abelardo appeared again. This knight who had won the title of champion knight many times in Lombardy was indeed a master who should not be underestimated. He easily made it to the finals. Even the 2 knights who were wearing half-body plate armor and looked like tin cans were defeated by him through exquisite tactics. As expected of the user of the name of Abelardo, the famous general who once followed Charlemagne, Abelardo was in a state of crushing the whole time. The gap was really too big. Abelardo obviously has more experience in participating in competitions and is better at conserving physical strength than young people like Knight Lothar. It seems that there is no suspense in the finals. This Abelardo will once again win the honorary title of champion knight. It's a pity that the knight competition held by my great Germania actually allowed a Lombard to win the highest honor. Lothar frowned. It's not that he was dissatisfied with people's lack of confidence in him. After all, Abelardo was a predecessor who once swept the competitions in the Lombard city-states and was invincible. It was normal for him to be inferior to him. Without the blessing of the system, the original owner would have been just a knight with good talent, far from being gifted. However, after so many battles, Abelardo's physical strength is still so abundant, which is really puzzling. There are many ways to conserve physical strength, but this person uses a half-hand sword, which is very powerful. Even if he has mastered some special skills, he should not be so comfortable. It's okay that I'm cheating, but how can you, an ordinary knight, be so durable? Lothar frowned. The situation on the field is still one-sided. Abelardo's opponent has obviously consumed a lot of physical strength. Facing Abelardo's violent attack like a storm, he can only parry. Soon he saw a flaw and knocked the armed sword in his hand away. Abelardo wins. Because the opponent lost too quickly, Lothar only had time to drink a sip of water, and then he got back on the horse with the help of Ryan and Model. He took over the white beech lance from the opponent he defeated before. The two he bought before had been broken in the previous battle. He held up a zither-shaped shield with a standing lion emblem. After a round of competition, this ironclad shield was already scarred and full of holes pierced by lances. But he could not replace the trophy shields he got from other knights. There were their exclusive emblems on them. It was dishonorable to use such shields before they were erased. Moreover, the condition of those shields was not much better than the one in Lothar's hand. But Abelardo was different. He had more experience and had already prepared a replacement shield. His emblem was 9 scattered gold beads, and the paint might have been mixed with gold powder. Under the reflection of the sun, it reflected a dazzling brilliance. The announcer shouted, "Next, it is the key moment to witness the birth of the champion knight. The knight Lothar from Argo will have the final battle with Abelardo from Tuscany. God the Father, he will watch these two warriors and win the final honor. Amen." Amid the cheers of the people, the two slowly entered the venue. "You didn't disappoint me by making it to the end." Abelardo raised his lance and pointed it at Lothar. "But unfortunately, I won't have any chance to win in the next battle. If you have enough strength, you can admit defeat in time to avoid irreparable damage." Lasse's voice came from under the barrel helmet, sounding a little muffled. "I also send this message to you. Admit defeat early to avoid damage." Both of them have no backing. Abelardo is from the Medici family in Tuscany and is the second son of the family. In essence, he is just a landless knight who wanders around outside, but he is more famous. The same is true for Lasse. He knows Count Argao, and he won't be too heartbroken even if he dies. This is a person who values family interests above all else, and he will never act on impulse and do something to Abelardo. After all, being killed in the arena is an open duel, and no one can find fault with it. If someone wants to retaliate, it will be an act that will be despised by the entire aristocratic world. Then let's start. Abelardo knocked on the shield with his lance, squeezed his heels against the horse's belly, and shouted violently, "Alas! Gee!" Lothar also sped up his horse. The arena was limited, and the two men didn't have much time to speed up their horses or launch a fierce charge. They could only make their mounts run faster to increase the power of the charge. Bang! The two lances penetrated the opponent's shield at the same time. The horses let out a mournful cry as they could not bear the heavy burden, and the tremendous force directly threw the two men out. Lothar felt as if his whole body was falling apart, and his chest, which was stabbed by the opponent's lance, was in great pain. It was not just a minor bruise, and he was afraid that even his ribs were broken. On the other hand, although Abelardo was also hit by the lance in Lothar's hand, he quickly stood up again, raised the knight's sword in his hand, and responded to the cheers from the field as if he had already won. "Abelardo! Abelardo!" People cheered Abelardo's name crazily, as if witnessing a rising star. A smile appeared on Abelardo's face under his helmet. He had never chosen to be loyal to a certain lord, just waiting for the price. Obviously, Leopold's generosity successfully conquered him. Prajna, standing in the stands, clutched the wooden railings, and a rare coldness appeared in his expression. Hans, Ryan and Model also shouted anxiously, "My lord, are you okay? We admit defeat, quickly carry our lord out." Lothar slowly climbed up, leaning on the armed sword in his hand. He shook his head at the anxious crowd, signaling them not to make rash decisions. He looked down at his chest, where the robe had been punctured, revealing the deformed chain mail underneath. Chain mail has strong defense against slashing and stabbing, but it cannot prevent blunt injuries. If his physical strength had not been improved to an inhuman level, he would probably have completely lost his combat effectiveness. The people in the stands also noticed this scene, and the cheers gradually subsided, replaced by waves of surprised discussions. Abelardo looked at Lothar and asked in confusion, "Do you want to continue? You are not my opponent. You have done very well to hold on until now." Several people who were watching the fun clamored, "Come on, Lothar, beat this Tuscan pretty boy. Don't lose face for the big German, come on." Only two people are left to compete for the title of champion knight. They have become the focus of everyone's attention. The things surrounding the knight's arena, such as bows and arrows, foot combat, javelin throwing and other competitions, no one had watched them for a long time. Everyone gathered here, making all kinds of cheers in French, Latin, and German. Lothar didn't say anything. His breathing became extremely heavy under the barrel helmet. He clenched the sword and shield in his hands, came to Abelardo, and knocked the shield in his hand with the sword. The meaning was self-evident. "I don't understand, it's better for everyone to end it early." Abelardo sighed lightly, but since you insist, then continue. I will let you know what kind of existence the champion knight who has won 12 consecutive victories in the arena is. Ka! He directly stepped over the wooden baffle that was used to separate the two sides of the arena and came to Lothar. He chopped down with a sword. The sharp weapon cut through the air, with a whistling sound, and hit the shield in Lothar's hand. Lothar blocked the sword, and his fingers holding the shield and wearing chain mail gloves were numb. I only felt that Abelardo's strength at this time was at least half that of the first battle. He had definitely concealed his strength before. Clang, the sound of steel colliding rang out. Lothar's counterattack was directly blocked by Abelardo's half-hand sword. Do you feel it? This is my true strength. A hoarse voice came from under Abelardo's helmet. He simply discarded the shield in his hand, held the half-hand sword with both hands, raised it above his head, and when Lothar saw the opportunity and rushed up, he chopped it down on his head, cutting off one side of Lothar's iron-hooped kite-shaped shield. Lothar also discarded the useless shield and tried to calm his violent breathing. His eyes followed the gap in the barrel helmet and stared at the opponent's movements. The next moment, Abelardo swung his sword forward again. Lothar held the blade in one hand and the hilt in the other, and held the armed sword horizontally in front of him to block the attack. Taking advantage of the opponent's unstable footing, he kicked out and kicked the opponent's waist, causing him to stagger a few steps back. Lothar finally got the chance to counterattack, so he naturally took advantage of the situation and rushed forward, taking advantage of the fact that the opponent's half-hand sword was more suitable for slashing than stabbing, and rushed into the opponent's arms. Then, a series of headbutts made both of them dizzy. But just when they were almost fighting face to face, Lothar suddenly found that in the gap of the opponent's helmet, there was a pair of pupils erected, like a beast's terrifying eyes. Lothar's eyes subconsciously revealed horror. Abelardo also immediately realized something, turned over and overturned Lothar, raised the long sword in his hand and wanted to stab Lothar through the gap of the helmet. He was going to use a killing move. Lothar was horrified, and tried his best to break free from the restraint of the opponent's one hand and avoid this assassination. The sharp half-hand sword pierced into the mud of the arena next to his cheek. Lothar raised his legs and kicked Abelardo, who was pressing him, away. He rode on his opponent with his backhand and suppressed him with his own weight. At this point in the battle, the two knights were fighting like gangsters. But knowledgeable knights knew that at this point, life and death were at stake. In the stands, the red-haired witch was in the shadow under her hood, with her lips slightly curled up, and Count Leopold looked regretful. He said to the witch, Knight Lothar and Knight Abelardo are both outstanding talents, but it is a pity that the Heavenly Father wants them to decide the winner today. Crack! Abelardo, who fell to the ground, grasped the sharp blade that Lothar had stabbed down with both hands. The armor plates of the chainmail gloves stuck the blade of Lothar's arming sword in between, preventing it from moving forward. Good, very good, you succeeded in angering me. When the audience in the stands thought that the situation was about to reverse and Lothar was going to turn defeat into victory, Abelardo suddenly exerted force, his muscles swelled, becoming as hard as granite, and flipped Lothar, who was riding on him, out. He immediately stood up and wanted to take back his half-sword that was stuck in the mud. But Lothar would never give him this opportunity. His strong physical strength made him quickly get up from the ground, and with a violent collision, he threw Abelardo to the side. He held the hilt and tip of the arming sword with both hands, trying to pierce the gap in Abelardo's barrel helmet. But this man was faster, with his arms protecting his chest, resisting the sword, and then twisting his hands to hold Lothar's blade, twisting it in two. Get out of my way! He roared at the top of his lungs. Bang! Lothar was kicked out by Abelardo again. Both of them were now barehanded. The breathing under the barrel helmet sounded like a bellows. Lothar noticed that Abelardo had become taller than before. The loose robe was now bulging, and he was a little hunched, but still looked like a little giant. What the hell are you? Lothar's tone was a little serious. Abelardo sneered, guess. The noise outside prevented others from hearing the conversation on the field. Lothar did not raise his arms to shout and reveal the other party's true identity. Just a glimpse, he had no way to determine what kind of monster the other party was. Even if he was 100% sure that the other party was not a normal human, without evidence, he could not do anything to Abelardo, but instead made himself look like a clown. What's more, the field was so chaotic now that even if he shouted, others could not hear him clearly. What if I admit defeat? Abelardo laughed in a low voice, it's too late. You won't have this opportunity. As long as you dare to raise your hand and make a move, I will kill you immediately. Raising his hand to indicate that he admits defeat. This is a simple action in normal times. But when facing an opponent like Abelardo, it is tantamount to actively revealing his flaws. At that time, Abelardo can also shirk his killing as a conditioned reflex and subconscious behavior. In the arena, life and death are determined by fate, and no one will blame him for this. That's really bad, Lhasa said perfunctorily, but the next moment, his body suddenly loosened like a taut bowstring, and rushed directly towards the half-sword that Abelardo had just lost. This cunning little... Abelardo cursed in his heart and pounced out. The heavy iron armor did not affect his agility at all. When Lhasa was about to hold the hilt of the half-sword, Abelardo grabbed his calf directly and pulled him to the ground with a stagger. When Lozer fell to the ground, he raised his fist and smashed it hard on Lozer's leg. The intense pain instantly occupied Lozer's mind. He clenched his teeth and resisted shouting. He kicked the opponent's head and pushed him away. At the same time, Lothar also successfully got the half-sword, but Abelardo was obviously not panicking at all. He stood opposite Lothar and said lightly, "With a broken leg, how are you going to fight me next?" "Ha ha." Lothar showed a bitter smile on his face. He propped up the broken leg with the half-sword. Then he looked at Prajna outside the field. "This time, my life depends on you, Prajna," he murmured silently. If he had known that Abelardo had such a terrifying power, he would not have fought hard at all. It's just a title of champion knight and a sum of money. He didn't intend to be a vassal under Count Leopold. Just when Abelardo thought Lothar was distracted and was about to attack him from behind, Prajna, who was watching the battle outside the fence, looked as if a layer of frost was covered on her face, and the people around her subconsciously moved away from her, more than 10 meters away. In Lothar's ears, the system prompt sounded like a heavenly sound. "Your intimacy with the legendary Squire Prajna has increased to friendly. Unlock the first bond shared talent, Solid Stone, immune to all physical damage in the next 3 seconds. You will share one of your talents with your Squire, Prajna. Since you only have one talent, the default talent is 2 lives. You, who have merged 2 souls, are born with twice the mental power of ordinary people, and the upper limit of mental power is permanently +5. Lothar no longer paid attention to the system's prompt sound and decisively chose to activate the Solid Stone talent. Abelardo's heavy fist hit Lothar's body, but it didn't cause him any pain. He just staggered under the huge force and stood firm again. "Fall down." Abelardo rushed up, knocked the half-sword in his hand far away, and pressed Lothar to the ground. Bang, 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 the sound of iron fists hitting his body was endless. Lothar seemed to have completely lost the ability to resist, and let Abelardo's powerful iron fists continue to hit him. Some of the ladies in the stands blushed and were excited, but most of them quickly covered their faces and made expressions of reluctance. "Abelardo is so strong, but I wonder if he is as good in bed as me?" "That knight named Lothar is also very powerful, but unfortunately, Abelardo is stronger." "God, it's too cruel. I didn't expect that the gentle knight Abelardo would be so cruel on the battlefield." Suddenly, Abelardo's body froze. I saw a broken sword tip in Lothar's hand, which was held by him and stabbed into the chainmail neckguard that was stretched thin because of his lowered head. Oh my God, what did he do? It was the tip of his armored sword. When did he hold it in his hand? This is an dishonorable act. He actually killed Abelardo with a trick. People in the stands started to make noises. Plop. Lothar flipped the heavy man to the ground. He could feel Abelardo's originally swollen body, as if it was leaking air, and was rapidly shrinking. Ha ha. A terrifying laugh that made his scalp tingle rang out. Between the gaps in Abelardo's helmet, liquid was flowing out. A large ball of black blood foam. Abelardo's weak voice sounded intermittently. "So, you are not a human being either. Just wait, sooner or later, you will be like me. The Father of Heaven will not favor people like us." Lhasa ignored the arguments in his ears. He looked at Prajna not far away. The eyes above the veil of the other party were still as cold as the moon. It seemed that she had never worried about his safety from beginning to end. Click. Lhasa lifted the mask under Abelardo's helmet, revealing a terrifying head covered with gray hair, like a wolf. The noise in the stands stagnated. Then, there was an even louder discussion. "Oh my God, Abelardo. Is that Abelardo? Father, what did I just see? Abelardo's head is actually a wolf's head. It turns out that Abelardo is an evil werewolf. None of us discovered it. No wonder he has so much physical strength. This Lothar actually killed a werewolf, a legendary monster." Count Leopold looked at the witch consultant beside him, with some doubts and confusion in his expression. The red-robed witch smiled and said, "Abelardo is indeed a werewolf, but his blood is not strong, and there are no ghosts entangled, which proves that he is not a person who kills indiscriminately." Leopold was a little annoyed and said, "Why didn't you tell me in advance?" The red-robed witch still smiled on her face. "Why should I tell you? Is there any harm in recruiting a powerful werewolf as your subordinate? Leopold was silent. No one noticed this brief conversation. At this time, the terrifying noise in the arena was about to overturn the sky. The focus of their discussion, Lothar, stumbled and fell to the ground. The fierce battle with Abelardo had exhausted all his physical strength. In the evening, in the bathhouse in Lienz, Lothar let his body float on the water. He recovered very quickly. With more than 10 points of physical strength, his endurance was far beyond that of ordinary people. Most of the bruises on his body had disappeared. Even the most serious bruises on his calves were not so obvious at this time. Fortunately, he was wearing chainmail leggings on his calves. If it were those poor knights wearing leggings, the leg bones would probably be broken directly. This bathhouse is said to be a transformation of the ancient empire era. It looks very spacious and grand. There is still incense burning on the side, and the maid is waiting respectfully on the side, with her graceful figure looming behind the veil, ready for him to enjoy at any time. This place once belonged to the Naricum province of the ancient empire. Although the empire is gone, people are still full of longing and yearning for the country buried in the ruins of history. To this day, the Eastern Empire is still a light of civilization. The successive lords of Lienz have preserved and renovated this bathhouse. Unfortunately, it has been transformed from a public bath to the private property of the lord. The habit of not bathing in the Middle Ages began after the Black Death, because some priests believed that bathing would open the pores and make it easier for viruses to invade. Before that, people in the Middle Ages also loved bathhouses, which were places that combined socializing and leisure. You killed a werewolf, unlocking the milestone, Demon Hunter, kill any 3 dark creatures including werewolves, vampires, demons, and banshees, 1/3 completed. You witnessed a witch, unlocking the milestone, Witch Hunter, exchange body fluids with more than 3 witches, uncompleted. You successfully obtained the title of the first champion knight, milestone, champion knight, 1/3 completed. A series of milestone information flashed through Lothar's mind. Before obtaining the fief, if you want to get the chance to draw cards, you can only work hard on the milestones. Witch Hunter, don't consider it for now. All witches choose to serve the great lords, and at the very least they are local lords like Count Leopold. There are also 2 typical examples, Richard the Lionheart and Henry the Emperor of Greater Germania. Their vision is high. Besides, Lothar doesn't think highly of these witches. Although the red-robed witch beside Count Leopold should also be a beauty, she is far inferior to Prajna, and there is no comparison in terms of skin alone. Except for the Witch Hunter. The 2 milestones of Champion Knight and Chivalrous Knight can be considered to be completed as soon as possible. The former requires the title of Champion Knight twice. If you don't get the chance in Venice, you can do it after arriving in Jerusalem. The latter is much simpler. In this era, there are mountain bandits everywhere, especially nomadic bandits near the Holy Land, who are as numerous as flies. There is no worry about encountering them. The difficulty of the Demon Hunter milestone is higher. After all, it is an extraordinary creature, and it is good at hiding among ordinary people, making it difficult to identify. Besides, even if you can identify the identity of the other party, it is difficult to kill it. Prajna is strong, but its advantages are not in lethality and speed. The smell of incense made him a little drowsy. As evening approached, the bathhouse with the style of the ancient empire had much better lighting than medieval buildings, and the bright moonlight sprinkled on the marble floor from the windows of the dome. Swish, the sound of water flow. Lothar suddenly woke up, and then he saw a beautiful maid in a gauze dress, swimming towards him like a mermaid. Who are you? I am your majesty's head maid. The maid paddled in the water and swam slowly, with a teasing look on her face. You don't seem to be satisfied with the gift we arranged before, so I can only serve you personally. Lothar suddenly understood. It turned out that the head maid came out personally because he had not touched the maid who was arranged to serve on the side. He shook his head and said, I'm sorry, I'm not dissatisfied, but I swore to God to keep my body and not approach women before expelling the pagans around the Holy Land. Is that so? She couldn't help but look down at the place under the water. Absolutely true. Lothar tried to empty his mind to avoid blood flowing down. You are indeed a pious knight of Heavenly Father. I am sorry for offending you. The head maid stood up. Under the wet gauze dress, all her gracefulness was clearly visible. She walked out of the bath slowly, pointed to a pile of clothes by the pool, and said, Please change into a dress and follow me to meet His Majesty. I will wait for you outside. Lothar changed into a black slim dress with purple tassels and followed the head maid into the castle. Purple is a very precious dye in both the East and the West, especially in the Western world. Except for the wealthy nobles of the Eastern Empire, almost no one can afford a purple robe. Therefore, a small purple tassel has become an important decoration to show wealth. The road from the bathhouse to the castle is paved entirely with marble slabs. From time to time, well-equipped soldiers can be seen patrolling along the way. You know, Linz is not the seat of Count Leopold. It can only be regarded as a temporary palace. Vienna is his home. Count Leopold's wealth is evident. At this time, the iron gate of the castle was creaking and pulled open by the winch. Count Leopold stood at the gate of the city and said to Lothar very kindly, "How about it, little Lothar? Are you satisfied with the gift I prepared?" Lothar said a little stiffly, "Of course I am satisfied." "Ha, don't be nervous. I didn't even recognize you at first sight. I led the army with your father in the Eastern expedition. We were very good friends. I even held you in my arms when you were little." Leopold patted Lothar's shoulder and motioned him to follow. As he walked, he said, "Werner is a rigid old stubborn. You are his son. It seems that you have unknowingly been infected with this problem. We have a very close relationship. There is no need to be so rigid." Lothar smiled and said, "Indeed. He is indeed good at winning people's hearts." He doesn't remember Count Werner saying that he had a close friendship with Leopold. "When do you plan to accept my canonization?" "The heralds and craftsmen are ready to make your own coat of arms, Baron of Vienna Forest," Leopold asked with a smile. Lasse was a little surprised. "You plan to canonize me as a baron?" Leopold said with admiration, "Of course, but not only a baron, I also plan to let you follow me and be my personal knight. This is the reward I promised before the competition. I am not a person who speaks nonsense." Lasse hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, your generosity is well known, but I came off this time to take a boat to Venice to the Holy Land to fight against the pagans. I cannot fulfill my vassal obligations." "The title of your Majesty is not strictly used. Many lords, ministers and servants will use this to address their feudal lords. This is more evident the closer to the east. As for Leopold's reward, it is indeed tempting. But there is no pie in the sky for no reason. The vassal needs to fulfill his feudal obligations. It is impossible for him to stay in Austria as a small baron. That means he will probably be a baron in his lifetime. After all, he has no channels to expand around him. He can only rely on serving Count Leopold and hope that the other party will generously give him new fiefdom. This possibility is very small. Because Leopold himself is a count, the canonization of baron is already the best. It is not like a certain general named Lou to defect and kill the lord, then his reputation will be completely stinking. Leopold waved his hand and said, "I know this, but don't rush to refuse. I recently planned to seek to upgrade the Austrian border area to the Duchy of Austria. If this is done, as long as you perform well, later, I will consider canonizing you as a count, on par with your father." Lothar took a deep breath. "I'm sorry, Your Majesty, I really want to nod and agree to your generous request immediately, but the faith in my heart prevents me from violating the sacred oath. Your Majesty, you should also know that I once vowed to guard the Holy Land and fight against pagans." Leopold frowned, his expression gradually cold. "Little Lothar, do you know how great an honor this is? If you hadn't been lucky enough to solve the problem of Abelardo disguised as a werewolf in front of so many people, you would probably have been a knight all your life. This is true for ordinary knights. The vast majority of landless knights died in the process of making achievements. A considerable number of the remaining ones would also be harmed in the process of continuing to make achievements, and another large number would spend a mediocre life as a small lord." Lothar shook his head and said, "I know, thank you again for your generosity, but I'm sorry I can't accept it." Leopold was silent for a long time, and his strong majesty even made Lothar feel a sense of fear. It was as if he was in school days, being submissive in front of the dean of studies. Then, "Ha, you are worthy of being Werner's son, and you are really the same character as him." The seriousness on Leopold's face disappeared, and he laughed heartily instead. "Don't worry, little Lothar, I am also a devout believer in God. How can I be angry because of your piety? On the contrary, I will give you a sum of money. When you have established a foothold in Jerusalem, you can write to me and I will send people to deliver supplies to help you." Looking at Lothar's surprised expression, he patted Lothar's shoulder again. "In short, there will always be a place for you under my command, waiting for the day you come back from the Holy Land." Lothar smiled and said, "Thank you very much, but Your Majesty, don't you also plan to go to the Holy Land to participate in the crusade? Maybe we can fight side by side then." "Indeed, when I have dealt with domestic affairs, as well as the affairs of His Majesty the Emperor and His Holiness the Pope, I will lead the army to set off. By then, let me take a good look at your ability to lead troops to fight." The two exchanged pleasantries for a while, and it was really a great pleasure for both host and guest, before they said goodbye to each other. Leopold, who watched Lothar leave, stood by the torches of the castle and did not speak for a long time. The red-robed witch came to his side and said with a smile, "I couldn't even recruit him successfully." "Ha, he is not as pious as he said," with a witch by his side. Leopold nodded and said, "Indeed, he is an ambitious and capable man. It is impossible for ordinary people to defeat a werewolf head-on. And Jerusalem is obviously his best stage. In that city, even a tramp from Paris may one day transform himself into a noble lord." The witch's bright red lips hooked into a charming arc. "Since you can't use him for your own benefit, then let's form an alliance. It can more or less make up for the loss of the werewolf night I prepared for you." Leopold snorted coldly, "Shut up, how dare you say such blasphemous words in front of me? I can't coexist with the evil werewolf." "Forget it, there is no need to pretend with me. You are a very pragmatic person. As long as it can help the Babenberg family rise, you will use the power of werewolves, vampires, and demons without hesitation." The witch's white arms were like a boneless snake, entangled Leopold's waist. "Feel free to use it boldly, with me here, no one can bite you back." Leopold grabbed the witch's arm, a trace of fascination flashed across his face, but he quickly regained consciousness. "How strong is the witch next to Lothar?" "Compared with you?" The witch snorted. "Why, are you tempted?" Leopold shook his head and said, "How is it possible? I just want to use this to judge Lothar's potential, so as to consider how much to spend on investment." The witch nodded and said in a deep voice, "I don't know, but she must be very strong, not much worse than the two old women in the witch tower." "I understand. I'm back." Prajna was sitting on a chair in the hotel. When she heard Lasse come in, she only raised her head slightly. "Thank you so much today." "You're welcome." Prajna shook her head, looked Lasse up and down, twitched her nose slightly, and then her slightly wrinkled eyebrows relaxed. There was no strange smell. Lasse hesitated and asked, "Prajna, if I really can't defeat Abelardo during the day, will you take action?" Prajna lowered her eyes and did not answer. If Lasse failed to use his talent to kill him in the end, she would still take action at the critical moment. Rules are rules. Breaking the rules will make Lasse's future difficult, but the premise is that there is still a future. But she would not say such words. "Without the tempering of life and death, and always holding the mentality of Prajna will save me, Lasse will never grow into a lord she believes in." Seeing Prajna silent, Lasse said thoughtfully, "I understand." Lothar sat cross-legged on the bed, wiping the half-sword in his hand with a white linen cloth. The arming sword given to him by Count Werner had died. The half-sword in his hand was the trophy he got after killing Abelardo. Abelardo was dead, and the ransom was lost. But according to the rules, his armor and horse also belonged to him. His Arabian horse was no worse than his Nisan horse. Even with the whole set of armor, even with depreciation, it could be sold at a high price of nearly 100 gold coins. Prajna suddenly asked, "As a champion knight, what reward will Count Leopold give you?" Lothar smiled and said, "Leopold originally wanted me to be his vassal, the Baron of Vienna Forest, and even painted a pie for me to be promoted to Earl in the future. But I refused. So in the end it was replaced by a sum of money and a promise to deliver supplies to us after we gain a foothold in the Holy Land. This promise is very broad. It may be to provide us with weapons and shields, armor and arrows, or it may be grain seeds, blacksmiths, and craftsmen. There is no specific amount, but how much I can get at that time will probably depend on my performance and whether it is worth Count Leopold's investment." "This is normal." Prajna nodded and did not comment on it. "Get ready for bed." After turning off the lights, Prajna lay flat on the thin blanket on the ground. She fell asleep as usual. But this time, perhaps because of the increased intimacy, the atmosphere between the two was not as alienated as usual. In the darkness, Lasse stared at Prajna's perfect profile under the moonlight, and did not fall asleep for a long time. He closed his eyes hurriedly when the other's eyelashes trembled slightly and seemed to be about to open his eyes. The next morning, Lasse visited Count Leopold again, and politely declined the lunch and asked to leave. From him, Lasse received a heavy bag of 100 florin gold coins issued by the Genoa city-state in recent years, which were much better than the Sulids. Each florin gold coin weighs 35 grams, which is 1 gram lighter than the newly minted solid gold coins of the Eastern Empire. Solidus gold coins are just a general term. It can refer to solidus gold coins or nomisma gold coins. Anyway, they are all gold coins issued by the Eastern Empire. According to regulations, all solidus gold coins are 45 grams. It's just that the solidus issued in different periods have different qualities. The solid gold coin newly issued by Queen Lagaia in the Eastern Empire is pure gold with a high gold content, which is similar to the gold florin coin issued by Genoa. From this point, it can be seen that the Queen intends to save the notorious monetary system of the Eastern Empire, rather than just messing around for her own enjoyment. Otherwise, if it continues as before, the entire market of the Eastern Empire will be flooded with the currencies of commercial city-states such as Genoa and Venice. During this period, the gold-silver exchange rate was 12-1, that is, a gold coin with a high quality could be exchanged for 12 silver coins of the same weight. However, since silver coins are often only a little over 1 gram, it is reasonable to say that a gold florin can be exchanged for about 40 silver dinars. Of course, in fact, it is often impossible to exchange like this. Because silver tableware is widely used, the quality of most silver coins is worse than that of gold coins. For example, a king of Gaul once minted black coins with a silver content of 1/10. The Eastern Empire also had emperors who issued silver-plated coins with a silver content of less than 1/20, and even some closed coins. In the area of, say, bronze coins with no circulation value are still used. In this era, due to the fragmentation, there were feudal lords who could mint coins privately everywhere, and the currency system was too chaotic. But generally speaking, during this period, a pig was worth about 15 florins. 1 florin could buy 50 good quality breads without bran and gravel. A high-quality warhorse, such as Lothar's Nissen warhorse, was about 60 florins, 6 times the price of the steppe warhorse ridden by the Magyars. And a top-level royal horse, used exclusively by the royal family, would cost about 500 florins. As for ordinary pack horses, they were only worth 5 gold florins. The annual rent of the inn in the city was 6 florins. The cost of building a castle was about 2,000 florins. A set of fine chain mail worn by elite sergeants or lower-ranking knights is worth about 30 florins. If it is a custom-made full-body armor for a knight, it will cost 50 florins. A set of 4-wheeled carriages for the royal family will cost about 240 florins. Of course, this is just an approximate number, and the specific price will fluctuate with supply and demand. In later generations, prices will still soar due to factors such as plague in closed cities, not to mention the Middle Ages. Maybe after a drought, the price of bread will soar hundreds of times under the hype of Jewish merchants. When the Jewish merchants have made enough money, the shrewd local lords will often find a reason to execute them and confiscate all their property. This can not only calm the boiling public grievances, but also indirectly take out every copper coin from the fingers of the people for their own enjoyment. So all of Lothar's belongings now include 100 gold florins, 80 gold sulids, nearly 500 silver dinars, 2 silver wine cups given to him by Otto, 2 steppe warhorses, a Nisan warhorse, an Arabian horse, and 2 pack horses. And a set of spare fine chain mail and barrel helmet. A considerable part of the silver coins are the ransoms obtained by Hans after defeating his opponents. This money can probably arm 10 soldiers wearing leather armor, holding iron swords and spears, and hire a small mercenary group of 30 to 50 people to serve him. Sure enough, fighting is a waste of money. It's not that easy to stand out in Jerusalem. The battlefield is not like the arena. The role of personal bravery can never be compared to a well-trained army. At least Hans and I can't compare. Lothar counted his small treasury inside. Prujna is a close combat and defensive squire who can protect herself on the battlefield, but it is a bit difficult to expect her to be invincible. When they returned to the inn, Ryan had already paid the room fee, packed all his luggage, and was waiting outside with his horse. "My lord, this is your mount. The food and feed for the mount are all ready. When are we going to set out?" Ryan bowed humbly, his face full of awe. Model came to the warhorse and bent down, ready to act as a step for Lothar to get on the horse. Ever since Lothar defeated the werewolf knight Abelardo yesterday, the way he and Model looked at him was completely different from before. They were simply reverent as if he were a god. Hans, on the other hand, was still the same as always, with no changes. In his opinion, it was natural for Lothar to kill werewolves. Even the famous gatekeeper of hell served the Lord, so a mere werewolf was nothing. Lothar's face was pale. He solemnly stopped Model's behavior. "Stand up, Model. If you need slaves, I will buy them with money, but what I need now is a brave warrior, not a humble slave. Never behave so humbly in front of me. Lion, you too." With the two of them looking a little dazed, Lothar got on his horse and snorted coldly, "We will set off immediately." In fact, a loyal slave can often play a good role on the battlefield, such as the Mamluk cavalry of the Ayyubid Empire. But Lothar could not accept such a behavior of mistreating people. He still has a long way to go before he can completely integrate into this world, but Lothar would rather never integrate into it. In the afternoon, Lothar and his party stopped in front of a small town. This was a town that had been burned by fire, devastated and full of ruins. The pungent smell of smoke and burnt smell made the people frown. The man with his head and body separated fell on the side of the road, and dense flies lay on the mouth, nose, and wounds of the dead, going in and out. As the sound of horse hooves approached, a black storm suddenly rose. Wild dogs were biting corpses that had already rotted due to the hot summer in the ruins. They showed no fear even when they saw people. The experienced veteran model said in a deep voice, "These robbers left not long ago. There are still embers in the ruins." Lothar frowned and said, "The border patrol of Babenberg doesn't care? They should care. Look at the corpses. There are marks on his body and neck from wearing armor. He should be a sergeant, but his armor has been stripped off. Can you find him?" Lothar's tone was very calm. Such things happened every day. This was a microcosm of this era. Not only robbers, but even nobles fighting each other would often rob villages. All men and women were captured and made serfs, and the old, weak, sick and disabled were killed to reduce the burden. The lives of the untouchables have been worthless since ancient times. Model observed carefully for a while, nodded and said, "No problem, they are not in a hurry, and they also brought prisoners, baggage, and livestock. They are not moving fast. We will definitely find them by following these wheel tracks." Lothar looked back and said to everyone, "Some people say that in war, nobles provide weapons and equipment, rich people provide money and food, and poor people provide their children. After the war, nobles make achievements, rich people gain more money, and poor people can only find their children's graves. The best war is not as good as the worst peace." Lothar's eyes swept over the corpses. An old man was still holding a farm tool that was chopped off by a sharp blade, and there was an arrow piercing his neck. But the arrow must have been retrieved in the end. The life of such a lowly person is not even worth an arrow to be buried with him. But war will never disappear. I can't change this era, but I swear that if I become a lord, I will do my best to protect the people in my territory, eliminate bandits, and keep the enemy out. Ryan and Model showed surprise on their faces. In this era, there are very few people who can say the word people. Serfs are also considered people? Model leads the way. "We will set out immediately to catch these bandits and send them to hell in the name of God." He had to admit that a large part of the reason for chasing bandits was to complete the milestone. But there was still a considerable part of the hope to rescue those who were abducted. Kill those cruel bandits, blood for blood, tooth for tooth. God, I hope the weather doesn't change so quickly. Following the hoof prints and wheel tracks of livestock, Motor looked at the gradually darkening sky and made a cross in front of him. Don't expect a group of bandits to have a strong anti-tracking awareness. They never thought of covering their tracks. After all, the knights of this village have either died or fled. If they have fled, it is impossible for them to borrow enough power from the lord they are loyal to in a short period of time to make a comeback. If they have died, it will be easier to say. So they are not panicking at all. When it was getting dark, on the distant hilltop, a faint fire could finally be seen. Ryan, who was acting as a scout, looked out for a long time and reported, 3 bonfires, about 30 people, it should be the bandits. Lothar ordered, "Everyone, prepare armor." When they were traveling, Lothar and Hans did not wear armor, and most of their equipment was stored on the pack horses. Because both he and Hans's chainmails have densely packed rings and are high-end products with complicated weaving techniques, and weigh twice as much as the chainmail shirts of sergeants like Ryan and Motor. If they were not short of money, he and Hans should not even ride war horses, but pack horses to save horsepower. War horses are delicate animals, different from pack horses that are easy to take care of. Not only can they not be ridden for a long time, but they must be fed with fine feed on weekdays, and sometimes they eat better than humans. Such efforts are worth it, because on the battlefield, the life of a knight is closely related to whether the mount has sufficient physical strength. "Sir, do you want to apply floating armor plates?" "No, there is no need to be so cautious when dealing with a group of bandits." Lothar shook his head. It was not that he underestimated the enemy, but that the knights in small-scale conflicts were simply a dimensionality reduction attack for these unarmored, cloth-clad robbers. In this era when civilians are generally hungry, even if they become bandits, they will still be hungry. Their fighting power is stronger than the serf conscripts forcibly pulled from the farmland by the lords, but it is limited. The infantry in the Middle Ages, except for a few exceptions such as mercenaries and longbowmen, is not worth mentioning. The strongest combat unit among the infantry is often the walking knights who have lost their mounts. The area ahead is hilly, and charging on horseback is not safe. So they got closer. Lothar asked Model to stay and take care of the horses, and he, Prajna, Hans, and Ryan with a crossbow, surrounded them from the woods on both sides. The chain mail did not affect his flexibility. This set of armor, including chain mail leggings and arm guards, did not exceed 25 kilograms even if the full set was added up, which was not heavy for him. The robbers gathered around the bonfire, the firelight illuminated their shiny and excited faces. Their beards, which had not been groomed for a long time, were full of stains and faintly visible fleas. The captives tied to the carriages were full of despair and numbness. Especially the women, who were inevitably needed on the way. When the bandits had enough food and drink, their fate was imaginable. The bandits were drinking happily at this time, and the low-quality wine they had robbed from the village flowed down their beards. The poultry and livestock roasted on the fire gave off an alluring aroma, and some people squatted beside the boiling broth in the earthenware pot, waiting eagerly. This is a great harvest. The stupid knight Andal actually took his squire to Leans to participate in the tournament. If I were a knight, I would definitely stay in the manor every day, eating meat and women. That's right, what a knight's honor, how can it be as delicious as beautiful women and delicacies? Someone couldn't wait to tear off a piece of meat, chewing it, and asked vaguely, "Boss, each of us should be able to get 30. Oh no, maybe 50 dinars this time?" The bandit leader's expression turned cold and snorted, "The premise is to take these slaves to the market in the south to sell them first, otherwise I will give you at most 15 silver coins." The bandits looked at each other. They had carried out the looting, and they also had a rough idea of the amount of spoils they got this time. According to the share ratio they agreed on, it would not be only 15 dinars in the hands of each person. In fact, if it was 15 large silver coins of full quality, it would be fine. But they knew that with the character of the bandit leader, he would probably only give them black coins or those pitifully small silver coins. Someone showed dissatisfaction. "Boss, this is not in line with the rules we set in the name of God, right?" The bandit leader blushed and said proudly, "You broke the rules first. Don't think I don't know that you have hidden the spoils. Don't worry, 15 silver coins are enough for you to be free for a long time. Besides, there are still many girls here for you to enjoy. Think about it, if you want to sleep with those prostitutes in the cities of Veneto, how much less than 3 big coins? The girls here are all good girls, and they are at your disposal. Before you sell them, you can live the same life as the lords. What else are you not satisfied with?" The robbers subconsciously looked at the women tied to the carriage, and their faces eased a little. Being able to drink, eat meat and play with women seems to be a good treatment. But at this moment, a shout like a thunderbolt rang out. "Evil men, you have committed unforgivable sins. Only God can forgive you. I will forgive you, and I will be responsible for sending you to see the Heavenly Father. At that time, He will decide whether you will sink in the sulfur lake of hell for 100 years or 1,000 years. Looking in the direction of the voice. In the darkness, a towering iron-masked man was holding a two-handed sword, looking down at them like a messenger of God. The only window left on the top of the helmet seemed to come from the door of hell, and the sense of fear swept everyone's heart in an instant. A tall woman in a black cloak stood beside the iron-masked man. The relief of the evil ghost on the ghost-faced shield seemed to come alive, revealing a cold and greedy smile. "Knight, sir!" someone shouted in fear. Most of these robbers were escaped slaves under the Lord, and the fear of knights was simply engraved into their bones. "Don't panic, there are only 2 of them, kill them for me. Whoever kills him, all the armor on his body will belong to you, and I will give him an extra 100 small silver coins." The bandit leader shouted to stabilize the morale of the army. But at this moment, another shout came from the woods behind him, "In the name of God the Father, Teutonic Knights, charge!" Under the terrifying horned helmet, Hans, wearing a white robe, jumped out of the woods like a white death, brandishing a two-handed sword, and rushed into the unsuspecting group of bandits like a tiger descending from the mountain. Accompanying him was a sharp crossbow arrow hidden by the knight. The crossbow arrow accurately hit the bandit leader's neck. He fell to the ground holding his neck, and blood gushed out. Ryan was hiding in the dense woods, and had already locked on to several conspicuous targets standing by the campfire. Those wearing chain mail shirts, leather armor, or cotton armor must be the leaders of this group of bandits. As long as these people are killed, the already motley gang of bandits will collapse immediately. The bandit leader didn't know how to dodge, and stood there giving orders. Of course, he was solved by Ryan in the first place. As the best of the 100 sergeants under Count Werner, Ryan is not just a butler who can only feed horses and serve people. Soon, the shouting and killing stopped. The robbers were almost all killed, leaving only 3 wimps who surrendered early, kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. The young men and women tied to the back of the carriage looked at the tall knight in front of them with horror, not knowing what fate would greet them. Don't think that the knights of this era can be so chivalrous. There were many executioners who openly led teams to plunder villages, robbed passing caravans, set up checkpoints to extort tolls, and even killed people for fun. "You are free." Lothar raised his sword and cut the ropes that bound them. "I am a friend of Count Lean's, you don't have to worry that I will sell you into slavery. Take back your property from those robbers and go back to rebuild your home." People looked at Lothar, who was covered in blood and chopped the brutal bandits like a demon, and they were silent and could not believe what he said. It was not until he repeated it again that someone stood up tremblingly and said with a sad face, "Respected sir, thank you for saving us from those villains and generously granting us freedom, but where can we go now?" Lothar was silent. The village was burned thoroughly. It would take too much energy and time to rebuild it. The man continued, "Our lord is a cruel and stingy man. I am his personal manservant. No one knows him better than me. When he finds out that we have not protected his manor, he will not execute us, but he will definitely choose to sell us into slavery and rob us of all our property. Respected knight, he will not help us rebuild our homeland at all. He will only squeeze out the last bit of oil and water and abandon this place." Lothar frowned, feeling a little tricky. Will his lord not punish him for abandoning his fiefdom? I don't know, maybe, but it won't be too serious, because he is the lord's brother-in-law. The man bowed his head sincerely, knelt on one knee and said, "Please let us become your followers. Those who are still alive here are all strong young men. I promise that they will work as hard as the most diligent mules and horses, and serve you like the most loyal hounds, just to get your protection." The men and women behind him also spoke up and promised that they would work hard. They could also see that Lothar was a rare kind lord. Being his servant and being sold as a slave in the slave market are two completely different concepts. More importantly, this lord is obviously more powerful. With the loyalty of such a warrior in distinctive armor beside him, killing those bandits is also clean and neat, much stronger than their original Night Lord. Lothar said with some embarrassment, "I'm sorry, I know your difficulties and hardships, but I don't have a fiefdom to accommodate you. We are going to the Holy Land to have an arduous struggle with the pagans. If you follow me, you will definitely encounter many dangers." He really needs followers. These dozen young and strong men are at the peak of their physical strength, and the ratio of men to women is balanced. They are very good subjects. Compared to recruiting pilgrims in the Holy Land, it is conceivable how many good people there are among the poor pilgrims who can survive such a difficult pilgrimage. Praise God, the pilgrimage to the Holy Land is a glorious and sacred mission. If we follow you, your glory will also shine on us. We humble people. All the survivors of the village knelt down with the servant. Some of them were still confused, but the wise image of the servant must have been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. With him in the lead, the rest of the people did not hesitate at all. "Okay." Lothar no longer hesitated and said, "I am a knight of the Habsburg family from Aargau, Lothar von Habsburg. I accept your surrender and promise not to regard you as slaves, but free people in the territory. After I obtain the fiefdom, you will all get your own land. But at the same time, you must swear allegiance to me in the name of God, and fulfill taxes and military service." He counted carefully, there were 7 men and 6 women in total, and the total cost was no more than the boat tickets for 13 people. Their food and drink were covered by the looted property of the robbers, so he didn't need to pay extra. Moreover, there was obviously some surplus of the looted property of the robbers. After all, from the tone of these people, the robbers looted the manor of a knight. "Lien, go and call Model over. Hans, you are responsible for counting the seized property, and returning the property that originally belonged to these subjects to them, and allocating them to their carriages and horses for care." Ryan and Model were both illiterate, and they couldn't even convert gold coins into silver coins. The job of clerk was temporarily handled by Hans. After dealing with these, Lothar and Prujna came to the 3 surviving robbers. Lothar looked at the 3 trembling wimps and frowned. "Tell me, where is your lair? How many people are left there to defend it, and are there any traps?" It was not for the purpose of eradicating all evil, but he wanted to test whether the same group of bandits could be judged as 2 groups by the system. If possible, after eliminating the stronghold of this group of bandits that had lost its main force, he would be able to complete the milestone of chivalrous knight. He felt more and more that talents were rare. Even a squire like Hans, who was rated as 1 star by the system, was an outstanding talent that a mere knight like him could not recruit in this era. None of the 3 spoke. Lothar was a little puzzled as to why these softies who surrendered without resistance had become so tough at this time. Lothar snorted coldly, "Tell the truth and I will spare your life. I swear to God. This opportunity is rare. Whoever speaks first will survive." Finally, someone was moved. He tentatively raised his hand and whispered, "Master, our stronghold is not far from here. We originally wanted to enjoy it here before going back." "Pike, shut up, you son of a. Have you forgotten the oath we made in front of God? Break your oath. Do you want to, or are you going to perish in the hell of fire?" The robber next to him immediately started cursing. Not to be outdone, Pike cursed back, "You and old John left your wives and children at the base. I'm alone and want to save my life. What's wrong with that? Why should I risk my life to protect your wives and children? Lothar nodded. You are very smart. Tell me the location honestly now. I warn you, don't play tricks. I will take you to your lair and then let you go. Pike immediately confessed everything like a bamboo tube pouring out a sieve. He believed in Lothar very much. People of this era still attach great importance to oaths, especially knights like Lothar. A knight who easily betrays his oath will be regarded as dishonorable, and it can basically be said that he will die on the spot. Pike smiled with a flattering face and said, Master, I have explained everything clearly, including the traps they set, and there is absolutely no omission. Lothar nodded, and then said loudly, My fellow citizens, has any one of these three killed your relatives and friends, and robbed your property? These men and women who had just taken back their property immediately showed hatred on their faces. It was him, he killed my mother and raped her. That man killed my father, and chopped off his head and strung it on a spear to intimidate others. That one-eyed beast, I saw with my own eyes that he threw my 3-year-old son to death on the wall, and his little head was deflated. Woo woo woo. The woman said, and then she burst into tears. Then, take revenge if there is a grudge, and take revenge if there is a grudge. Lothar waved his hand and turned away. Pike's face was full of horror. Master Knight, you promised to spare my life. Lothar said without looking back, I did forgive you, but they were unwilling to forgive you. As their lord, I gave them the power to be fair and just and to avenge their hatred. These men and women who suppressed their anger soon picked up the bandits' weapons and vented their anger on the 3 bound bandits. Being on the border, they were by no means obedient sheep who did not know how to resist, not to mention that there were only 3 unarmed bandits in front of them. The screams gradually weakened until they were silent. The male servant took the lead and knelt in front of Lothar with a bloodstained armed sword. Thank you, Lord we serve, you are willing to give us the power of revenge at the risk of breaking your oath. I swear that I will be loyal to you forever. Lothar shook his head, this power is not permanent. When I get the territory, I will make laws that will no longer allow acts of revenge, and everything will be done according to the law. He then said, besides, I am not breaking my oath, don't mention it again. The bandits' base was indeed very close, located at the border of Veneto and the Austrian border, only a few kilometers away. However, they had to lead pack animals, carriages, cross mountains and ridges, and walk a long night road. This was undoubtedly an insurmountable problem for most people with night blindness. This was the reason why the bandits did not return directly to their base. At first, Lasse thought that it was because the bandits had fierce women at home, so they did not dare to bring a group of captured female slaves back to play with them. After a little thought, he came to his senses. The status of women at the bottom of the society in this era was very low. Even though there were a few female archduchesses, queens, and popular barons in the aristocratic class, and those terrifying witches hidden behind the lords. This fact could not be changed. First of all, it was difficult for women to fulfill their obligation to serve in the military for the feudal lords, which made most of them unable to achieve class crossing through war like men. Secondly, due to religious oppression, women were regarded as evil seducers, with original sin, no right to education, and everything depended on men. The robbers did not dare to travel at night. Lothar naturally did not have such an idea. He ordered Lion and Model to lead the newly recruited subjects to camp in the open area between the mountains. The blazing bonfire was soon rekindled. Lothar distributed the food that the robbers had not had time to enjoy to the subjects under his command, and took out the food carried on the pack horse and heated it on the bonfire. Lothar ordered, Model, Lion, you two don't stand here stupidly, go and see what the subjects need. From today on, they are under your charge. Ah, don't be silly, you two will be my sergeant commanders in the future. Although there are not many people now, they will all be backbones in the future. You have to train them well. I understand. The two were a little excited when they heard it. They were in awe of Lothar and believed that he could accomplish great things, which made them even more grateful for Lothar's appreciation of them. The two left one after another. In their hearts, they all had an idea that they had not dared to dream of in the past. If you become a lord one day, will you really infeff us as knights? The bonfire crackled. Lothar sipped the broth with a calm expression. Once upon a time, he was just a rookie, but now he is an experienced warrior who can drink broth without changing his expression after killing more than 10 people after a great war. He transformed very quickly. I always have a feeling that I am born to be a perverted lunatic who likes killing. What? You want to give me pour a glass of water? Lasse pretended to listen attentively, then nodded and said, Thank you, Prajna. Prajna. She took out the wooden cup expressionlessly, took a cup of hot water and handed it over. Lasse took the cup of water, blew lightly on the water vapor on it, and then sipped it. Prajna opened her mouth and said helplessly, "If you have any requests, you can just say it directly, no need to beat around the bush. As your subject, I will obey your orders." Lhasa raised his eyebrows, stared at the other's warm orange face illuminated by the fire, and smiled. "Okay, I want to lie on your knees for a while." The atmosphere was a little depressing for a moment. Lhasa could clearly feel a chill coming from the opposite side. Facing Prajna's cold eyes, he swallowed a mouthful of warm water, but there was no fear in his eyes. After a long time, Prajna said, "Sorry, this is not the obligation of a subject." Feeling that the atmosphere was no longer so stiff, Lothar said a little embarrassedly, "I just said that. My lord, I can do it." Hans patted his thigh, smiling innocently. "If you are tired, I am willing to be your pillow so that you can get a good sleep." This poor child, probably because of his low quality, only 1 star, so the intimacy increased rapidly. Open the system and take a look. Wow! It has risen from friendly to admiration. Forget it. Lothar shook his head quickly and said, "I was just joking with Prajna, I'm not that squeamish." Hans thought secretly, adults are adults, they actually dare to joke with General Prajna. This honest child didn't notice that Lothar was teasing Prajna at all. Because in his eyes, Prajna was never regarded as a woman. To be precise, she was not even a human being. She is the gatekeeper of hell. The next morning, before dawn, the group set off. Lothar, Hans, Prajna, and Motor traveled light and trudged along the mountain road. This time it was Ryan's turn to be left behind near the stronghold to guard the pack animals and carriages with the people. With such a short time together, Lothar couldn't completely trust this group of people, so before leaving, he specifically told Ryan to be careful to prevent them from secretly colluding. "You must be on guard against others. No matter how small the chance is, you have to be on guard." Ryan was on guard, holding a crossbow and wearing armor. If those people were really greedy, it would be difficult for them to succeed. As for why he didn't take this group of people to attack the bandit stronghold, it was because although the young and strong among them could be qualified as conscripts by picking up the weapons left by the bandits, he didn't want to treat these newly recruited people as they were not used as cannon fodder. Instead, they were planned to be trained as regular soldiers by Model and Hans. Even if he did not have the financial resources to train them all as sergeants, he would not force a group of ragged and untrained peasants to the battlefield. Besides, most of the people near the Holy Land believed in the Orthodox Church, and a few believed in Zoroastrianism. These dozen people were Germans with the same language and culture, and they would be a key force that was more trustworthy and respected. They were both on guard and had high hopes. The two were not contradictory. Halfway through the journey, Hans suddenly asked, "Sir, what if we encounter women and children?" Lothar thought for a moment and said, "Kill them if they are a threat, and let them die if they are not. In short, take your own life as the most important thing." Although Lothar knew that even if they were old, weak, women and children, since they enjoyed the money and food that the robbers had killed and looted, they were not innocent. But if he really wanted to eradicate the roots, he still couldn't do it. Hans nodded and said, "I understand." He was still a rookie, but influenced by his predecessors, the Teutonic Knights, who often invaded the Slavs, burned, killed and looted, he was not a soft-hearted person. After climbing over a small hill, the destination finally came into view. Is this the so-called bandit stronghold? Standing on the hillside, Hans frowned. This is clearly a village. They even opened up a small piece of farmland. Not far away, you can see a large orchard with pale yellow flowers blooming on it. The fragrance is fragrant, it is like a paradise. Lothar was also a little confused. Could the bandit deliberately give us the wrong way? I'll go check it out. Model took the lead and walked towards the stronghold. Not long after, he ran back quickly, with a look of regret on his face. No mistake, the location and layout of the trap that the bandit said were correct. "This is the bandit stronghold," he said. "He didn't dare to lie to us." Lothar sighed deeply. This should be a gathering place for escaped serfs, who could avoid the oppression and heavy taxes of the lords, and occasionally go down the mountain in groups to plunder. Perhaps they were originally a group of pitiful people. But when they picked up the butcher knife, they were no longer pitiful. "Hans, Model, you two will flank, and Prajna and I will break through from the front. Remember my instructions, and protect your own lives first." He now has limited power, and there are only a few reliable people. Before the territory activation system is truly obtained, the chances of drawing followers by milestones are also very few. In the bandit stronghold, although it was just dawn, people had already gotten up to work. People in this era had no nightlife, they went to bed early and woke up early. The boy tightly grasped the wooden sword made by his father in his hand, and kept looking at the entrance of the village, his face full of expectation. "Grandpa, is my father not back yet?" In front of the cabin, the lame old man was sharpening the hatchet in his hand, and he was a little worried when he heard it. It's been a night, could it be that he was caught up by the guards of those noble lords? But he still smiled on his face and comforted him, he will be back soon. Don't worry, your father will definitely bring back a lot of meat and coins this time. Then I will go to the tailor's shop in the city and cut you a new set of clothes. The boy immediately showed a smiling face with a missing front tooth. No, I don't want new clothes, I want my father to make a pair of crutches for Grandpa first. The wrinkles on the old man's face squeezed out a smile. My dear grandson is really filial, but my leg is not a problem, I'll cut you new clothes first. The grandfather and grandson talked and laughed, but the boy's face suddenly froze, and he pointed behind the old man with fear on his face. Grandpa, it's the devil is coming. The lame old man looked back and saw a terrified villager at the entrance of the village being kicked over by a man wearing a red robe and iron armor. The bright red blood was dripping from the blade of the Tin Man's sword. The man, holding the sword, walked slowly into the village like a devil from hell. The lame old man almost immediately remembered the arrogant knight in the village. His leg was broken by the knight. No one knows better than him how terrifying a knight is. Go quickly, hide in the cabinet in the house. The lame old man pushed the boy and whispered. Lothar exerted force with both arms and chopped down with the sword. The sharp blade of the half-sword seemed to be unobstructed, and it cleanly split the half-shoulder of the robber in front of him, along with the wooden spear he wanted to use to block. A sharp scream sounded. The intense pain made the robber roll on the ground. Blood flowed all over the ground and gathered into a small puddle. A trace of compassion flashed in Lothar's eyes under the bucket helmet. He held the blade with both hands and stabbed it steadily into the opponent's heart. The scream stopped abruptly. The slippery feeling of metal and flesh rubbing against each other came through the tip of the sword. He drew out the half-sword and chopped at the two robbers again. Prajna stood beside him, following like a shadow. She didn't make a move at first, and these weak robbers didn't want her to make a move at all. Until one of the robbers seemed to think she was a soft persimmon and wanted to hold Prajna hostage so that the rampant terror knight would be afraid to act rashly. But before he got close, a string of blood flowers floated from his neck. Blood dripped from the three sharp corners of the ghost-faced triangular shield. Prajna dodged the splashing blood and her expression remained calm. The blood gradually seeped into the shield. The ghost-faced relief on it showed a satisfied smile and immediately urged he tried to get Prajna to kill more people. But Prajna still did not move, just silently following Lothar, without any emotion. The young and strong bandits were gradually cleared out. Lothar raised his foot and kicked over an old farmer holding a dung fork. His eyes swept across the other's old face. Then he stabbed the other's heart with a sword without hesitation. He did not dare to despise such a ridiculous weapon as the dung fork, because it is said that a demon hunter was killed by a dung fork. Since you are holding a weapon, you should be prepared to die under his sword, no matter whether you are old, weak, women or children. Hans and Model covered each other and fought with the enemy. The martial arts and equipment of the two were far superior to these people. In addition, they got up early in the morning and were caught off guard. There was no one in this bandit stronghold who could fight against them together. Bang! Hans raised his shield and knocked over a lame old man, kicked the hatchet in the other's hand away, and Model beside him stabbed a sword into the other's throat. Cack, cack! The old man wanted to say something, but the blood gushing from his neck blocked his trachea. He fell to the ground helplessly, looked at his grandson hiding in the wooden house, and then died. No! Grandpa! The boy, with tears in his eyes and a face full of hatred, ran out of the wooden house. He picked up the hatchet that the old man had thrown away and rushed towards Hans. Hans hesitated for a moment and was almost hit by the hatchet. It was Motor beside him who stepped forward in time and blocked the knife with his shield. You horned demon, I will kill you! I will kill you! The boy roared and swung the weapon in his hand desperately. But the hatchet was too blunt and he didn't have enough strength. After Hans was prepared, he protected himself with a shield in front of him. No matter how crazy he chopped, it was like an ant trying to shake a tree. Stop, kid, put down your weapon immediately. Model shouted angrily, as long as you don't attack us, we will spare your life for your young age. My lord, what should I do? Hans looked a little confused under his horned helmet. At this time, the shouting and killing had stopped. The remaining bandits were all old, weak, sick, and disabled. Even if there were a few bandits holding hunting bows, the arrowheads were even made of bone and wood, which could not threaten the four people at all. This was an overwhelming massacre. Model was a little impatient. If he were to say, such a child who didn't know what was good for him should be killed with a sword. They were just descendants of bandits. Under the influence of their surroundings, they would grow up to be villains who deserved to be hanged. But he was a little hesitant. His lord was obviously a benevolent lord. If he did such a thing as slaughtering the young, wouldn't it be too cruel, and not in line with the spirit of chivalry? You know, the Lord just said last night that he might canonize them as knights in the future. This mentality of worrying about gains and losses prevented Model from doing it. Not far away, Lothar shook off the blood on his sword and walked over slowly. He took a quick look and knew what had happened. He was silent for a moment and said, "Since you have picked up your weapon, you are the enemy. Squire Hans, Sergeant Model, how to deal with the enemy, I don't need to teach you, right?" Pa Model hit the little boy with a shield. Lothar stared at the little boy with hatred on his face, with a look of pity. Your father must have witnessed such an expression when he slaughtered other people's fathers. When you eat the bread that your father dipped in the blood of others, you will definitely not think it is a sin, but will think your father is great with admiration. Right? Lothar raised a finger, his expression cold. I'll give you one last chance, put down your weapon. The little boy stubbornly held the hatchet in his hand, gritting his teeth. The hatred in his eyes seemed to turn into ink and flow out. Lothar shook his head and turned his back. Do it, Hans. Hans gritted his teeth and raised his sword. Swish, blood flowed freely on the ground. Lothar lowered his head slightly and made a cross in front of him. Father in heaven, whether they are guilty or not is up to you to judge. I cannot make a detailed judgment, let alone judge whether they are not guilty of death, so I can only send them to see you. Amen. Go on, those who hold weapons and dare to resist. If you can't persuade them, just deal with them all. Lothar gave the order. A moment later, this quiet little village that looked like a paradise on earth had undergone earth-shaking changes. There were corpses everywhere, and blood was flowing freely. Women and children screamed and hid in a building that looked like a meeting hall. My lord, are we different from these bandits? Hans looked a little confused. So was Lothar. He didn't know if he was right to do this. But he knew that he couldn't show any confusion in front of Hans, his entourage who admired him. He said in a deep voice, everyone has to pay the price for what they have done. Besides, we only killed those who were armed and did not implicate others. This is the greatest mercy, isn't it? He did not order an attack on the meeting hall where the women and children were, but ordered, the enemy has been basically eliminated. Model, you go and inform Ryan and others to come and receive the supplies. Remember to leave some rations and seeds for those who did not resist. Lothar came to the council hall and looked at those somewhat numb and frightened faces, and said nothing more to express that he represented justice. Among these people, there may be women who were abducted, but more are the families of the robbers themselves. They, including many of the dead, may be innocent and have never hurt others. But when they enjoy the food and money brought by the guilty, they are not so innocent. It is said that the wife and children will not be affected by the disaster, but is the daughter who took the money of the deadbeat and fled abroad really innocent? If she is innocent, how innocent are those poor people who rely on this money to save their lives? This is Lothar's way of doing things. Both kind and cruel. In my ears, the reminder sound of the milestone being completed rang. Lothar looked heavy and left the village first. Oh, chivalrous knight. Lothar said in a low self-deprecating voice. Congratulations, you have completed the milestone, chivalrous knight. You have prevented a bandit attack on a caravan and destroyed 2 bandit gangs. Your chivalrous mentality should be praised, and you will get a high-level follower lottery ticket. 1 high-level follower lottery ticket. After using it, you will definitely get a follower of rare quality or above. In the game, 1 star corresponds to ordinary quality, white. 2 stars correspond to rare quality, which is blue. 3 stars correspond to rare quality, green. 4 stars correspond to extraordinary quality, cyan. 5 stars correspond to epic quality, purple. 6 stars correspond to legendary quality, gold. In other words, this lottery ticket can get at least a 3-star follower. Lothar looked back at the bandit stronghold. For some reason, he didn't feel much joy in his heart. The commonplace monster killing and leveling up in the game really makes people feel heavy in reality. The convoy led by Ryan slowly drove into the bandit stronghold. The hard-working people moved the valuable things that were easy to carry, leaving only some rations and seeds for the women and children trapped in the council hall. The income was somewhat unexpected. Perhaps they had just robbed a small caravan and had not had time to sell the stolen goods. If the spoils obtained this time were exchanged for money in a nearby town, they would probably be worth about 30 of the best quality solids. This is enough to buy a manor in the countryside. Leaving the bandit stronghold, the group went directly to Veneto. Veneto was now under the rule of the Republic of Venice, a major force in the Mediterranean. They stopped in a town to repair. Lasse sent Hans and the former knight's personal valet to deal with the spoils and exchange them for the necessary supplies. He and Prujna returned to the inn early. Lhasa was ready to draw a card immediately. As the colorful high-level Squire exchange vouchers turned into flying powder, a card shining with a rich purple glow slowly emerged. Lothar held his breath and felt his heart beating violently. As the chief planner of the game Yesterday's Battleship, he knew very well how low the chance of drawing 5-star and 6-star followers was. He had originally prepared to only get 3-star ones, but who would have thought that his luck would suddenly burst out? The card has a noble purple border, and in the center of the top, there is a purple gem inlaid. As an epic quality follower, it is qualified to be on par with the strongest legendary followers. Even for some Kryptonians, there are no shortage of 5-star followers in the strongest lineup. In the middle of the card, there is an image of a girl next door with a sweet smile. She has white hair. She has black bangs, long sleeves of gauze, a black tights, a black short skirt, and her smooth white legs and long cotton socks are exposed. Except for a pair of winding horns on her head, she doesn't seem to have any dangerous aura. Name, Fringilla Tsepesh. Category, Warlock. Quality, Epic, 5 stars, Level, 1 Intimacy, Cold Strength, 10 Agility, 12 Stamina, 23 Endurance, 12 Mental Strength, 35 Introduction. She is a noble lady from the Blood King's court. She sings elegy in the dark night, with the red moon above her head, and the last drop of blood from the prey she has set her eyes on. Talent, Blood Magic. Expertise, Fringilla is a blood magician with solid basic skills. As long as her mental strength is sufficient, she can cast most blood magic. Blood Charm, Fringilla's voice is full of the charm of female vampires that tempt people to commit crimes. She can easily capture the hearts of some men with weak wills. Skills, Bloodthirst, Fringilla can absorb any blood rich in life force as a nutrient to replenish her consumed physical and mental strength. Blood Pool, requires Elite Unlock, Tyrant, requires Elite Unlock, a purple glow flashed. A strong sweet smell emerged in the air, a little fragrant, and a little disgusting. The red mist with fangs and claws spread. After a moment, it suddenly gathered together and gathered into a black skirt girl who looked no taller than 16 meters. The same as the portrait. The girl has slender and straight white legs, which look like white silk, but in fact they should be cotton pantyhose. The absolute domain between the short skirt is fascinating. A strong possessive desire emerged from Lassa's heart. But then, a cool breath gently brushed past him, making him regain clarity. That was the breath of Prajna. The only difference from the portrait is that Fringilla has lost the 2 winding horns. Fringilla blinked her big eyes, looked up at Lhasa, and showed a pitiful look on her face. Master, you finally summoned me. I have been waiting for this day for a long time. She took 2 steps forward, held Lhassa's arm, and shook it gently. Master, I am so thirsty, can you give me some blood to drink? Okay, there is no need to pretend with me. As a high-level vampire, blood is like dessert to you, not a necessity at all. Lhasa was the general manager who created the game of Yesterday's Battleship. Naturally, he knew what the core of this girl who looked like a girl next door was. After unlocking the exclusive skills of the Elite Level 2 after transforming into a tyrant, Fringilla will transform into a terrifying monster with blood-colored tentacles, each of which can pierce the enemy's body in blood. All her cuteness and beauty on the surface are disguised. In fact, she is another species that is completely different from humans. Fringilla's eyes were covered with a layer of mist, and she said pitifully, My lord, can't you even meet such a small request from your entourage? You have so much blood in your body, you must have just killed a lot of people, right? Perhaps because of the cold air around Prajna, Lothar was not confused at all. He frowned and asked, Where are the horns on your head? Fringilla exclaimed, Ah, and said in surprise, What horns? My body is no different from that of a normal human woman. She blinked, grinned and said, It will only get better. Prajna, who had never spoken since the beginning, finally spoke while sitting on a chair at the other end of the room. There was obvious disgust in her tone. You abominable beasts who have escaped from hell, your ugly bodies hidden under your skin are simply disgusting. I warn you, don't speak to the Lord in such a disgusting tone again. Lothar had a headache. In the game, the force that Fringilla belongs to is the Blood Court. The Blood Court is a force created by a group of vampires who escaped from hell, and its base is in Wallachia. Not only is there no bond with the Hell Camp to which Prajna belongs, but they are mortal enemies. The difference between the two is that of police and bandits. But it doesn't matter, it's an unexpected surprise to get a 5-star follower, and a rare spellcaster at that. Even with some side effects, he still made a lot of money. Fringilla glanced at Prajna, especially the shield with the ghost face relief, and a trace of strong fear flashed in her eyes. Several of her ancestors were forcibly taken back to hell by Prajna. But then it turned into disdain. Prajna, you just served the adults for a while earlier than me, otherwise you might not be able to beat me now. She felt that with her abilities, she would definitely be more favored by the Lord than a cold and stupid woman like Prajna, as long as the Lord upgraded her more, or even made her elite. Even if there was a difference in quality, Prajna would not be her opponent. Besides, everyone is working under the Lord now. Do you want to do something to me? Fringilla said with a fearless attitude. Prajna looked at Lothar, and there was a rare hint of anger in her cold eyes. She was not good at verbal arguments, and now, she obviously wanted Lothar to speak for her. Lothar suddenly felt his scalp tingling. What should I do? What kind of Shura field is this? Helping Prajna will obviously reduce the intimacy with Fringilla. And is Fringilla's intimacy important? There is no doubt about it. He is just a knight now, but if he can share Fringilla's talent, he can immediately master the mysterious blood magic and change from a melee cannon fodder to a noble spellcaster. In the game, for the sake of balance, the wizard may not be much stronger than the shooter, warrior, and tank, and even has major defects such as easy sudden death and short legs. But this is reality. Spellcasters are nobler than stinky melee. But if he wants to help Fringilla, the relationship he has cultivated with Prajna with great difficulty may also be broken. Lothar did not make much trade-offs. From a purely profit perspective, it may be more appropriate to speak for Fringilla. But he has never been a cold machine that only cares about profit. Miss Fringilla, watch your words. I don't want you to have a conflict with my most trusted friend as soon as you arrive in this world, even if it's just verbal. As she said, I hope you can have at least some respect for your lord, me, in your words. This world is not simple. There are many people who are more powerful than you and Prajna. Even if you were enemies in the past, now that you are colleagues, you should work together. And you, Prajna, I know very well what kind of existence Fringilla is. So, if you are worried that I will be seduced by her, there is no need to worry. Yeah. Prajna still had no expression on her face, but the notification sound of the increase in intimacy showed that she was still very happy that Lhasa spoke for her. However, Fringilla's intimacy not only did not decrease, but increased a little, which made Lhasa a little confused. Lhasa secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said, Fringilla, come out with me, I will introduce you to my followers. The two came to the corridor. Lothar paused and said seriously, I have to warn you in advance to suppress your vampire nature, don't attack my followers, and don't hurt ordinary people at will. This is not the blood court, it is a different world with witches, vampires, and demons. It is very complicated. It is best not to show your uniqueness at will. Vampires? She licked the corner of her mouth. There are vampires in this world? I can't wait to meet these fellows and make them submit to me. If you can do it, there will be a chance. Lothar paused, and emphasized, remember what I said. Fringilla smiled and leaned down, and said, of course, my respected lord, any of your orders will be obeyed unconditionally. Lothar nodded, now, I have to take you to change your clothes first. Although your clothes are beautiful, they are too incompatible with this era. Okay, lord. Fringilla's attitude was very well behaved, but the intimacy decreased prompt sound coming from her ears still explained her mood. I don't know if she doesn't want to be disciplined or doesn't want to change clothes. Lothar took a deep look at Fringilla. He couldn't treat this female vampire with her heart cut open and both halves black like he treated Prajna. According to the setting, there are at least 8,000 humans who died at her hands. She is an absolute female devil. Lothar took Fringilla to get a set of women's clothes that were very common in this era. Like Prajna, she was also required to wear a veil. But her hair was a rare white color, and she also wrapped an extra headscarf. Ding ding ding, 3 consecutive prompt sounds of decreased intimacy made Lothar sure that Fringilla was indeed very disgusted with changing into a set of clothes that she thought was not suitable for her. Why did she come to such an ugly dress? But Lothar was not in a hurry. He had recalled his original setting for Fringilla. This was a young lady of the Blood King's court who lacked discipline and had been unbridled since childhood. Her parents died in the god's court when she was young, and she lived alone in her luxurious palace. Because of her superb talent and noble blood, she was a little devil in the royal court who no one could control. On the surface, she was unbridled and seemed to have a child's rebellious psychology. She often ran out of the royal court regardless of the ban and acted recklessly in the world. In fact, she had a heartfelt yearning for family affection and love. She was actually looking forward to someone who could control her for her own good. To put it bluntly, she was a wild child who lacked the love of the elders. The reason why Lothar chose to favor Prajna and did not disappoint her, but instead increased her intimacy, was because she had always disliked those who treated her differently because of her beauty. In the setting, any man who was confused by her would be sucked dry of all his blood without hesitation. Therefore, Lothar only needs to take good care of her and control her like a brother. Even if she appears to be rebellious and unconvinced, the intimacy will only increase. In the game, players need to become elites before they can unlock Fringilla's setting collection bit by bit. After reading these stories, they can make special strategies. But Lothar is different. No one knows the personalities of these followers better than him. In a sense, all the followers that can be extracted in the system are his children. Fringilla, this world is very dangerous. Prajna and I have met a witch who is more powerful than her. I know you love beauty, but your safety is more important, Lothar said earnestly. Fringilla was slightly startled, snorted lightly, and said in a very impatient tone, I know, I won't cause you any trouble. Lothar's tone softened, I'm sorry for putting you in trouble. The system prompt sounded as expected. Intimacy increases. Veneto is located in the northeast of the Apennine Peninsula, between the Alps and the Adriatic Sea, and borders the Austrian border area to the north. In the history of Lasse's previous life, Veneto was also included in the rule of the Habsburg family for a long time, but that was many years after the decline of Mediterranean trade and the advent of the Age of Exploration. Today, the controller of the Veneto region is the Republic of Venice. As the well-deserved king of the Adriatic Sea, it is one of the most powerful city-state republics in the entire Mediterranean. At this time, the only fleet that can compete with the Venetians in the Mediterranean is the Genoese fleet. Even the Eastern Empire, which occupied the Eastern Silk Road and was the former suzerain of the Venetians and mastered the Greek fire, a naval weapon, had to compromise with the Venetians in many aspects. In all the Crusades, if the army wanted to go by sea, it would have to seek help from the Venetian fleet. The Republic of Venice was able to maintain its independent status when most countries in the entire Apennine Peninsula were included in the rule of the Great Germania Empire. Its strength can be seen. Although the merchants of this era were despised and ridiculed. But no one can deny that the huge wealth in their hands is beyond the reach of any feudal lord, even the emperor of the empire. In this era, as long as you have money, you can organize a large number of elite mercenaries, who are much more brave and skilled in fighting than serf conscripts. Ryan and Hans came back. As soon as they entered the door, Ryan cursed in Swabian country slang. This group of greedy, despicable, and disgusting pigs dared to offer a ticket for 3 gold coins. The price is just like slaughtering us like fat pigs. Model asked in confusion, did you say that we were going to the Holy Land to participate in the Holy War? I did, but that guy told me that if we couldn't even afford the boat ticket, we would be gangsters in the Holy Land, idle all day long, and bring dust to the Holy Land. I really doubt whether the Venetians really believe in God. These people are no different from the Jews, they are all heretics who falsely believe in God. Lasse couldn't help laughing and said, perhaps, the Venetians believe in Hermes. Hermes what? Ryan looked puzzled. Hans explained, it is the pagan god in charge of business that the Greeks once believed in. In this era, the right to education is mostly in the hands of theologians. Even as a lord or even a king, it is not uncommon to be illiterate. Ryan suddenly realized and responded with some embarrassment, yes, this group of greedy Venetians are far less pious to God than they are to money. During the last crusade, the price had been agreed upon, but the Venetians dared to raise the price at the last minute. That was because of the Pope's bull. Lasse smiled and said, it doesn't matter. Just because he offered such a high price doesn't mean that others will offer such a high price. Now is not the time for all the crusaders to gather in the Apennines. The main force of the Gaul Crusaders is still preparing food and fodder and is still far away from Veneto. It's too early for them to raise the price now. Tell them that if they insist on raising the price, we will find the Genoese to take the ship. As merchants, they traveled across the Mediterranean. With only a dozen cabins, they dared to offer a price of 3 gold coins per person. They were really taking him for a fool. Lothar had no idea of showing up in person. He was just a businessman. If he acted too approachable, he would be considered easy to bully. It was not until the afternoon that Ryan and Hans came back again. This time, although both of them had some dissatisfaction on their faces, it was completely different from the previous gloomy look. Lothar asked, did you negotiate it? Yes, we negotiated it. 1 sulids gold coin per person. The group of merchants wanted to make a loophole in the contract and put us in the bottom cabin. Fortunately, Hans could read and recognized us. Lothar frowned. His brows hardened. His fists hardened. Lothar was a little puzzled. Is there no other company to negotiate with? He didn't want to take the ship of such an untrustworthy merchant. He was afraid that they would not go to the Holy Land, but wanted to sell them to North Africa as slaves. Of course, the consequence of doing so could only be that they successfully counterattacked and got the wealth of a ship. The guards hired by the caravan could not be their opponents. Ryan shook his head and said, "No, it is said that because of the recent appearance of sirens on the route to Crete, the route has been temporarily interrupted. We have to follow their caravan to the port to take a ship tomorrow." "Okay." Lothar nodded. He didn't plan to stay in Veneto for another month or so. He would get to the Holy Land earlier and start the plan to obtain the fiefdom earlier. With the system in hand and an extra month or two of development, the result could be a world of difference. As for the sirens, he didn't think that with Fringilla around, they could not solve some monsters that rely entirely on charm and strength. "Then it's settled. Ryan, Model, Hans, the three of you will organize the people to purchase a batch of metal spearheads and shields. If there are any usable weapons among the bandits, you can keep them as spare parts. I plan to recruit all the male people as spearmen first. Spearmen are cheaper and less difficult to train than sword and shieldmen." The sea breeze was blowing gently. In the distance, you could vaguely see the coastal port city with many buildings hidden in the mist. A merchant ship with a round belly and a square sail was sailing on the Adriatic Sea. This was a cog. The ship was brought from northern Europe by the Normans in Sicily. It quickly adapted to the Mediterranean climate and was widely used on merchant ships. A poor monk in white linen clothes and holding a wooden cross was preaching to the crew and passengers who gathered around him. "Jerusalem, a treasure that exists in heaven and on earth, is magnificent as a city on earth and glorious as a city in heaven. Jerusalem, a holy place, is now surrounded by ambitious pagans. Ayyubid and Sassanid, these two behemoths, are abominable and despicable demons. They destroyed God's churches, lit their so-called holy fire in the center of the temple, blasphemed the Holy Father, killed fellow Christians, abducted them, and sold them everywhere. On the way to Asia Minor, the pilgrims were attacked by the Turkish cavalry they raised, suffered inhuman abuse, or were imprisoned or killed. They want to burn the holy tomb of the Savior with flames and invade our earthly paradise, Jerusalem. This is an act that neither Catholics nor Orthodox Christians can tolerate. Use the weapons in our hands to eliminate the pagans, go to the land flowing with milk and honey recorded in the Bible, to atone your sins, and you will get the eternal glory of heaven." People shouted, "This is the will of Heavenly Father. Amen." Lothar, wearing a dark red robe, stood in the crowd under the protection of Hans, Ryan, and Model, praying devoutly. He has never been a Catholic, nor has he ever believed in any gods. But he feels that since this is a world with extraordinary powers, perhaps the so-called Heavenly Father really exists. In this case, he might as well believe it. As long as it does not interfere with his own affairs, he will always be very pious. If one day he becomes more powerful, he will not hesitate to ask the classic question like Joseph the Great, "Pope, how many divisions does he have?" Of course, His Holiness the Pope of this era really has many divisions. The Papal States occupies a vast territory directly under the Central Apennine Peninsula, and the rest of the major dioceses are theoretically under the jurisdiction of the Pope. Unless necessary, even if he is more powerful, he is unwilling to break up with His Holiness the Pope. The group boarded the ship this afternoon. This morning they got up early and set off from the northern town of Veneto to the southern port to catch a boat. Now, just 2 hours after setting off, the castle of Romagna can still be seen on the coast. The monk suddenly pointed to Lawson in the crowd and said, "Lothar von Habsburg, this is a brave knight from Swabia." He resolutely embarked on the road to protect the Holy Land despite the blasphemous King Henry's obstruction. He was pious to the Father and His Majesty the Pope urging him to do so. "May the Father bless you, respected knight." Because the Pope excommunicated Emperor Henry, many priests did not think that the crown crowned by His Majesty the Pope was still effective, so they called Henry the King. The passengers also cast respectful eyes on Lhasa. "Praise you, respected knight." The monk invited with a smile on his face, "Knight Lhasa, please say a few words for everyone. Everyone needs your encouragement." Lhassa's expression was a little stiff. Compared with the poor crusaders who were like refugees fleeing famine, and even more like soldiers, the passengers on this cog were richer, and there were many town craftsmen and city vendors. They shared the same goal as Lothar, and also went to the Holy Land to respond to the Pope's call for the crusade. Lothar didn't want to deceive them or say something against his will. But the people's enthusiastic cheers made it difficult for him to refuse. After thinking for a long time, he slowly said, "This is a great cause. For the sake of the Father and the Holy Land not to be defiled by pagans, even if you die in battle, your soul will return to heaven. That's right, the dead will return to heaven, and the living will be honored." The monk continued to preach loudly. As a pious crusader knight, Lothar really had no reason not to listen to the sermon, not to mention that the monk was so eager to pursue him and make him famous. Look at those subjects. The eyes they looked at Lothar at this moment were full of loyalty and awe. In this era when faith has been integrated into people's lives, even if it is a disguise, Lothar must pretend to be a devout believer. Two hooded women sat in the cabin. One was tall, the other was petite. They sat opposite each other, and neither paid attention to the other. Fringilla held back for a long time, and finally couldn't help but said, "It's so boring, big fool, why does the Lord listen to that old man's chatter?" Prajna raised her eyes slightly and stared at Fringilla without emotion. Fringilla kept looking at her. Feeling a little cold, he continued to sit cross-legged on the wooden bed, not knowing what he was thinking. "Hey, Prajna, are you a robot? Won't you feel bored?" Fringilla lifted her legs and swayed them up and down. "You are such a boring woman. If one day you are with the Lord, he will be driven crazy." Prajna frowned, and the emotions on her face finally fluctuated a little. "What nonsense are you talking about?" "Ha, you replied to me?" Fringilla looked like she had succeeded in her evil plan. "I knew that you really had ideas about the Lord. You scheming woman. But let me tell you, it's impossible for you and the Lord. Although you have a thin waist, delicate skin, and a beautiful appearance." Fringilla spread her fingers and counted them carefully, and was suddenly stunned. "Wow, you, a bad woman, actually have so many advantages? Bad, maybe there is really a chance." Prajna pursed her lips, her face still with a calm expression. She said coldly, "What on earth do you want to say?" Fringilla smiled. "The grudge between the blood court and you is their business and has nothing to do with me. Prajna, as the adults said, we will be comrades fighting side by side in the future, comrades who need to cover each other. I don't want to have any unpleasantness with you." Prajna frowned. "For me, public is public and private is private. No matter how much I hate you, I will not make any concessions in the battle. So you don't have to worry too much, let alone deliberately try to please me." Fringilla's mouth curled up slightly, and a sly smile appeared on her face. "Prajna, you are really interested in the Lord. If you really have any ideas, you can't go on like this. Hee, do you think that if you say that, I will be shy like an ordinary little girl?" Prajna said expressionlessly, "My feelings towards the Lord are just the feelings that comrades and subjects should have. I don't have the kind of ideas you said." "Really? I don't believe it," Fringilla teased. "Whether you believe it or not is none of my business." Prajna closed her eyes and stopped talking this time. Fringilla smiled slyly, like a little fox that had stolen a chicken. If Prajna really didn't care, she wouldn't have responded to her at all. But then she felt a sense of urgency. "The Lord should be mine, and I can't let you, a ghost woman, get the upper hand. Knight Lothar, are you going to join the Knights Templar or the Knights Hospitaller?" After the sermon, the monk said to Lothar enthusiastically, "Listen to me. For a pious and brave knight like you, it would be most appropriate for you to join the Knights Templar. The Knights Templar are brave and good at fighting. They never compromise with pagans. Compared with the conservative Knights Hospitaller, they are more suitable for you to make achievements." "I'm sorry, Father Becket, I don't intend to take a lifelong vow. My father served His Majesty Baldwin and participated in the famous Battle of Montgassard, defeating the King of Ayyubid. I also hope to continue this tradition and be loyal to the king in the form of a feudal lord." "No wonder the robe on your body looks like the old-fashioned robe of the Knights of the Royal House of Jerusalem. It turns out that your father has won such a prominent honor. It's really disrespectful," Becket said thoughtfully. "But Knight Lothar, please forgive my frankness. You don't understand the situation in the Holy Land. In my opinion, it is not wise to choose to be loyal to His Majesty directly. His Majesty may not be willing to see you, let alone grant you a fiefdom. The Knights Templar is indeed a good place to go, especially the Knights Templar. Joining the Knights Templar will not affect your loyalty to His Majesty the King." Becket began to introduce Lothar to the prominence of the Knights Templar in this era and their terrifying influence in the Holy Land. Although the Knights Templar is nominally just a military order, they own thousands of manors and castles in the Catholic world, and more than a dozen territories of different sizes scattered everywhere. In addition, they often receive huge donations from all parties. And the territories of the Knights Templar all enjoy tax-free policies. They themselves are representatives of theocracy, and there is no need to worry about anyone collecting tithes. Being rich, they opened the earliest bank of this era. Many pilgrims on this ship borrowed money from the Knights Templar to buy luggage and tickets. This is a giant crocodile entrenched in the Holy Land, a knight order in name but a country in reality. Not only is it rich enough to rival a country, its military strength is no weaker than any monarch of a major European country. Although the Knights Hospitaller are much weaker than them in strength, they are also at the same level. It's just that their style tends to be conservative, not as radical as the Knights Templar. The existence of the two major knightly orders has greatly curbed the power of King Baldwin IV of Jerusalem, and even surpassed the royal power at one point. But under external threats, the king is not only unable to expel and suppress them, but also has to win over the two major knightly orders. There is a slang on the streets of Jerusalem: although the king wears a sacred crown, Gerard, Grand Master of the Knights Templar, is the real uncrowned king. Lothar and Father Becket are at the bow of the ship as they talked. The priest had traveled across the Mediterranean Sea many times by ship, dedicated to collecting donations in the Western world and calling for the Crusades. Then he took them to the Holy Land as a source of soldiers for military orders or as subjects under feudal lords to obtain funding. In essence, it is very similar to the nature of a broker, but people all think it is a sacred act. Becket has lived in the Holy Land for 2 years and has a deep understanding of many things there. Sassanid and Ayyubid have united, but the kingdom is still in constant strife. The knights have their own supporters, trying to get them to marry His Majesty the King's sister Sibylla and become the next crown prince. Becket rarely showed a pessimistic look. I don't know whether it is right or wrong to call so many Christians to the Holy Land. The iron hoofs of those pagans may destroy everything. Isn't that a lie? Lothar complained secretly, but said, I really didn't expect that the situation in the kingdom has become so serious, but according to my father, His Majesty Baldwin is a very outstanding monarch. How could he let the situation develop to this point? Yes, His Majesty is indeed an outstanding monarch with extraordinary military talent and personal charm, but he suffers from leprosy, which makes his rule even weaker. Becket's eyes were a little red. We all know that the young king who was full of vigor and defeated tens of thousands of pagan troops in Mungissa is gone forever. Now there is only a leper who is struggling to survive and suffers from severe pain all day long. Lothar was silent for a while. Count Werner's idea was to let him surrender to Baldwin II and brought him a letter. But now it seems that the king's big ship is far from as strong as he imagined. But there are pros and cons. It is precisely because the ship is not strong enough that he is more likely to stand out and gain the trust and respect of His Majesty the King. King Baldwin is still the only legitimate king of Jerusalem, no matter what, and a lean camel is bigger than a horse. The word orthodoxy was sometimes more important in the Middle Ages than in the Eastern world. As for leprosy, if a healing attendant is selected, it does not seem impossible to cure it. He thought for a moment and decided to stick to the original plan and be loyal to King Baldwin. Even if he could not be granted a fiefdom for the time being, it would be more reliable than joining the two major knightly orders with many talented people. You know, many Earl-level nobles would rather donate all their property to join the Knights Templar. Maybe there are pious factors involved, but it also shows how deep the Knights Templar are. Adding icing on the cake will never be as good as sending charcoal in the snow. Moreover, as a military order, the Knights Templar cannot join unless they donate a huge amount of money. Property is an exception, otherwise you must swear a lifelong vow and give up the right to inherit the territory and the right to marry. This is completely different from the feudal lord. I will think about what you said, Father Becket. Thank you for talking to me about the current situation in the Holy Land. It helps me a lot. May God bless you. Amen. Say goodbye to Becket. Lasse was about to return to the cabin. He saw a fat man in gorgeous clothes waving a whip and scolding the crew who were listening to the monk's sermon. I spent 10 big silver coins to hire you, not to let you sit here in a daze. All of you get up, go wipe the deck, go to dry clothes, and sew spare sails. Whatever you do, don't let me watch you chatting here again. The fat man is the owner of this ship, the dishonest Venetian merchant. Ryan's cursing yesterday became a proverb. This Venetian merchant is really a Jew. Jewish merchants who value money as their life seem to be quite compatible with Venice, a republic founded on commerce. But in fact, even the Venetians looked down on Jews. They isolated Jews in a special urban area and named it ghetto. They could not engage in normal business activities and could only be loan sharks or do some vague passenger transport business like the captain of this cog. In fact, except for a few commercial city-states on the Apennine Peninsula, most areas strictly prohibited Jews from hiring Christians. Discrimination has deepened the gap between Jews and Christians. And the gap has made Jews disregard the lives of these pagans, driving up food prices and lending at high interest rates, making their reputation worse. This is a vicious cycle. It is worth mentioning that in Europe at that time, Jews could only receive relatively fair treatment under the rule of Zoroastrians in Iberia. They are not chatting, you disrespectful Jewish merchant, they are listening to my sermons, and you are clearly not qualified to listen. Brother Becket retorted loudly. The man sneered, his fat face full of disdain, but he looked at Lothar again and didn't argue with Becket. Lothar, are you satisfied with the cabin? That is the most spacious room I specially vacated, just suitable for a noble knight like you to live with his wife. Lothar walked past the Jewish merchant, and he looked deeply into the small eyes between the fat cheeks of the other party. He nodded perfunctorily, and then led his subordinates and people into the cabin. The Jewish merchant's face did not show any anger for being ignored. He watched the backs of Lothar and his party gradually disappear, and a subtle arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. In a blink of an eye, it was already the next morning. Life on the sea was so boring, and the space for activities was so narrow. The weather was hot and humid. This made Lothar more willing to stay next to Prajna. The cool air she exuded was like a small air conditioner. Fringilla couldn't stand this. Although her body temperature was also icy, you had to get close to her to feel the cold. Their intimacy had not yet reached this stage. However, even if he didn't want to go out, Lothar had to perform the social activities that a knight should have. For example, he asked 2 servants to train the male subjects, he asked the female subjects to sew blouses with his emblem for the male compatriots in their village. He also supervised whether the crew took good care of their horses and whether the horses had symptoms of seasickness. Hans could handle most of the things on his own. But Lothar couldn't just be a hands-off boss. He had to maintain his prestige. Only the tool and the reputation should not be delegated to others. When he boarded the deck, there was a thin layer of mist on the sea. The crew members were maneuvering the sails and navigating the boat seriously. The priest was holding a wooden cross and still preaching to the passengers. Lasse stood aside and listened silently, devoutly making the sign of the cross in front of him and praying earnestly. After he finished preaching, Lasse walked up to him and started a conversation. "Where are we, Father Becket?" "We have passed the Ionian Gulf and have completely left the Adriatic Sea." Father Becket paused and pointed to the blurred coast. "When the weather is clear, we should be able to see the lighthouse of Moria. That is the territory of the Eastern Empire, with a completely different customs and habits from your hometown." The Eastern Empire. Lasse couldn't help but feel a little fascinated. "One day, when the war in the Holy Land is over, I will definitely go to Constantinople to see the elegance of this city of 7 hills, the queen of cities, Vasiliosopolis." Becket teased, "Then you'd better be careful. A brave and warlike knight like you will definitely be fanatically pursued by the ladies of the empire." Lothar joked, "If it's Queen Lagaya, then I'm afraid I will really be tempted." "Who wouldn't be?" Becket sighed, "After all, she is the most beautiful and powerful woman in the world. If you marry Princess Sibylla, you can become the crown prince of Jerusalem. Then if you marry Queen Lagaya, you will become the emperor of the Eastern Empire. The value of the two is completely different." Lothar smiled and said nothing more. He is not a person who likes fantasy. For those who want to become the emperor of the Eastern Empire, the unattainable dream is just talk. "Knight Lothar, do you know that when I was preaching just now, the crew members were reminding me to be careful of sirens today? Usually, we need to be vigilant against Norman, Moorish and Berber pirates, but now we have to be vigilant against sirens that few people have seen." The priest's tone was somewhat sarcastic. He had traveled between the Apennine Peninsula and the Holy Land at least 8 times, if not 10 times, and had never really seen any sirens. In his opinion, sirens were just legends made up by bored sailors. Suddenly someone said, "Father, few people have seen them because those who have seen them are dead." The one who spoke was the captain of the ship, a middle-aged man with the vicissitudes of life. "Just like you certainly don't know what kind of miserable life the Christians who were sold to the African chiefdoms led. You also don't know what kind of ending those crew members who have seen the sirens have encountered. But not knowing doesn't mean they don't exist." The captain warned in a serious tone, "It is said that sirens are accustomed to appearing in the weather without the sun, using their singing to arouse people's desires, and then tearing the seduced people into pieces and swallowing them bit by bit. If you hear strange sounds, you must cover your ears." His tone was very serious, and he left nervously after speaking. The two of them looked at each other. Lasse agreed deeply and said, "I think what he said makes sense. Not seeing it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. I once killed a werewolf in the night competition in Liens. This at least proves that the creatures in those folk legends do not exist. But the sirens are legends in pagan mythology." Lasse didn't say anything, but just looked at him deeply. Father Becket hesitated for a while before saying, "I understand what you mean. I will inform the passengers on this ship of the captain's instructions. Priests who have been in the Holy Land will be more flexible in many aspects. After all, even in Jerusalem, Zoroastrian caravans are welcome." In the evening, the fog was getting thicker and thicker. The whole world seemed to be darkened by it. Fringilla stood on the deck, stretching her graceful curves wantonly. Most people were asleep at this time, so she didn't have to worry about attracting too much attention. She lay lazily on the side of the ship. "My lord, this kind of life is really boring. I faced the wall with that woman Prajna all day today, and I feel that my vampire life has become much duller." Lozer he glanced at her and said helplessly, "It may be a little boring, but it will not be more boring than when you are sleeping in the coffin. Can it be the same when you are sleeping? When you are asleep, you don't know anything, and you definitely won't feel bored. Fringilla held Lothar's arm, her watery eyes full of expectation. Please, let me find a man to blood from. I will throw his body into the sea, and the fish will clean up all traces. No one will know it was me. No. Lothar frowned. Fringilla, you have to understand that I am a human, and the person you want a blood from is also a human, so don't say such things so lightly, and, I warned you, you can't do anything to anyone without my permission. Fringilla snorted. Aren't I just asking for your consent? Lothar said seriously, my answer is very clear. Also, it is said that there will be sirens attacking passing ships in this sea area. Siren are a group of monsters living in the deep sea. They hate light, so the weather tonight is just right for them to move around. You'd better be careful. Tisk, just some sirens. Those who like to mate with humans, do they have any powerful abilities worth mentioning? Fringilla said with some disdain. If sirens are monsters at the level of campus ghost stories, then vampires are at least 2 levels higher and belong to urban legends. Don't take it lightly. Fringilla, your strength has not recovered yet and you are suppressed very badly. Compared with the extraordinary creatures in this world, you may not be much stronger. Lhasa advised, pride is the first of the 7 sins. I have told you many times that this world is not much simpler than your world. I don't want you to die because of arrogance one day. Oh, I know, sir, why are you as annoying as an old antique who keeps talking and being rigid? Fringilla showed an impatient look, and the reminder of the increase in intimacy. This stubborn kid. A hint of smile appeared on Lhasa's face. Don't be so impatient. Let's go back to the cabin later. I'll tell you and Prajna a story, okay? Okay. Fringilla showed a reluctant expression. In fact, she was looking forward to it. Lhasa, who had been influenced by online novels, had too many interesting stories in his head. Are you still telling the story of the monkey? Don't you want to listen? Well, it's okay to listen. Fringilla's tone was a little unclear, and she jumped up and down and quickened her pace. There was a kind of excitement that could not be concealed. No one had ever told her a bedtime story. In the dim cabin, Lhasa had finished his story of understanding the true principles of Bodhi, eliminating demons and returning to the original spirit. On the bed opposite, Fringilla was still listening with great energy. The story was told in Chinese, so both of them could understand it. The lines set for them in the game were originally in Chinese. In fact, Lhasa's budget had never included any plans to hire foreign voice actors. Go on, what happened next? Prajna pursed her lips and said nothing, but Lhasa could clearly feel that there was a hint of expectation in those eyes, which were always cold. Lhasa swallowed back the words to know what happened next. Please listen to the next chapter that he squeezed to his lips. Okay, then I'll tell you one last chapter. We've said it in advance. You have to rest after this chapter. A good rest is crucial for a warrior. Fringilla said impatiently, okay, I got it. Let's get started. Prajna pursed her lips. The last sentence was what she said when she slept with Lhasa on the first night. Lhasa glanced at Fringilla unhappily, cleared his throat, and continued, but the Monkey King returned to the Flower and Fruit Mountain and wiped out the Demon King who occupied the mountain as the king. The reminder sound of the increase in intimacy sounded from time to time. But there was no significant change. Fringilla still did not rise to friendly, but her attitude was obviously different from when she was cold. Probably like Prajna, it seems that they are still lacking an opportunity to make a breakthrough. Lhasa didn't have so many utilitarian ideas. When he got along with them, he was also very happy, so he didn't think that intimacy would unlock skills or something. Everything will come naturally. Besides, there is no point in being anxious. You can't just pinch Fringilla's white neck and urge her, become friendly for me, hurry up. After finishing this chapter, Lothar yawned. Physical strength does not mean energy. He can't stay up all day and all night. If he can extract some potions from the system to change his physique or increase his attributes in the future, maybe he can become like a high-quality squire. If you want to know what official title this monkey head was awarded after he went to heaven, please listen to the next chapter. That's it. I'm going to sleep. Yeah. Prajna nodded slightly. Fringilla didn't coax him anymore, but said with some regret, it's all my fault that my strength hasn't recovered yet, otherwise I'd give the Lord a first hug and you wouldn't have to sleep every day. Lothar was a little speechless and lay down with his eyes closed. If he was older in the future and hadn't extracted potions or items that could prolong his life, he might still consider whether to become a vampire. But he wouldn't make such plans now. Vampires are another species. Transformed for a vampire, a person's values and worldview will be turned upside down. God knows whether he will become a demon who only knows how to raise blood animals, hide in a dark and damp castle, and is ferocious and cruel, choosing people to eat. Seeing Lhasa lying down, Fringilla's face was full of boredom. Vampires, like the ghosts to which Prajna belongs, also need sleep, but that kind of sleep is at least calculated in months. A short sleep once a day like humans. It's okay. But it's not necessary. Fringilla wanted to say something, but looked at Lhasa, who was already breathing evenly, and held back the words. She winked at Prajna, but the big fool ignored her. Turn over and go to sleep. Lhasa was sleeping soundly. A beautiful and soft ballad suddenly sounded in his ears. The voice was so gentle that it didn't bring the slightest sense of irritability of having his sleep disturbed. It was as if he was resting on the soft lap of a beloved woman, and the tip of his nose seemed to be able to smell the faint fragrance. Activated milestone, encounter with the sirens. You and the sirens had an intimate exchange of body fluids, and successfully survived their cruel mating process. The system prompt sounded like an annoying alarm. Lothar woke up a little irritably, but immediately realized that something was wrong. The singing did not disappear, it was not a dream, but there was really a woman singing. In the dark cabin, Prajna was holding the ghost face shield in her hand, looking around vigilantly. The ghost face relief on the shield was excited. Fringilla's eyes flashed with a dark red light. It's really here. Her tone was a little excited, as if there was some kind of surprise in her calm life. My lord, I don't human blood, can I the blood of the sirens? Listen to this coquettish voice, you know that their blood must be particularly sweet. The fangs pierced her lips unconsciously. Prajna frowned and said softly, wake up. Fringilla's scarlet eyes dimmed immediately. She said in disbelief, how could it be? That's not right. My mental strength is so much higher than yours. How come I was the one who got hit? Prajna said concisely, your desire is too strong. Let's go and wake people up. We can't let them continue to be intoxicated by the songs of the sirens. Lothar put on his coat and walked out first. In each cabin, there were ugly scenes at the moment. Lothar frowned and said, fortunately, the people are divided into 2 cabins according to their gender, otherwise it will definitely lead to a series of ethical tragedies. He took the lead in waking up Hans, Ryan, and Model. When the 3 woke up, their faces were full of anger. After they saw that it was Lothar, they broke out in cold sweat and woke up completely. Block your ears and wake people up. Wake up, call our subjects first. He said hurriedly, and went on deck with Prajna and Fringilla. On the deck, the obese merchant was looking into the distance with an intoxicated look on his face, murmuring, Selina, I'm back again, and this time, I brought a whole ship of sacrifices to you. I know that an ugly fat man like me is not worthy of your favor, but I beg you, please accept this insignificant gift. Selina? Should it be Siren? Lhasa's expression was slightly cold. This Jewish businessman was not only stingy and greedy, but also wanted to use their group of passengers as gifts to please the sirens. In the night sky, 3 figures floated in the air. Their bright red lips opened and closed, singing beautiful songs. The upper body was no different from that of human women, but behind them, they had a pair of flesh wings like bat wings. At their waists, there were also colorful fins. The lower body was a very long fish tail, as the legend said. The long, soft golden hair was draped over the shoulders. They held hands and sang in the air, with soft and beautiful faces. I have to admit that these 3 female sirens, even Lhasa, who had been with Prajna and Fringilla for a long time, felt a little moved. Beautiful, noble. Where is the horror and ugliness of the sirens in the legend? At this time, a female siren slowly floated down. She reached out her hand to the obese businessman and gently stroked his fat face. The businessman was excited. Selina, I knew you wouldn't hurt me. You let me go last time, and I knew you had special feelings for me. Selina raised the corners of her mouth slightly, revealing a charming smile. Special? If you were not so strong, I would not have caught you. How could I let such a big piece of meat like you escape? Fortunately, the stupid prey has once again delivered himself to the door, and even offered such a rich sacrifice. So should I spare his life? Selina licked her lips. She felt her saliva secretion was strong. She could not help herself when she saw the fat body. However, the merchant misunderstood and moved his face closer with some excitement. The next moment, a shrill scream sounded. The siren's face was covered with blood, and her face was fiercely chewing the merchant's lips and flesh. The merchant screamed and rolled back and forth on the deck, leaving a shocking trail of blood. In the sky, the banshees who were still floating could no longer suppress their appetite. They flapped their wings and swooped down on the merchant with blood on his face. Fringilla sneered, these low-intelligence creatures are no match for us vampires. It's obvious that they are giving this merchant some sweet treats so that they can fish for bigger fish in the long run. Lothar whispered, "Stop talking nonsense and kill them." The mist was hazy. Two swooping sea sirens landed on the deck, with translucent saliva flowing from the corners of their mouths, ready to feast. Lozer and Prajna had already approached them one after the other. Facing the two menacing men, the two sea sirens were frightened. Their bodies were very fragile. The lower body covered with fish scales and mucus was fine. It would easily slide off if it was cut by sharp weapons such as swords. But the upper body was a fragile human body. They could survive in the deep sea because of the power of magic, not tough skin. How could they dare to fight against Lozer holding a sword? Selena just took off a little slower. The blood flowing under her feet turned into tough straps under the control of Fringilla's blood magic. The straps went around her slippery fishtail and fastened her to the deck. How could Lothar miss such a good opportunity? He strode forward with his half-sword tightly grasped. The ship swaying slightly with the waves could not shake his body at all. His arms were muscular and he held the sword high. The mermaid Selena flapped her wings desperately, and her sharp nails on her hands were buckled on the straps, trying desperately to escape from the restraints, but she was not allowed to do so. Please let me go. I will bring you pearls and gems from the bottom of the sea. That will make you the richest person in the world. Please. She spoke very quickly, speaking fluent Greek with a slight Asia Minor accent. Her voice was as clear as a lark. She was beautiful and charming. But the man in front of her had a heart as hard as stone. It was difficult to see any mercy and kindness in his cold eyes. The sharp blade chopped down fiercely. Plop! A beautiful woman's head rolled away on the deck. A large amount of blood spurted out of the neck cavity of the headless corpse, and happened to fall behind Lothar. Selena's performance proved that they were not mentally retarded as Fringilla said, but they simply could not suppress their desire to eat human flesh. This announced that Lothar had no possibility of cooperating with the other party. Chen-ah! In the sky, two sirens screamed in fear. Selena's name among the sirens was not Selena at all. This was the name given to her by the Jewish merchant based on the transliteration of siren. Crystal tears flowed on their faces, and they opened their mouths wide, revealing a mouthful of sharp fangs like saw teeth between their small lips. The corners of the lips slowly tore apart, leaving only a little flesh and skin connected, and saliva overflowed from it. In the blink of an eye, the tempting red lips became a smile that almost reached the ears. Jenner's mouth. The next moment, the two sirens shouted together. The voices were full of anger and sadness. The mist covering the sea surface was swirling because of this. The terrifying sound waves made Lothar feel as if he was facing a stormy sea. On the deck, scars like knife and axe cuts appeared out of thin air. Prajna took a step forward without hesitation and came in front of Lothar. The ghost face shield was against the front. Clang! A series of metal hitting sounds rang out. Lothar leaned against Prajna's waist, only to feel that the power coming from the front was astonishingly great, and the two of them retreated several steps at the same time. This siren is so powerful? Lothar was a little stunned. Although the melee combat power of the siren is far inferior to that of the werewolf, this long-range sound wave attack is comparable to a strong bow and crossbow. Indeed. Prajna nodded and said, and they can fly, so it's hard for us to hit them. Big fool, attract their attention. Fringilla shouted loudly in Chinese, and the linen robe she was wearing was filled with magic. Her long white hair hung in the air. We must get rid of them in the air. If we let them dive into the water and drill through the bottom of the ship from the bottom of the water, all of us will die here. Prajna spoke very quickly, which was unusual for her, and said a long paragraph. Then, on the black shield in her hand, the ghost face relief immediately became vivid. The terrifying breath of hell almost made her the center of the world in an instant. The upper and lower teeth of the two sirens trembled uncontrollably, and even the screams stopped. That's the breath of Cerberus, the door to hell. It's clearly on the bottom of the sea. How can it appear here? On the deck, two illusory figures slowly floated up from the corpse, and flew towards the open mouth of the ghost face relief like a swallow flying into the forest. No! We can't let China's soul be devoured. The siren screamed and tried to rush over to stop it. At this moment, Fringilla's nimble body stepped on the side of the ship and soared into the air. In midair, she opened her hands towards the blood plasma that was freely flowing on the deck. The blood immediately gathered and turned into a spear that exuded a strong sweet smell. Get down! The blood spear flew towards the two sirens with a piercing scream. With the blessing of blood magic, the speed of this spear was extremely fast. But although the two sirens were anxious, they had already prepared for it. At this critical moment, they stopped at the same time. The blood spear was almost sticking to them. The face flew past. However, the next moment, a sharp black shield flew out like a high-speed rotating electric saw. Following the black shield, there was a new blood spear. This was condensed by Fringilla, and it appeared in the hands of Lothar, who was hiding behind Prajna. Puff, the black shield cut a sea monster in half. The other one was also hit by the wing behind Lothar's spear, and the whole body tilted and fell like a kite with a broken string. Die! Fringilla clenched her palms. The sea monster whose wing was hit was still in the air, and the blood spear exploded with a bang, and the blood turned into sharp needles, which immediately pierced it into a sieve. Great! Lothar said excitedly. This time, the cooperation between the three of them was perfect. In fact, when Lothar threw the spear, he was not sure if he could hit it. After all, when he practiced throwing javelins on horseback, he could only hit 3 out of 10 times. Although the deck was not as bumpy as on horseback, it was not much stronger. Prajna let out a long breath and opened her hands. The flying shield unexpectedly flew back to her hands like a boomerang. At this time, Fringilla stumbled and fell to the ground. Fringilla! Lothar hurried forward. Don't worry, it's just that she overdrawn some mental power, it's not a big deal. Prajna said in a calm tone. Although Fringilla was also an epic level squire, she was only level 1 after all. Lothar was worried that she would be lawless, and coupled with his limited money, he had never upgraded her level. This series of powerful spells was beyond her ability. Lothar hugged Fringilla, and felt that the girl in his hand was light and fluttering, as if she was made of paper, as if she would float away at any time. Let's go back to the cabin, Lothar said hurriedly. Yeah. The wounded ship anchored in Crete early the next morning. After losing its original owner, the ship was naturally requisitioned by Lasse. Therefore, the cost of repairing the ship also fell on his head. Fortunately, only the deck and mast were slightly damaged, which would not delay for long. In Crete, they replenished and replaced fresh water. This is an island with a majority population of Greeks. The forces on the island are intertwined. The Eastern Empire, Venice, Genoa, and even Ayyubid all project their own forces here. They repaired in the inn on the island for a morning and set sail again in the afternoon, heading directly for the holy city of Jaffa, also translated as Kaffa. Today is a rare good weather. The sky is clear, the wind is light, and the waves are gentle. After the death of the harsh and stingy Jewish merchant, the captain and the seamen no longer need to pretend to be busy, exposing their wet and sticky skin, and leisurely standing on the deck to bask in the sun. Various kinds of change of clothes are hung on the mast. Passengers are also chatting on the deck in 2s and 3s, and no one wants to continue to stay in the stuffy cabin. The atmosphere on the ship has been awkward for the past 2 days. Several passengers simply got off the ship directly in Crete and planned to transfer to other ships to the Holy Land to escape this dilemma. On the night of the siren, Lasse saw many unbearable scenes. Passengers and sailors, regardless of gender, hugged each other. In Catholic doctrine, both adultery and homosexuality are sins. When we arrive in the Holy Land, all sins will be eliminated, Father Beckett said to people. That night, under the influence of the siren song, he rolled in the cabin with a male sailor for a long time. Jesus certainly didn't think that people's sins would be wiped out once they reached the Holy Land, but the priest still said so. Just as Jesus didn't think that killing pagans was innocent, but rather the path to heaven, His Holiness the Pope still said so. Sailors see these things very clearly. They have been on the sea for years and their faith is not devout. When tsunamis, pirates, and storms come, they even pray to Poseidon, the pagan god of the sea. On the narrow ship that seems to be isolated from the world, although homosexuality is not common, it is not unimaginable. It is said that the bodies of sirens can be squeezed out of precious spices with aphrodisiac effects comparable to ambergris, but Lasse gave up the practice of cutting their bodies to extract the fragrance. He couldn't do such a thing as slaughtering humanoids like pigs and sheep for the time being. It had been 2 days since they left Crete. They passed by Cyprus during this period, but did not stay there for long. They just replenished another wave of fresh water and left. It was once the core territory of the Eastern Empire. After the coronation of the regent queen of the Eastern Empire, it took the opportunity to become independent and possessed a good maritime force. After passing through Cyprus, they were very close to the Holy Land, and from time to time they could vaguely see the dim coastline in the distance. The ships here have also become much denser. Merchant ships full of spices and silk from the east, passenger ships carrying scattered crusaders, and pirates equipped with many large oars, with crossbows installed on the bow, rowing warships that come and go like the wind often see broken planks and barrels floating on the sea. Those are merchant ships that have been looted and destroyed, and the wreckage of pirate ships destroyed by the navy. Look! The sailors suddenly became excited. Someone cheered, "It's our ship." On the distant sea level, a large fleet gradually appeared in front of everyone. Smaller frigates, huge battleships, and galleys. On their huge black sails, there are white cross emblems. The sails swelled in the wind, bringing powerful power, pushing the large ships across the sea. That's the fleet of the Knights Hospitaller. Lothar immediately ordered, "Hang the flag of the crusade, don't let our Christian brothers misunderstand our identity." Father Becket said proudly, "The Knights Hospitaller has a large maritime force in the Holy Land. They often patrol the sea to protect the trade routes and the safety of pilgrims on the sea. This is the power of the Knights Hospitaller today. It's not a kingdom, but it's better than a kingdom." Lothar glanced at him, making him feel a little guilty. This Father Becket had obviously calmed down a lot in a few days. The old man's loss of virginity had greatly reduced his reputation on the ship. He was afraid that Lothar would spread the news, and he became anxious. When the Kirk arrived at the port outside Jaffa, it happened to be noon, and the light was the most poisonous. The landforms here are severely weathered, with deserts and Gobi deserts everywhere. You can faintly see several severely eroded tower-style buildings standing on the vast Gobi desert. Fringilla's lazy voice sounded, "My lord, the sun is so hot that I am almost dying." Lothar felt helpless. "Don't pretend, you just overdrew your mental strength once, and you will be fine after sleeping for 2 days. How can you, a vampire royal family, be so fragile? Only vampires are afraid of the sun." Prajna still followed Lothar quietly, like his shadow. Usually try to reduce your presence, but at critical moments, you can always make people feel at ease. "Hans, raise my swallowtail flag," Lothar ordered. "From today on, we may have to deal with many nobles. You will temporarily serve as the herald officer." Hans looked embarrassed and said, "I'm sorry, sir. Although I am honored to accept this position, my knowledge of heraldry is limited and I am afraid I am not competent for it." Lothar shook his head and said, "I have to be incompetent. Moreover, your knowledge of heraldry has already surpassed most knights." Ryan exhorted his subjects and said loudly, "Stand up straight, remember what Sergeant Model and I have taught you in the past few days, and don't lose face for the Lord." "Yes." Among these subjects, the men now all hold spears and shields. Although they are not wearing armor, they are all wearing uniform robes, which makes them look decent. Of course, they are just showpieces now and can only serve as a ceremonial guard. Their combat effectiveness is only slightly better than that of the recruited peasant soldiers. Talking about war on paper can never be as good as real exercises. Lothar took a deep breath of the dry wind blowing from the inland. "We are finally here. This is the Holy Land. Countless people come here to seek salvation and wealth. Poor knights from the west can also transform themselves here and become the lords of a city." Lothar stood on the dock. It was the first time he stepped on solid ground in a few days, which made his steps unconsciously a little erratic. It was Prajna who supported him in time. "Get ready to set off. It's not far from Jerusalem. We can rest as soon as we reach our destination." He handed the cog to the captain, but he requisitioned all the wealth of the merchants on the ship as sacred funding to defend the Holy Land. Not long after they walked out. At this time, Lothar saw a team coming down from the dock. They were holding a yellow cross flag, and most of them were wearing dark red and white smocks. They were well-equipped and professional sergeants and knights at a glance. The leading knight led the horse and asked directly, "This familiar standing lion emblem, are you from the Habsburg family?" "You are?" Lothar frowned. The Habsburgs were not a very prominent family, and their influence was limited to Swabia and Bavaria. He really didn't expect that he would be recognized not long after he got off the boat. "I am Kevin McKidd, a knight loyal to Baron Godfrey of Ibelin, and this is my young master, Lord Bellion, the only heir of Baron Ibelin." Lothar cast his eyes behind the knight, at the young man wrapped in a dark red robe. It turned out that this man was the real boss, but he looked like he had no presence. "I am Lothar of Alga, from the Habsburg family, the second son of Count Werner, and also a landless knight." Lothar nodded to the other party. "Greetings, it's an honor to meet you, Sir Bellion of Ibelin, Knight Kevin." "Knight Lothar, your father and my master are very good friends. They once served His Majesty the King together in the Royal Order of Jerusalem. I witnessed their deep friendship when they fought side by side." Knight Kevin looked at Lothar's robe, and a trace of nostalgia appeared in his eyes. "It's this style of robe. It's really nostalgic. The Royal Order of Jerusalem is obviously not a military order like the Temple and the Knights Hospitaller. It is an honorary title similar to the later Burgundy Golden Fleece Knights, representing a title and glory. But I don't understand why he didn't choose to stay in the Holy Land, but returned to a poor mountain valley like Switzerland to become a country earl. To be honest, I don't understand what he was thinking. I always thought he couldn't make it in the Holy Land, so he returned to Swabia." Lothar shrugged. He had heard of the other party's name, one of the comrades in the Holy Land that Count Werner had mentioned. Baron Godfrey of Ibelin. The Ibelin family is not simple. Although he is just a baron, the value of this baron is still not comparable to that of Count Werner of Argau. First of all, Ibelin is so close to Jaffa. It is a trade city with developed commerce. There are endless caravans passing by. Just the tax is a huge income. In addition, the Kingdom of Jerusalem is limited in size, and there are only more than 10 barons with names. Baron Ibelin is obviously the best among them. He is a confidant of King Baldwin and a die-hard royalist. He has more than one fiefdom in Ibelin. On the way here, Lothar was thinking about how to get involved with them. Unexpectedly, he happened to meet the other party's heir and retainer here. Knight Kevin asked, "Knight Lothar, are you planning to go to the Holy City?" "Yes, now that we have arrived at the Holy Land, how can we suppress our eagerness to rush to the Holy City and pay homage to the Holy Sepulchre and the Cathedral of the Suffering on the Mount of Olives?" "Ha, that's right. If you don't mind, let's go together. The Baron is waiting in Jaffa. I think he must be very happy to see his son and the son of his old friend at the same time." "That's great." Lothar smiled and talked to the other party. "Barian, are you a Gaul?" "Perhaps it would be more appropriate for me to call you Barian." Barian nodded slightly. "Yes, that's right, Knight Lothar." "Barian, you look a little restrained?" "Indeed. I'm not a noble. What I mean is that I was just a blacksmith, so I'm not good at dealing with people like you." "I understand." Lothar nodded and said, "But forgive me for being blunt. You don't need to be restrained at all. There are many nobles in this era who are as despicable as villains. As long as you have a noble soul, even if you are a blacksmith, you can laugh at the princes." Barian's situation, to put it bluntly, is the legalization of illegitimate children, which is not uncommon in this era. It is more common in families with no descendants. Of course, due to the weak claims, it is also common for the inheritance rights to be forcibly taken away by the relatives of the powerful nobles. The Middle Ages pay attention to a legal principle, but in the final analysis, it still depends on fists. Jerusalem is not a trade hub like Aleppo and Antioch. It is located between the southeast corner of the Mediterranean Sea and the Jordan River. It is nearly 50 kilometers away from the nearest coastline, far away from the trade route, standing high between cliffs, canyons and mountain rubble, enduring the invasion of hot summer and cold winter. From the perspective of military and commercial value, Jerusalem is not a strategic location. But religion has given it additional sacred significance. Saladin tried to recapture Jerusalem and recast the crown of the Patriarch to gain supreme prestige, suppress domestic resistance forces, and even unify the Zoroastrian world. The Crusaders desperately defended this place because it was not only their faith, but also the source of the legitimacy of all rule. After enjoying the luxurious life of the Oriental nobles, they could no longer adapt to the cold and humid Western Europe. What's more, after leaving Western Europe, their ancestors had already given up all claims and inheritance rights to the territory there. In Jaffa, Knight Kevin introduced Lothar to Baron Godfrey, who came to pick up his son. This middle-aged man, who was used to the scorching heat of the East, had neat short hair and wore a silk robe over a chainmail shirt. He was indeed a good friend of Count Werner. When he learned of Lothar's identity, his attitude was even more enthusiastic than that of his own son, whom he had reunited after a long absence. When he heard that Lothar was going to obey his father's order and join the royal party, he was immediately surprised and delighted. "I knew that old Werner would not have the heart to let his old friend fight alone. Look, he sent his most brave and warlike son to me." Baron Godfrey smiled from ear to ear and patted Lothar's shoulder hard. "I promise that His Majesty the King will be very happy to know that you are here." Lothar smiled shyly. "I am also honored to serve His Majesty with my father's comrades." He could feel Baron Godfrey's sincerity, which made him curious about what kind of great achievements Werner, a country earl, had made here to win the favor of so many people. The one who got the template of the protagonist should be Count Werner, right? In the evening, they finally crossed the vast Gobi Desert and arrived at the holy city of Jerusalem. This city looks completely different from the cities in Western Europe. Some places in it seem extremely cramped and small, but the huge fortress towering in the middle of the city is like the only majestic fortress that Lasse has ever seen in his life. There are adobe buildings everywhere, domes, spires, Frankish and Arab-style buildings, distributed in the city without distinction. After the first Crusaders captured Jerusalem, they carried out a brutal massacre. Arabs, Jews, and all pagans were slaughtered. Their wealth was looted, and the remaining buildings, including Zoroastrian temples and altars, were occupied by the Crusaders, and even directly converted into domed churches. Later, even after more than 100 years, Jerusalem still retains significant Arab features. Pilgrims from all over the world gathered here in different languages. This is the Holy Land of three religions, covering almost all beliefs in Eastern and Western Europe, as well as Central Asia and North Africa. There were endless caravans and pilgrims, Jews, Persians, Axumites, Indians, Turks, and even Song people from the Far East. The voices of people of all faiths and languages made Lhasa feel overwhelmed. If it were in the future when nationalism was on the rise, this would definitely be the source of chaos and not a good place for development. On the street, vendors selling spices, silk, fruits and vegetables shouted loudly, and the prices were mostly high. Even if the materials were transported here from the seaside, the price went up sharply. The serfs driving the cattle and sheep followed their masters with their heads down. The Knights of Jerusalem in blue tunics, the Knights of the Templars with red crosses on white backgrounds, and the Knights of the Hospitallers with white crosses on black backgrounds led the sergeants to patrol the city. There were also knights from Tripoli, Antioch, North Germania, Anglo-Saxon, Aragon, and the two Sicilies. Their coats of arms were varied. They gathered in groups of 3 or 5 to talk. It was obvious that the war was approaching. The prosperous, inclusive and peaceful scene in front of us was about to be gone forever. Baron Godfrey pointed to the hill in the distance, where a dome-shaped building with a cross on top could be seen vaguely. That's where Jesus was crucified. I'll take you and Barian to worship later, but now we have to go to the palace first. Today is the time for the great council to be held. Most of the powerful nobles will be present. I'll take you to recognize people first. Lothar nodded and said, "Everything is up to you." The group stopped at the outer city of the castle. "Lord Godfrey, you've come at the right time. The lords are discussing matters, and you're the only one missing." The guards were dressed similarly to Baron Godfrey, and were obviously members of the Royal Knights. This was a royal guard affiliated with the royal family. Compared with the Knights of Jerusalem, the word royal was added, and their nature was completely different. "I'll take 2 people in." Godfrey pointed to the 2 people behind him, and then strode into the palace. Prujna frowned slightly. She was used to following Lothar, and subconsciously wanted to go in with him, but as soon as she took a step, she realized that this was inconvenient. Lothar turned around and smiled at her. The palace in Jerusalem was by no means a dangerous place. He came to pledge his loyalty to the king, not to assassinate him, so there was no danger at all. The walls of the palace were covered with exquisite reliefs. Bright light was projected from the hollow windows. Godfrey took the 2 of them to sit down at a long table and introduced them in a low voice. The man in the red cloak was George Lynn of Edessa, a count with only a title, and his current fiefdom was near Acre. The tall and thin man with a head full of messy red hair was Count Reynold, who was once the Duke of Antioch, but he and the father of the Count of Edessa had their territory taken away by the Arabs. So he is now the Count of Outre-Jordan, which means the Count by the Jordan River. He is one of the most powerful people in all of Jerusalem. He is brave and good at fighting. He was one of the most important commanders in the Battle of Montgassard, except for His Majesty. Godfrey lowered his voice. This man is also a key figure in the Queen Mother's party headed by Queen Mother Agnes. He is determined to bring Guy of Lusignan to marry Princess Sibylla. The man in the red robe is Raymond of Chatillon, Count of Tripoli, Prince Tiberius, Regent of Jerusalem, who once brought Princess Sibylla's first marriage. He formed a small alliance with many nobles. Roger of Morin of the Knights Hospitaller is his most powerful supporter. Let's call it the Lord's Party. Gerard, Grand Master of the Knights Templar, once stood firmly on our side. But as you know, His Majesty's condition is getting worse and worse, and Master Gerard has been very close to Reynold of the Queen Mother's party recently. In particular, Reynold is more radical in dealing with pagans, which is in line with the style of the Knights Templar. Lothar frowned. Godfrey analyzed the 3 forces in the hall in a few words. None of the 3 parties was sure of defeating the other. The 3-way confrontation was the most stable and the most difficult to make peace. "Mail my lord, which party are you in?" Godfrey said without hesitation, "The Ibelin family is only loyal to His Majesty." Lothar asked, "What if His Majesty dies?" Baron Ibelin's face showed a trace of heaviness. "Lhasa, I must remind you that talking about this topic is a great transgression and offense for a minister." Lothar smiled and said, "But if you don't make it clear, how can I advance and retreat with you?" Godfrey was silent for a moment, and said quickly in a very low voice, "Then support the next king. After the king dies, the throne must be inherited by the son born to Princess Sibylla and her ex-husband." Lothar asked, "What party does Princess Sibylla belong to?" "The Queen Mother's party." Lothar thought for a moment. "So we are actually on the same front with Count Reynold?" "No, the Ibelin family never makes decisions in advance." Godfrey paused and said in a deep voice, "We are only loyal to your Majesty and never do anything unnecessary. Lothar suddenly realized. Look, this is the real wisdom. Unlike fence-sitters, if the Ibelin family is only loyal to the king, they will not suffer from party disputes and can better preserve their strength. In addition, the Ibelin family's influence in the Holy Land is deeply rooted. Baron Ibelin, who is prominent and loyal to the king, is the object of any new monarch to win over and trust. As for who the new monarch is, let you fight for it. At this time, in the hall, King Baldwin's heraldry officer strode in and shouted loudly, "His Majesty the King is still resting, and this agenda will be temporarily presided over by the regent." Raymond nodded slightly to the heraldry officer, stood up and said, "Today's agenda is whether to open the holy treasury of Jerusalem and repair the walls of Jerusalem." The hall was in chaos. Lothar was puzzled and asked, "Now, Your Majesty, you have to discuss with your subjects even to build a city wall?" Godfrey explained, "The keys to the treasury are controlled by His Majesty the King and the two Grand Masters of the Knights Templar and the Knights Hospitaller respectively. He alone cannot use it. And this money does not belong to His Majesty the King. It was deposited by King Henry II of England to maintain his military expenses for his next eastward expedition." Lothar was speechless. Oh, this. Sure enough, the topic was strongly opposed at the beginning. Henry II never fulfilled his obligation to support the Holy War until his death. It is natural for us to use this money. The purpose is still the lofty mission of protecting the Holy Land. Yes, Henry II is indeed dead. But his son, Richard, known as the Lionheart King, is not dead yet. We still expect him to lead the army to support the Holy Land. How can we embezzle this money? The nobles started arguing at once. The party of the dukes, the party of the Queen Mother, and the party of the kings were only rough divisions. In fact, except when it came to fundamental interests, they would advance and retreat together, and they would express their own opinions at other times. For example, now, Gerard agreed to build more city walls, but Count Reynold opposed it. He believed that the money should be used to arm the pilgrims, to replicate the Battle of Montcassard in a field battle, and to defeat Saladin. Roger, the master of the Knights Hospitaller, believed that the money should be retained to urge Henry II's son, Richard the Lionheart, to leave for the Holy Land as soon as possible for support. There were also several small nobles who believed that the money should be used to hire mercenary groups in the Apennines and Germania. This money was enough to get 5 or 6 large mercenary groups with a scale of thousands of people to continue fighting for a year. Some people even proposed whimsically to use the money to hire Hawthorne's killers to assassinate Saladin. Enough, vote now. Raymond of Chatillon slammed the table and shouted, "Those who agree to repair the walls of Jerusalem and strengthen the city's defenses, raise your hands," and everyone else put them down. Swish, swish, swish. About a quarter of the nobles in the field raised their hands. Count Reynold spat a mouthful of thick phlegm on the luxurious carpet, and said with disdain, "It turns out that our once brave and fearless crusaders have been frightened by Saladin and his lackeys before the battle even started." Someone immediately responded, "That's right, we can't hide in the city like a turtle, we must fight the pagans to the end." Roger, the Grand Master of the Knights Hospitaller, said angrily, "Fight, what to fight? The enemy has 100,000, 200,000, or even 300,000 people. How many do we have? 20,000, 30,000, or 40,000? Regent Raymond shouted loudly, "Silence, silence." He repeated silence over and over again until he stood up and slammed the table, angrily scolding, "If you want to argue, get out of here now. Next proposal." The nobles in the hall finally restrained themselves a little, but they still couldn't avoid arguing. Each proposal had many supporters, and each proposal could not win the approval of more than half of the people. So the nobles divided into small factions and began to attack each other and argue endlessly. Regent Raymond was fed up with it. At this time, he saw Godfrey, who had been silent all the time, and his eyes lit up and said, "Baron Godfrey, do you have any opinions?" The enthusiastic atmosphere in the palace suddenly stagnated. The argument became much quieter. Count Georgelin, Count Reynold, Grand Master Gerard, and Grand Master Roger, the 4 top dignitaries, all looked over. It is true that Baron Godfrey has always had a low sense of presence, but if anyone dares to really ignore this dignitary who has considerable power in the Holy Land, it would be extremely stupid. This is also the only remaining core figure of the royal party, and he has a relatively harmonious relationship with all parties. Godfrey thought for a moment and motioned to Lothar to answer for him. "Me?" Lothar was a little confused. Baron Godfrey lowered his voice and whispered in Lothar's ear, "It's you. I have to let these old dogs know that the Habsburgs have returned to the political stage of Jerusalem." Lothar thought for a moment and realized that this was a stage specially given to him by Baron Godfrey to make his mark. "Please, we just met, is it necessary to trust me so much?" What if I'm a good for nothing? Lothar no longer hesitated, stood up and said, Lord Tiberius, a respectful title for Raymond, let me express Baron Godfrey's opinion. Who is this? Werner's coat of arms? That cold-blooded butcher and executioner has returned to the Holy Land? It doesn't look like Werner, but this tunic is clearly the former uniform of the Royal Knights. A whisper sounded around. The looks they gave him were not friendly, but unlike what he expected, it seemed that few people were entangled in whether he, a mere landless knight, was qualified to attend and speak here. Raymond nodded slightly. Okay, but before that, please tell me your identity. I am Lothar von Habsburg, the second son of Werner von Habsburg, Count of Aargau. My father once fought to defend the Holy Land. Now I have also followed my father's orders and come to the Holy Land. Raymond nodded slightly. So you are the son of Lord Werner. Your father and I have fought side by side. You are qualified to speak here, please. Lothar nodded slightly, ignoring the people's discussions about his identity, and said to himself, let's not say more about the proposal of the mercenary group for now. You should all know that although those mercenaries have their own weapons and equipment and have good combat effectiveness, they have no honor and faith as warriors. They can fight a favorable battle, but once they get into trouble, I am afraid they will not continue to fulfill their obligations. Facing Saladin, it is obvious that this will be a tough battle. Even in Germania, I have heard of his reputation. Instead of hiring a mercenary group, it would be better to use the money to arm the pilgrims, as Count Reynard said. They have higher morale and are cheaper. Reynard nodded slightly and smiled with satisfaction. Yes, Werner's son is indeed quite insightful. Lothar smiled at him and continued, as for the proposal to keep the money to urge King Richard the Lionheart of Albion to gather the army as soon as possible. As far as I know, Richard the Lionheart is a wise and capable monarch. He will not speed up or slow down his preparations for war because of the money. He will join the Crusades, that's for sure, but that must be after dealing with the relationship with the Gaul monarch and domestic affairs. This is definitely not something that can be accomplished in 1 or 2 months, or even half a year. My lords, ask yourself, would you put yourself in a dangerous situation where your throne is unstable or even attacked by your old enemy in the rear because of a sum of money? All the nobles shook their heads. In fact, there are many people among them who would be tempted by this wealth, but none of them would say it directly. Greed is one of the 7 deadly sins. That's why they don't want to admit that they are greedy. As for the assassin of the old man in the mountain, Hawthorne, please forgive my frankness. How much money would it cost to hire this assassin king who owns hundreds of castles in Iran and other places to satisfy his appetite? Moreover, cooperating with such a despicable pagan who relies on assassination to make a living is really an insult to the reputation of our crusaders. You know, many crusader princes died because of him. In this regard, not only can we not spend money to hire the assassin of the old man in the mountain, but we should also express our support for Sassanid and Ayyubid's encirclement and suppression of Hawthorne's assassin kingdom. Hawthorne had assassinated Saladin before, and it was not the first or second time, but he failed without exception. The two are enemies who will never stop until they die. If Hawthorne could really succeed in assassinating, he would have done it long ago, and there would be no need for the Crusaders to spend this money in vain. Lothar said this just to save the face of the fool who made this suggestion. In fact, the Crusaders had private dealings with the old man Hawthorne from time to time. Regent Raymond nodded slightly. Indeed, at present, the only reliable way is to strengthen the city walls and use the money to arm the pilgrims. The 3 proposals were rejected one after another, but the nobles did not dissatisfy, but rather approved of them. The knowledge of this era is in the hands of theologians. In addition to church schools, there are no schools in this era. This also makes it absolutely most of the nobles were illiterate. They were short-sighted and stubborn, which made them not very good at speaking. It was rare for Lothar to express his views so clearly. Lothar continued, we have to admit that the danger facing the Holy Land is unprecedented. The number of pagan troops in the Ayyubid kingdom is many times that of ours. No matter how brave and good our knights are, they will be helpless in the face of enemies coming from all directions. As soon as these words came out, they immediately attracted a wave of dissatisfaction. Someone shouted, the Knights of God are fearless. Most of Saladin's men are serfs or slaves who came from the fields and had mud on their trouser legs. How can such a mob be our opponent? The speaker was a very handsome knight. Although he had a vulgar temperament, in this era, there were very few knights who were not vulgar. Most of the knights who were polite, humble, kind, and just existed only in novels. Lothar was not angry, and asked calmly, who are you? The knight said proudly, I am Guy of Lusignan. I brought 25 knights from my hometown to join the crusade. They are all brave and good at fighting. 1 against 100 is no problem. Lothar did not respond to this question,
but asked, "You are a Gaul, right?" Guy nodded and said, "Yes, my fiefdom is in Lusignan, Poitou."
Poitou is located in the western part of Gaul and is currently under the control of Richard the Lionheart.
Lothar nodded and said, "I know it there. I have been in southern Gaul for a while."
You must not be very comfortable in Jerusalem, because the climate here is completely different from Poitou.
It is humid and warm there, but it is so hot here.
Lothar smiled and said, "I wonder how much strength you can exert in such weather when you put on your armor.
Can your Nisan warhorse still outrun the native Arabian horse?"
Night Guy was slightly stunned and did not respond. He was a little proud, but he was definitely not stupid. Lothar said earnestly, "I don't deny the bravery of the knights under the command of the Father, because I am one of them, but the enemy is stronger than us, they have more people and are more familiar with the climate here, this is beyond doubt. So, whether it is training new troops or strengthening the city walls, there are reasons for it."
Count Reynold scratched his red beard and said dissatisfiedly, "Both make sense? Isn't it equivalent to talking a lot of nonsense?"
Count Reynold, as you said, this is just a lot of nonsense, because it is extremely difficult to decide which of these two decisions is better. But I am very clear about one thing: if we continue to argue and disperse our already small forces, the fate of the Holy Land being taken away from us by Saladin is foreseeable. So please make a decision as soon as possible, my lords. Whether it is strengthening the city walls or training new troops, a decision must be made. As for what this decision is, it is actually not important, as long as you all agree that it is enough," Lothar said in a deep voice. "The implication is, you guys keep on fighting, keep on arguing, keep on arguing. When Jerusalem falls, what are you still fighting for? The party in government bring disaster to the country, that was the Ming dynasty. Those civil officials don't care whether the Ming dynasty falls or not, and it won't change their status in the new dynasty. But the Crusader nobles are different. The difference in faith makes them all know what terrible price they will pay once Jerusalem falls. Those pagans who were ruthlessly slaughtered by them will return everything they have imposed on the pagans to the descendants of the Crusaders." Everyone in the hall looked at each other. If reality is a game, then he will definitely be able to hear the system's prompt sound about increased reputation. In his previous life, the soul of the Oriental always warned him to be cautious and careful, and the first bird to stick its head out will be shot. This is a very simple survival wisdom. But in this era, it is a bit unaccustomed to the local climate. The regent, Count Raymond, said in a deep voice, "I agree with Knight Lothar.
We must make a decision."
In the end, the resolution to use the military funds of Henry II to purchase armaments and train pilgrim soldiers was passed. The Crusader nobles prefer to attack rather than defend.
This is probably due to their nature of being keen on robbing.
If the war happens in front of their own door, it will only cause indelible damage to their territory without profit. Coming out of the hall, Godfrey patted Lothar on the shoulder and praised, "Well done, Lothar.
You are worthy of being Werner's son.
To tell you the truth, in the letters I exchanged with your father in previous years, he always praised your bravery, but I didn't expect that your wisdom and eloquence are not inferior to your father."
"Knight Lothar, you are really amazing." Belian was also full of admiration. He could understand this, but if he was asked to organize the language and say it in front of so many nobles, it would be something he could never do.
So,
this look is actually the admiration of the social terrorists for the social bulls?
Thank you. Godfrey smiled and said, "Come with me, I will take you to see His Majesty the King."
Lothar asked in confusion, "Where is Balian?"
"Although he is my heir, I have not yet knighted him, so he is not qualified to see His Majesty." Lothar smiled at Balian and comforted him, "It will happen sooner or later, so I will go first." Passing through a dark corridor, Lothar saw the young king who was bent over a table in a bright and spacious palace, writing furiously. There were a lot of gold utensils on the table, filled with seasonal fruits, but the king seemed to have not touched them.
"Come forward, knight."
"Yes, your majesty." Lothar was startled by the young king's face wrapped in a turban and mask, but he did not show any offensive expression on his face.
Baldwin IV looked Lothar up and down with a complicated look in his eyes.
After a long while, he said, "You look a lot like your father in this robe.
I almost thought I was back 3 years ago. Is your father in good health recently?"
This was the first time Lothar heard someone say that he looked like Count Werner. He thought he was much more handsome than Werner.
"He is very healthy. Your Majesty, here is a letter from my father to you." Baldwin put the letter on the table without opening it.
He just looked at Lothar deeply and said, "Your father was my most trusted partner and mentor. He taught me to lead the army and command thousands of troops. He is wise and intelligent, full of strategies, brave and fearless. But what I envy most is that he has a strong body, as if no injuries will affect him. Baldwin IV pointed to the seat next to him and said with a smile, or rather, it sounded like he was smiling. The mask concealed his illness and his emotions. "Sit down, Knight Lothar, there are some fruits on the table, but please forgive me for not sharing them with you, because I have a contagious disease. Once infected, wizards can't save me." Speaking of his illness, the king's tone was very calm. "Guy brought back 25 Crusader knights from Gaul. They swore allegiance to me, but I did not meet them." Lothar had a guess in his mind, but he still asked, "Why?" "Lothar, everyone in this world has their own ideas, not clay sculptures or wooden sculptures. It is no secret that I will not live for much longer, so the number of people who are loyal to me, or more precisely, only loyal to me, is decreasing." Lothar was silent. He had a good impression of this young hero, and he could not help feeling a little sad when he heard him say that. Baldwin IV seemed to see through Lothar's thoughts and smiled gently. His laughter was a little hoarse, and he spoke slowly and steadily. "Lasse, I trust your father and Godfrey who recommended you, so I am willing to trust you and regard you as my right-hand man. But you are too weak and have not made any achievements. Even I can hardly win a lordship for you. There are too many knights in Jerusalem. I can't even grant you a manor fiefdom without reason. I'm sure you have seen it in the hall before. As a king, I don't make decisions on my own." Lothar nodded and said, "Your Majesty, I understand your difficulties. Please give me a task to prove myself. Being trusted does not mean you can get everything." Lothar knew that Baldwin needed someone who was both trustworthy and talented, so he would definitely give him a test. Baldwin IV smiled and said, "That's what I meant. Now that you have come to the Holy Land, you must know that although the Sassanid Empire of Persia has united with the Ayyubid kingdom, they are by no means united." Lothar nodded slightly. "I already know this." He considered his words and said, "As a 1,000-year-old dynasty no less than the Eastern Empire, the Sassanid Empire once had influence over many territories now controlled by the Ayyubid Empire. Although it is in decline, the King of Kings of Sassanid will not be willing to hand over the position of Zoroastrian Patriarch to Saladin." Baldwin praised, "It seems that you have done your homework in advance. I was right about you. You are not one of those stupid knights who have just arrived in the Holy Land and are obsessed with fighting pagans. What I want you to do is to take an elite cavalry, disguised as Kurds, enter the border between the two countries, and burn, kill and loot. In short, the bigger the noise, the better. If you make meritorious deeds and slow down the pace of the pagans' attack for a few more years, when a new batch of crusaders arrives, the city of Jerusalem will be indestructible. In fact, Jerusalem is already in a precarious stage. The main opponent of the Eastern Empire is the Turks entrenched in Asia Minor and dominated by the Sassanids. They can't give us much help. And Saladin of Ayyubid has an army of 100,000 in Damascus alone. Once he decides to attack with all his might, unless Gaul, Greater Germania, and Albion all organize a large group of crusaders to come to our aid, we will not have any chance of winning alone." Baldwin IV's tone was a little solemn. He did not want the heavenly kingdom created by his ancestors to perish in his hands. "I understand." Lothar nodded and said, "I will do my best to complete this mission and strive to ignite the war on the eastern border of the Ayyubid kingdom. I think the King of Kings of Sassanid would not want to see Saladin successfully recapture the Holy Land." Baldwin IV nodded and said, "Indeed, he just needs a reason, and we will give him this reason." He paused and whispered, "The secrecy of this mission cannot be known to anyone. When the task is completed, I will award you a medal in the name of defeating a pagan army." Lothar was silent for a moment, frowned and said, "Your Majesty, is there anyone in Jerusalem colluding with the pagans?" As soon as he said this, he realized that he had said something stupid. There are countless Gentiles in Jerusalem now, like a big sieve, and the situation inside cannot be hidden from anyone who is willing to spy. Baldwin smiled noncommittally, then stood up with his hands on the table with some difficulty. "Knight Lothar, swear an oath to me." Lothar responded yes and knelt on one knee. "God the Father, I, Lothar von Habsburg, swear allegiance to my lord, His Majesty Baldwin IV, and pledge my loyalty and never leave your side." Baldwin drew out his sword with a clang and placed it on Lothar's shoulder. "In the name of Baldwin IV, King of Jerusalem, Grand Master of the Royal Order of Jerusalem, Protector of the Holy Land, sole commander of all Crusaders, I declare that I accept your allegiance." "May God the Father bless you, Knight Lothar." After doing all this, Baldwin IV breathed a sigh of relief and almost lost his balance. This was enough to show how bad his condition was at the moment. He sat on the chair for a long time before he recovered. With a little apology, he said gently, "Lothar, I should have kissed you and granted you a fiefdom at this time, but due to my illness and the domestic situation, I can't do these two things." "No problem, Your Majesty." Lothar shook his head quickly. "You just arrived in Jerusalem and need a place to stay. I give you the Constance Manor in the West City.
This was your father's property. He returned it to the royal family before he left. Now I give it to you again. And give you 1,000 sulids gold coins.
You can recruit pilgrims and train soldiers here.
In addition, I know you have limited manpower around you. You can take my token and get help from Baron Godfrey to complete this task. Baron Godfrey is one of the few people I can fully trust now.
Lothar smiled and said, "As you wish, my loyal monarch."
When Lothar came out of the palace, Baron Godfrey was gone.
The waiter handed him a note with Baron Godfrey's residence in the Holy City. The waiter said that the Baron invited him to visit after he finished his business. Suddenly coming out of the dark palace and into the scorching sun, Lothar subconsciously covered his eyes. He sighed in his heart. No wonder many Crusader nobles in the hall adopted Arab dress. He felt that he really needed an Arab-style cuffy loose white robe, plus a white headscarf. In his ears, the system's prompt sounded, "You have activated and completed the milestone dash. I have a small manor."
Description: the manor is an important part of the Lord's estate and an important channel for the Lord to obtain income. Everything is difficult at the beginning. You have already obtained the first manor. Will the next second and third ones be far behind? Activate the advanced milestone, Real Estate Tycoon, and obtain 10 manor properties, or workshops. 1/10, you have a chance to draw a card.
The corners of Lothar's mouth curled up slightly. Sure enough, after arriving at the Holy Land, even if he didn't get the territory, he would have more chances to draw cards. The number of milestones he designed was too many, so many that he couldn't even remember them all. Fringilla, who had been waiting outside for a long time, came forward first. "What's wrong? Why are you smiling so happily?" "Nothing, just got a manor property in Jerusalem.
We can stay there and don't have to stay in a hotel anymore." Fringilla's face showed joy, but then she frowned and snorted, "A small manor can make you happy?"
"I lived in the palace of the Blood King's court at the beginning. It was built by the Blood Lord who recruited tens of thousands of werewolves to work and took 3 years to build. Compared with it, the palace in Jerusalem is just a farm of a small lord in the countryside." Fringilla tried hard to act more reserved and noble, but Lothar didn't buy it at all and pushed her aside with a perfunctory look on his face.
Yes, my princess." Prajna looked at this scene calmly, and her face still showed no emotion.
But Lothar still smiled at her gently. He always had special feelings for Prajna. She was someone who started from scratch with him, accompanied him day and night, and listened to his heart.
She was like a friend and a relative.
Of course, there was also a hint of love between men and women. If he didn't have any love between men and women, he can only be in the court of the Eastern Empire if he lived with a woman like Prajna day and night. Lothar came to the crowd and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, I was summoned by His Majesty the King today and swore allegiance to him. His Majesty gave me a manor as our residence in Jerusalem."
"Great, His Majesty actually appreciates you so much.
I heard that many knights from Gaul who wanted to see His Majesty were turned away."
"My lord, it seems that you are going to rise to prominence." Hans, Ryan, and Motor were all delighted. The people also felt proud.
Ever since they followed Lothar across the ocean to the Holy Land after that, their fate was closely linked to Lothar.
If Lothar told them to live, they could live. If Lothar told them to die, they had to die.
From a legal point of view, although they were free people, in fact, they were no different from serfs, because the law was made by Lothar, and he could change his mind at any time. The only ones who could be considered free were the craftsmen and merchants in the free city-states.
"Lothar, master, you have obtained the manor, so should we have fields to plant?"
Someone said with a look of trepidation.
"It would be great if there was no fighting." Even in places like the Austrian border, not all of them were brave and aggressive warriors. "I'm afraid not."
Lothar shook his head. "The manor that His Majesty gave me is not a knight's fiefdom, but a villa-style estate that can be lived in, but there is no land and no serfs."
This obviously did not meet the standard of territory and could not help him activate the system. "So that's how it is."
The man looked disappointed. Among all the male subjects, he was the weakest. When he was holding a knife to kill the robbers, his hands were shaking.
"Your name is Dieter, right? I remember your name." Dieter whispered, "It's Tver, sir." Lothar's tone was slightly hesitant, and he continued, "I know you don't like war, but you have to know that if I get a fiefdom in the future and give you land, can you keep your land? Or do you think that if the pagans come and kill me, your lord, you can stay out of trouble?"
Tver was stunned for a long time.
Lothar looked at the others again.
"Do you dare to tremble in fear when facing the robbers' butcher knives like before? Or do you use the spears and shields I gave you to fight back?"
"It all depends on you. My promise will never change.
Once you get the fiefdom, you will all get your own land, but how much is granted will be determined by military merit."
"Tver, you coward!" Someone cursed.
Andreas, who used to be the knight's valet, kicked him hard. Tvr, serving the master is the oath we made together. If you dare to break it, we will not forgive you, and after you die, you will definitely be punished in hell. Tvr said with a look of grievance, I didn't want to break the oath. I just asked the master. I prefer farming. Lothar patted his shoulder and pulled him up from the ground. It's right to like farming. When I get the fief, you will study how to increase grain production for me, he said in a friendly manner. Now, let's go back to the manor given to me by His Majesty to rest. Thank you for your hard work in traveling these days. The name of the manor is Constance, which was named by my father, perhaps because my uncle was the Archbishop of Constance. On the way back, Lothar instructed Ryan and Model, we now have a base and can train new troops. Ryan, Model, I'll leave it to you two at this point. Remember, we must rely on our 6 male citizens as the backbone. He lowered his voice. You can check Tvr again. If he really can't do well, give up on him and let him be a farmer. The standard for selecting sergeants is talent, not anything else. He didn't care about the physical fitness of the pilgrims, because there was no need for it. Except for malnutrition, those who could make the difficult journey to the Holy Land were all physically strong. Even if they were still relatively thin now, they could recover if they could fill their stomachs with food and take good care of themselves for a period of time. He didn't care about loyalty either. If he didn't dare to come up with some ideas that were ahead of their time to conquer the hearts of the army, it would be impossible to want absolute loyalty. The beliefs, laws and moral norms of this era were enough to ensure that the army he built had loyalty above the standard line. Lasse emphasized, illiterate people can only be small officers at most. They should be mainly Germans, otherwise they can't speak the language, let alone any combat effectiveness. Jerusalem lacked everything, but it didn't lack unemployed pilgrims. He had a wide range to select. We must be the first to do so. Tomorrow we will put up a signboard to recruit pilgrim soldiers, because the kingdom is also planning to arm pilgrims to defend the Holy Land. We must pick out the best among them. Remember to do as I say and make more promises. Lothar paused and said helplessly, we are still poor and cannot offer too good conditions. We can only make promises. Ryan and Motor nodded repeatedly. They all knew the meaning of the word make promises. However, they understood this as a promise. As for the number of people, 50 is the limit. Everyone must wear armor, whether it is leather armor, lamellar armor, or scale armor. In addition, each of them must be equipped with a leather shield and a long spear with a fine iron spearhead. When purchasing these military supplies, you can find Andreas, who used to be a knight's personal valet. He went to a church school for 2 years and is also good at dealing with those treacherous merchants. Count Werner only armed 100 soldiers in total. He was a great count. Lothar did not intend to be too ambitious. 50 was enough. This is an armed force that most knights cannot possess. Hans and I will be invited to Baron Godfrey's territory during this period. These matters will be fully entrusted to you too. You must do a good job. Lothar paused, but still made a promise. If this matter is handled properly, you can each lead a team of sergeants and serve as officers. The two immediately showed excitement. We will definitely not let you down. Lothar nodded slightly, frowning and thinking whether he had overlooked something to tell the two. This time, he only planned to bring 4 followers produced by the system when he went deep into the enemy's territory. The reason why he said 4 was because he had not had time to use the new card drawing opportunity he had obtained. Oh, by the way, I will teach you some simple training methods after I go back, focusing on making the soldiers obey orders. You can decide whether to adopt them based on your own experience. He decided to teach the two the means of military training. Q training is always useful for strengthening the discipline of the army. The Constance Manor is located in the western part of Jerusalem. It is a 3-story villa. There is a red-painted wall outside, and a watchtower for guards to stand guard. In the manor, there are many houses for servants to live in, as well as stables, blacksmith shops, prayer rooms, storage rooms and other places. In the manor, many green plants are cultivated to support patches of shade. A small fountain constantly sprays cool groundwater. Lothar pointed at the manor with a whip and asked, "How many people do you think can live here?" "If we squeeze together, 100 people should be no problem." Ryan, who had lived in a collective dormitory, gave the answer. Model added, "My lord, this is not counting the main building. Only you and your family, guests and personal maids can live there." "Not bad." Lothar nodded. "Let's go in and quickly complete the handover procedures so that we can have a rest." The manor was guarded by an old male servant and 2 Jerusalem sergeants wearing blue smocks. After verifying the seal of Baldwin IV, the old manservant briefly introduced the manor to Lothar, and then left with 2 soldiers.
Things went much more smoothly than Lothar had imagined. He thought something like a cuckoo taking over the magpie's nest would happen. I have to say that this kind of oriental manor is much more comfortable than the one on the European continent. Lothar, Fringilla and Prujna walked on the stairs of the manor. The first floor was hollowed out, and it was supposed to be a stable, but the original owner here must have been unable to bear living above the stinking stable. Therefore, the first floor was left vacant, and a new stable was built in the distance. Going up the wooden stairs, you will reach the second floor of the small building. The rooms here are extremely spacious, with transparent inside and outside, and you can also see the Temple Mount in the distance from the balcony. Unlike the glare outside, it is much darker here, but not as humid as the manors on the European continent. Compared with the heat outside, the darkness here is completely a compliment. Follow me. Lothar turned around and said. Fringilla asked doubtfully, "What are you going to do?" "Maybe I want you to witness the birth of a new companion." Lothar planned to draw immediately. After opening the system and clicking on the card draw, a hazy purple light flashed. 5 stars again? Lothar was pleasantly surprised. But then, he became confused. You have obtained an epic item, the swallowtail flag of the winged hussar. Prop? How could it be a prop? Lothar frowned. He didn't remember designing such content. Either the system had mutated, like the Krypton Gold system, which had obviously become more expensive. Or after his death, the members of the production team updated the new content. If it is the former is easy to say, just leave it to fate. If it is the latter, I advise you to be kind, don't be like a profiteer who wants to cheat players' money in various ways every day. Lothar thought so, completely forgetting that he was the profiteer who wanted to cheat players every day and force them to spend money. The rest of the members were all recruited by him with painting cakes, and they were members who generated electricity for love. It seems that there will be no new members. Lothar took out the swallowtail flag, which was a red and white flag, but after he waved his hand, it turned into a brand new flag with a standing lion emblem. Strictly speaking, Lothar should not use the standing lion emblem. This emblem represents the earldom of Argau, and he has no right to inherit the earldom. The emblem represents the title and territory. For example, the Babenberg family in the Austrian border area used the red and white striped shield emblem, and later the Habsburg family also used this emblem after inheriting Austria. Lothar has no fiefdom now, and there is no need to design his own exclusive emblem. Swallowtail flags vary in size. The one that was extracted is smaller, just right for hanging on a lance and charging. Lothar took the swallowtail flag in his hand, and the attribute bar slowly emerged. Swallowtail flag of the winged cavalry, hanging on a lance can increase the penetration of the lance, making it indestructible. As a flag, it can increase the charge speed of the cavalry team under his name by 20%. Props play a big role. If Lothar is a king who can recruit hundreds of cavalry, this flag is simply a magical weapon. If used properly, it can completely reverse the situation of the war. Think about it, a group of armored cavalry can catch up with a group of grassland light cavalry, isn't it a massacre? Unfortunately, Lothar is not. He now has only one cavalryman under his command, that is, Hans. Counting himself, there are only 2. Although the props are good, he still hopes to get a squire. Talent is really hard to find, even a 1-star squire like Hans. After all, the squires produced by the system can guarantee 100% loyalty regardless of the intimacy. This is really rare. He is not a leader who is good at controlling people. His best skill is to make promises. But Lothar's promises are indeed intended for his subordinates to eat in the future. As for whether it can be done, it depends on God's will. After a short rest, Lothar took Prujna, Fringilla, and Hans to Baron Godfrey's manor. Baron Godfrey has been waiting here for a long time. After treating everyone to lunch, he took the group, Belian, Knight Kevin, and others to visit the Holy City. They first went to the Temple Mount, also known as Mount Moriah. It is located in the southeast corner of Jerusalem. This place is considered to be the closest to God the Father. It is said that the Ark of the Covenant was still stored in the first temple built during the Solomon era, and 2 of the 10 commandments were placed inside. Unfortunately, the first temple has been destroyed, and the Ark of the Covenant, which possesses supreme power, has disappeared. There is also a huge golden-domed fire altar on the Temple Mount, which is also a holy place for Zoroastrians. After Saladin and Baldwin IV reached an agreement, Zoroastrians were no longer prohibited from worshipping. Then, it was the Western Wall. It was a wall made of giant strips of rock. The Jews who were driven away by the emperor of the ancient empire and forced to leave their homeland gathered here to cry, so it was also called the Wailing Wall. Along the way, Lothar saw many devout believers praying respectfully.
Arabs who believed in Zoroastrianism, Jews of Judaism, Armenians who believed in the Apostolic Church, a branch of the Orthodox Church, and Orthodox survivors left behind when the Eastern Empire ruled Asia Minor and Syria. The fanaticism and piety of these heretics were no worse than those of Catholics.
This era was an era of religion. Some people say that Jerusalem is a big tomb. Belly inside, too many people have been buried here. I can't imagine what kind of revenge the Zoroastrians will take after Jerusalem is broken.
Godfrey patted him on the shoulder and said, "Then try your best to protect this place. Practice martial arts with Knight Kevin.
I will grant you the title of knight as soon as possible." Bellion nodded and said, "I will, father."
Lothar exchanged glances with Godfrey and smiled calmly. Then they went to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. Jesus walked along this road, carrying a heavy cross, and walked to the execution ground step by step.
Countless devout believers worshipped on this road.
They also went to the Church of the Anguish on the Mount of Olives. It was an Orthodox church built by the Eastern Empire and the place where Jesus prayed before being arrested. Lothar prayed with a sacred emotion, and he was still not very pious.
But everyone came to admire these ancient buildings with extreme piety.
They didn't even dare to speak loudly, for fear of offending the gods who were so close.
This emotion infected him, and the city full of believers also made him more deeply aware of the power of faith. If it can be guided properly, this power is undoubtedly extremely terrifying.
Lord Godfrey, there is something I need your help with.
Lothar found an opportunity and went to a deserted place with Baron Godfrey and got straight to the point. "About the task assigned to you by His Majesty?" Baron Godfrey asked back. Lothar nodded.
He looked around and saw that no one was approaching, so he whispered, "Let's talk here, no one can hear our conversation." Lothar said bluntly, "Your Majesty has a mission for me, but I have too few available forces at hand. I need your help, Lord Godfrey." He told Baron Godfrey in detail what Baldwin IV had told him.
"I have 100 cavalrymen and 12 knights. How many do you want to borrow?"
Baron Godfrey said with a serious face.
"So many cavalrymen?"
Lothar was shocked by the power Baron Godfrey had. Even the earls of the Empire could not match such a large number of standing armed forces. The earls of the Empire refer to the earls of Greater Germania, who are directly under the emperor, not the earls granted by some grand dukes.
Werner is one of them. If the conscripted peasant soldiers are counted, Baron Godfrey alone can mobilize thousands of people.
Lothar thought for a moment and replied, "At least 20 people, 4 knights. I need someone who knows how to adapt to circumstances and is familiar with the terrain and power distribution of the Holy Land."
Godfrey asked calmly, "What do you plan to do? If you want to burn a few villages?
Loot and massacre hundreds of pagan civilians, I will lend you 10 cavalrymen, they are all very skilled in combat."
Lothar frowned. Burn villages? Massacre civilians? I never planned that. Although war will always affect civilians, he will never personally massacre those unarmed people.
He couldn't get over the hurdle in his heart. Lothar's face was solemn: justice, mercy, punishing evil and promoting good, and not drawing the sword against the weak, this is the creed of knights. Godfrey said earnestly, "But His Holiness the Pope said that killing pagans does not count as murder." "Lothar, you must understand that pedantic people, whether in the Holy Land or elsewhere, cannot achieve great deeds."
Lothar was silent for a moment, shook his head and said, "Sir, what you said may be right. But people must ask their own conscience. I can't deceive myself and tell me that this is right." Godfrey didn't speak for a long time.
Lothar raised his head, and on the Baron's face, Lothar saw relief, admiration and nostalgia. He sighed, "Lothar, in fact, you are not like your father at all, this is my heartfelt words. Except for wisdom and courage, you are not like your father in appearance or personality.
You are much more handsome than your father."
Godfrey patted Lothar on the shoulder, and the two smiled at each other.
"Your father is a devout believer.
He understands politics and military strategy, but he is not as kind-hearted as you.
He is called an executioner, a cold-blooded butcher.
He never shows mercy to his enemies, and he is merciless to the Crusader nobles who collude with pagans. The Crusader nobles are afraid of him, and the pagans hate and fear him." Godfrey saw that Lothar looked different, and smiled, "But don't worry, there are also many people in the Duke's party and the Queen Mother's party who admire Werner's. No one will be angry with you for being fair and upright, at least not openly."
Lothar smiled.
In fact, he was not afraid of being targeted. If he was not envied, he was mediocre. Since he had inherited the legacy of Father Werner, it was nothing for him to pay for his father's debt.
But it would be better if there was no one.
The smile on Godfrey's face gradually faded, revealing a hint of sadness. "The reason why your father left the Holy Land was actually because he had opinions about me and His Majesty. Because in many cases, not only did we not support him, but we stood on the opposite side of him. He thought we betrayed the lofty ideals we established at the beginning, and begged for peace from the pagans instead of fighting resolutely to the end. A trace of bitterness flashed on Baron Godfrey's face. Lothar was slightly stunned. Count Werner's past performance was indeed like that of a devout believer. But it was the first time that Lothar realized that he was so upright at the beginning. Even though Saladin was defeated in the Battle of Montgassard, the power comparison between the Crusader states and the Ayyubid kingdom was still very disparate, and the size of both sides was there. But now it seems that he should have figured it out, otherwise he would not have sent you to us. Lothar, His Majesty can entrust you with this important task, which shows that he is very optimistic about you. Lothar said seriously, I will definitely not let His Majesty and you down. Don't have too much pressure. Coming back alive is more important than anything else, even if it means bearing shame. Only by being alive can there be a future. I understand. Godfrey patted Lothar on the shoulder and said, I have a team of Kurdish cavalry under my command. They used to serve the Zengid dynasty. After the Zengid dynasty was destroyed by Saladin, they vowed to avenge their master, even if it means serving the infidels. Godfrey stared into Lothar's eyes. This was one of his biggest secrets. Although in the Holy Land, the Crusader nobles were more or less in collusion with the pagans, and even King Baldwin IV had correspondence with Saladin. But this was absolutely not something that could be made public. Lothar said simply, that would be great, just take this team of Kurdish cavalry. But the problem is that Saladin will definitely blame the remnants of the Zengid dynasty. The Zengid dynasty, once the overlord of the Ayyubid kingdom, was overthrown by Saladin a few years ago when all its territories were occupied, which was equivalent to the remnants of the previous dynasty. In addition, their power was mainly concentrated in Aleppo, Antioch, and other places, and they were familiar with the terrain. The former Grand Duke of Antioch, Count Reinald, and Count Georgelin II of Edessa were defeated by the army of the Zengid dynasty and lost their territories since then. Saladin himself is a Kurd, so it is reasonable for this Kurdish cavalry to belong to him. Godfrey chuckled and said, the truth of the matter is often not important. Lothar also reacted and nodded, the Sassanid king lacks in troop reason, and we only need to give him one reason. When Saladin recaptures Jerusalem, he will become the savior of the entire Zoroastrian world. His reputation will immediately overwhelm the king of kings of the Sassanid dynasty. And the Sassanid king must not hold Saladin back, otherwise he will not be able to explain to the Zoroastrians who are looking forward to recovering the Holy Land. Godfrey smiled and added, even if there are unreasonable places, the Sassanid king will cover it up for us. He looked at the beads of sweat on Lothar's temples and smiled, you should change into a silk robe, which is cooler and more in line with your noble status. Don't worry, silk is not that expensive in Jerusalem. It has increased several times in a flash through the hands of those stingy merchants. If you can't afford it, I can give you one. Lothar hurriedly said, then I won't be polite. Godfrey was stunned and said helplessly, I'm just being polite to you. Lothar's face was full of bitterness, it's true that I have no money. His Majesty rewarded me with 1,000 solidus, but I decided to use the money to equip 50 armored soldiers. Food, armaments, soldiers' salaries, training grounds, I wish I could break a gold coin into 2 halves to use this money. 50 armored soldiers? Godfrey was stunned. Lothar, in the Holy Land, you can use this money to organize 10 cavalrymen, which will be more useful than 50 armored infantrymen. Lothar said helplessly, as a knight, I can't recruit wandering knights and their squires. I can only hire some mounted sergeants. Their combat effectiveness is far from that of knights, and they are too expensive. In the battle with the Magyar cavalry, the difference in combat effectiveness between the knights and ordinary nomads can be seen. Lothar certainly knew that in this era, the cavalry was the king. To be precise, until the rise of the great phalanx, the cavalry was the undisputed king. No matter how famous Alexander's phalanx was, it still could not change the fact that the companion cavalry was the final factor. The empire held a square shield, held high the eagle emblem, and was an invincible legion, but it also needed to hire auxiliary cavalry from the barbarians in Nubia. He also held the iris flag of the winged cavalry, a cavalry artifact, and should vigorously develop the cavalry. But knowing it was knowing it, he couldn't afford it. A warhorse, not counting the food needed to feed it, was equivalent to the equipment of several armored soldiers. Indeed. Godfrey was convinced and nodded, you have your own considerations. My experience may not be in line with your actual situation. Rest in the city tonight. We will set off immediately tomorrow and return to Ibelin. You have to meet up with the Kurdish cavalry there. Go by sea? Yes, Ibelin is not far from the coastline. I will arrange for you to take a ship,
land at the port of Haifa, go north through the Galilee region, and enter the sphere of influence of Ayyubid. Farewell to Baron Godfrey. It was getting late. The four of them were ready to return to the manor. The sky was dotted with stars, and the deep blue sky seemed very close to the ground, and the stars seemed to be within reach. No wonder people say that this is the place closest to God. Even in the evening, the temperature of the Holy Land was still very high. The surface of the earth, which absorbed a lot of heat energy during the day, was like a hot pancake pan, baking people's feet. Prajna, are those your people? Fringilla pointed to a caravan with black hair and black eyes on the side of the road. Prajna didn't mean to pay attention to her at all. She was a ghost, how could she have people in the human world? Lothar explained to Fringilla, they are Song people, merchants from the Great Empire in the East equivalent to the Yinsha Empire in your world. He carefully observed the caravan. They had strong and muscular guards wearing lamellar and leather armor, slaves wearing short and tight clothes, and surrounded by several men wearing red silk clothes. They frowned, and it was unknown what they were talking about. Lhasa listened carefully for a while and found that the surrounding environment was noisy, and the accents of the Song people were very strong, so he could hardly distinguish what they were saying. The official language of the Song people should be Kaifeng dialect, but it was very different from the Kaifeng dialect of later generations. If you listen carefully, you should be able to barely distinguish it. But if you listen from a distance, it's really like talking to a deaf person. Forget it, let's go. Lhasa lightly shoved his horse's belly, and the group passed by the Song caravan. Now, contact with the Song people can't bring him much benefit. Perhaps he can rely on his understanding of the history of the Song Empire and his language advantage to gain the trust of the other party more easily. But at most, he can get a channel to buy slightly cheaper silk, and they can't bring Lhasa more benefits. For example, paper making has been introduced long ago. If it is just improved, it may not need to be assisted by others. Printing, he knows it himself. Compass, he knows the principle, and now he has no need to form a merchant fleet to open up new continents. As for gunpowder, let alone the power of gunpowder in this era, these merchants certainly don't know the formula of gunpowder. Lhasa at least knows that 1 saltpeter 2 sulfur 3 charcoal, although knowing this is meaningless because it is a molecular coefficient ratio, not a weight ratio. He does not belong to this era, and his foreign face also dooms him to be unable to return to Song state and become a pillar of Zhao's country. I just don't know whether the Tatar cavalry, which was like the whip of God in history, will still arrive as promised. According to the history of my world, the Tatar cavalry's westward expedition should have been decades later, right? Just as I was lost in thought, a team of cavalry galloped past in front of me. The attendant at the front of the team, holding a red-bottomed Jerusalem cross emblem flag and an oval shield, shouted at passers-by to get out of the way. They surrounded a noble lady riding a white horse, wearing an Arab headscarf and covering her face with a black veil, and ran forward. It's Princess Sibylla. On the road, knowledgeable people recognized this emblem. Princess Sibylla was not only a princess, but also a baroness with a fiefdom. The port of Jaffa that they passed by on the way here was one of her territories. It turned out that she was the sister of Baldwin IV. She seemed to have no presence in the hall before. Lothar just had this thought. At this moment, the veil on her cheek suddenly fell with the wind, and Lothar subconsciously reached out to catch it. Shocked at a glance, he saw Princess Sibylla's beautiful features. She did not stop, but continued to gallop away, leaving only a gust of fragrant wind. TSK, the technique is really deliberate. Fringilla snorted, Lothar, she seems to be interested in you. Have you seen this princess in the palace today? Yes, but I didn't pay much attention to it. Lothar handed the veil in his hand to Hans beside him. Keep it well for that lady, and return it to her for me next time we meet. How do you feel? Fringilla's face was full of smiles, but Lothar knew that her eyes had revealed strong dissatisfaction. According to her temperament, she must have thought about how to Princess Sibylla into a dry corpse now, right? Prajna's eyes were still as calm as water. She just glanced at him lightly, and continued to look straight ahead, riding her mount. Lothar shook his head. She is far from you and Prajna, she is really not good, and she is a widow who has given birth to a child. I can't have any idea about her. In fact, she is still very beautiful. It's just that he lives with Fringilla and Prajna day and night, and his vision has been raised too much. Unless she is the Empress of the Eastern Empire, Lagaya, who is not only beautiful but also a widow who can marry an empire, otherwise he will not eat this soft rice. Moreover, the reason why this princess is so popular is that she and her ex-husband gave birth to a son, who is the first heir after the death of Baldwin IV. But what if Baldwin IV is not dead? Lothar is very sure that if he really draws a 5 or 6 star medical attendant, it is not impossible to really cure leprosy. In fact, he now has a way. That is to let Fringilla give him a first embrace. But Fringilla will never be willing to do so. This clean little girl must be PUA to what extent before she is willing to condescend to the blood of a leper and then inject her precious blood? Lothar would not make such a request. Even if Baldwin IV valued him in the future, he would not make such a decision. Because this is what he hates most, being generous to others. It seems that he is very satisfied with Lothar's reaction. The prompt sound of the increase in intimacy sounded again, but it was probably just as Lothar guessed. There was still a threshold missing, and the intimacy was still in the cold category. Do I have to be in a life and death crisis again? I want to play magic, too. Lothar walked to the front of the team and looked back at Prajna. The two looked at each other for a long time. Prajna asked in a light tone, "What's wrong?" Lothar's mouth curled up slightly, and he didn't say anything if it weren't for the system prompting the increase in intimacy. "I really thought you didn't care at all." Lothar hesitated, but still asked, "Prajna, what do you think? Is Princess Sibylla really interested in me?" Prajna shook her head. "I can't see through people's hearts. This is not my area of expertise. Perhaps Fulingula can do it." Fulingula said sarcastically, "The big guy still has vision. I can indeed feel the smell of this kind of estrus. I am very familiar with it." Lothar showed a worried expression. This princess is the central figure in the current chaotic situation in Jerusalem. It is best not to provoke her. Princess Sibylla can only choose her husband from the royal party, the Duke party and the Queen Mother's party. Originally, Sibylla should have chosen Guy of Lusignan, who was promoted by the Queen Mother's party, as her husband. After all, Sibylla is also a member of the Queen Mother's party. Moreover, Guy of Lusignan, although he was just a Gallic knight without the right of inheritance, was the younger brother of Amalric, the chief military and political minister of Jerusalem. Lothar really couldn't understand why Sibylla wanted to provoke him. Even if she wanted to win over the royal party, she should have gone to Belian. He was just a who had just joined the group. As if seeing through Lothar's heart, Fringilla smiled and said, "But when love comes, nothing can stop it. You'd better be careful." "I will." Lothar nodded in agreement. The royal party was in decline. Even with the support of the Ibelin family, he would face many difficulties if he wanted to marry Sibylla and sit on the position of regent. Not to mention that he didn't want to marry Sibylla at all. "Belian is a good choice, Hans. Please go again and give this veil to Lord Belian, and ask him to pass it to Her Highness Sibylla." The Ibelin family was Lothar's most important political ally. If he could seize this opportunity, it would be a good thing for him. Hans looked helpless. He glanced at the two legendary and epic bosses inside. "Master, you brought me with you just to let me do the rough work and run errands for you, right?" The group returned to the manor. Tonight, Lasse was unusually generous and treated all the people to a good meal. Roasted whole lamb, wine, bread, fruits, vegetables, butter, unlimited supply. During the long sea voyage, many people in the territory had already developed feelings for each other. When they were drunk, they danced to the beat. Tvor was a little depressed. There were 7 men and 6 women in the territory, and he happened to be the extra one. No one liked him. The bonfire reflected a lot of happy faces. Lasse sat by the bonfire, watching this scene with a smile on his face. But he felt a little disappointed. Will these lively smiling faces turn into corpses lying in a pool of blood in the next battle, whose appearances can't even be identified? He stood up and stopped watching. A kind man can't lead an army. Sometimes he felt that he was not suitable to be a commander at all. He patted Tvor's shoulder and said, "Train well, and you will have a woman sooner or later. When the time comes, I will officiate your wedding." "Master, he had been ridiculed by his fellow villagers all day, and his beloved girl looked down on his cowardice, which had accumulated too much depression." When Lothar comforted him, he burst into tears. "Don't cry, what a shame." Lothar's tone became more serious, and he said in a deep voice, "Stick to the path you want to take, whether it is farming or joining the army to fight. Don't regret it once you have chosen it." Tvor sniffed hard and said in a crying voice, "Master, I have made up my mind. I must take up arms in the future to defend your honor and dignity. I will not embarrass you again. I believe you." Lothar stood up and walked upstairs. Fringilla sat on the treetop in the dark, watching this scene silently, with an inexplicable expression. Prajna was still standing by the window, looking at nowhere, but occasionally her eyes would always stay on Lothar's body. It was night. Various suppressed gasps were heard in the manor. It was midsummer, but there was a breath of spring. Fringilla's charming laughter rang out in the room. "My lord, if you want, you can come to my side." Lasse glanced at Prajna's cold eyes and covered his head with a look of pain.
The next morning, Lothar rode on the warhorse that his squires had carefully taken care of. With Prujna, Fringilla and Hans, he arrived at the city gate to join Baron Godfrey's team. It was still early. In the hazy morning light, the lighthouse of Jerusalem was emitting thin blue smoke. On the endless yellow desert, a line of cavalry was like a winding marching ant, dotted with low shrubs. It makes people feel that the world is so vast. While peeling a pomegranate, Knight Kevin chatted with Hans, squire. "Excuse me, you don't look like a squire. Your coat of arms is very similar to the knights formed by that group of Germans." The Teutonic Knights were established in the image of the Knights Hospitaller. In the early days, it was also an organization aimed at providing medical assistance to pilgrims and crusaders. After that, it gradually transformed into a military order, and the medical assistance function was transferred to subordinate organizations. Due to its late establishment, the Teutonic Knights' power in Jerusalem was far from comparable to that of the Knights Templar, and its power was concentrated in the fiefdom of Acre and other territories in the north of Jerusalem. Currently, the Teutonic Knights are a close ally, or vassal, of the Knights Hospitaller, and together they balance the powerful and radical Knights Templar. It does look alike, but it's just a coincidence. I'm not a member of the Teutonic Knights. Hans smiled politely and said, "Knight Kevin, are you from Albion?" "Yes, I was the king of Anjou and Albion, and the personal knight of Henry II. I came to the Holy Land alone 5 years ago. I was still very young at that time." Kevin smiled and said, "There are many people named Hans in Germany. This name is too common." Hans replied neither humbly nor arrogantly, "Kevin is also a very common name in Albion." "Yes, so I gave myself an imperial name, Arenas. What do you think? It sounds good. Hans, can you tell me about your lord? I heard from some pilgrims that he once killed a werewolf knight one-on-one in a knight competition." "This is true." Hans' face showed infinite respect. "Although you always make me run errands and do some rough work, you are a great knight who was brave and strategic." Kevin was a little unbelievable. He stared at Lothar's back. "Knight, are you sure you didn't lie to me?" Hans was a little angry. "Knight Kevin, are you doubting that I have violated the chivalric creed?" Lothar and Baron Godfrey walked at the front of the team. Their mounts had been changed to Arabian horses, which were tall and strong horses that were more adapted to the climate here. The two chatted casually. Godfrey looked at the two ladies following Lothar imperceptibly, frowning slightly. "Lothar, you are not married yet, right?" Lothar nodded and said, "Not yet. The wife of the late king, Maria Komnenos, a princess of the Komnenos family, asked me to propose marriage. She intends to marry Princess Isabella to you. If you marry her, you will be a member of the royal family." Lothar knew that the Komnenos family was the royal family of the Eastern Empire. Maria Komnenos was the sister of Emperor Alexios II, the late husband of Queen Lagaia. She was also the eldest daughter of the King of the East, a former king of Jerusalem, the widow of Amok, although both were queen mothers. But Maria Komnenos was not the biological mother of Baldwin IV and Princess Sibylla, and she was an Orthodox Greek, and her status in Jerusalem was far less prominent than that of Queen Mother Agnes. Lothar shook his head and refused. "Thank you for your kindness, sir. But I have no intention of marrying a royal princess. I hope you can think about it again." Godfrey did not mention this matter anymore. It was just an intention, and even if Lothar was willing, it might not be successful. It depends on how well Lothar completed his mission this time, and what kind of title Baldwin IV would grant him. "I understand." The atmosphere became a little heavy. Balian was not in the returning team. He was arranged by Godfrey to go to the fief of the Ibelin family in Ramla to exercise his ability to handle government affairs. Balian was the only remaining heir of Baron Godfrey. His first two sons had died in battle. Godfrey looked at Lothar, and several times he wanted to say something, but stopped. Lothar said helplessly, "What doubts do you have? Just speak frankly." Godfrey sighed. "Lothar, it doesn't matter if young people are a little romantic, but your trip is full of dangers. Do you want to bring 2 personal maids?" "Lord Godfrey, you misunderstood." Lothar hesitated, but still said frankly, "They are not my maids, but my 2 witch consultants." "Witches?" Godfrey's expression changed. Surprise, fear, envy, awe, disgust. It was a bit wonderful for a moment. For most people, the extraordinary existence in this world is just a fabrication in novels. But for a noble like Godfrey, dealing with such existence is not a one-time or two-time thing. Baldwin IV also sought treatment from witches. If it were not for a place like Jerusalem, where the theological atmosphere is too strong, inviting a witch consultant would easily shake the reputation of the royal family. Even the king of Jerusalem would definitely not refuse the service of a witch. They not only possess extraordinary power, but also have rich knowledge. Agriculture, cast iron, philosophy, history, language, archaeology. Even if they do not have extraordinary powers, they are the best consultants and assistants.
Sorry, I misunderstood.
Baron Godfrey turned around and nodded to the two ladies to apologize. Even a great lord is reluctant to offend a witch easily. Lothar shook his head and said, "My lord, no one can imagine that two witches will serve an ordinary knight."
"This is not your fault. You are not an ordinary knight. Since yesterday, you have become a well-known figure in Jerusalem.
Many noble ladies and single noble ladies are interested in you." Godfrey smiled and said, "Otherwise, Queen Mother Maria would not have proposed the idea of marrying Princess Isabella to you."
"You are no worse than Guy of Lusignan, who was chosen by the Queen Mother's party."
Lothar was silent.
He seemed to have underestimated his charm.
Looking at it this way, he is really a hot commodity. Not only is he handsome, but he is even better than Guy of Lusignan.
And also,
he is elegant in conversation, and possesses outstanding knowledge and eloquence. He also has the title of champion knight.
He once killed a famous werewolf disguised as a knight in public at the knight competition in the Austrian border area.
In addition, he is highly appreciated by Baldwin IV and is entrusted with a secret mission. If nothing unexpected happens, he will rise to prominence in the near future. Godfrey smiled and said, "If you don't like the royal princess, I can arrange a marriage for you with a noble who is suitable for your status.
The generous dowry will make it easier for you to stand out in Jerusalem."
"No need, Lord Godfrey, it is not without cost to gain the favor of the witch. It means that I may have to practice celibacy for quite a long time."
Godfrey suddenly realized, but still smiled and said, "It's worth it. If being single can win the favor of the witch, I think the knights under Gerald and Roger will be ecstatic." The group met up with the Kurdish cavalry under Baron Godfrey in Ibelin.
It was not shameful to have pagan cavalrymen loyal to the Crusader lords, but the number of Kurdish cavalrymen was really too many. A full 40 heavy cavalrymen wearing dark lamellar or scale armor, fully armed, gathered in a village.
"The holy fire burns forever, sir."
The leading cavalryman rode towards Lothar, covered his right shoulder with one hand, and lowered his head slightly.
"I am Abraham Abdullah, we can talk in Gaulish."
Gaulish and Latin were the court languages widely used in Western Europe. Lothar only knew Gaulish and Germanic, and his brother Otto was smarter and was proficient in Latin.
"The holy fire burns forever."
Lothar imitated him, also covered his shoulder, lowered his head and said, "Baron Godfrey of Ibelin should have explained the content of the task to you, right?"
"Yes."
Abdullah waved his hand, and immediately two cavalrymen ran over and handed Lothar a full set of neatly stacked Zoroastrian armor in their hands. Lasset and Hans took off their helmets and smocks, put on new armor, wrapped their headscarves and robes tightly, and took off all the Western decorations on their horses and put them away.
"The holy fire burns forever."
Lasse repeated the gesture of covering his shoulders with his hands and repeated it in the other party's language.
The leader of the Kurdish cavalry, Abdullah, couldn't help laughing and said, "You put your hands a little high. You should do it like me,
and you should pay attention to using your right hand instead of your left hand. In our customs, the left hand is used to wipe the unclean places such as feces.
Using this hand to salute is arrogant and rude, which can easily anger the other party." Lasse repeated the gesture again, "Thank you for your teaching. During this time, I want to learn Arabic from you."
Abdullah shook his head, "I am happy to serve, but I am sorry, but Kurdish, Persian, Arabic, and Turkic languages are different.
I only know Kurdish and Gaulish."
"Then Kurdish. The Kurds are also a very large ethnic group in West Asia, second only to Persians, Arabs and Turks.
Pack your bags, we'll set off by boat immediately,"
Lothar ordered. A week later, in the vast sea of sand, a group of cavalrymen were marching slowly under the scorching sun. In just a few days, from the outside, Lasse's skin had become darker. If he wore a headscarf and a mask, he would be almost the same as a native Arab or Kurd.
During this period, they encountered many dangers. The most thrilling one was when they ran into Saladin's confidant and nephew, currently serving as the governor of Syria, and his cavalry. Fortunately, Abdullah was smart and successfully fooled them. Lothar took out the water bag, took a sip, and asked the Kurdish leader beside him, "Where are we now? Have we entered the border of Sassan?" Abdullah was a little puzzled by the young man of a different race in front of him, who could endure the drought and heat of the desert so well. "Where is the border?" "Here, the lords and chiefdoms loyal to Saladin and King Sassan are like teeth in a dog's mouth, intertwined, or grass on the Gobi Desert, falling with the wind." "I understand." Translated, it means tooth-bearing and fence-sitter. So, if we choose some lords who are firmly on the side of King Sassan, or even openly oppose and resist Saladin, the effect will be the best?
Lothar said with consideration.
He couldn't guarantee that King Sassan would follow his script if he acted out the whole play. Yes, I know an oasis not far from here.
It is the territory of Kakb. He was a vassal loyal to King Nur ad-Din. After Saladin usurped the throne, he defected to King Sassanid and openly provoked Saladin many times.
Lothar was a little confused. Shouldn't they be in the same camp with you? A trace of hostility emerged on Abdullah's face. When Saladin led his army into Syria, we asked him for help, but he didn't even send half a soldier.
Such a treacherous villain dares to provoke Saladin under the banner of the former king.
This is an insult to us. Lothar nodded and finalized this lucky guy. Then choose them. Does this cock live in the oasis you mentioned? Abdullah nodded and said, of course, that is his base camp.
All the chiefdoms and tribes under his jurisdiction must come here on time to pay tribute and offer cattle and sheep.
How about the defense?
There is a wooden fort. Although there are not many soldiers guarding it, there are many cavalry units stationed in the small oases around this oasis. Once the soldiers guarding the wooden fort ask for help, the surrounding troops will rush to help.
Lothar thought thoughtfully.
The number of people that an oasis can carry is limited. If the limit is exceeded, the oasis will shrink rapidly. This means that there will not be too many soldiers guarding Coquette's wooden fort.
It seems that we have to fight quickly. If Coquette's defense is tight, we can't waste too much time again. We have to change our target as soon as possible. Lothar and Abdullah discussed the strategy and urged the team to speed up. Soon, scouts came galloping on horseback.
He shouted, there is a team of about 100 people ahead. They are Bedouins under Kakb. They are carrying tribute to Kakht and look defenseless.
Lassa's eyes lit up. The opportunity has come. We must get rid of this group of Bedouins first.
They are the key to our infiltration.
Abdullah nodded and said, I understand.
Then he raised his voice and shouted, everyone, prepare for battle.
A Kurdish cavalry came over and handed Lassa a bag of horse feed.
In addition to grass, it also contained cooked beans and wheat bran. This kind of fine feed is a must-have for war horses before charging.
While replenishing nutrition for his mount, Lothar chatted with the cavalryman. Hayden, this is your first time participating in a battle, are you nervous?
Hardin smiled gently, my lord, I have already eaten today.
Lothar.
Well, it's another case of talking at cross purposes. Hardin is the youngest in the Kurdish cavalry, only 16 years old this year. I thought I could speak Kurdish already. Lothar was a little helpless. He touched Hardin's head. He handed the feed to Hans. He held the whip in his hand and quickly climbed up a small hill in front. From a distance, a long team could be seen, slowly moving towards this side. Dromedaries, war horses, pack animals, and livestock.
This is a large-scale nomadic team.
The leader, wearing a chain mail helmet with purple silk inside, walked at the front of the team. He wore a silver-shining scale armor and talked and laughed with his subordinates from time to time. They really looked defenseless, not even sending out scouts, as if they had not expected to be attacked in the core area under Koch's command. Lothar turned around, waited for the cavalry to replenish the fine feed for their mounts, and then climbed on the horse.
He ordered, get ready to act.
Lothar covered his mouth and nose with a scarf, and the chainmail mask fell down and covered the scarf. He took the swallowtail flag of the winged hussars in his hand and shook it gently, and then it was replaced with a flag with 3 blazing flames guarding a Saladin eagle. Always remember our identity, loyal warriors under Saladin. I am your leader, Sabyadin.
He raised the lance with the swallowtail flag in his hand and said to the Kurdish cavalry behind him, kill all enemies who dare to take up arms to resist.
Yes. The cavalry immediately moved. Their fighting method was also very similar to that of the European cavalry. They also used lances to charge, but when they got close, they would switch to close combat with scimitars.
Abdullah and Hans followed closely beside Lothar. Prujna and Fringilla stayed farther away.
In this battle, Lothar ordered Prujna to give priority to protecting Fringilla, a magic profession. He had a shared talent, so he didn't have to worry about getting into danger in a short time. He could hold on until help arrived. For some reason, the Kurdish cavalry felt that today's charge was as brisk as if assisted by God. The mounts under their crotches were galloping, and the speed was not a little faster than usual. The iron hooves raised a long yellow dust.
The sound was like thunder. Discovering that they were attacked, this group of Bedouins was extremely panicked.
At the front, the cavalrymen wearing loose white robes rushed to the front of the team, trying to resist the aggressive enemy, so as to buy time for the infantry to prepare for defense. The Bedouin leaders shouted in Arabic and Kurdish respectively, "We are under the command of Lord Kakht. Who are you? Is there any misunderstanding?"
Abdullah shouted loudly, "We are looking for Cocked. Anyone who dares to insult our King Saladin, my master Sabaddin, will throw Cock's head to the vultures in the desert." The tall Arabian horses stepped on the endless yellow earth. Lothar felt the wind whistling in his ears, and his heartbeat accelerated a little bit, but his mood was no longer as nervous as before when he charged. He was already experienced enough. Swish, the lance pierced the neck of a cavalryman in front. This was a well-equipped cavalryman, but his scaled neckguard could not stop the sharp spear tip from tearing his throat. Lothar used his shield to block the attack of a man in front of him with a continuous spear. The Bedouin cavalry in the shackles attacked him, and he felt a pain and numbness in his hands holding the shield. In a flash, he clearly saw the ferocious face of the other party. Then, they passed each other. It was like a horse-drawn tour. The face of the previous enemy was still in Lothar's eyes, and the lance had already pierced the shield in the hand of the next enemy, knocking him out. Lothar's figure was also almost knocked off the horse by the violent impact, and Hans beside him quickly helped him up. He sat back on his seat, and then he realized that the person he had just defeated was actually the leader of this Bedouin. More than 40 cavalrymen broke through the enemy formation. This Bedouin cavalry team immediately collapsed, and the remaining few people fled in all directions, not daring to resist this devil cavalry that seemed to come from hell. Lothar came to the end of the team, looked at the chaotic convoy, raised the flag in his hand, and said in Kurdish, "Collect the team, no pursuit. Abdullah, go and persuade them to surrender. Those who lay down their weapons can leave freely." After getting rid of the cavalry team, this Bedouin convoy can almost be declared dead. But if they attack by force, it will not only take time, but also may suffer more losses. Abdullah thought for a moment, and shouted in the few Arabic words he knew to order them to surrender. But what responded to them was the Bedouin bows and arrows. Lothar raised his lance in his hand, which became indestructible because of the winged cavalry swallowtail flag attached to it, and it was stained with bright red blood. Since they are determined to resist, then continue, charge in groups, and eat them away bit by bit. Lothar gave the order. Half an hour later, the stubborn enemies were cleared out. Abdullah, count the casualties. 6 wounded and 1 dead, no one seriously injured. The enemy was not strong and unprepared, and many of them were not even wearing armor. We fought a beautiful surprise attack. Not bad. Lothar nodded with satisfaction. With such a casualty ratio, it would be a great victory anywhere, unless it was against a group of serf conscripts. The elite level of this Kurdish cavalry was no less than that of the cavalry under Baron Godfrey. Someone came over with a corpse in his arms with a sad face, and said something in Kurdish at a very fast speed. Lothar looked at the familiar eyebrows and eyes of the corpse and was silent. Hardin was dead. The 16-year-old boy who always grinned with 2 rows of white neat teeth. Burn his body, and Hardin will return to the arms of Mithras. Abdullah's face did not show much sadness. If this child can survive his first battle, he will transform into an eagle. On the battlefield, the loss rate of new recruits is the highest. Only after surviving the first war can new recruits transform into veterans. Unfortunately, Hardin didn't make it. Lothar took off his headscarf, held it in his hand, and prayed silently. "Let's go, while Kokpo doesn't know about our arrival." He raised the flaming eagle flag in his hand high. "Take this caravan, camels, and horses. We have to disguise ourselves as a caravan paying tribute to Kokti, and we have to be fast." Vultures were already circling in the sky, and sooner or later they would attract Kokti's soldiers to come and investigate. We must hurry. After this battle, Lothar successfully reached level 3. Lothar has not yet allocated attribute points. He is waiting for the intimacy with Fringilla to be raised to friendly, and then try to use her bond talent, blood magic mastery. If it works well, he is considering whether to add attribute points to the spirit aspect. It is extremely difficult to build a stone castle in an oasis in the desert. Especially in the territory of Kokp, there is no river to transport bricks and stones. Abdullah sat on the horse and chatted with Lothar. "I know Kokp, he is a cruel and cold-blooded, but powerful opponent. There are hundreds of elite cavalrymen in his army alone. If he is given enough time, he can gather a huge army of thousands of people from the clans and chiefdoms loyal to him." Lothar frowned. This is a powerful lord who is more powerful than Baron Godfrey. If his territory was not located in this barren desert and he could not even build a castle, he would never have any thoughts about this lord. But he won't have the time. Lothar looked solemn and confident. "We will take down this wooden fort before the enemy reacts. Abdullah, we can do it." Abdullah stroked his shoulder and nodded slightly. "I have never doubted this." Kurdish soldiers were gathering scattered horses, stripping off the armor of the dead, or picking out the armor plates that could still be used and discarding the heavy armor.
In this era, scale armor was obviously inferior to chainmail in terms of defense alone. But in terms of aesthetics, scale armor is much better than the dark chainmail. Apart from its beauty, the biggest advantage of scale armor is that it is simple in process, easy to produce on a large scale, and easy to maintain. It only needs to be disassembled and the armor plates replaced. It is suitable for forming an industrial chain and large-scale production to equip the army. This is also the reason why countries with vast territories and a high degree of centralization such as the Eastern Empire, the Sasanian Empire, and the Ayyubid Empire prefer scale armor. To this day, the Eastern Empire's cavalry are still equipped with scale armor, but at the same time, they also wear a lined chainmail shirt under their scale armor to ensure defense. Lothar and his party changed their blood-stained clothes and disguised themselves as a Bedouin tribute team. They brought camels and mounts, and hid their weapons under the cars. They slowly walked towards the wooden fort in the oasis. The wooden fort of Kakb is located in the center of the oasis, next to a beautiful lake like a mirror. The guards guarding the city gate and the city wall saw everyone from a distance and shouted at the convoy to stop. Abdullah shouted loudly, "We are the subordinates of Lord Khmer of Ord, and we are offering tribute to the honorable governor of Kakb." Lord Khmer's subordinates? The guards guarding the city came up vigilantly. "Isn't it Lord Aladdin who usually escorts the tribute? Who are you? Why haven't I seen you before?" The Kurdish soldiers' bodies were a little tense, and their breathing became heavy. The atmosphere was extremely solemn. The guard realized something was wrong and wanted to say something, but at this moment, Fringilla took 2 steps forward and a clear female voice sounded, "Are you sure you haven't seen me? You guys?" The guard looked a little dazed. Fringilla's eyes flashed with a dark red light, but it was not obvious in the dazzling sunlight. The man was halfway through his words, but seemed to have forgotten what he wanted to say before. He said thoughtfully, "Yes, I have seen you. You are under the command of Lord Khmer." "That's right. Open the city gate and let our guests from afar enter the city." The gate of the wooden castle was opened like this. Abdullah looked at Lothar with some doubts. Lothar had a calm expression and said casually, "Let's go into the city." This time the tribute includes exquisite porcelain from the Song Empire. They are the spoils we obtained when we looted Saladin's caravan. Handle them with care. If they are damaged, Lord Kokbu will not forgive you. Lothar's face was normal, but the sweat on his temples betrayed his mood. Fringilla's charm can only work on people with weak minds. For example, the last time he encountered Governor Savyadin, it almost had the opposite effect. Fortunately, Abdullah was quick-witted and dealt with it. But it seems that people like Governor Savyadin are a minority after all. The group entered the wooden castle like this. The guards didn't even ask them to remove their weapons. Only 2 of them lifted the tribute covered with felt cloth. After confirming that it was correct, they covered it again. Everything went unusually smoothly. The women and servants in the castle watched the crowd with some curiosity. Lothar looked at the guards on the wall of the wooden castle and saw that they were not very vigilant. Few people were willing to continue standing guard on the wall under the scorching sun. He waved his hand and whispered, "Go and eliminate any enemy who picks up weapons." A servant noticed the little action of this group of people and was about to question loudly. A flying axe flew past Lothar's ear, and with a clang, it embedded into the servant's skull. The maid next to him was splashed with blood. Screams instantly resounded throughout the wooden castle. Lothar picked up his half-sword and rushed forward with the Kurdish soldiers, rushing into the wooden castle. The sturdy armor can enable them to ignore most of the long-range attacks. It must be admitted that this Kurdish cavalry is definitely a very elite force. Whether in infantry or cavalry, it is no less than a cavalry team composed of 20 knights and their attendants. But although Lothar was envious, he had no intention of recruiting them. Baron Godfrey was kind enough to lend him soldiers. If he poached them, would he still be a human being? Shouts and screams arose. Thick smoke burned on the tower. Abdullah said anxiously, "We have to get rid of them quickly, otherwise when the cavalry under Kakb comes to support us, we will have nowhere to retreat." Lothar kicked the enemy in front of him away, stepped on him, and stabbed his half-sword into the opponent's throat. "I know, Abdullah, you take people to deal with the defenders on the city wall, and I will go find Kakb." A servant suddenly jumped up from the ground, hugged Lothar's calf, and hammered at his calf with a hammer. At this moment, his eyes suddenly bulged. With a bang, his eyeballs burst and blood gushed out. Lothar nodded slightly to Fringilla, and without looking back, he led the soldiers into the manor guarded by the wooden castle. The decoration in the manor is very exquisite. The exquisite murals on the walls, various exotic utensils, and furniture are neatly arranged. The coolly dressed foreign maids screamed sharply, and hid in horror from the ferocious man in front of them who was covered in blood and looked like a killer. Lothar had no time to appreciate these, and walked straight in. Crossing a threshold, he was greeted by a whistling wind. The hammer hit Lothar's iron helmet, making his head buzz. He ignored the dizziness, raised his shield and charged forward, knocking the man off balance. Behind him, a Kurdish soldier had already thrown a flying axe, hitting the man right between the eyebrows. It was a burly man with bare arms holding a hammer. They attacked so fast that many soldiers in the manor didn't have time to put on armor, and their full combat power was at least cut in half. Lothar picked up the hammer in the man's hand. The two-handed sword was not easy to wield in the narrow room, so it was not as useful as the hammer. The group quickly moved forward. The further they went in, the quieter it became. The wooden castle was like a small maze, with too many places to hide. At this moment, he twitched his nostrils slightly. The smell was very familiar, like the scent of heather. He followed the smell and opened a cabinet door, revealing a naked foreign woman behind it. "Do you understand Kurdish?" The foreign woman nodded repeatedly with a look of fear. "Where is Kakbu?" The woman pointed behind Lothar, and took out a dagger when Lothar turned his head, aiming at his neck and stabbing it fiercely. But at this time, Lothar seemed to have predicted the future, and took a step back directly. While dodging the dagger, his big hand like an iron clamp directly strangled the opponent's neck. The woman's eyes were full of unwillingness. Lothar frowned. "The traces of performance are too obvious. You are not afraid at all. Are you Kakbu's dead warrior?" The woman did not answer, her face full of resentment. "Tell me, Kakbu trained you just to give you to the hostile lord in the future, so that you can wait for an opportunity to assassinate. I killed him, but it is to let you go free." The woman still did not answer, her expression was stubborn and fierce, making people wonder what kind of entanglement she had with Kakbu. "But I don't have the time." Click. Lothar released his grip on the woman and looked at Fringilla. "She's naked, and there's no bathtub or anything like that in the room. She's probably just had with Kakpo. Can we track her?" Fringilla sniffed and nodded. "Follow me." They followed Fringilla through the narrow corridor and garden and came to a quiet room behind the wooden fort. "Come out, Kakpo, your woman betrayed you," Lothar shouted. Bang, the door was pushed open, and a burly man in iron armor rushed out with a ferocious face. Lothar looked at a Kurdish cavalryman beside him. He shook his head. "He's not Kakpo, let me deal with him." As he said that, he drew his weapon and went to meet him. Lothar walked around the two people fighting, and looked at Fringilla and Prajna. Just as he was about to enter the room, he saw Prajna had already walked in first. Bang, the hammer whistled. Prajna's figure was as steady as a mountain, unmoved. She didn't stop, and rushed forward like an unstoppable chariot. Bang, the big man in armor was knocked to the ground. Kakp held a mace in each hand, climbed up from the ground, and roared, "Who are you? How dare you attack me, great Kakp? My soldiers will come soon and slaughter you all." Lothar snorted coldly, "You lowly man, when you offended my lord Saladin, you should have thought of this day. We are not dirty assassins of the assassins. I will give you a fair fight." Kakp's face changed and he shouted, "Okay." He took a stance, Lothar waved his hand, and a javelin immediately condensed in Fringilla's hand. Kakp was shocked and said, "Devil, this is the power of the devil. You lied to me. You said you would fight me fairly." Lothar smiled and said, "This is already fair." Bang, the blood javelin easily pierced Kakp's armor and nailed him to the wall behind him. Lothar swung his sword and cut off Kakp's head, and walked out of the room without looking back. He helped the Kurdish cavalry to deal with his opponent, and shouted, "Count the spoils immediately. We have limited time. Only take things that are easy to carry and have high value." At this time, there was a loud bang in the room behind him. Blood splattered. It was the sound of Fringilla's blood javelin exploding. Lothar climbed onto the top of the city wall, raised Kakp's head in his hand, and shouted, "Your lord Kakp is dead. Give up resistance now. Those who surrender will not be killed." Kakp's head was passed from hand to hand by the Kurdish cavalry. It was like a heavy hammer hitting the hearts of the stubborn resistance. These Kurdish cavalry, even when dismounted, were still skilled in fighting. Moreover, they cooperated tacitly, like jackals wandering in the desert, 2 by 2, using the fastest and most unchivalrous means to end the lives of enemies 1 by 1. They were killing machines, without the slightest mercy, and loyally carried out Lothar's order to kill all armed people. Lothar did not participate in the war again. He did not want to one day treat living people as fillers for experience slots. After a long time, the shouting and killing completely subsided. The Kurdish soldiers drove the unarmed defenders and slaves 1 by 1 to the open space outside the manor. Abdullah came to Lothar with a mace covered with blood and flesh. He looked at Lothar's profile and saw that he looked calm, as if he had already planned everything. He was slightly shocked.
He bowed his head and said respectfully, "The holy fire is always burning. Kak's diehards have been purged. All the captives who laid down their weapons have been put under centralized custody." Lothar nodded. "Let everyone go and collect the spoils. We have limited time. I urge everyone not to be blinded by wealth. Also, remember to form groups of 2. Be careful of sneak attacks from hiding enemies." Abdullah smiled. As a lord, Kak must have accumulated a lot of wealth over the years. Even if he only took gold and silver utensils and coins, it would still be a considerable fortune. No matter how devout the Mamluks were in faith or how brave they were in battle, they would not have a problem with money. "Don't worry, sir. My boys are all experienced warriors. No one will do such a stupid thing." At the same time, the system prompt sounded in Lothar's ears. "You activated the milestone, seize the castle. You successfully led your soldiers and followers to capture the castle of the enemy lord, killed the enemy lord, and beheaded him. Reward, activate the loot shop. Loot shop, you can sell the loot to the system mall, and the system will make a value assessment and give gold and silver currency." Lothar's expression moved slightly. For him, this is a timely help. He was worried about how to choose valuable loot. There were only 4 of him here, and the loot he could take was very limited. "Abdullah, let's go too." Lothar immediately put down his reserve and walked towards the manor in the castle. A Kurdish soldier was about to rush into a room to search for property, but was shocked to find that the room was empty. Furniture, carpets, murals, utensils, everything disappeared. Holy fire, what happened? It's like a swarm of locusts rushing into the fields. The Kurdish soldier looked at several rooms in a row, all of which were empty. His companion shouted to remind him, "Go over there, we have already searched this place. Lord Lothar gave us the right to choose the spoils first." "Searched? How can it be searched so thoroughly?" The soldier was confused. Lothar ran through the rooms one by one. Silver chamber pots, red pine cabinets, velvet mattresses, glazed porcelain vases, tables, chairs, and benches. In short, except for the floor, all the things that could be disassembled and identified as spoils by the system were sold by him. Just like a bandit passing through. Anyway, he just touched it with his hand and it disappeared. The final profit, minus the fraction, was 800 gold coins produced by the system, with his portrait on them, which Lothar could use at any time. Although it made him feel a little socially dead to have his portrait printed on the gold coins, it was not an act of usurpation, because many local lords in this era had the right to mint coins. It just depended on whether there were gold and silver mines in the fiefdom. If high-value coins were melted and lead and tin were added to mint inferior coins, the lord might still be held accountable. Gold and silver coins of excellent quality, such as those produced by the system, were hard currency everywhere and could also make him famous. Only 800 coins? Lothar was a little disappointed. He had just walked around all the rooms that the Kurdish soldiers had looted, and he had sold all the large items that they had missed. It was only 800 gold coins. Lothar didn't believe that the items in the territory of Kak, a dignified lord, were worth so little money. In addition to these large and valuable items that were inconvenient to carry, as well as those low-value items, Lothar and the Kurdish cavalry also looted a large number of portable gold and silver treasures. These gold and silver products have added value of craftsmanship, so Lothar was reluctant to sell them directly to the system. It's a pity that living things cannot be sold through the loot mall, otherwise it would also be a large sum of money. The living things here refer to livestock and war horses. Lothar was not so crazy as to sell all the captives through the system. "Everyone, 1 person and 2 horses, leave quickly. Don't bring too many things, food, fodder, water bags, and feed are the most important," Lothar ordered loudly. At the same time, he came to the captives, and under the horrified eyes of the person in front, he cut the rope that bound him with a sword. "You are free." The captives looked at each other. "Go, untie your companions. My lord Saladin is a kind man. The reason why he used cruel means on your lord Kak was because he was arrogant and humiliated my lord. You can tell the Sassanid king that if any of his lords dare to be rude to my lord Saladin again, I guarantee that they will face the same fate." After saying this, Lothar turned around and led the Kurdish cavalry, raising a gust of wind and whistling away. The dark cloak and the fluttering holy fire eagle flag gradually faded away under their gaze. At this time, a few loyal slaves led the inferior horses that Lothar and his party didn't want and rushed to the garrison in the oasis near the wooden fort. The oasis near Kak's territory. Kak's eldest son, Sever, who commanded 100 armored cavalrymen, was leading his soldiers to rush to the wooden fort where the smoke of war was rising in the distance. No one has attacked here for many years. He couldn't figure out which army would be so crazy to attack a wooden fort in the desert. Didn't they consider the supply problem? At this time,
a slave riding a warhorse hurried over and knelt on the ground. Lord Sever, Lord Cock, was killed by the army sent by Saladin. His face flushed and he said sadly, "Lord, we have to avenge Lord Cock. The group of Saladin's cavalry hasn't gone far." Sever looked at the person who came to report the news in astonishment. "What did you say? Say it again." The messenger's face was full of sadness. "The Lord is dead. Call the troops immediately, let's go back to save Lord Cock." The messenger was astonished, "But Lord Cock is already dead." "Shut up, Lord Cock is not dead." Sefer chopped down the messenger in front of him with a sword and shouted loudly, "Lord Cock was attacked, and I was appointed to command all the troops to rush to rescue him immediately." Among the several cavalry teams under Cock, the small oasis where he was stationed was the closest to the wooden fort. The group of Saladin's soldiers left in a hurry. As long as he arrived, the entire wooden fort and the wealth accumulated by Cock over the years would belong to him. As for chasing the Saladin cavalry who had already left, what a joke! The elite level of this army can be imagined to be able to break through the wooden fort so quickly. He didn't want to waste all the troops he had worked so hard to accumulate on such a thing. With an enthusiastic mood, Sefer almost took the lead, leading his cavalry team, stepping on the billowing smoke and dust, and rushed into the wooden fort. "Seal the wooden fort immediately. If anyone comes, they must be stopped outside," he ordered loudly. But when he entered the wooden castle, his heart immediately sank. "This? What's going on?" The manor, which was originally beautiful and looked like a royal palace, now looked like it had been blown by a sandstorm. Not to mention the property, even the several large stone sculptures in front of the manor had been moved away. "This is simply digging 3 feet into the ground. Are they stupid? Carrying so many heavy objects, how could they escape our pursuit? Chase them, they can't run far," he said angrily. At this time, the guards rushed in and shouted loudly, "My lord, it's bad. Lord Lund is here with his troops and demands to enter the wooden castle immediately." Lund is the second son of Cock and the biggest competitor for his inheritance. Sefer's face froze. He thought the wooden castle was a big treasure, but he never thought that there was nothing. Now that he was the first to enter the castle, wouldn't he be in trouble? Sefer was anxious and angry. After thinking it over, he said, "Let them in." Lund and his men rushed in and were also stunned. "Sever, did you do this?" Sever said unhappily, "How is it possible? I have only been here for a short time. Where can I hide so many treasures? They were all taken away by those running dogs of Saladin. But don't worry. They can't run fast with so many things. Gather the troops immediately and let's chase them." But when Sever and his party followed the traces left by Lothar and his party, they found that the hoof prints were very shallow and there were no wheel tracks. Lund was furious and shouted, "Sever, do you think I'm a brainless idiot? I have tortured those spineless people, and Saladin's men didn't take much away." Sever drew his weapon and said, "Didn't you also torture me to find out that I didn't arrive much earlier than you? Don't quibble, Sever, you are not worthy of being your father's son. Your father was killed, but you didn't think about chasing the enemy, but emptied your father's inheritance." Lund shouted, "Soldiers, look at the ugly face of this despicable man. Are you willing to be loyal to such a person, or to me, the great Lund?" "Shut up!" Sever, who was furious, slashed with a sword. His confidants naturally followed suit. The two sides fought in a group, so there was no intention to chase the Kurdish cavalry. Besides, it was useless to chase, because the cavalry with 2 horses had already run more than 10 miles away. In the open-air camp, there were clusters of bonfires. The Kurdish cavalry sat on the ground with a relaxed look, replenishing water and food, and sometimes someone laughed and boasted about how many enemies they had killed during the day. This time, each of them had a great harvest. If they were in a feudal country, each of them could buy a manor in their hometown and become a manor owner. But unfortunately, the Kurds are a nomadic tribe. A single person, even if he has wealth, cannot survive. They must keep warm together. Lasse sat on the sand covered with wool carpet, holding a clay pot with broth in his hand and sipping it. "I wonder if the news of Cock's death has spread. I don't know if we will be attacked by Sabyadin and his Mamluks when we return the same way." Mamluk refers to slave soldiers, similar to the Ghulam that has been popular for hundreds of years, but more elite. The king has his Mamluks, and the governor has his Mamluks. Saladin's Passage Guards were the best of the Mamluks, and a rare elite force among the Zoroastrians that could fight against the Crusader Knights. The Crusader Knights, with the same number of combat power, were definitely one of the best in this era. Anna Komnenos, a princess of the Eastern Empire, once described it in a book. The Knights of the Crusades could pierce a hole in the wall of Babylon. It was enough to see how powerful Saladin's Passage Guards were. The news of Khat's death would not reach Ayub so quickly unless they could rely on the eagle in the sky to send a message. Abdullah clutched a Damascus scimitar with silver patterns, cut a roasted lamb chop from the grill on the campfire, and stuffed it into his mouth to chew. Grease fell on his thick beard, and he said vaguely, "But the other lords loyal to the Sassanid king will definitely respond immediately. They will be more vigilant and more difficult to deal with." Lothar took a roasted lamb chop, chewed it, and nodded slightly. "I know, I don't plan to attack the other targets anymore. Our harvest is rich enough." Kak, a feudal lord active in the border between Sassanid and Ayyubid, is not much worse than Savyadin, the governor of Syria, in terms of status. If you look at the map, in terms of size alone, Kak's territory is even better than Savyadin. Although the former's territory is mostly a pile of meaningless sand, and the people under his command are chiefdoms that live by water and grass. But this does not affect Kak's death, which caused an uproar in the entire border area. Especially since the murderer claimed to be Saladin, the king of Egypt, which was rich in resources and once known as the granary of the empire. Abdullah glanced sideways and said, "I was worried that you would get carried away by this easy victory." Lhasa said helplessly, "I thought my performance these days had already been your approval." "Of course, but that's why I'm worried that you're too young and energetic." Abdullah chuckled and said, "Among young people, you are the best I've ever seen, no doubt about it. Thank you for the compliment." Lhasa chewed on the grilled lamb chops, and the corner of her eye swept over Fringilla, who was sitting on the blanket next to her and chattering in Prajna's ear. She was bored all the way. Prajna held an old book with yellowed pages and flipped through it silently, completely ignoring Fringilla's chatter. "By the way, there's..." Abdullah was hesitant to speak. Lhasa said helplessly, "If you have anything to ask, just say it directly. Since leaving the wooden castle of Kakbu, everyone looks at me as if they are looking at a monster. Everyone says that you signed a contract with the devil, and sacrificed the wealth that the soldiers could not take away to the demons in hell." Lhasa asked back, "Do you believe it?" Abdullah shook his head, "I don't believe it. The devils have never lacked wealth. On the contrary, they like to use wealth to lure people into corruption. You are a kind person, Lothar. You respect our beliefs and generously give us the right to choose the spoils first. It is our honor to fight for you." "Ha, don't flatter me like that, Abdullah." Lothar raised the corners of his mouth slightly, "But I don't believe Baron Godfrey didn't tell you the truth." Abdullah was stunned and admitted, "Yes, that's right. You have the allegiance of two witches. They possess mysterious powers, but does their power come from the Heavenly Father you believe in? If so, why haven't your clergy been given this kind of power by God?" Lothar was silent for a moment. He certainly knew that the power of witches did not come from God, but he could not say so. God has endowed witches with extraordinary powers, and they also bear a sacred mission. Some have carried out this mission and supported wise rulers, while others have lived in seclusion in a corner and indulged in sensual pleasures. Lothar paused and continued, "Just like among the clergy, there are archbishops who are willing to live in poverty and donate all their money to the Knights Templar, and there are also greedy people who wear jewel rings on each of their 10 fingers and wish to squeeze the blood and sweat of every serf." Thinking of the clergy in his hometown, Abdullah agreed deeply. "You have the loyalty of two witches, so you mean that you are the favorite of your god?" "Maybe, I have no way of guessing God's will." Lothar frowned, "But I think I should do something. Unlike other crusader nobles, this is my mission." "What to do? Become the Lord, Baron, Earl, or even Grand Duke or King of Jerusalem?" Lothar shook his head and said, "That's just a process. What I really want to do is to put an end to the frequent wars here, so that those nations with different languages, beliefs, and even skin colors can live here equally." Lothar emphasized, "Establish a powerful empire that unifies the Levant and brings peace to this land that is always shrouded in war." "This is impossible." Abdullah shook his head violently, "This is absolutely impossible." Lothar certainly knew that this was difficult. In the future, multiple ethnic groups without a main ethnic group will either split or be in the process of splitting. Not to mention the sharp religious issues. This is not a game where you can turn on religion and humanities and the rebellion level will be zero. But it is precisely because of the high difficulty that it can be called a wild ambition. He who has the system has never doubted his future from beginning to end. He will get higher lords step by step, and even become a monarch who holds the royal power. What's more, the national concept of this era is extremely weak, and it is not impossible to wash the culture. Why is it impossible? What the Eastern Empire has done, why can't I do it? Lothar asked back. Abdullah was silent for a moment. He instinctively wanted to say that the Eastern Empire had failed, but in the end, he just said, "Lortha, perhaps a person favored by God like you should have ambitions that ordinary people can't imagine. May the holy fire protect you and fulfill your wish." "Thank you."
When we enter Camelot, we will be in the sphere of influence of the Crusaders, and we will part ways there. Lothar was a little surprised. You no longer serve Baron Godfrey?
Not for the time being.
Abdullah hesitated, but still said, King Nur ad-Din's son is gathering his old subordinates. We plan to assist him and regroup the forces to resist Saladin in Aleppo.
After we get rid of Kaqb, the border will fall into chaos.
This is our chance.
Lothar was silent. You should know how small the possibility of your success is. No matter how generous Saladin is, he will not forgive rebels like you. Abdullah said in a deep voice, the old master has called me, and I will never look back.
Lothar did not persuade him any further.
Although he was extremely envious of this Kurdish cavalry, the other party had firm beliefs and could not be persuaded by a few words.
Lothar glanced at Hans. This attendant of his was setting up the tent and was sweating profusely. This was the only cavalryman under Lothar.
In this era where cavalry is king, the cost of organizing an elite cavalry force like the Kurdish cavalry in front of him is too high.
Perhaps I should join or establish a knightly order.
Anyway, I have no plans to get married in the short term. When I become stronger in the future, I will quit the Knights Templar or secularize it. These days, there are people who pretend to convert to a new faith and regret it later. Naturally, there are also people who pretend to swear a lifelong vow and marry in the future.
Stop. Rest where you are. The dusty Kurdish cavalry stopped in the desert.
There was no shade here, so it was not a good place to rest.
Abdullah looked up with a serious expression and said, That eagle has been circling over our heads for a long time. Above the team, an eagle was circling back and forth.
It had indeed been for quite some time.
Lhasa asked, Can we shoot it down?
No, this flat-haired beast is very cunning and flies very high.
Abdullah took the bow and arrow hanging on the saddlebag, tried to aim, and shook his head. It seems that we will face a battle next. I hope it's just a coincidence.
No, Lhasa, there is no such thing as coincidence on the battlefield.
If there is, treat it as the enemy's plan.
And falconry is the tradition of the Arabs.
In this desert, except for specially trained falcons,
there will be no birds of prey chasing the heads of living teams.
I understand.
Lhasa followed his advice and immediately shouted orders, rest the team, change horses, and prepare to meet the enemy. He was the nominal commander of this Kurdish cavalry, and he never hesitated to give orders.
Although he knew that as long as Abdullah gave an order, the cavalry would immediately abandon him as a nominal commander and obey Abdullah's orders.
But he still learned from this precious practical opportunity like a sponge squeezed dry. He hoped that he could understand as soon as possible how to be a qualified cavalry commander and how to fight in this desert.
Abdullah was also very clear about this and had been teaching Lothar without reservation.
Of course, if Lothar was a proud and self-righteous child of a crusader noble, he would never have been treated like this. If he was too bossy and gave orders at random, he might even be killed in this desert without hesitation by these so-called subordinates. Lothar took out the concentrated feed from the saddlebag to replenish the horse's physical strength. After a series of journeys, this majestic Arabian warhorse had a layer of fine sweat on its body, and even its mane was soaked with a large area. It was definitely unable to carry him to charge. Even the horse that was transferred and without a passenger was far from being in good condition at this time.
How can we fight this exhausted army? Lothar frowned and looked at the swallowtail flag on the lance.
With it, it is not impossible to run away from the enemy.
But the problem is, what should we do if we encounter the enemy again? This place is not far from the core area of Ayyubid's rule in Syria. At this time, Lothar's expression suddenly changed slightly. Sure enough, they are coming.
In the distance, dust filled the sky. The heavy sound of horse hooves shook the gravel on the ground. System the prompt sounded, activated milestone, 1 rider is worth 100, successfully pierced a cavalry team of more than 100 people with one's own strength.
Lothar cursed in his heart, I can't be a rider against 100, do you really think I am the reincarnation of Lu Fengxian?
Abdullah stood beside Lothar and whispered in Gaul, as a general, you must not show your joy, anger, sorrow, fear on your face. You must have confidence at all times. Lothar was suddenly startled and realized his negligence.
More than 100 cavalrymen, with rolling yellow sand, stopped not far away.
The iron armor was shining, and the swords and spears were like a forest. Behind the cavalry, there was also a large camel team, slowly following with the melodious sound of bells. Obviously, this team of cavalry came on camels and changed to war horses nearby. In the desert, camels have much more endurance than war horses, and can carry much higher loads, making them more suitable for long-distance travel. In other words, the physical strength of their mounts is still abundant. Lothar carefully observed the other side's armor and equipment, and was relieved to see that most of them were in disarray.
They were not elite troops like the Mamluks. The composition of this cavalry team was very complex, and their equipment was also varied. Short spears, hammer spears, scimitars, straight swords, composite bows, kite shields, round shields, golden lamellar armor, black scale armor, khaki cloth armor. They were definitely not an elite division like the Mamluks, whose equipment and tactics were quite uniform. But that didn't mean they were easy to deal with. Lothar looked back at everyone, and sure enough, these battle-hardened Kurdish cavalrymen had solemn expressions on their faces. They knew very well that their exhausted division would find it difficult to compete with the enemy, who were well rested and had far more numbers than them. It was obvious that the people under Kakp had used falcons to notify this group of enemies to intercept them. But Lothar didn't quite understand. Why would anyone risk offending Saladin to kill their elite troops in this border area where Sassanid and Ayyubid countries meet, where most people are fence-sitters? The input and output are totally disproportionate. By the holy fire, we are the cavalry under King Saladin. Who are you? Abdullah rode forward, his loud voice echoing in the Gobi Desert. The leader of the other side, a man wearing golden armor, urged his mount and slowly walked forward. He raised his whip and shouted angrily, "It is indeed you, a bunch of Saladin's lackeys. This is the territory of the empire under the rule of the King of Kings. You rashly crossed the border and attacked and killed the governor of the empire. Your crime is unforgivable. If you take out the property you robbed from Kakp, perhaps I will let you go." Lothar urged his horse forward and shouted, "Coward, do you dare to tell me your name? Not far ahead is Irbid, where Lord Savyadin is stationed in person. If you dare to attack us, Lord Savyadin will. People will not forgive you." Lothar completely gave up the idea of escaping, because once the mount's strength was exhausted, the entire cavalry team would no longer have the ability to fight back. Moreover, this place is at least 100 miles away from Irbid. They are not really under the command of Saladin. But the enemy leader obviously didn't know this, and his expression was a little solemn. The Lord Savyadin mentioned by Lothar is Saladin's nephew. He was also the governor-general of Syria appointed by Saladin. Not long ago, he marched towards the former territory of the county of Edessa and intimidated several Turkish princes. In this area, he is very famous. This poor Kurdish, you are a Frank, right? When will a Mamluk take charge of Saladin's army? Said the enemy leader with a look of contempt. Franks are actually the Arabs' general name for Gauls, Albions, and Germans. Lothar did not expect that his Kurdish, which he had practiced so hard, would be found out to be so poor at once. As for why the other party regarded himself as a Mamluk, it was because a considerable number of Mamluks under Saladin at that time were Franks who were trafficked. Especially the poor crusaders, they had nothing, and their only wealth was themselves. Therefore, after being looted by the Turkish cavalry entrenched in Asia Minor, they were often sold as slaves to Sassanid, Ayyubid, and even some princes and nobles in North Africa. Lothar stopped talking, exchanged a look with Abdullah, motioned the other party to delay time, and then retreated to the team. The highest level of a lie is to make oneself believe the lie. At this moment, Lothar seemed to regard himself as a trusted subordinate of Savyadin, and his only goal was to delay time, so as to wait for Savyadin to send troops to rescue. Are you really determined to be the enemy of my lord? Abdullah drew out the Damascus scimitar in his hand. It took us only a quarter of an hour to capture Kakp's castle. How long do you think it will take you to deal with us? The enemy leader frowned. He opened his hands. There was a crisp eagle cry. The falcon fell from the sky, and its sharp claws clasped the leather armor on his arm. Abdullah added fuel to the fire and said, "There are only so few of us in total. How much wealth can we take away? The truly valuable things are still left in Kakp's wooden castle. If you are a smart man, you should know what to choose now. Whether to attack our small but tough bones or eat the really fat meat, it all depends on your choice." The next moment, the Kurdish cavalry drew out their swords and lances, and shouted a sentence in Kurdish in unison. There was no sign of fatigue from the days of traveling. A spirit of bravery made the enemies on the opposite side look at them sideways. This battle did not start in the end. In fact, when the enemy found out that Lothar and his party did not carry carriages and camels full of gold and silver treasures, they had already retreated. The reason they came forward was just to try to extort some money and property. This is an era where the big fish eat the small fish. At any time, in any war, the cost-effectiveness of input and output must be considered. If he lost too many confidants, it is likely to shake his position, and the benefits will be very few. In addition, there is a possibility that he will be attacked from both sides by the reinforcements sent by Savyadin. The enemy still took the initiative to retreat. When Lothar asked him to report his name, he did not dare to take this opportunity,
which shows that he is not a reckless person who will not care about anything when his head is hot. Lothar, at this time, we must not choose to hand over our wealth. In this desert, there is no morality or any norms that can restrain your enemies. Handing over your wealth will not only not make the enemies stop, but will expose your weakness and vulnerability.
Abdullah walked side by side with Lothar and taught him by example. Lothar drew inferences from one instance and said, "It will also greatly dampen the morale of the soldiers. Even if the enemy originally intended to let us go, they may change their minds."
That's right. Time passed for another 2 days. They bypassed Irbid, where Sabuddin was stationed, and chose a longer and less traveled road to avoid possible enemies. Lothar was not confident that he could run into Sabuddin again and get away from him.
After the small hill, Kaimont is in front. Abdullah smiled and stopped in front of a sand dune. Lothar looked a little complicated. "Are you leaving?"
Abdullah nodded. "By the holy fire, Lord Lothar, it is my honor to fight side by side with you.
If I am still alive after this time, I may choose to take the boys to join you."
After he said that, he smiled and added, "I hope you have a sufficiently rich fiefdom by then, because the boys under my command need a high salary."
"I promise."
Lothar patted Abdullah on the shoulder, looked at the Kurdish cavalry behind him, and said sincerely, "You are the most brave and combative cavalry I have ever seen. I am proud to have served as your commander, and I sincerely wish you all the best on this trip." He stroked his shoulder with his right hand and nodded slightly. "May God bless you and the holy fire burn forever." The Kurdish cavalry stroked their shoulders and returned the greeting.
During this period, they got along well with Lothar.
This changed their original stereotype of the Crusader nobles. Of course, as Lhasa performed his mysterious magic, the Kurdish cavalryman's feelings towards Lhasa became 3 parts favorable and 7 parts fearful. He was a little touched, but he laughed and said, "Lothar, you pray to 2 gods in succession, which is not pious at all."
Lothar smiled and said, "Perhaps, my god and your god are actually the same god?
After all, they are both creators."
"Maybe." Abdullah did not comment on Lothar's blasphemous words.
He left Lothar's side, nodded to Hans, and then looked at the 2 witches and saluted them one by one. "Goodbye, 2 distinguished ladies. Goodbye, brave and hard-working servants."
Hans hurriedly returned the salute.
He was a little flattered at first, but when he heard the word hard-working evaluation, he couldn't help but feel a little resentful.
"Am I just doing odd jobs with the Lord?"
He looked at Lothar for the last time, and a smile appeared on his suntanned face, with dazzling white teeth.
Then, the cavalry slowly left one by one.
Lothar watched Abdullah and a group of Kurdish cavalrymen go away, as if he was watching Gao Jianli, the assassin of Qin Shi Huang, by the Yishui River.
After a long time, he sighed. How much can a few dozen cavalrymen stir up in Syria, where there are 100,000 troops?
Even if the 100,000 troops are just an approximate number, even if it is divided by 10 times, there are only 10,000 people, which is still not a behemoth that a few dozen cavalrymen can shake.
This is a group of respectable warriors. Their loyalty to their monarch is better than that of most knights of this era.
Hans was full of emotion. Lothar patted Hans on the shoulder. "You have worked hard these days."
Hans nodded in agreement. "Indeed, sir. You have left all the rough work to me.
I have to set up 2 tents and feed 8 horses by myself. I sincerely hope that you can find a few companions for me as soon as possible."
Lothar's face darkened. "Unlucky. Didn't this kid curse me to only be able to draw 1-star cards next time? Don't give me that. I've helped a lot."
After saying that, without waiting for him to object, Lothar said, "Hurry up, let's go into the city and rest." What he wanted to do most now was to take a cold shower. He hadn't taken a shower for nearly a week.
He trudged under the scorching sun every day. Even with the small air conditioner like Prajna to cool down, he was often sweating. Kaimont is a somewhat dilapidated frontier city.
The walls have fallen into disrepair over the years, and large chunks of wall paint have fallen off. Occasionally, a caravan would enter the city, but they would only stay for a short while before going deep inland. There are no fountains in the city, only a dirty drainage ditch running through the center of the city, which is covered with a thick layer of slippery dirt and smells like a dry toilet that has been exposed to the sun. It is located on the northeastern frontier of the Kingdom of Jerusalem. To the north is the former Principality of Antioch, now the Governorate of Syria of the Ayyubid Kingdom. As a gateway city, it is always facing Saladin's 100,000 troops preparing for battle in the north, so even this city. The lords of the city abandoned their fiefdoms and went to the palace of Jerusalem to serve as stablemasters. In the tavern, a few guests were drinking. Lothar and his party pushed the door open, and the 2 women found a corner to sit down first, while Lothar and Hans came to the bar.
Someone laughed and teased, "Ha, 2 noble knights, They are sitting at the same table with us. Do you want to have a drink together? Lothar smiled modestly. Of course, I will treat you, he said, flicking out a silver coin. Give these people, and me and my companion, a glass of beer each. Thank you, generous sir. God bless you, knight. The guests smiled happily. Lothar flicked out 2 more silver coins and pressed them on the table. Prepare 2 clean rooms and enough bathtubs for 4 people to take a bath separately. After that, he looked at the guests. Gentlemen, has anything unusual happened in the Holy Land these days? The guests looked at each other, not quite sure what was unusual. Did the knight also want to hear the gossip about the stonemason's wife next door, who took advantage of her husband's absence and gave her a solid green hat? At this time, a man who seemed to be well informed stood up and said, Knight, you are a German, right? Lothar nodded and said, Yes, I am Lothar of Alga, from Swabian Switzerland. The man said, Yesterday, I heard from a merchant that your emperor had a fight with the Lombards on the Apennine Peninsula. It is said that it was because the Lombards disregarded the emperor's orders and refused to pay the crusade tax. The emperor could not bear it anymore and decided to take action against them. Oh, this. Lothar was a little unbelievable. This Emperor Henry was not as ambitious as the famous Redbeard, Frederick the Great, in history at the same time. His attitude towards the domestic princes, especially the princes of the northern Apennines, who were separated from Greater Germania by the Alps, had always been quite gentle. Why did he suddenly change his tone and take drastic measures at this critical moment when he was about to ease relations with the Pope? Someone said worriedly, It seems that the German crusaders will take a long time to come. This is indeed a big deal. Lothar nodded, raised his glass and took a big sip of beer. This kind of beer in the tavern has a faint bitterness and malt aroma, and the degree can be ignored. It is a thirst-quenching artifact. The man said again, In addition, Belian of Ibelin is said to be dueling with Guy of Lusignan. At this point, his face was full of joy, as if he had experienced it personally. Both of them fell under the skirt of Princess Sibylla. In order to compete for who was more suitable to be the husband of Her Royal Highness, they decided to have a fair duel of knights in Jerusalem 3 days later. Jerusalem. Constance Manor. Ryan watched Model training the new soldiers with boredom. Assemble in line, march with sticks, turn left and right, squat and stand up, square formation, circle formation. A mess of footsteps made the originally clean and tidy manor full of dust. Everyone, stand at attention, no whispering, no movement, until the church bells rang. Model shouted with a serious face. With his beard and a dignified expression on his face, he is more suitable to be a new recruit training officer than Ryan. He held a horsewhip in his hand, and if he noticed anyone moving, he would whip him immediately. Under the scorching sun, the new recruits wearing full armor were sweating profusely. If it weren't for the higher salary offered by Constance Manor and the food far better than the soldiers recruited by the Kingdom of Jerusalem, these people would not be able to endure this boring training anyway. In their view, this kind of training is useless and is purely tormenting. There is no way to improve their survival rate on the battlefield. It would be more useful to just chop at the target with a wooden sword. A full quarter of an hour later, the church bells rang. The recruits immediately breathed a sigh of relief, squatting or sitting on the ground. Take off your armor and rest. Model ordered. Next, I will teach you how to maintain your armor and weapons. I think you should know the value of the armor on you. It is more valuable than you, and it is also the basis for your survival on the battlefield. The recruits' faces were stern. They certainly knew how much a set of armor was worth. Before they came to the Holy Land, when they were conscripted peasants or city militias, the lords would never give them armor. This was a treatment that only the lord's personal guards could have. This was one of the reasons why the recruits could endure this kind of training. Ryan watched Model explain these basic knowledge and sat lazily in the shade of the tree. After a while, the explanation ended. The recruits began the long-standing punishment process again. Model walked in the hot sun, and even poured out water when he took off his helmet. I know that you want to train the discipline of these armored soldiers so that they can move like fingers on the battlefield and not be easily defeated by cavalry. But this kind of training is really boring. None of the subjects brought from Austria are useful. Model frowned and said, Ryan, training a new army is a boring thing, but you have to know that this new army is the future team of you and me. The quality of training is related to our future prospects. A trace of heat flashed in Model's eyes. Don't you want to be like those knights, wearing bright and beautiful armor, and fighting on the battlefield? I want to, but you can see that these idiots can't even tell left from right. When they practice turning, they are messy like frightened sheep. How can they satisfy you? Then train more. Model gritted his teeth. The training of this group of recruits is indeed somewhat unsatisfactory, because although they are strong and healthy, most of them are illiterate,
and only a few have attended church schools.
Left and right are not. How can they form a dense formation and march in unison if they are not divided? They can't even form a formation.
They are just conscripts in armor, just for show. At this time, the sound of horse hooves came slowly from the streets. A knight wearing black Saracen scale armor slowly walked into the manor under the surprised eyes of Ryan and Model.
Stop! This is Lord Lothar's private manor. No guests are accepted.
Pagan, you have defiled this pure land. Ryan and Model immediately picked up their weapons and surrounded them. Several people on guard also followed with weapons in hand. They had been trained the longest and had already acquired preliminary combat effectiveness.
It's only been half a month since we separated, and you can't even recognize me? A familiar voice sounded.
Ryan, Model, and the faces of all the people in the manor suddenly became surprised. It's the voice of the Lord.
The master is back.
Without Lothar, they were like they had lost their backbone.
Although Ryan and Model were good soldiers, they did not have the ability to stand on their own.
The knight took off the mask and turban around his face. Lion, Model, and my people, long time no see. He cast his eyes on the new recruits who were standing for training. Although their faces were full of surprise and curiosity, they did not disperse, but gathered around to watch the fun. Model's rigorous training has begun to show results.
Lothar put the reins into Lion's hands and walked straight to the new recruits.
Nice to meet you, my soldiers. I am your lord and the object of your loyalty, and also the employer who pays you wages. You have trained well, keep up the good work. After that, he told Model, tonight, there will be extra meals, meat for everyone.
The new recruits cheered immediately. Long live. God bless you, generous master. Praise you.
Hans, Prajna, and Fringilla slowly walked into the manor at this time.
Long time no see, my dear brothers.
Hans, with tears in his eyes, hugged Lion and Model.
Long time no see.
The two were shocked by Hans' enthusiasm. Brothers, find a few reliable people to carry the bags on the horses and take good care of these poor animals.
They have worked so hard on this journey.
Hans, who no longer needed to do rough work, felt relieved. At this time, Lothar shouted, Model, you continue training. Ryan, come with me, I need to know what has happened in the manor recently. Sir, please follow me first. Ryan took Lothar to the warehouse and pointed to the neatly displayed weapons and said, here are 100 iron spearheads, leather-covered round shields, 60 zithershik shields, several armor plates for repairing armor, iron hammers, and more than 10 one-handed hammers.
There are also 3 bows and 2 crossbows.
Pope Innocent II once issued an edict banning bows and crossbows, strictly prohibiting the use of bows and crossbows against Christian brothers, but few feudal monarchs would take this to heart.
Banning all long-range weapons such as bows and crossbows is equivalent to abolishing martial arts, right? What's more, this is Jerusalem, and Lothar is going to use bows and crossbows to fight against the evil pagans. Well done. Just having bows and crossbows is enough. You don't need to invest a lot of energy. The main thing now is to train armored soldiers.
Lothar did not plan to form a large number of light infantry units, because light infantry is only more lethal to unarmored troops.
For fully armed knights and armored soldiers, it is just a tickle.
He also did not plan to form horse archers. First, the training is difficult. If you are not a nomad, you need to spend a lot of training to master horse archery, even if you stop your horse. Secondly, horse archery in this era is actually useless because the range of horse bows is far inferior to that of foot bows, and it is difficult to penetrate iron armor. The reason why the Tatar cavalry is so powerful is that they are strong in their advanced organizational form and the extremely high mobility obtained by the cavalry, not in the archery. Among the Tatar cavalry, there is a considerable number of heavy armored cavalry, and the armor rate of the troops is much higher than that of most armies of this era, including the Crusaders.
We can't say that the Crusaders were defeated by the Tatar cavalry. The Tatar cavalry was defeated by the Mamluks, and the Mamluks were defeated by the Crusaders.
It's ridiculous that the Crusaders are smaller than the Tatar cavalry, smaller than the Mamluks, and smaller than the Crusaders. To make an inappropriate analogy, the Crusaders are the Tiger tanks, and the Tatar cavalry are the T-34s. Each has its own strengths and weaknesses. But in this era, the Crusaders, who are disorganized, advocate personal heroism, and have rigid tactics, will never be able to defeat the Tatar cavalry. He raided Kocht's castle this time and gained a lot of wealth. If he wanted to form a team, he had to form the king of this era, the heavy cavalry. As for where the troops would come from, he was still considering. Leaving the warehouse, Lothar followed Ryan to observe the training of the armored sergeants, and nodded secretly. Unlike Ryan and Model's high requirements, Lothar knew that it was already very good to recruit and train such a team in just half a month. Moreover, many of these soldiers have seen blood.
The pilgrim's road is full of dangers. To reach the Holy Land alive, luck and ability are indispensable.
Therefore, this group of armored soldiers has actually begun to have combat effectiveness.
After another month of training, they should be able to go to the battlefield.
Lothar patted Model's shoulder and said, "You two have done a good job during this period. After the training is over, go and purchase some seeds and farm tools. By the way, see if there are any blacksmiths and carpenters. The blacksmith shop and carpentry workshop in the manor cannot be abandoned like this. Is there someone to take care of the stable?
These delicate animals must be taken care of urgently.
If they get sick, they must be isolated in time. The 8 Arabian war horses they brought back are all first-class fine products, and they are worth at least 300 gold coins in total." Lothar was chattering. Outside the manor, a burst of hurried horsehoof sounds came. The Jerusalem royal knight, wearing a red and white smock, stopped at the gate of the manor and said hurriedly, "Knight Lothar, His Majesty summons you and asks you to come to the palace immediately to see him."
Lothar said quickly, "I understand. Please allow me to change my clothes first." The knight shook his head and said, "No need. After you enter the palace, someone will help you bathe and change your clothes."
After a half-month absence from the holy city of Jerusalem, the atmosphere of the approaching war has become more and more obvious. Holding water-drop shields and kite shields, wearing white robes with red crosses, the Knights Templar soldiers walked in groups on the streets. Those who used to be idle and the biggest troublemakers in Jerusalem were now detained by the Knights Templar soldiers and prepared to serve as conscripted peasant soldiers.
The temporarily expanded blacksmith shop has extended to the street.
The sound of hot furnaces and hammers hitting iron ingots is endless.
The Knights of the Teutonic Knights also rarely appeared in the holy city.
They wore black smocks with white crosses and surrounded a noble leader to the palace.
"Brother, do you know who is the current Grand Master of the Teutonic Knights?" Lothar asked.
Brother is a simplification of Christian brother. Any Christian believer can call each other this way to express closeness.
Of course, the premise is that the status is similar.
It is normal for a pariah to be beaten if he calls the Knight Master brother.
The Teutonic Knights? The royal knight looked surprised. "Oh, I see, you mean the group of German knights living in Acre, right?"
They don't have a Grand Master yet, and currently a council similar to the ancient empire presides over daily affairs, but they have been busy preparing for elections recently. Lothar's expression changed slightly.
So the Teutonic Knights at this time didn't even have a Grand Master? His mind became a little active. If he made some achievements, would he have a chance to compete for the position of Grand Master as a German noble?
No, this didn't fit his plan. He wanted to be a secular lord, not a church knight. The latter was too much controlled by the church, like a castle in the air, powerful but illusory.
Hans could try,
but he was too young and immature, and it would be difficult for him to stand out in a short period of time.
"Has anything happened in Jerusalem recently?"
Lothar said, "I heard that Baron Godfrey's heir, Balian, is said to be dueling with Guy of Lusignan."
"What's going on?"
The royal knight showed a sad face. "This matter is a bit complicated. It is said that Guy saw Lord Balian enter Princess Sibylla's room with his own eyes.
So he challenged Lord Balian.
According to the rules, the loser cannot pursue Princess Sibylla again."
Lothar frowned. Could it be related to the veil I asked Hans to give him? The two entered the palace one after the other.
Lothar waited in the room for a while, and then maids in gauze came in one after another. Their graceful figures were looming under the gauze, and their soft hands stripped off his clothes without Lothar saying anything. "Lord Lothar, please follow us to take a bath." A quarter of an hour later, Lothar, who was refreshed, walked into the palace of Baldwin IV in a silk shirt. Candles as thick as arms were burning in the hall, and the sunlight from the narrow windows made the hall hazy.
Baldwin IV was still sitting at the table, holding a quill pen and writing something.
It was as if he had not moved since he left last time. The candlelight flickered.
Baldwin IV said without raising his head, "Did you kill Cock?" Lothar nodded and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." Baldwin IV's eyes revealed a hint of relief.
He put down the pen in his hand and motioned Lothar to sit down.
He smiled and said, "I was right about you. You penetrated deep into enemy territory, attacked the governor's castle, and successfully broke through it. You are an outstanding general like your father." Lothar said modestly, "Thanks to the blessing of God and the elite cavalry under Baron Godfrey." "No need to be modest.
You are the core of this operation." Baldwin IV supported himself on the table and tried to stand up straight. He smiled and said, "If this matter does not cause a conflict between the Sassanid king and Saladin, it is my fault."
"You have tried your best. How should I reward you for your merits, Lothar?" Lothar shook his head. "Whatever you give to me, I will accept it and thank you for your magnanimity and generosity." Baldwin IV sighed lightly, and his laughter revealed a hint of chillness. Oh, you have experienced life and death for the future of the kingdom, and the nobles of the kingdom are still fighting for power and profit at this time. He slammed the table. How can you govern the country if you associate with such insects? Lothar kept silent and just lowered his head slightly. Once the game of power begins, there is no end. If either the lords or the queens come to power, the other side will suffer a huge blow. No one is willing to give in. The fight will never stop. Baldwin IV vented his anger and gradually calmed down. Knight Lothar, who do you think I should marry Sibylla to? Everything is up to you to decide. Lothar still did not speak rashly. Whether it was the monarchs of the East or the West, they were sensitive and suspicious about the issue of heirs. Lothar, are you truly loyal to me? Lothar hurriedly said, of course, I swore in the name of the father. Baldwin IV sighed. They also swore. Lothar, I know you are different from them, I hope you can speak frankly to me. Lothar was silent for a moment, but still said, Your Majesty, I don't know who is more suitable, but Guy is obviously not qualified. He is a reckless, self-righteous traditional knight. If Jerusalem is handed over to him, the kingdom will be destroyed in his hands sooner or later. He was talking about Guy, but actually Lothar was also talking about the Queen Mother's party. The ideas of this group of people are too radical. They are obviously not as strong as Saladin, but they still want to fight him, then expand their territory, recapture Antioch, and even occupy the fertile and rich Egypt. It may not be stupid. The Knights of the Crusaders are indeed elite. In these years, they have won more than they lost in small-scale conflicts with Ayyubid. This gave them blind self-confidence. Moreover, now, the military strength of the Crusaders is also expanding rapidly, and the funds left by King Artabil are rapidly converted into soldiers. Guy. Baldwin IV sighed. I understand what you mean. It is legal but foolish to hand over the kingdom to my mother and sister. But the king is not omnipotent. Baldwin IV felt helpless about this. The balance of power in the country has long been unbalanced. The royal party is sandwiched between the Duke party and the Queen party. It is weak and it is difficult for it to speak for him. Once the king personally takes the stage and goes against the domestic dignitaries, everything will become uncontrollable. In fact, I prefer you, Lothar. You are young and promising. Your talent in military strategy is no less than that of Regent Raymond, and your political acumen is no weaker than Godfrey. Lothar shook his head decisively and said, But your Majesty, you should have heard what Baron Godfrey said. I have 2 witches working for me, so it is impossible for me to marry Princess Sibylla. It's a pity. Although my sister is a little power-hungry, she is actually a very good wife. Baldwin IV was silent for a moment, and then said, That's Balian, but he is still too young. I don't know when he will grow up, and I don't know when I will suddenly die and return to the arms of God. Lothar hesitated, but still didn't say that he might have a way to cure leprosy. It's not even a stroke. It will take a long time to summon a high-quality medical attendant, even if you get the fiefdom. What do you think of the duel between Balian and Guy this afternoon? Lothar asked. Your Majesty, do you want me to guess the winner? The winner is not in suspense. Balian is a young knight and is definitely not Guy's opponent. What I want you to see is how to reject Guy's proposal to Sibylla after this battle. Lothar was silent for a moment and said, It's difficult. The Queen Mother's party is too powerful. If Balian loses in the sacred and fair duel of knights, there will be too much resistance to betroth Her Royal Highness the Princess to him. Then you will duel for him. Baldwin IV said in a deep voice. The glove thrown by Guy was not picked up by Balian. He just verbally agreed to the duel. According to the rules, he can find someone to replace him. Lothar shook his head. Balian is a knight with great self-esteem. He did not take the glove because he was a blacksmith and did not understand the rule, not because he wanted to cheat from the beginning. You mean, Balian will not agree? Lothar nodded and said, That's right. Then let God decide everything. Baldwin IV drew out his sword, shining with a cold light, and placed it on Lothar's shoulder again. Knight Lothar, in the name of the blood of the Baldwin family and the king of the kingdom of Jerusalem, I promote you to the baron of the kingdom of Jerusalem and grant you the royal territory. Jogrushburg is your fiefdom. Lothar knelt down hurriedly and said excitedly, Thank you for your generosity, your Majesty. Baldwin IV shook his head. It's not worth your expectation. Jogrushburg is a poor place. It has been under the control of the royal family for a long time, but no one cares about it. I'm sorry, Lothar, I wanted to grant you Bethlehem as a fiefdom, but the current situation in the kingdom makes it impossible for me to withstand the pressure from the courtiers and grant you the wealthy and sacred Bethlehem. Lothar shook his head and said, That's enough, your Majesty. I will make more achievements in the future. Many knights have served their feudal lords all their lives but have yet to be promoted to baron.
Although the Baron seems to be a low-ranking lord, in fact, in Jerusalem, it is already considered an entry into the inner circle and is qualified to participate in the Game of Thrones.
Get up, Lothar, do you want to play a game of chess?
Lothar shook his head and said, I'm sorry, Your Majesty, I don't know how to play.
Baldwin IV smiled and said, I should be sorry. Because of this terrible disease, I rarely go out, and my only pastime is playing chess. It's actually very simple. I'll teach you. Lothar followed Baldwin IV and sat down opposite the chessboard.
The ways to be a king and a general are all on this small chessboard. The king, queen, bishop, knight, chariot, and guards each have their own duties.
On the black and white chessboard, the black side held by Lothar has been defeated many times.
The system prompt sound has also sounded in Lothar's ears many times.
You have been promoted to the Baron of the Kingdom and obtained the extraordinary follower lottery ticket 1.
Use this lottery ticket to obtain the loyalty of any 4-star follower.
You have obtained Joblusburg as a fiefdom.
Please go to the fiefdom as soon as possible to activate all the functions of the yesterday's ship system.
Baron, you seem to be a little absent-minded. Baldwin IV was a little dissatisfied with Lothar's letting go.
Lothar nodded and admitted, there is indeed some, after all, I am just the second son of the family, and my lifelong goal before was just to find a fiefdom as a place to live.
I understand, I hope your chess skills will improve when we play next time.
Baldwin IV signaled Lothar to leave. Before leaving, Baldwin IV spoke again, Lothar, don't invest too much energy in that territory, Jerusalem is your real stage. Staying away from Jerusalem means staying away from the power center of the kingdom. Just like the city of Kamant that Lothar passed by when he returned. It was obviously a fairly wealthy city fiefdom, but its lord did not want to live there at all, and instead went to Jerusalem to take up a post.
I understand, Your Majesty.
Baldwin IV nodded slightly and waved his hand, saying, when the situation eases, I will appoint you to another position, or command an army.
Be prepared.
Go, Lothar, don't forget to find my herald officer.
I will ask him to make your personal seal and enter it into the kingdom's noble genealogy.
May God bless you, my lord. May God bless you, my loyal knight and baron. Lothar said goodbye to Baldwin IV, holding a fiefdom special favor written by Baldwin IV himself, and strode into the narrow corridor. This was his identity certificate, which stipulated a series of powers he had over the fiefdom, the appointment and removal of officials, the collection of taxes, the ownership of all land, etc. It also stated the feudal obligations that he needed to fulfill as a noble of the kingdom. Lothar found the herald, showed his fiefdom's special letter, generously paid a gold coin for the labor and material fees, and then left. He did not need to design his own personal emblem himself. He only needed to wait for a while, and the herald would deliver his seal and emblem flag. In this era, personal emblems are closely related to territory and title, and cannot be changed at will. Before leaving, Lothar could not help but look back at the towering palace. A scholar will die for his confidant.
Although he would not die for Baldwin IV, how could he not be grateful for being so respected? Leaving the palace,
Lothar rode the Nissen warhorse he brought from Argau for the first time in a long time, and went straight to Baron Godfrey's manor.
He handed the reins to the servant. Without waiting for the announcement, he broke into the manor. Balian, Knight Kevin.
At this time, Balian was fully armed, wearing heavy chain mail and barrel helmet, sparring with Knight Kevin, making a crisp metal collision sound.
Seeing Lasse coming, the two stopped training. Practice. Both of them showed joy on their faces. Knight Lothar, you are finally back.
You should call me Baron Lothar now.
Baron Godfrey, wearing a silk suit, stood up and walked towards Lothar. Obviously, he had already informed Baldwin IV. His Majesty has summoned you, right?
Yes.
You two continue.
Lothar, come with me, I need to talk to you about something.
Lothar nodded to Balian and Knight Kevin, and followed Baron Godfrey into the inner courtyard of the manor. Balian looked at Lothar's back. His expression was somewhat complicated, with both envy and admiration. Knight Lothar is really valued by His Majesty.
He was promoted to Baron so quickly.
Knight Kevin sighed lightly. Baron Lothar is a very outstanding person.
He has outstanding talents like Hans under his command.
I am not surprised that he can be promoted to Baron.
But you, my little master, we should continue practicing. Knight Kevin also felt a little bitter in his heart. He has served the Ibelin family for so many years, but has never been able to obtain a real title.
How could he not feel regretful?
Outside the house, the sound of metal collision was heard again.
Inside the room, Baron Godfrey's expression was somewhat complicated.
Lothar had just told him the whereabouts of this Kurdish cavalry.
Is this Abdullah's decision? He sighed. In fact, when I learned that King Nur ad-Din still had a living heir, I realized that this day would come.
I hope they can really disrupt Saladin's rule over Antioch and Edessa, which will be a good thing for us. Lothar said in a deep voice, Lord Godfrey, I don't understand why the situation in the city has changed so much after I was away for only half a month. Oh, politics is like this, changing rapidly. Baron Godfrey sighed. Since the court meeting decided to form the Pilgrim Crusade, the spearhead of the struggle between the three factions has been buried. Everyone wants to fight for more wealth and more military quotas, and I happen to be appointed by His Majesty as the head of the Royal Knights of Jerusalem. Lothar frowned slightly. He knew that the Royal Knights had 30 knights and 200 armored cavalry. The strength of this knightly order was not weaker than the Jerusalem Knights controlled by Regent Raymond. Now, all the major legions are expanding their forces, and the Royal Knights are naturally the same, which involves the allocation of military expenditures and positions. Raymond, Regent, wants me to side with him. He said that he would do his best to veto the legitimacy of this duel. Reynold wants to force me to resign as the head of the Royal Knights. He will guarantee that in this duel, Guy will not hurt Belian at all. Lothar said thoughtfully, no wonder His Majesty proposed that I represent Belian in this duel. This duel is actually related to the survival of the royal party. Godfrey smiled bitterly and said, Guy is a very powerful knight. He once won the prestigious reputation of the champion knight of Provence. You may not be his opponent. I have rejected your Majesty's proposal. Lothar said in a deep voice, Balian used to be a blacksmith for a long time, but it does not mean that he has no pride in his heart. He will not agree to let others replace him to complete this sacred duel. Lothar said solemnly, if you do this, Balian's pride will be completely crushed, and the blow to him will undoubtedly be devastating. Godfrey was silent for a moment, nodded and said, this child is indeed such a character, so I often feel that he is not suitable for the power field of the kingdom. Lothar's mood was also a little heavy. Baron Godfrey is the undisputed leader of the royal party. Although he has now been promoted to Baron, his status, influence, and strength are far inferior to Baron Godfrey. If Baron Godfrey falls, the royal party can basically be declared extinct. It is impossible for him to carry the banner of the royal party alone. You don't have to worry too much, there may be a way out. Baron Godfrey's expression suddenly became a little strange. Lothar was a little puzzled, but when he thought of this old fox who had fought in the power field of Jerusalem for many years, the tension in his heart finally eased a little. He said, where is the duel? On the reviewing ground in the west of the city. Lothar nodded and said, I will take my private soldiers to watch the battle. My army is now in good shape, and they are all armored sergeants. I hope that Guy will be cautious when he takes action. Baron Godfrey smiled and said, go ahead, and we'll see you then. After finishing the training, Belian washed himself and walked into his room. He suddenly stopped, looking surprised. On the table, there was a crystal bottle filled with azure liquid. Under the sunlight, it reflected colorful light like a rainbow. By the window, a woman in a black wizard robe stared at him coldly. If you want to defeat Guy and marry Princess Sibylla, drink the blood of the dragon. Belian was surprised and said, Eve, why are you in Jerusalem too? The woman wrapped in a wizard robe said in a cold voice, of course it is to repay the favor and settle the grievances between us. You once saved my life, and I can't just watch you die under Guy's sword. Belian looked a little gloomy. If he was not a devout believer, he really could not accept being with a witch. He would definitely choose Eve. The blood of the dragon is a potion made by my teacher. It is taken from the blood of the spiny-backed dragon on the snow-capped mountains of Scandinavia. It can greatly improve your physical fitness. Is this potion very precious? No, it's nothing. It's nothing to me. You lied to me. Belian picked up the crystal bottle and said in a deep voice, if this potion is really nothing, Emperor Henry would have used this potion to arm his knights. Eve said, what's it to you? I'm leaving. Continue to dream of being a king. Bang, she turned into a black crow, full of ominous breath, passed through the window, and rushed into the sky. On the streets of the old city of Jerusalem, pilgrims from far away are worshipping the Via Dolorosa, which means the road of suffering. According to legend, Jesus climbed the road of suffering on Mount Calvary carrying the cross. The streets leading to the mountain are full of pilgrims from far away. They kneel on the ground and worship devoutly. Not far from Lasse's feet, there is an old man in ragged clothes crawling on the ground. He keeps kissing the stones on the ground and chanting prayers in a low voice, letting the sharp gravel grind a deep red on his head. Lasse can't hear what he is saying, but he can vaguely tell that he is speaking Latin. Gaulish is derived from Latin and is mixed with many Germanic words. Although Lasse only knows Gaulish and not Latin, he can still tell what language the other person is speaking. The old man's beard is white, his body is old, and his movements are slow. When he knelt on the ground again, his head rested on the uneven stones, and his stiff body did not rise for a long time. He was dead. Someone said happily, "Old John has ascended to heaven here. This enviable old guy, the Heavenly Father has forgiven all his previous sins." Lasse did not have the interest to climb Mount Calvary again and pay homage to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. He was about to leave. But at this time, a familiar figure appeared in front of him. This person held a Bible, wearing a white holy robe, and shouted loudly, "When the Holy Land is in danger, pilgrims who have come from afar, your piety is moving, but blindly worshipping cannot completely wash away your sins." The pilgrims looked at each other in bewilderment. Someone had a look of sorrow on his face. "Oh, God, merciful Lord, is it possible that at this place closest to heaven, the gate of heaven still cannot open its doors to us? Didn't old John go to heaven at all?" Someone asked in a crying voice, "How can we get salvation? We have paid too much." Amid the noisy crowd, the priest spoke again. "Saladin's evil lackeys are gathering, and the pagan army has surrounded the Holy Land. Only by defending the Holy Land and dying in the battle with the pagans can we get true salvation." He waved the Bible in his hand, as if what he had just said could be found in this book. "Join the Crusades, all those who can take up weapons, go to fight, all those who can donate coins, donate, all those who can work, go to work. We will definitely win the final victory." The pilgrims' fanatical emotions were quickly mobilized. "God bless us, we will fight to the end." The priest raised his voice and shouted, "In the name of Jerusalem, in the name of the Father, fight for the Father and kill all the pagans. In the name of the Father." The pilgrims cheered, and some of them immediately stopped worshipping, and surrounded the priest and walked to the foot of the mountain. Lothar frowned. This priest was an old acquaintance. He was Father Becket, who had traveled to the Holy Land with him by boat. Now it seemed that he had obtained a formal priesthood, and was using his best missionary skills in the Holy Land. Lothar did not have the joy of meeting an old friend again, but instead felt a little uncomfortable. He looked at the few elderly pilgrims who had no ability to work and no extra money. These people were staying there in a daze. They didn't know if they could still be redeemed. When they set out, what the priest in the small town said, that they could be redeemed by arriving at the Holy Land and confessing their sins, did it still count? Probably, it never counted. Constance Manor. Lothar handed the reins to Ryan. "Is there a problem with the recruitment of blacksmiths and carpenters?" Ryan said with some shame, "Indeed, sir, all the blacksmiths have been recruited by the lords of Jerusalem. There are 2 carpenters with pretty good skills. One of them has even built siege equipment for Count Raymond. That's good. As for the blacksmiths, let's put it aside for now. Let these 2 carpenters pack their bags with their families in advance and prepare to return to the territory with us." As Lothar expected, the city of Jerusalem had already mobilized for war, and it was difficult to hire blacksmiths. Ryan responded with a yes, and then came to his senses. "Territory?" He said excitedly, "Sir, have you obtained a fief?" Lothar shook his head. "It's not a fief, it's a fiefdom. His Majesty the King has conferred me the Baron of Yogurius, and I am already qualified to be a knight." He patted Ryan on the shoulder. "You have to work harder. As long as you and Model accumulate enough merits, I will not be stingy with a knight's title and a fief." Ryan said excitedly, "Sir, I promise that I will make great contributions. As for Model, let him give the new soldiers an extra meal to celebrate my promotion to Baron. In addition, we need to take them out for training this afternoon." After such a long period of closed training, it is time to let the nobles of Jerusalem see the military training skills of our Habsburg family. "Yes, my lord. I promise they will not embarrass you," Ryan said firmly. Back to the room. Lothar immediately used the extraordinary follower lottery ticket. Unlike ordinary card drawing, this time, he did not have the opportunity to observe the card attributes in advance, and a series of blue lights bloomed dazzlingly. The light had nowhere to go in the closed room, and finally gathered in front of Lothar, forming a giant man who was 2 meters tall, shirtless, and holding a hammer. His information also appeared immediately. Blacksmith Malice. Quality, extraordinary, 4 stars, level, 1 intimacy, cold strength, 25 agility, 5 stamina, 10 endurance, 20 mental power, 5 skills, casting master. Blacksmith Malice is good at making various weapons and armor. His skills are superb and he deserves the name of a master. Introduction. The blacksmith Mahler was once the chief master craftsman of the Blacksmith Guild of the Polish-Lithuanian Federation. He once made a fully enclosed armor for King Jagiellon VII of the Polish-Lithuanian Federation, but it was eventually easily pierced by the Grand Master of the Teutonic Knights of East Prussia, who was holding the artifact, Holy Cross Lance, and was therefore exiled. Blacksmith? Lothar's eyes suddenly lit up. "God bless you, what you want will come true.
As if he had been smoked by fireworks for too long, Muller's voice was very hoarse. "You are my lord, right?" Lothar nodded and said, "Yes, I am Lothar von Habsburg, the Lord of Jograsburg, appointed by His Majesty Baldwin IV of the Kingdom of Jerusalem." Muller lowered his head, and his huge body knelt on one knee like a hill. "Mullers is willing to serve you." Lothar helped him up, his face solemn. "I promise, Mr. Malice, the unfair treatment you suffered in the Polish Federation will never happen to you again." He respected Malice very much. Not only because Malice was a 4-star attendant, but also because of his identity. He was definitely a talent who mastered the most advanced armor casting knowledge, far better than the Lombards. It can even trigger an armor innovation that swept across Europe and Asia in the Holy Land. Malice nodded slightly. He was also a taciturn and dull man, and no emotional fluctuations could be seen. But Lothar's nice words were not meaningless. At the very least, the intimacy was slightly improved. Of course, the magnitude was not obvious. "Come on, Malice, I'll take you to meet some people." Lothar pushed the door and walked out. "This is my new squire. Say hello to everyone, Malice." Lothar walked out of the main building of the manor and said to everyone. Immediately afterwards, it was as if a dark cloud covered the top of his head. The burly body that looked like the god of war Mars in ancient Greek mythology, with an extreme sense of oppression, immediately occupied everyone's sight. God is above. Ryan and Model swallowed subconsciously. This 2-meter-tall, giant-like terrifying man, his muscles were as hard as granite. If he was wearing heavy armor on the battlefield, they couldn't imagine who could resist him. Ryan exclaimed, "If he is a knight, I can't imagine what kind of majestic horse can carry such a majestic body." Model said concisely, "He should be in the Varangian Guard of the Eastern Empire." The Varangian Guard of the Eastern Empire is the most elite infantry in the world. Although Malice is a bit stronger, he is actually a blacksmith, the top one, who doesn't go to the battlefield. Although Malice has high basic attributes, his physical strength is only twice that of an ordinary person. Lothar is reluctant to let such a valuable technical talent go to the battlefield. Although it can be imagined that if Malice appears on the battlefield, he will definitely be a god of war character who is not inferior to the ancient evil. Hans looked at Malice's face and suddenly realized something. He stammered, You are the master craftsman of the Bully Federation?" Malice lowered his head slightly, looking at the familiar white background with a black cross, and his expression showed a rare trace of disgust. "I actually met a little brat of the knights here." Ryan and Model looked at each other. They didn't know what the Bully Federation mentioned by Hans and the knights mentioned by Malice were, but the forces to which these two people belonged obviously had grievances. "Malice." Lothar's voice was filled with a hint of warning. "Remember, this is Jerusalem, and the Lord you serve is me, not the Federation or the Knights." Prajna took a step forward calmly, and the looming aura immediately dispersed the sense of oppression that Mailers brought to everyone. She didn't know Mailers. After all, he was just a mortal craftsman, and he couldn't cast a weapon like her ghost-faced shield. Fringilla, who was about to stand up, stopped calmly and muttered softly, "The big guy reacts quickly." Mailers was silent for a moment, then bowed deeply, "My lord, everything is subject to your will." "Okay, I'll take you to see the blacksmith shop in the manor. If there is anything you need to purchase, make a list as soon as possible. We have to rush to the territory tomorrow morning at the latest." Ryan muttered softly, "Why does it feel like every once in a while, the Lord can pick out 1 or 2 talented people from nowhere? Could it be that the Lord is not actually the son of the Earl, but the illegitimate son of Emperor Hohenstaufen?" "Shut up, don't criticize the Lord casually." Although Model said this, he was actually a little nervous in his heart. If it weren't for his strong background, how could a mere landless knight have won the favor of 2 witches in a row? In short, this must be a good thing. Everything is the will of God. Model made a cross in front of him devoutly. "Yes, the will of God." Ryan agreed with the statement that the Pope wanted to beat someone up after hearing this. Knight duels are not uncommon for Jerusalem. There are too many knights gathered in this city. The landless knights on the European continent always come with the dream of making a fortune in the Holy Land. But when this duel is related to the noble Princess Sibylla of Jerusalem, people can't help but pay more attention to it. In the afternoon, the arena was crowded with people who came to watch the excitement. Wandering knights, pilgrims who have not yet participated in the Crusades, nobles, and monks filled the streets. The guards shouted angrily at the untouchables who blocked the road, and used the halberds in their hands to try to create a gap for their lord. Belian licked his cracked lips. Under the barrel helmet, his expression was a little nervous. He arrived earlier than Guy of Lusignan. He drank the bottle of dragon blood potion. At this time, he felt that his body was filled with terrifying power. But at the same time he was a little panicked.
He didn't know whether it was a blasphemous act to use this power that was obviously not a gift from the father to perform a sacred duel. At this time, some people cried out in surprise.
Oh my god, is this a giant from Rhodes Island? Whose army is this, and why is it so elite?
From the stands of the arena, the nobles and ladies who had already taken their seats stood up one after another, showing incredible surprise. I saw an extremely majestic giant, with a posture of overlooking the surroundings, forcibly opening a path in the crowd. Behind him, a row of soldiers in armor and weapons were lined up in a neat queue, marching forward in unison without looking around. They all wore white robes with red standing lion emblems, and their movements were uniform. At first glance, a kind of fierceness came to their faces. The knight, whose warhorse was covered with black leather armor, walked at the end of the team.
Is it Lothar of the Habsburg family? He returned to the Holy City? I heard that His Majesty actually promoted him to where is the fiefdom. How could Your Majesty bypass Parliament and make such a hasty decision on such an important matter? It is said to be the royal family's private territory, the remote Yogrisburg.
People were talking about it, as if Belian, who was originally at the center of the storm, was replaced by the rising star of the kingdom, Baron Lothar, in an instant. At this time, Count Raymond, the regent of Jerusalem, wearing a blue robe, slowly walked up from the stands. Following closely behind was Count Jordan Reynold, a tall and thin man with red hair. After a strict grooming today, he looked quite handsome and burly. Baron Godfrey also slowly stepped onto the stage at this time. He saw Lothar's team and the crowd at a glance. The deterrent power of that team was so strong that it was clearly separated from the people around them. He waved his hand and motioned Lothar to step forward. Lothar took Prujna, Fringilla, and Hans onto the stage together. Originally, he wanted to leave Prujna and Fringilla at home. But the former said that in order to protect his safety, he must stay with him, and the latter Fringilla also liked to join in the fun, and when she heard this, she insisted on going together.
Baron Godfrey joked, "It's quite impressive. Has this army really only been trained for half a month?"
Seeing his relaxed expression, Lothar was a little puzzled, but he nodded and said, "It's true that we have only trained for half a month.
At present, we can only say that we have just begun to fight. We can't compare with veterans. You have been in the limelight. Didn't you see the changes in Raymond and Reynard's expressions?" Lothar nodded slightly. "It's time for me to stand up and share the pressure for you. Today is the day when Lothar officially announced his entry into the political stage of the kingdom."
At this time, Guy of Lusignan also came. This young Gallic knight, with full of pride, walked slowly with a sword in his hand. The sacred duel is a power given to the nobles by God. Everyone must abide by this law, but Belian, you did not pick up the glove thrown to you by Guy de Lusignan that day, so you have the right to refuse the duel and send your servants and subordinates to fulfill the contract instead. William, the Prime Minister of the kingdom, who was also the Archbishop of Tyre, was wearing a robe.
He placed one hand on his sword and announced loudly in a rhythmic tone.
Belian shook his head and said, "My Lord Bishop, I am willing to fulfill the promise of the duel. I cannot give up my pursuit of Lady Sibylla, regardless of whether she has a noble title or not."
"Me too, Your Excellency." Guy of Lusignan had a playful look on his face.
He raised his head and looked at Princess Sibylla, who was wearing a veil and was not sure who she was looking at. He shouted, "Let God decide who of us has such an honor."
In the stands,
Princess Sibylla was wearing a small and delicate golden crown, sitting next to Queen Mother Agnes. Under the veil, her expression was a little complicated. She was not excited at all about the duel between the two nobles for her pursuit. It is true that she was the one who triggered the duel. But that was just a trivial sequelae of her trying to control her own destiny. She never expected that Lothar would refuse the olive branch she threw and pass it to Balian. To her,
what is the difference between Balian and Guy?
She did not object, but she did not have much expectation. Because as a princess, marriage has never been involuntary. She looked at Lothar, who was sitting with Baron Godfrey, and her eyes seemed to be stung, and she subconsciously clenched her palms.
"Mother, isn't this knight Lothar just a knight without a fief? Where did he get such an elite army to serve him?"
"No, he is already Baron Lothar."
Queen Mother Agnes did not look old.
On the contrary, due to proper maintenance, she was still a charming lady, and many nobles were willing to become her lover. Baldwin likes this child very much.
He plans to use him.
In the future, he will obtain a status in the kingdom that is not inferior to Baron Godfrey. The implication is that this person must have something extraordinary to be valued by Baldwin for. My brother thinks so much of him. Sibylla thought thoughtfully. Agnes' smile implied a deep meaning. "Sibylla, you have to know that no matter who rules the kingdom, they need capable ministers like Lothar to assist them. Sooner or later, he will be of use to you." Agnes knew that her son would not live long, but she was not worried. Because no matter what, her daughter would become the Queen of Jerusalem and guarantee her wealth and glory.
Sibylla nodded calmly. That's right, he will be of use to me sooner or later.
At this time, the duel between the two nobles had already begun.
Since Belian was not a knight, the battle between the two began in the form of foot fighting. Guy held a half-sword and did not use a shield.
He had enough confidence in his swordsmanship. The moment the Prime Minister and Bishop of Tyre, William, announced the start of the duel, Guy rushed forward and launched a fierce attack.
In comparison, Belian seemed a little flustered. He held the shield in one hand and retreated subconsciously.
Just when people thought that this battle was a sure thing,
there was a bang. Belian, holding a shield, knocked Guy to the ground.
He hesitated, dropped the sharp blade in his hand, and smashed Guy's helmet with his iron fist wearing a chainmail gauntlet.
Punch after punch.
It was as crisp as the church bell ringing on time. The battle ended so quickly that before anyone could react, Belian stood up from the ground, panting heavily.
Apparently he had fallen into a coma. Lothar was surprised and asked, "What's going on?" When he visited at noon, Belian was fighting with Knight Kevin. How come he has such a terrifying power now?
Baron Godfrey glanced at Prujna and Fringilla behind Lothar calmly, and his mouth curled up slightly.
You should know. Lothar suddenly realized. Is it the power of the witch?
After a long time, Prime Minister William shouted in shock, Belian from Ibelin won. He successfully defeated his opponent and won the qualification to pursue Her Highness Sibylla.
The onlookers were at a loss. Is this a duel of knights?
If tickets were required to watch this game, everyone would probably have such an idea in their hearts. RNM refund the money. The duel ended in a tiger's head but a snake's tail. Guy, who once dared to resist the rule of King Richard the Lionheart with his brothers, attacked the convoy of Richard's mother, Eleanor of Aquitaine. And he also killed 2 earls of the Brave Knight.
He was defeated so easily by 8. Before this, he was just a blacksmith. No one could have expected this.
Godfrey agreed with the nobles one by one with a smile on his face. Lothar could even imagine how proud Godfrey was now. The oppression of various forces on him was completely broken at this moment. Instead, he took the initiative in the matter.
Not bad, Belian.
Looking at Belian walking up to the stands, Lothar went up to him and patted him on the shoulder. You are very smart. You know how to play to your strengths and avoid your weaknesses. You took advantage of Guy's pride and used your best strength to suppress Guy directly, leaving him no chance to draw his sword. I think when Guy wakes up, he will be so angry that he will beat his chest and stamp his feet.
Belian's face did not show any joy, but rather a little uneasy.
He looked at his father and said in a voice that only the 3 people present could hear, I used the power of the witch.
This is not a sacred duel.
Lothar put his arm around Belian's shoulders and said firmly, No, this is the power that God has given you through the hands of the witch.
Godfrey also smiled and said, In the presence of so many nobles of the kingdom, this is a sacred duel.
The 2 of them spoke one after the other, which had a huge impact on the still immature Belian.
At dusk,
Lothar and his party formed a winding convoy and walked slowly in the desert. Because the duel ended too quickly and there was still plenty of time in the afternoon, Lothar decided to set off immediately and go to his own territory. Yoguriasburg is not far from Jerusalem.
It is also a territory located on the Jordan River and very close to Reynold's territory. Yogurias, it sounds like a seriously Hellenized name.
The rule of Greek civilization here can be traced back to the Seleucid state of the successor state.
After that, it passed through the east. The empire's long rule. Hellenism has long been engraved into the bones of this land.
When Yoguriasburg was first built, it was to prevent the invasion of the empire's territory by nomads in the desert.
But now, the world has changed.
This is no longer a fortress in the frontier area, and the royal family invests very little in the repair of this castle every year. The system prompt sounded in my ears, You have arrived in the territory and activated all functions of the yesterday's giant ship system. Building and special furniture cards will be added to your weekly lottery card pool.
The first time you enter the territory, you get the basic building, the Lord's Hall. Lord's Hall, with additional comfort bonus, the squires living here will get the effect of increasing the speed of physical recovery.
After upgrading, you will get a higher comfort bonus and slowly increase the squire's intimacy with you.
Have you entered the territory? Lasse looked far away and saw that a village not far away was rising with smoke.
That should be the village affiliated with the barony of Yogurias.
In the future, we can consider granting fiefs to our subordinates as knights. Order everyone to speed up and treat this as a march.
Lothar urged.
He couldn't wait to go to his fiefdom to take a look.
In the future, perhaps he would live in Jerusalem for a long time instead of his own territory, and even serve as an official in the palace.
But the territory is his foundation. After passing the village, the team only stopped for a while. Lothar announced the arrival of the new lord to the villagers and continued on the road.
Soon, they could see a lonely stone castle standing on the distant hills.
Hans, fly my flag. Lothar's exclusive emblem has been designed. It is a black single-headed eagle with its head facing the right. Apart from that, there are no extra decorations.
If he obtains other titles in the future, he may add new emblems to the eagle's claws or wings to expand it. The defenders on the castle seemed to be agitated because they saw a strong team. Someone shouted loudly on the city wall, and many people climbed up the wall, holding bows and arrows and aiming at this side. Hans rode forward and ordered them to open the city gate and come out to greet them.
As Lothar's temporary herald, he showed the castle's guard the letter of enfeoffment written by Baldwin for himself. The guard immediately welcomed everyone into the castle. The castle is not big.
Behind the severely weathered city wall, there are stables, blacksmith shops, carpentry workshops, kitchens, soldiers' dormitories and other buildings lined up in order.
The main building is not spacious either. Compared with the Eagle Castle in Alga, it is even more shabby. In addition, the climate here is far worse than living in the manor in Jerusalem. How many defenders are there here? Lothar asked.
The guard replied cautiously, 30 people, sir, all here.
30 people?
Lothar looked at the soldiers with untidy armor, dark faces, and thin bodies, and frowned. There are only 30 guards in a castle? 30 guards, and they are all infantry. At most, they can only shrink in the castle to protect themselves, and have no ability to protect the surrounding villages from being looted by desert bandits.
It's a bit small, but we can't afford more, right?
The guard officer smiled with a guilty look on his face. If such a powerful lord found out that his fiefdom was so poor, he would definitely be furious. What if he took his anger out on me? Although I am nominally a guard officer and a retainer of His Majesty the King, I don't even have a title.
In fact, I am a slave.
If I didn't have to bring taxes to pay tribute every month, His Majesty the King might not even know that there is such a person as me.
Is there not even a church in the castle for the people to worship?
The guard officer forced a smile and said, there is only a prayer room on the first floor of your inner castle. Lothar smiled and said, good, very good, it's really a poor place. The guard officer's heart was in his throat. Fringilla looked at the castle with some dissatisfaction. This place is really too shabby. I doubt that even mice would be unwilling to patronize such a shabby place. The shabbiest place I have ever lived in was the castle in Moldavia when I ran away from home. Compared with this place, it looks like a royal palace. I'm sorry, ma'am, it's really too simple here. The guard officer said cautiously.
This lady is so arrogant, could she be a noble princess? God, she won't push poor old Leonard out and hang him because of the dilapidated place, right? I think it's not bad.
There is nothing here, which makes it convenient for us to tear it down and rebuild it.
For example, this inner castle, I plan to tear it down and rebuild it into the Lord's Hall.
Lothar was very interested. The guard officer said stiffly, sir, if you stay here for a while, you will realize that there is no need to build a large-scale project here. The tax revenue of Yogris in a year may not be enough for you to renovate a Lord's Hall. The Lord's Hall is actually the inner castle in the city or castle where the Lord, his family, and servants live. Although it is nominally a hall, it has at least 3 floors. Lothar ignored him, but looked at the giant Malice beside him and asked, Malice, what do you think of the blacksmith shop here?
Malice was silent for a moment, and replied, it can be used, but the efficiency is very low. I need time and materials to improve it.
I will give you a budget of 200 pieces of the best quality Sulids gold coins. Please make me a solid and durable armor as soon as possible.
Malice nodded and said, no problem, I promise to satisfy you.
Soldiers, since Yogrisburg has been owned by me, from now on, your personal dependence has been transferred from the royal family to my hands.
Now, in the name of the Father, swear allegiance to me.
Lothar raised the armed sword in his hand. The guards and 30 soldiers, after a little hesitation, knelt on the ground one after another and swore to Lothar noisily. After His Majesty the King granted this territory to Lothar, the land, population, slaves, including debts and bonds, will also be transferred to Lothar's name.
Hans, kneel down too.
Hans was stunned for a moment, and then knelt on one knee without hesitation.
Guard officer, tell me, what is the name of the village in the west?
The guard officer knelt on the ground and said without hesitation, it's Sego.
Then Hans, my loyal servant, in order to reward your bravery and fighting skills, I will give you Sego as your fiefdom and promote you to knight.
Thank you, sir. Hans was a little happy that he finally became a formal knight, but at the same time he was a little confused. He didn't understand why Lothar gave him a fiefdom, but when he saw the almost shining eyes of Ryan and Model, he seemed to understand.
Everyone stand up. I, Lothar of the Habsburg family, swear in the name of God, as long as you have made enough merits, I will promote anyone to knighthood regardless of their background. His eyes swept across the faces of more than 80 people. On their faces, Lothar saw desire and expectation. And this is exactly what he wanted. Model, from today on, you will retrain the queues of the 30 new sergeants, and Ryan, you will be responsible for the daily exercises of the 50 veterans. Hans, you will be the commander of the Jogrushberg cavalry. In the coming period of time, you can select those who are good at writing or have outstanding talents to become cavalrymen. There are only 10 vacancies. Model and Ryan all obeyed the order. They were now very motivated and couldn't wait to let Lothar see their efforts. Hans had a headache. It was not so easy to tell who had the talent for cavalry. He could only look at past experience. Guard officer, tell me your name. The guard officer smiled and said, Sir, you can just call me Leonard. You are responsible for purchasing war horses and pack horses during this period. I need 10 high-quality Arabian horses. The price doesn't matter, but it is related to my recognition of you. Leonard patted his chest and promised, I promise, sir, I will buy good horses with good value for money. Okay, do what you should do. Put a hold on training today and go and clean up your residence. 80 armored soldiers are more than capable of defense, but not enough for offense. Even the most basic maintenance of law and order is difficult to achieve. This era is the era of cavalry after all. In a wilderness like the Holy Land, if you encounter desert bandits, you can't expect the infantry to run past the light cavalry that comes and goes like the wind. But it takes too much time and energy to train a cavalry. Training cavalry from scratch like now is the most time-consuming and laborious approach. And recruiting knights is limited by the size of the territory. Without a fief, how can you gather a large number of knights to serve you? From Leonard, Lothar learned that there are only 6 villages in Jogrushberg, with an average population of about 200 people, and they live on the Jordan River. Added together, the population under his rule is also over 1,000. But these are all poor people struggling to make ends meet. According to the mobilization of 1 in 10, he can raise hundreds of conscripts even in Western Europe, where small nobles are everywhere. This force is really weak and pitiful. If all the villages were given out as fiefs, he could summon 6 fully armed knights. But if he relied on collecting taxes and training cavalry, the tax revenue of a village in a year could not afford a full set of armor for a cavalryman. This is why the feudal fiefdom system is so popular. Ayyub and the Eastern Empire can support a large standing cavalry army because their territories are vast enough and located at trade nodes, which can obtain a large amount of commercial taxes. As a Chinese, the desire for farming is engraved in his instinct. But Lothar had to admit that Jogrushberg was not suitable for farming at all, and it was far from having the necessary conditions to become a place of prosperity. No wonder Baldwin IV told himself not to put too much energy on the territory. Fortunately, Lothar is a cheat. The system has been activated. Next, he will get a chance to draw a card every week. If he draws followers, he will have more than 50 followers in a year. These are all his best teams, and they can all be used as officers. Moreover, he can usually complete various milestones to accelerate this process. In a few years, he will have a decisive force. At that time, whether it is to attack Egypt in the south or to attack Asia Minor in the north, it will be a way out. The long-silent Jogrushberg has ushered in the most lively moment in recent years. Since the border of the Kingdom of Jerusalem expanded eastward to the territory of Count Reinald of Jordan, it has never regained its former glory. Armaments were abandoned and soldiers were transferred away. Funding was reduced again and again. The weathered, mottled and withered walls gradually aged and turned into mud like the old soldiers guarding the border. The newly arrived armored soldiers, led by the veterans of Jogrushberg, are familiar with the situation of the castle. Some people have taken off their armor and started to tidy up their homes and repair the dilapidated houses that have been uninhabited for a long time. Hans hung Lothar's flag on the top of the castle tower. The Black Eagle and the Jerusalem Cross stand side by side, fluttering in the wind. Lothar opened the system's building column. Except for the Lord's Hall, all the building slots are gray, and he needs to draw a building card to unlock them. He took a quick look and saw infantry barracks, cavalry barracks, skirmisher barracks, siege equipment factories, blacksmith shops, towers, castles, stables, and ports. At this time, the system prompt sounded. A special item swallowtail flag of winged hussars was detected, which can be used to unlock the special building Winged Hussar Barracks. Winged Hussar Barracks, you can train one ordinary cavalryman into a special unit, Winged Hussars, every day. The training cost is 50 solds gold coins. As a special unit, when your highest actual control title is Baron,
The upper limit of the number of winged hussars you can train is 50,100 for Earl, 150 for Duke, 300 for King, and 500 for Emperor. Winged hussars, elite cavalry equipped with lobster helmets and half-body plate armor. They hold hollow lances made of fir wood, as well as melee weapons such as sabers, broadswords, armor-piercing swords, and warhammers. Behind the armor, there will also be eagle-like double-wing decorations to prevent slashing from behind and deter the enemy. Due to the revision of the era, the short-barreled muskets equipped by the Winged Hussars have been removed. Activation milestone: Winged Hussar Commander, you have at least 50 Winged Hussars serving you, 0/50. Can you use props to unlock buildings? Lothar frowned. The swallowtail flag of the Winged Hussars, as a magical artifact that can increase the impact speed of the cavalry by 20%, is enough to make him, an ordinary person, become the top cavalry commander. Moreover, this is also an important prop to deal with nomadic cavalry who are good at horse archery. It can enable heavy cavalry to quickly catch up with the horse archers used to harass the formation in a short distance sprint, and can also achieve their strategic goals faster. Regardless of which era, mobility is the greatest reliance of cavalry, without a doubt. If Lothar goes to Jerusalem to serve as the cavalry commander, he will play an extremely huge role in the battle with Saladin's Mamluk cavalry. But the problem now is that Lothar does not have his own cavalry. If the Royal Knights of Jerusalem achieve brilliant results, how many people think that this credit can be attributed to Lothar? They would only think that the Royal Knights were assisted by God and blessed by God, so the horses ran so fast. Lothar hesitated, but decided to use it. No matter how rare the swallowtail flag is, sooner or later there will be a new prop to replace it. He had to seize the moment. Only when one's own strength is strong enough, even if it is only strong on paper, can one grab the greatest benefits during the turmoil of the kingdom. This benefit can also help oneself complete milestones and enter a virtuous cycle. This is why Lothar spared no expense to build a team of armored soldiers. Whether they can fight or not is not mentioned first, at least they have to look good and be able to scare people. However, although he made up his mind, Lothar did not intend to choose to build the winged cavalry barracks and the Lord's Hall immediately. He didn't know how much noise would be made during the construction. Was it an earthquake and a creation out of thin air? Or would a construction team visit the castle and build it step by step? Although in this extraordinary world, even if it was really created out of thin air, it is not inexplicable. But he still decided to start construction at night, after everyone fell asleep. Lothar took Prujna and Fringilla into the inner castle. This is a 3-story fortress, standing out in Yogrushburg like a crane among chickens. Although it looked a bit dilapidated, it was still clear that the inner castle was in much better condition than the outer castle. Probably when the construction started, the Lord of Yogrushburg used the best stones on the inner castle to protect his life and property. The hall on the first floor was quite spacious. A Jerusalem cross shield was hung on the wall. The tables, chairs, and cabinets below the shield were either missing a leg or covered with a thick layer of dust and cobwebs. There were large pieces of hardened mud on the carpet. Rats scurried along the wall, not to find food in this empty castle, but to avoid the scorching sun outside. It should have been nice when it was prosperous here. Lothar comforted her somewhat insincerely. Fringilla muttered softly, "How can we live here? My lord, why don't we go back to Jerusalem? You can't ask us to live in ruins." Seeing that Lothar was unmoved, she added, "Then we have to ask the wives of those subjects to come here and clean up. You can't ask me, a noble princess of the royal court, to do such rough work, right?" Lothar had already planned to build the Lord's Hall tonight, and would naturally cover or completely transform the inner castle by then. So she said, "Is there anything wrong? Isn't there any cleaning spell in blood magic?" Fringilla was anxious. How can this be possible? Blood magic is used to kill people. Unless it is to clean bloodstains, how can it be used to clean dust and catch mice? "Oh, I'm kidding." Lothar stretched out his hand, rubbed Fringilla's soft white hair, and said in a doting tone, "Don't worry, I won't let you live in such a place." Prujna coughed lightly, and when she saw the two of them looking at her, she moved her eyes away calmly, as if she had really just coughed inadvertently. At the same time, the system prompt sounded, "Your intimacy with Fringilla has been raised to friendly. You can share Fringilla's talents, blood magic expertise, or blood charm, and share them with your squire Fringilla by default. His only talent, 2 lives." After a long time of preparation, it came naturally. Lothar was not surprised. He smiled and chose the first item, blood magic expertise, without hesitation. Countless knowledge suddenly emerged in Lothar's mind. He felt a sharp pain in his head, bloodshot appeared in his eyeballs, and everything in his sight turned into blood-red lines. Especially Fringilla, in this blood-red world, it was like the eye of the storm, all the blood-red lines moved around her. Compared with the talent foundation that needs to be actively released to be activated, blood magic expertise is a passive skill that is in effect all the time.
What's wrong with you? Prajna frowned.
She felt a hint of unusual breath from Lothar. Although it was weak, it was already a threat to her. Fringilla seemed to realize something and said quickly, "Your mental power is not enough to master so much blood magic. Give up this shared talent first."
Lothar suddenly realized, was it because of insufficient mental power?
He called out the system panel without hesitation and added all the 3 attribute points he had accumulated to his mental power. The next moment, the blood color in front of him faded rapidly. His vision returned to normal. His mind was filled with various blood magics, blood falls, which greatly increased his speed and strength in a short period of time by speeding up his blood flow. Blood spear, throw out a spear containing your own magic power. After mixing with the enemy's blood, the magic power will infect the opponent's blood and cause a blood explosion.
Bat transformation, transform into a vampire bat for a short time.
Immunity, all your vital points are invalidated by your blood magic. You will be immune to all bleeding effects, and you will be immune to damage to you by consuming blood. Perhaps the remaining blood magic was too profound and his mental power could not bear it, so it was all in an ellipsis state.
But just these alone were a great improvement for Lothar. Prajna looked at Lothar deeply, and stopped talking.
She did not follow Lothar closely as usual, but went upstairs first.
Is this jealousy?
There was no prompt of reduced intimacy, and Lothar was a little confused for a while.
Fringilla was a little shy for a rare time.
Although she usually likes to talk big, she is actually just a big talker. She can't hide the fact that intimacy unlocks shared talents from herself.
I'll go up with the big guy to take a look. After saying that, she followed like a lark.
Only Lothar was left there, not knowing whether to follow or not.
Early the next morning, Leonard got up sleepily and suddenly widened his eyes.
He covered his mouth in surprise, his upper and lower teeth trembled, and he made an unclear whimpering sound from his mouth.
What is going on?
The inner castle, which was in ruins yesterday, has now turned into a towering fortress that is more majestic and brand new than before. The new grey wall bricks were so out of tune with the world around them, which had been eroded by the yellow sand and turned into earthy yellow.
The black eagle flag fluttered on the top of the Lord's Hall. Leonard knew that this was the personal emblem of his new lord. The sleepy sergeant walked out of the barracks, stretched and asked, "Old Leonard, what happened? Is it time for exercise? I heard that the Lord named model is a very strict officer. If we are late, we will definitely be whipped. Look for yourself."
Leonard raised his hand and wanted to point his finger, but he was afraid of offending others, so he put it down immediately. In addition to this brand new castle that was no less than the Lord's, a huge stone barracks was built on a vacant land beside the city wall. 2 flags were hung on the tower of the barracks. One was the familiar black eagle flag, and the other flag had a red background, with a cavalryman holding a lance and wings on his back painted on it.
Did you hear any noise last night?
No, this is definitely not a magnificent building that can be built overnight.
The main building of the castle is fine.
From the outside, it looks brand new after renovation. But this stone barracks was built from scratch overnight.
Miracle! This is a miracle. This is the will of the Heavenly Father.
Leonard muttered to himself subconsciously, "Your Excellency is a favored one by God."
Lothar appeared behind Leonard at some point.
He was wearing a silk shirt and drew a cross in front of him. "Yes, this is the will of the Heavenly Father."
His face was calm and unperturbed.
"Don't make a fuss about it. Miracles are not for people to worship, but tools to help us protect the Holy Land. When a system builds a building, there will be no huge noise of bricks and stones flying around and layers of buildings piled up together. Instead, it will be renovated, processed or directly built out of thin air according to the actual situation of the construction site. This method, similar to the creation of the void, scared Lothar last night.
"Yes, sir, we got it." Soon, the silent Yogrisberg woke up.
There was a great noise, and everyone was shocked to see this miracle. Some people even put down everything in their hands and came to the Lord's Hall to worship, but were driven away by Leonard with a curse. "Such a miracle is not for you to worship. My lord said that this is a tool given to us by God to defend the Holy Land."
"Hans, did you choose the right cavalry last night?" Lothar found Hans. Hans was not shocked by the system's creation.
He knew everything that happened last night, but he couldn't help feeling a sense of urgency in his heart. As a one-star squire, he had no advantage over the winged cavalry. If he really let these outsiders beat him, he would be too embarrassed.
Moreover, the winged cavalry was the old enemy of their Teutonic knights.
Ping Dujinlu, the Duan Ping was them. Hans secretly made up his mind, "I must work harder to improve myself.
Even if I can't train my skills, at least I have to raise my attribute values. There is one. His name is Ulm. He used to herd sheep for the village chief. Later he became a messenger for Yoblusburg. He often traveled between Jerusalem and Yoblusburg.
His writing skills were quite good.
Lothar frowned. Only one?
Hans was also a little helpless. There are a few others who have written before, but their writing skills are obviously not as good as Ulm's.
It's too much of a stretch to train them as cavalry soldiers.
In this era, except for nomads and knights, people who are good at writing are really rare.
Lothar also knew this, nodded, and said, "Bring this Ulm here first." I decided to promote him to the 1st Cavalry.
In the army, in addition to clear rewards and punishments, the capable are given priority. Even if it is a general among dwarfs, this man named Ulm is the most outstanding among more than 80 sergeants. He plans to test the waters with this man first.
Ulm came over quickly. This is a young man with a dark face but a handsome appearance.
He has a sparse beard on his chin and wears a chain mail shirt with holes.
"Ulm, are you a German?"
Ulm said quickly.
"Yes, sir, my father is from Bavaria. He once participated in the Second Crusade.
We settled in Sago at that time."
"Not bad. It can be considered a legitimate family."
Ulm asked tentatively,
"Sir, do you really want me to be a cavalryman?"
"Of course, you will be the 1st cavalryman under my command." His expression was so excited that his words were a little intermittent. "Sir."
"Sir, I am honored. I am honored to be the 1st cavalryman of the favorite of the father."
The miracle performed by Lothar made this pious soldier already regard Lothar as a new son of God.
"Take your mount and follow me."
Lothar led the soldiers to the gate of the winged hussars' barracks.
This tall stone building is more like a pocket-sized fortress than a barracks. Lothar walked into the barracks first. "From now on, this is your barracks.
You will become a glorious winged hussar and train here." Ulm did not hesitate, and followed him in with the warhorse he was given.
There is a huge racecourse here.
On both sides of the field, there are weapon racks with armor and spears. Lothar led him to the weapon rack. Ulm stared at the 4-meter-long lances with a confused look in his eyes. With the help of Lothar, he skillfully put on the armor one by one. Lothar finally took a broadsword in his hand and said, "Kneel down, cavalryman.
As your lord, I will give you the sword." Ulm immediately knelt on one knee, raised his hands, and took the broadsword.
He was a little confused and said, I seem to have a lot of memories in my mind, as if I was born to use these weapons."
"My lord, is this a favor bestowed on me by the father?"
"Yes, this is a favor bestowed on you by the Father through my hand. Use this power well, protect your oath, protect the holy city, and don't let me down." Lothar looked at Ulm, who was wearing new armor and a lobster helmet, and seemed to be a brand new person. He reached out and patted his shoulder. The system prompt sounded, "Your soldier has undergone arduous training and has been successfully promoted to winged hussar. His loyalty to you will be constant at max." Although 50 souls were expensive, compared to a winged cavalryman whose combat power was not inferior to that of a knight, or even better, it was undoubtedly a good deal.
More importantly, loyalty.
He silently increased the number of cavalrymen he had planned to train to 20. With 20 loyal and fearless winged cavalrymen, he would have an absolutely with a strong core force. He would be more confident even if he went to Jerusalem to serve. He believed that when he returned to Jerusalem next time, he would truly attract the attention of the dignitaries in Jerusalem, instead of being just a rising star valued by Baldwin IV as he is now. "Go, Ulm, show everyone your weapons and equipment, and tell them that loyalty will be rewarded."
"Yes." Ulm excitedly rode on his mount and walked out of the military camp.
"God, where did this knight come from?
This face is Ulm."
"Ulm, come and show everyone, you were a messenger yesterday, and today you are a noble knight." The soldiers were amazed.
"It's a cavalry, not a knight," Ulm emphasized. "Cavalry is a profession, and knights are a class." The soldier's face was full of envy. "It's really great.
If I sell this armor at the market, I can at least buy a small manor. I have never seen such beautiful armor."
"Don't talk nonsense, this is the armor given to me by the adults. I have decided to dedicate everything to the adults. How can I resell this precious armor?" A trace of anger emerged on Ulm's face.
"It was just a joke." The soldier explained hurriedly, "We all know that you are the favorite of God and a favored one destined to accomplish great things.
How could I really have such an ugly idea that is no different from Judas?"
Someone tried to smooth things over and said, "That's right, Ulm, don't pay too much attention to the nonsense of this idiot. We all know that his mouth is like the of a male mule, and you don't know when he will pull out a string of smelly feces. But I promise that this has not passed through his brain.
Ulm, ask for leave from your master tonight, and let's go back to the village.
Those young girls will be so upset when they see you like this."
That's right, those who look down on you before now have to bow and call you master. They can't tell the difference between knights and cavalry.
Ulm's face was firm, and he shook his head. No, as a glorious winged cavalry, serving your master and defending the holy city is my sacred mission. The things you said have lost their meaning to me. He mounted his warhorse and ran out of the castle at full speed.
God, Ulm is like a different person. Did he get enlightenment from the Lord? Is this still the little Ulm we know? The look he gave me just now actually made me feel fear.
The soldiers who knew Ulm looked at each other in bewilderment.
Lothar looked at this scene and was somewhat silent.
He liked loyal soldiers, but he knew very well that this method, which was almost like brainwashing, was definitely not the right way. But he would still do it.
Ulm rode a majestic mount and ran around the wall outside the castle.
He had never felt that his riding skills were so superb. He thought that the armor should be quite heavy, but in fact, the weight was not that amazing. When charging, he felt like a gust of wind. The wind and sand raised by the warhorse's hooves flew between the wings behind him, making a rustling whistle.
This is the winged hussar! Ulm shouted excitedly.
He felt that his previous life was like a joke until he met the Son of God and finally got true redemption. The soldiers were crowded on the wall, watching the cavalrymen galloping by, their eyes full of envy and jealousy.
This lucky boy.
I used to herd sheep for the Lord. I will ask Knight Hans to try it out later. I want to become that.
Winged cavalryman? It's the winged cavalryman.
I just found out that Ulm's riding skills are so good. Look, that shining armor is just like the mirror used by the ladies. On the wall, Mahler watched the scene silently, with some nostalgia in his expression. Once upon a time, he also made a lot of winged cavalry armor, each of which was better than the one worn by this cavalryman, but that was in the past after all. Since Archduke Jagiellon VII was killed and he was expelled from the border of the Polish Federation, he has never seen the figure of the winged cavalryman again. The once powerful Polish Federation is gone forever, replaced by a weak country that was attacked by Tsarist Russia and Prussia, retreating step by step, and its territory shrinking year by year.
Crack! A severely weathered brick fell to the ground and broke into two pieces with a snap.
Malice was shocked to find that the brick had loosened and fallen off because of his touching. He looked around subconsciously and met Lothar's eyes.
I promise, sir, I really didn't use any force.
Lothar forced a smile and said, I believe you.
This castle does need repairs.
It's only the inner castle now, but sooner or later the outer wall will be completely renewed.
Come on. If it weren't for your terrifying strength that is 5 times that of an ordinary person, who could have pulled out a brick?
Malice was silent for a moment, then he said, Sir, I can build a blast furnace for iron smelting today, and then I can start forging armor for you. Although I can only make you a half-body plate armor due to the limitation of materials and tools, I promise that it will be the most exquisite armor in the whole of Jerusalem.
Enough.
If it weren't for the fact that only natives could spend gold coins to use the armor and weapons placed in the winged hussar's camp, and each person was limited to one set.
Lothar also wanted to take advantage of this.
Because the full armament and combat skills of the winged hussars were obviously not comparable to 50 Sulids. Half-body plate armor, at this time, could only be forged by the top craftsmen in Milan, and the quality was not better than that of the winged hussars' half-body plate armor. At this time, Ulm had already run a full circle around Joglersburg and galloped towards the castle gate.
Gather everyone, Lothar ordered.
Sir, the Son of God. As soon as Ulm entered the city gate, he jumped off his horse and knelt on one knee.
Thank you, Father, for your gift. You have made me feel the meaning of life again.
I will repay your generous gift with the sword and spear in my hand. Lothar motioned Ulm to stand up, and then said, Everyone, I hope you will not call me the Son of God.
The pagans and evil forces will not sit idly by and watch a Son of God come into the world. They will not be happy.
We'll try everything to strangle, to obstruct, to threaten him, just like what they did to Jesus.
It is true that there are always miracles around me.
Perhaps the Father in heaven does favor me, but please never call me the Son of God.
I am a secular lord, now and in the future. Pray to me with peace of mind and dedicate your loyalty. I promise that all loyalty will be rewarded.
The soldiers cheered immediately. Long live, the honorable one favored by God, our loyal lord. I am willing to give everything for you, whether it is blood or bone.
Lothar turned around and returned to the inner castle. Fringilla stood by the window and looked at these excited people.
She said with some pride, Look, they respect you so much. I promise that even if you ask them to assassinate the Pope now, they will not hesitate. In my opinion, you will soon become a king.
Prajna glanced at her coldly. What are you laughing at?
Floringira frowned, her face full of displeasure.
Prajna rarely spoke and replied, You are laughing at someone's unrealistic dream of becoming a queen.
2 days later.
Velvet curtains blocked the window. Lothar was leaning over the desk, his quill moving rapidly. He was writing letters. One was to Count Leopold of Austria, asking him when he would leave for the Holy Land, including some greetings and concerns about the current situation in the Holy Land. Of course, this was not the point. The point was to seek funding, whether it was money or talents such as bakers, tailors, merchants, and masonry workers who could repair canals, dig wells, and repair city walls. One was to Count Werner of Aargau, giving him daily greetings and explaining his current situation. He knew that Count Werner was not rich and it would be difficult for him to come up with money to support him, so he did not mention that Jograsberg was a barren place. The last letter was to Baron Godfrey. The purpose was still to seek funding. Although he had a lot of savings, he was currently in a completely negative income state. With the taxes from the 6 nearby villages, it was simply impossible to sustain the huge army that Lothar intended to organize. It was enough to eat, but not enough to pay salaries. Moreover, he had to pay vassal taxes to his lord, Baldwin IV. Although the money was not much, it was also an expense. I'm afraid that His Majesty the King has no intention of letting me organize this territory, nor does he intend to let me support an army. Lothar calculated the bill and felt a headache. Baldwin IV should want him to serve as an officer in Jerusalem to command the royal army. But he did not intend to follow Baldwin IV's plan completely. Although Jograsberg is not a good place to farm, it has neither specialty products nor business. But he must at least build a framework first, a framework that can operate independently and enable the territory to continue to develop, rather than blindly exploiting it. Among the 6 villages under Jograsberg, there is one where half of the population is Zoroastrian, the village of the thieves. In previous years, they would have been heavily taxed. But Lothar did not intend to do so, because they were so poor that many people had to go to the castle to rent even iron farm tools. Even if they were heavily taxed, they would not be able to collect much money. It would be better to treat them better and make them more obedient. Leonard stood on the steps outside the Lord's Hall, knocked off the dust on his shoes, and tidied his clothes before walking into the inner castle tremblingly. He looked at this familiar yet unfamiliar inner castle, his gray eyes full of restraint and tension. There were all kinds of exquisite reliefs on the walls. The originally narrow prayer room had now been widened into a formal church. Behind the cross in the center, there was a statue made of mosaic tiles. Would God be more willing to listen to worship in such a church? The entire inner castle seemed more spacious than before. All the old furniture that looked like garbage had been cleaned up, but in addition to the lack of furniture, this inner castle was much cleaner than before. There were no rats, no dust, and even the air was filled with a sweet fragrance. God, Father! Leonard exclaimed. This was the first time in 3 days that he had the courage to step into the Lord's Hall, which was regarded as a sacred place by the people of Jograsberg. In their hearts, this was a miracle place that could not be compared to the Holy Sepulchre Cathedral in Jerusalem. He walked all the way to Lothar's administrative hall on the 2nd floor. Looking at Lothar, who was writing at the table, Leonard immediately showed a flattering smile. Sir, your castle is still short of some beautiful girls as maids, right? It's really too empty here, and there's not even someone to help you dress. I know some beautiful girls from several nearby villages. Let me bring them here for you. They must be happy to serve the saint, no, the master. Although they didn't say it, the people of Jograsberg still regarded him as the Son of God. It can be imagined that those lords who have witches serving them also use the miracles of witches to brag and raise their status. No need. I didn't come to the Holy Land for my own enjoyment. Lothar refused decisively. In this era, even the pampered ladies had few looks that caught his eye, not to mention the ordinary women who had to face the sun and hard work every day. Leonard, how did you do what I asked you to do? Lothar looked at Leonard, who was unwilling to move his for a long time, frowned, and asked. Leonard's face looked a little ugly, and he stammered, I'm sorry, sir, the money you gave me to buy a warhorse was taken away. It was a group of desert bandits who came and went like the wind. The mule I rode couldn't outrun them at all. Lothar's face became ugly. I was worried about money, and you threw money at me? He forced himself to calm down quickly. Sir, the guard, your incompetence disappoints me. Tell me, what exactly is going on with this group of desert bandits? I will decide whether to hold you accountable. As Leonard stammered, the context of the matter gradually became clear. The desert bandits Leonard mentioned were an old-fashioned bandit gang, mainly composed of Zoroastrians, who had been entrenched in the Jordanian desert for many years. Relying on their ability to come and go like the wind and their familiarity with the distribution of water sources and oases in the desert, they often attacked villages when the border patrol was away.
They extorted a large amount of wealth, cattle, sheep and food from the villagers who were already struggling to make ends meet. Occasionally, they would rob merchants who had few visitors or aristocratic estates that were not well guarded.
Even Count Reynard, the lord of Fort Caleb, could not do anything to them. Leonard was also unlucky.
He set out with 5 sergeants this morning. He wanted to go to a wealthy village under the jurisdiction of Fort Montreal to buy war horses. There was a large horse market there. The owner of the horse market was Count Reynard's wife, Countess Stephanie, an iron-blooded rose known as a knight in a skirt. Count Reynald robbed Ayoub's caravans and defeated Bedouin tribes to capture horses, and occasionally concentrated them here for sale. They had just entered Fort Montreal when they encountered this gang of robbers.
Lothar frowned and said solemnly, "Leonard, are you the only one back? How many people did we lose?"
Leonard immediately knelt on the ground and said with a sad face, "My lord, we didn't lose anything.
They learned that we were your soldiers, took away the coins, and left."
Lothar was stunned.
He didn't know whether he should be happy or unhappy. He was happy that no one died. He was unhappy that human life was not worth anything in this era.
Lothar thought thoughtfully,
Fort Montreal is also the fief of Count Reynald, right? Didn't they have any statement about this robbery that took place in the earldom of Jordan?
Count Reynald was undoubtedly a powerful nobleman in the kingdom of Jerusalem, but Lothar had little contact with him. Ever since Lothar was pushed onto the political stage of the kingdom by Baron Godfrey, he has been deeply branded as a royalist and has become a younger brother who cheers for Baron Godfrey.
At least, that's what it looks like to outsiders.
Leonard said quickly, "My lord, I have met with Countess Stephanie, the wife of
Count Reynard.
She was the only owner of this land, and it was because of his marriage to this baron that Count Reynard was able to obtain the title of Earl."
Lothar knocked on the table expressionlessly, "Get to the point.
I don't need you to explain to me how Reynard, the former Grand Duke of Antioch, was driven off the throne of Duke and rose again through marriage." Leonard said in fear and trepidation, "Baron Stephanie did not meet me, but one of her knights told me that she will organize another one in the near future.
A new army was sent to encircle and suppress this gang of bandits, and asked me to come back and wait for news."
"Wait for news?"
Lothar sneered. "As a neighbor, it stands to reason that Countess Stephanie of Jordan should have some personal relations, whether it was a visit or an invitation to a dinner."
But it had been 3 days since he arrived in Joglersburg, and the invitation had not yet arrived. Either he looked down on him, or Reynald was hostile to him. Lothar felt that the latter was more likely. After all, Balian defeated Guy, and the relationship between the royal party and the Queen Mother's party deteriorated sharply, and he clearly stood on the side of the royal party. "I don't have such good patience to wait." Lothar secretly calculated in his heart that this group of desert bandits must have accumulated considerable wealth after so many years of roaming around. If he could find their lair, the current financial situation of the territory, which was not enough to cover its expenses, would definitely be improved. In addition, the problem of war horses also needed to be solved urgently.
Otherwise, he would not be able to train winged cavalry even if he had money.
Lothar planned to train at least 20 winged cavalry in a short period of time to form a large-scale combat force.
However, if he wanted to encircle and suppress this group of bandits, the number of cavalry in the territory was still too small.
There were only 3 newly trained winged cavalry, and there were only 5 people including Hans and himself. It was simply a pipe dream to rely on these 5 people to find the desert bandits who came and went like the wind in the vast desert and successfully defeat them.
If this group of bandits was really so easy to deal with, Count Reynard, a powerful nobleman, would not be helpless against this group of bandits.
"Leonard, do you think this group of desert bandits will collude with my subjects?
Or at least some of them have joined in?"
Lothar suspected that there was a traitor. Leonard's face was filled with horror. "Father in heaven, I swear that my boys and I have never colluded with this group of bandits. Those bandits are all shameful pagans. If we dare to collude with them and seek your wealth, we will definitely go to hell and be tortured by the devil for 10,000 years.
Lothar shook his head and said, "I'm not talking about you, but the people.
In those 6 villages, especially the one where half of the people are pagans, it is very likely that someone is colluding with this group of bandits."
Leonard breathed a sigh of relief.
"Yes, sir, I also think there is something wrong with them. This group of guys not only did not thank you for your magnanimous grace to them, but instead repaid kindness with hatred. They deserve to die."
Lothar sneered. "Don't you think that it was because they thanked me for my magnanimity that I gave up taking your lives? Otherwise, that group of bandits dared to offend even Count Reynard, so why wouldn't they dare to offend a mere Baron Jogresberg like me? At this time,
A prompt suddenly sounded in Lothar's ears. You have completed the milestone, model fiefdom. Your fiefdom has at least 2,000 acres of land and more than 200 people above the poverty line. You have activated the advanced milestone, model territory. Your territory has at least 1,000 people above the poverty line, and more than 200 wealthy people. You have obtained a 3-star special item, Archangel Statue. Archangel Statue. When you place this item within the territory, all residents in your territory will have a small increase in loyalty to you, and a small decrease in favorability towards your enemies. Lothar thought for a moment and realized that this should be because he stopped levying heavy taxes on Zoroastrians, which improved the living standards of these pagans living under his rule, and finally gathered a population of 200 people above the poverty line. As for the 2,000 acres of land, here, the most abundant thing is the desert full of gravel. Although Yogrisburg has only 6 villages, the land it covers is probably equivalent to some earldoms in Western Europe. It seems that the current situation in Yogrisburg is still very bad. Less than 1/5 of the people can eat enough. Lothar frowned. Food and clothing are the basic conditions for human survival. Lothar tapped the table lightly with his fingers. It is impossible to reduce taxes further. We still have to increase revenue. On the other hand, this group of desert bandits who often blackmail my people also need to be dealt with urgently. Lothar thought for a while and decided on an idea. Since it is difficult to catch these desert bandits who come and go like the wind, let's wait and see. He looked at Leonard, who was still kneeling on the ground, and said in a deep voice, Leonard, you lost the wealth I gave you to buy a warhorse. How can you pay for your sins? The trembling Leonard cried, I will leave it to you, sir. I only ask you to forgive my sins after death and allow me, a devout believer, to ascend to heaven. Lothar stood up and looked down at him. Do you know what disappoints me the most? You dare not fight and lose the property I gave you. I cannot forgive such a sin. Leonard choked and said, Sir, there are too many of them. We can't be their opponents. I promise that we are not the treacherous Judas. We are just. Okay, Leonard. I'll give you a chance to atone for your sins. Whether you can survive depends on whether you can grasp it. In fact, Lothar knew that Leonard was to blame for this. No one wanted to run into robbers. If they fought hard, they would be wiped out and the money would be lost. But being clear about rewards and punishments is a quality that a lord must possess, and Lothar must never just raise it high and then let it go easily. The terrified Leonard seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw, and asked hurriedly, Sir, what should I do? Lothar asked in detail, Tell me first, how did this group of desert bandits target you? Who did you meet on the way to Montreal? Who knew that you were carrying a large amount of souls? Leonard spoke incoherently. It's like this. Yes, when I set out, only the 5 soldiers I brought knew this. They have been stationed in Yoglusburg a long time ago. They are absolutely loyal and reliable, because I have never been robbed when I paid taxes before. The village where half of the pagans live is called Antoga. It is the closest to Montreal, so we passed by there and asked for water. I don't know if anyone among them found out that I was carrying a lot of souls, because I always carried the money with me, but I couldn't hide the crisp sound in the purse. Leonard's panic gradually calmed down, and he began to seriously recall everything he had experienced before. He told us everything, even how many times he peed along the way. Okay, let me ask you one last question. When you were on the road, was there an eagle hovering over your head? Leonard was horrified. Sir, how did you know? I thought it was the will of God that made your emblem turn into a black eagle, watching us. Lothar waved his hand. Okay, I understand. Next, you have to publicize a piece of news, that is, Baron Lothar of Yogrisburg plans to bring a generous gift to visit the Honorable Countess Stephanie in Kaelberg. Lothar patted Leonard on the shoulder. If you make a mistake in such a simple matter again, I won't even let anyone put a cross on your tombstone after you die. Leonard trembled all over. If there is not even a cross on the tombstone after death, it is destined to not return to the embrace of God. I will definitely get it done. Lothar added, the same goes for your subordinates, tell them a few consequences. God has given me mercy, but mercy will not fall on Judas. Watching Leonard's back as he left carefully, Lothar said, Flynn, is what he said true? The girl hanging upside down on the ceiling fell silently like a ghost. It's true. But isn't your plan too hasty? If I were the bandit leader, I would definitely stay out of the spotlight, at least I wouldn't do it again in the short term. Lothar nodded. What you said makes sense. If we just sit and wait in the conventional sense, it will definitely not work. Although Reynold is brutal and radical, he is a good general. Otherwise, he would not have played a significant role in the Battle of Mungissa. I believe he can also think of disguising himself as a caravan and sitting in waiting. But this group of desert bandits have falcons.
They can see our strengths and weaknesses, and we have been smooth sailing for so many years, even Reynold, the king of the Dead Sea, can't do anything to them. Do you think this bandit group will look down on a small lord like me in a remote place? I will only bring Hans and his winged cavalry. In addition, there are you and Prajna. Only we can use this method.
Under normal circumstances, this group of bandits will definitely not be afraid of a mere 7 people, even if there are 5 fully armed cavalrymen among them.
I see.
The plan was very clear at this point. We don't want to annihilate them, as long as we beat them back. Fringilla thought, if we leave 1 or 2 alive, I can use my charm to ask them where their camp is.
That's right.
At this time, there were subtle footsteps in the corridor outside the door. Prajna, wrapped in a bathrobe, with her slender white feet bare, walked in from outside. As if she felt the seriousness of the atmosphere, she tilted her head slightly, and her long, smooth black hair fell like a waterfall.
I seem to have missed something?
Lasse tried to move his eyes away from the Snow White. I'll tell you later, put on your clothes first. Prajna's indifferent eyes glanced at Fringilla vaguely, and the vampire lady was so angry that she clenched her little white teeth.
Isn't it just that the chest is a little bigger, the is a little higher, and the legs are a little longer? What's the big deal? Lasse turned his back.
A rustling sound was heard. Prajna took out clothes from the closet and changed herself.
Are you ready?
Yes.
You too, come with me to the church. Fringilla frowned. My lord, are you sure you want me, a vampire, to pray with you? Aren't you afraid that the Heavenly Father will strike you with a thunderbolt?
Lothar said a blasphemous word nonchalantly. If the Heavenly Father cares about these things, he is not the Heavenly Father. They walked into the church together. Between Lothar's hands, a white statue with a ring on its head, holding a cross-armed sword and a kite shield, and wings on its back appeared. Its prototype should be the statue of Saint Michael. Lothar placed the statue on the table at the end of the church, under the holy statue made of mosaic tiles. Sunlight under the reflection, the white statue seemed like a shining golden god, which made people want to worship it subconsciously.
It can make my subjects more loyal to me, Lothar explained. He sighed in his heart that he might really be on the road of Yuri the Bald Man.
In the evening, the sky was a little dark, but the temperature did not drop. The earth, which had been scorched for a day, began to release the accumulated temperature.
Hans, Ulm and other 3 winged cavalry followed Lothar.
These young cavalrymen were wearing half-body plate armor that was as smooth as a mirror and well-maintained. Everyone held a 3-meter-long lance in their hands, and the double-wing decoration on the back made them look more majestic. The lances of the winged cavalry were too long, even the shortest one was 4 meters, so they were all hollow and made of 2 pieces of fir wood, which were easy to break.
This kind of lance was not practical.
At least in Lothar's territory, there was no way to manufacture or buy this special lance.
So Lothar ordered them to use traditional lances, which were more practical and easier to replace. The 2 ladies, Prajna and Fringilla, followed Lothar. Leonard drove a carriage full of precious goods covered with felt.
This was the only unplanned candidate. If he could survive this attack, the guilt of him and his subordinates would be wiped out. In the sky, accompanied by a crisp eagle cry, the eagle flapped its wings and flew, as if echoing the black eagle flag hanging high on the carriage. Lothar looked at the eagle, and he lowered his head calmly, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. In the distance, the desert cavalry riding fast horses looked at the bright armor that was almost reflective, their eyes full of greed. They really only have 5 cavalrymen. Of course, never question what the leader sees with his eagle eyes. You go and inform the leader, I will keep an eye on them.
Don't let them run away. This arrogant Baron of Yogresburg, don't you think that we have robbed his subordinates once, and there will be no second time in a short time?
The Bedouin wrapped in a white turban sneered. I heard that the carriage was full of gifts for Stephanie. This woman has hanged many of our brothers. Maybe the leader will agree to give the head of this stupid Baron to that as a gift.
No, it's impossible. The leader is very grateful that the Baron treats his people equally. He will not kill the Baron.
The Bedouin said with some dissatisfaction, these Franks slaughtered our people without mercy.
Do we need to talk about morality with them? Leonard, who was driving the carriage, looked around uneasily. The temperature dropped very quickly.
After the desert released all the temperature here had dropped to the point where people wanted to wrap themselves in a thick sheepskin blanket.
And the winged cavalry did so.
Their equipment included a leopard skin, wolf skin or bear skin cloak to be put on the armor, and they put the cloak on their bodies to keep warm. Ulm held his bear skin cloak and wanted to present it to Lothar, but he refused. He was not afraid of such a little cold.
He who mastered blood magic was no longer as simple as an ordinary person.
The evening breeze blew and took away a layer of yellow sand. Revealing the corpse lying on the ground with only bones left, there were black poisonous scorpions living in the eye sockets of the bones and drilling deeper. Leonard drove the carriage while freeing his hands to hold the silver cross on his chest. God, please protect us.
We must not run into that group of pagan bandits. There are only 6 of us who are capable of fighting. No, it should be 5. I am too old to hold a sword.
Besides, the 3 cavalrymen in Ulm, who are dressed in bright and beautiful clothes, were just a group of infantry before. They have never even been on the battlefield. They can't be opponents of those pagans. Thinking of this, Leonard looked more and more desperate. He began to regret why he wanted to show off his ability and perform the duty of escorting the carriage instead of the 5 sergeants under his command.
Leonard, have you been to Kalleberg?
A condescending voice came from his lord.
Yes, sir.
Looking at Leonard, who was so nervous that he couldn't even speak properly, Lothar felt a little funny.
Leonard was a timid person, there was no doubt about that.
But in order to prevent Lothar from pursuing the responsibility of the 5 soldiers who lost the money with him, he still stood up resolutely at this time.
It can only be said that human nature is always complicated. What do you think of Kalleberg?
Leonard recalled and said, Kalleberg is a majestic castle, not a shabby one, but Joglusberg can't be compared with it. It was repaired very solidly by Count Reinald, and the garrison army is also very elite. The walls are covered with towers and catapults. I'm afraid it will take 10 times the army to capture it.
Lothar chuckled. Indeed, as the core of all Count Reinald's territories, Kalleberg must be heavily guarded.
After all, he has offended Saladin so much, and Kalleberg is located on the eastern border of the kingdom and may be attacked by Saladin at any time. He paused slightly, and said, Count Reinald's territory is not far from Joglusberg, but his territory is rich and fertile, rich in salt and war horses, and has hundreds of loyal knights under his command.
But my territory is so remote that even caravans will not visit.
There are only 6 villages that can be used as fiefs for knights.
It's similar to the siphon effect.
The little development potential left in the territory of Joglusberg was wasted.
Count Reynard's territory was sucked away.
My lord, you are a son of God, so you don't have to worry about the barren land of Joglusberg. Sooner or later, you will get a more fertile fiefdom, and your status is definitely not comparable to that of Count Reynard.
Leonard said flatteringly.
I said, don't use this title to me again. Lothar paused and said, but you are right about one thing. The footsteps of war are approaching, and whether the fiefdom is fertile or not is no longer important. The fiefdom of Joglusberg is just a springboard for him, a springboard to increase his own strength. In the future, Joglusberg may be just an insignificant part of his many territories and titles. If the Winged Hussars barracks and the Lord's Hall were not located here, he would even prefer to give this place to the subordinate lords who are loyal to him. Lothar suddenly raised his head and watched the falcon above his head gradually fall into the distance.
He raised his hand and signaled, prepare for battle, the enemy is very close. Rolling yellow sands soon appeared on the horizon.
Ulm clenched his lance excitedly. He looked at his companions and the cavalry commander standing in front of him, Knight Hans. Although it was his first time on the battlefield, he was not nervous at all. He raised one hand and drew a cross in front of him. He looked back at Lothar and prayed in a low voice, May glory be to the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, as it was in the beginning, so it is today.
Amen.
The people of Joglusberg still stubbornly believed that Lothar was the Son of God. Although he was different from the Father, the nature of God was unified, that is, the Trinity. Lothar put on his chainmail shirt and put on the cold bucket helmet. He glanced at Prujna and Fringilla and smiled and said, Follow me. Then, he took the lead to turn his horse and greet them. He led his cavalry to stand on a small hillside and took the lead in occupying the advantageous terrain. The figures of the desert bandits gradually became clear in the wind and sand.
They were Zoroastrians wearing gray-white robes and turbans.
Their attire was in a distinct Bedouin style, riding Arabian horses and dromedaries, equipped with various weapons, including lances, straight swords, scimitars, bows and arrows, and round shields. The leader of the bandits had a striking scar on his face, which ran from left to right like a centipede. He had a thick black beard on his mouth, and the skin on his face had the roughness that was unique to desert nomads. On his left shoulder, there was a thick leather pad.
A majestic eagle was standing tall.
Lothar urged his mount and walked forward slowly. The bandits were surprised, and some of them raised their bows and arrows at Lothar.
Lothar did not take the bandits' bows seriously at all.
He put his right hand on his left shoulder and said in Kurdish, Thank you for showing mercy to my soldiers.
Can you tell me your name? Leonard, who was driving, was still behind at the moment.
He did not realize that the Son of God in his mind actually made the gesture of pagans worshipping the holy fire. And the Winged Hussars, this was ignored. They just held their weapons tightly, ready to charge at the enemy that was 10 times their number at Lothar's command. The bandit leader was a little surprised, and then he also put his hand on his left shoulder. It's really unexpected that you can speak Kurdish and use our gestures? Lothar's voice came from under the barrel helmet. This is because I once fought side by side with a great Kurdish knight. The bandit leader's face changed slightly, and he tentatively said the name. Is it Saladin? Of course not. Lothar had no intention of using Saladin's name to scare the other party. The leader of the robbers looked at Lothar deeply and said, I am ABD, the chief of the Bilbut clan and the leader of this group of looters. I am Lothar von Habsburg, the lord of Joglusburg. You and your subordinates plundered the wealth I gave him to buy horses. This is an unrighteous act. ABD looked at his subordinates and couldn't help laughing. Lord Lothar, we Bedouins never pay attention to benevolence and justice. Wealth only belongs to the strong. Under the barrel helmet, ABD and the Bedouin robbers could not see the sneer on Lothar's face. You once released my soldiers, and I thank you for that. If you are willing to return my wealth, I will forgive your sins and allow you to settle in my territory. The robbers laughed. Isn't this man a fool? Now we forgive you. We not only robbed your wealth, but we will rob you a second time. ABD subconsciously felt a little flustered. He said, leave your cart of goods to me. I will invite you to drink the water I brought. In the teachings of Zoroastrianism, inviting others to drink water is to swear to the holy fire that you will not threaten the other party's personal safety. My lord! Someone whispered, the armor they are wearing is also valuable. ABD said angrily, shut up. Everything is up to me. Lothar sighed lightly, sorry, ABD, my bottom line cannot be crossed. Since we can't reach an agreement, we have to fight. The enemy is numerous, nearly 5 times their number. But Lothar is not worried about how to defeat them. What worries him is that it is difficult to catch them all in this open grassland. I'm sorry, I give you the power to return to your team. Thank you. ABD raised one hand, signaling the Bedouin bandits who had already bent their bows and arrows not to attack for the time being. He waited until Lothar returned to the team before he put down his hand. Suddenly, a volley of arrows covered the hillside. Lothar and his men occupied the high ground, and ABD would never take the lead in charging. This was also the main use of horse bows in this era, harassment, not killing. But Lothar did not intend to take advantage of the terrain. He turned his horse back to the team, raised his lance, and shouted, winged cavalry, follow me to charge. The next moment, those cavalrymen with flying wings on their backs roared, and followed Lothar down the hillside like flying. The sound of horse hooves was like thunder. Although there were only 5 cavalrymen, they gave people the illusion of facing a terrifying army. Hans, wearing a winged helmet, silently raised his lance and formed the double tail of a small front arrow formation with 3 winged cavalrymen. They were getting closer and closer to the enemy. At this critical moment, an idea suddenly emerged in his mind. If his instructor knew that he was the cavalry captain of the winged cavalry, the expression of the old stubborn man would be very interesting. No, what would be more interesting would be that the master also pulled his instructor over to personally train this group of winged cavalrymen and wear a cross emblem on them. Leonard had just climbed the hillside at this time. He hesitated for a moment, and then hurriedly began to dismantle the shaft behind the pack horse. Poor old Leonard, you will definitely die here today, but you can't just watch the Son of God chosen by the Father go to heaven in front of you. That's something only Judas can do. Old Leonard wants to be the St. James of the adults, the first martyr among the 12 disciples. He muttered to himself, and took out a lance from the back of the carriage with difficulty and carried it on his shoulder. My lord son, I'm coming. No one paid attention to him. In the chaotic battlefield, no one could hear his roar mixed with fear. These steel knights holding lances, like sharp hot knives, easily cut through the formation of the nomadic cavalry as smooth as butter. At such a short distance, the cavalry bow can only shoot 1 round. And only 1 round of arrows with limited accuracy can't penetrate the armor of the cavalry. Perhaps in the desert terrain, the guerrilla warfare tactics were indeed no match for the elite slave cavalry that had undergone tactical innovation and transformed from Guram to Mamluk. But the winged hussars, who were transformed from hussars, were lighter and faster. The opponents were just a group of Bedouin nomadic cavalry, not the Mamluk cavalry who had undergone rigorous military training and were trained as war machines. The outcome was already determined from the beginning. Lothar's strong heart was beating violently at this moment. Blood was rushing through the pipes. The buff spell called Bloodfall doubled Lothar's strength in a short period of time. The lance pierced through the shield of a Bedouin cavalryman and broke in it. Lothar immediately drew out his armed sword and slashed at the enemy around him. With the help of the horse's momentum, the enemy's shield, along with the arm behind it, was easily cut off by the armed sword. Blood splashed on his robe with screams, creating a picture of hell. Prajna's black shield, like a sharp chainsaw, was spinning rapidly in her hand. The enemy that stood in front of her was immediately twisted into a ball of blood and flesh. The ghost relief, which had not eaten for a long time, showed a full and strange smile on its face. Devoured. Fringilla chanted the spell in a low voice. The blood splashing on the battlefield turned into sharp blades, cutting the enemy's body in pieces, piercing the iron armor. This is witchcraft. The terrifying witchcraft from the Franks. The bandit leader ABD, who was supervising the battle, revealed a trace of fear in his eyes. No wonder I feel fear in them, no wonder he promised so confidently that he would forgive us, this is actually true. As a falconer, he also has extraordinary power. But it is precisely because he also has extraordinary power that ABD knows better that the terrifying power of the opponent is undoubtedly the difference between a giant python and an earthworm compared to himself. Retreat, retreat, he shouted hoarsely. However, in the chaotic battlefield, no one could hear what he said. A man wearing a brown turban and black scale armor let out a deafening roar. The holy fire is forever burning, the supreme and great, the people favored by the fire, follow me to charge. One after another. More and more people died from the enemy's lances, broadswords and strange spells. Corpses fell on the sand, and unmanned pack animals stopped in confusion. Fortunately, the morale of the bandit group was soon broken. The reason why this group of desert bandits has been able to roam the Jordan River basin for so many years is not because of how powerful they are. It is thanks to their leader, ABD's Falcon, and the connections they have made here for a long time. It is difficult for a large and organized army to catch their tracks. In terms of frontal combat effectiveness, the knights under Reynard only need a charge to annihilate this group of rabble in the desert. Lothar, covered in blood, shouted for a fierce fight. After killing the enemy one by one, the winged cavalry led by him charged the enemy again. At this time, the collapse of this desert bandit group has become a prairie fire. All resistance was ended, and ABD, the leader of the bandit group, withdrew from the battlefield shortly after the battle began. Lothar reined in his mount. He looked at Fringilla and saw her nod slightly. Then he shouted, "No need to chase. Gather the enemy's mounts and rest here." He approached Fringilla and asked, "Do you know the location of their lair?" Fringilla nodded and said, "I have placed tracking marks on several of the bandits. I don't need to cast charm spells anymore." Lothar felt relieved and began to clean up the battlefield. Broken shields and scales, broken lances and arrows, some useful or useless scraps were all sold by Lothar. The final value was 165 sulids. He raised his head and looked at Leonard, who was staring at this place with his eyes wide open, and a smile appeared on his face. "This is a miracle," Leonard muttered. "Only the Son of God can make a group of recruits who had never been to the battlefield turned into elite cavalrymen who had experienced hundreds of battles. Only the Son of God could create something from nothing, summon messengers from heaven overnight, and build a magnificent palace, and only the Son of God could make these deadly weapons disappear without a trace." Perhaps it was the influence of the statue of the Archangel. Although Leonard still couldn't change his timid nature, his loyalty to Lothar was unquestionable. Lothar walked towards Leonard. The old guy didn't play any role in the battle just now. The short pack horse he rode didn't have time to charge, and this rampant desert bandit group was easily wiped out by Lothar. Leonard was frightened by the murderous aura coming from Lothar, and subconsciously knelt on the ground and said, "Master, sir, please forgive my cowardice." Lothar shouted, "Leonard, stand up." Leonard got up from the ground tremblingly. Lothar pointed at his nose and said, "You have withstood my test, Leonard, and your fault has been wiped out, but I hope that you will not make similar mistakes again in the future. God favors the brave, not the cowards who are afraid of fighting." Leonard nodded repeatedly and said, "I will never make the same mistake again in the future. Get up, follow me back to Yogrisburg and gather all my soldiers. Tonight, we will eradicate this cancer in the Jordan River basin." Castle. The Lord's Hall was brightly lit. The Countess, wearing a high-waisted long skirt and a jeweled golden crown on her head, sat on her throne. She was much taller than an ordinary woman, even sturdier, with a sharp sword on her waist. She was the wife of Count Reynard. She had been in charge of the Jordan territory for generations. She generously helped every knight and noble who came to her door, and often held grand banquets and night competitions, which earned her the reputation of the knight in a skirt. At this moment, she was sitting high on the throne, listening to the reports of her subordinates. "Oh, our new neighbor is coming to visit me?" She couldn't help but sneered. He finally couldn't help it. It seems that the money is a huge sum of money that is difficult for him, a little baron, to give up. It's just that the little country lord just doesn't understand the rules.
Don't he even know that he should prepare gifts in advance before visiting a distinguished person? The subordinate said flatteringly, "Madam, the Earl wrote to ask us to teach him a lesson. Is it a good opportunity to shut this country baron out and make him lose face?"
Lady Stephanie snorted coldly, "Of course not, let him come. I will give him the treatment he deserves as a baron. I have heard some rumors about this Baron Lothar. He once killed a werewolf with his own hands. I really want to see what kind of brave knight is able to fight against a monster like a werewolf." In the darkness, the gate of the camp was wide open. Even a bandit group that came and went like the wind needed a place to stay in this desert to avoid the scorching light of the day and the cold of the night. So a remote camp with a hidden water source came into being. It was surrounded by several earthen mounds. From the outside, there was nothing unusual here. But if you climbed to the top of the earthen mound, you would find that there was a different world here.
A wooden camp covering a large area rose from the ground.
At this time, the remaining bandits were looking at their companions in amazement, who were arrogant and threatened to bring back a whole cart of gold and silver when they set out. They rushed into the gate with panic on their faces, like dogs that had lost their homes.
"What happened, my brother? Where are the others? Why are you the only ones back? We were defeated.
Those terrible Frank barbarians used a despicable magic with blood as the medium. They are the incarnation of the devil." Someone, who had just recovered from his shock, stammered, "We shouldn't have provoked those devils. There were only 7 of them, but they beat our warriors and made them flee like cutting melons and vegetables.
Holy fire, please burn away the evil curse on us."
As soon as someone rushed into the gate of the camp, he knelt on the ground and prayed devoutly to the holy fire altar in the center of the camp.
ABD looked at this scene with a gloomy face.
The anger and worry in his heart almost burned him.
ABD said sternly, "Let everyone be prepared.
Barto, take people to prepare the sacrifices needed for the great sacrifice."
"I want to hold the holy fire, great sacrifice."
"Yes, sir."
Barto, who had a hideous wound with blood and flesh on his cheek, took the order with a gloomy expression and left.
This was the damage caused by a despicable Frank cavalryman wearing a helmet that looked like a bull's horn.
ABD said in a deep voice, "Order the people to keep a strict watch tonight.
Only half of the people are allowed to sleep, and the rest are on standby at any time."
Someone wondered, "Boss, are we too cautious? They can't find our camp. Even if they find it, they can't do anything in the middle of the night."
"That's right, boss, we have all sworn to the holy fire. Anyone who dares to reveal the location of the camp will be burned to ashes immediately."
"Shut up, idiots. Do you know what I saw?" ABD's face showed a rare trace of fear.
They had never seen such a strange emotion on their leader's face, and they all fell silent for a while. Usually, the leader gave them the impression of being wise, smart, brave, and fearless. A Bud's hoarse voice sounded, "I saw the woman under the command of the Frankish lord, devouring souls with the black shield in her hand. The oath is only effective for the living. The dead are not under the jurisdiction of the holy fire." He looked at his subordinates who were silent, and a bleak smile appeared on his face. "Go and prepare. If those Franks really find this place, they only need to surround it. If we are surrounded, we will be trapped here to death. No one will go deep into the Franks' territory to rescue us, a group of bandits."
In the late night,
in the darkness, armored soldiers were either nervous or excitedly waiting for their lords to give the order to attack. Some people silently held the cross and prayed devoutly. The siege ladders and simple battering rams built by the carpenters accompanying the army have been arranged.
Someone whispered, "My chain mail is already very torn."
This time, the Lord promised that we can deal with the spoils ourselves.
"I must change into a new set of armor."
"Shut up." Model slapped his helmet with a stern face. "No one is allowed to speak before the Lord issues an order." The soldiers fell silent. They lay quietly on the grass to rest. After traveling all night, most of their physical strength and energy had been consumed.
The reason why Lothar did not launch an attack immediately was due to this consideration.
At this time, Lothar was calculating the time. The winged hussars had taken off the feather decorations on their armor, and gathered around him with broadswords and one-handed hammers. He brought 60 armored sergeants this time and mobilized almost all the pack animals. He even borrowed pack horses and camels from several villages. It can be said that it was almost a full-scale attack.
"The time is almost here.
Order everyone to prepare for battle," Lothar said. In the darkness, he tightly grasped a half-sword, without a shield to get in the way.
Only Prajna followed him.
Fringilla's magic power had been exhausted, and she was recuperating in the rear. This was to cast a spell called Group Night Vision, which lasted for 2 hours. Otherwise, Lothar's army would never have been able to sneak up on the camp without torches.
The chaotic noises below soon alarmed the defenders in the camp.
With the help of the firelight, they saw hideous human faces wrapped in iron armor, killing them with a hideous grin.
It's the Franks! Holy fire, these devils are really here!
Lothar led the charge and rushed to the front. He was not far from level 4. If he killed a dozen more people, he should be able to successfully upgrade. Although as a lord, personal attributes are not a priority to improve, but throughout history, there have been countless kings and leaders who have been assassinated. Moreover, as a crusader noble, it is common for him to lead his troops to fight in person.
There will always be times when Prajna cannot protect him.
He chopped down a robber with a sword, and felt that in the darkness, there were countless robbers running out of the barracks.
They reacted too quickly.
It was as if their arrival had been anticipated.
Fortunately, bows and arrows are no longer effective in such a chaotic battle.
Darkness is the best cover for the armored soldiers with the blessing of God. They wantonly slashed and killed enemies they could not see clearly, and some even uttered a few confusing words in Arabic.
The car crashed into the wooden city gate with a bang, and the armored soldiers roared and rushed in. At this moment, a cluster of flames quickly sprang up in the darkness, rising dozens of meters high. The camp was illuminated as bright as day.
Abd, the bandit leader, knelt devoutly in front of the flames, throwing silver, gold, silk, and various spices into it. The flames soared higher and higher. Then, it turned into a giant fire snake. Abd's sharp eyes, with cold vertical pupils, accurately locked onto Lothar on the wall.
The two looked at each other, and the next moment, the fire snake flew towards him at high speed.
Before it got close, the blazing heat on his face made Lothar feel a burning pain.
For a moment, he didn't know which way to escape,
because this fire snake clearly had a tracking function.
The terrified armored soldiers looked at this scene at a loss, muttering, "God, this is the evil witchcraft of the pagans. This is the holy fire that the pagans believe in."
A silent figure stood in front of Lothar, with flying black hair fluttering in the wind.
Lothar's fear quickly subsided.
Although she looked much thinner than him, in Lasse's heart, Prajna was as majestic as the walls of Theodosius. The black shield in her hand was spinning rapidly. The ghost-faced relief reluctantly spewed out a large amount of black mist, which lingered in front of the shield, expanding the black shield, which was less than 2 meters long, more and more.
Bang! The fire snake hit it.
The ghost-faced relief let out a sharp roar. The black mist shattered in large pieces. The flying sparks splashed on the wooden wall of the camp, and a raging fire suddenly ignited. Lasse clearly saw a few sparks fall on Prajna's arm, burning the sleeve in an instant, and burning large wrinkles on the smooth skin.
Two angry curses rang out almost at the same time.
Abd could never have thought that the fatal blow he had prayed for through the holy fire ceremony would be blocked by this evil witch who used witchcraft.
He couldn't help but feel depressed. Holy fire, is your power not as great as those pagans who have seized the Holy Land?
Bang! The sharp half-sword slashed down high. Abd subconsciously took a step forward, and the blade only scratched his back before being slashed aside by the armor on it.
Abd, I gave you a chance, but you gave up.
Abd's face was filled with anger and fear.
The people of Zoroastrianism will not submit to you butchers from Frank.
Lothar was not in the mood to argue with him. Throughout the ages, the winners were kings and the losers were bandits.
Bang, 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 the vigorous heartbeat was like a drumbeat.
Under Lothar's bucket helmet, his breathing became extremely heavy. The attributes brought by the blood waterfall surged, causing him to slash out with a sword like lightning the next moment.
Abd's eyes widened.
His eagle eyes allowed him to see the opponent's movements clearly, but his body could not react at all. In just a moment, his head was chopped off by the sharp half-sword. Lothar didn't even give the head a chance to fall to the ground.
He grabbed it, raised it high, and roared with all his might, "Abd is dead. Those who stop resisting will not be killed." It was dawn.
The armored soldiers were cleaning the battlefield.
Lasse rolled up Prajna's sleeves, looked at the curled skin on it due to the burns, and said with some heartache, "I'll bandage you."
Prajna shook her head, stretched out her hand and pressed it on her arm, rubbing it gently. A layer of skin was rubbed off, revealing only the new skin behind, which was as white and tender as a newborn baby. Looking at Lasse's surprised expression, Prajna's mouth curled up slightly.
"I'm fine, go do what you should do."
Lasse looked at Prajna's rare smile, subconsciously stretched out his hand, pressed her cheek, and gently squeezed, revealing a cute little tiger tooth. Prajna's appearance makes it easy for people to overlook her own career positioning.
"Thank you, if it weren't for you, I don't know how many times I would have died." He thanked sincerely.
"No, you don't have to be so polite." She raised her hand somewhat uncomfortably, wanting to take away Lothar's hand, but stopped halfway. "Go quickly, it is my natural duty to protect you." Lothar nodded deeply, and led the soldiers to collect the stolen goods from the bandit camp.
The bandits who laid down their weapons were in a long line. The winged cavalry guarding them shouted, "Our Lord is a sacred person loved by the Father. He has promised not to harm your lives, and he will not violate this sacred oath. As long as you are honest enough, everyone can survive." Some of the armored soldiers were searching for corpses, while others were rummaging through boxes and cabinets to find wealth. In the battle last night, there were few casualties, which was the effect of dark vision. The power of spellcasting followers can be seen. At this time, someone shouted, "My lord, I found their vault." The seized goods belonged to private individuals. But the seizures Lothar mentioned were only the armor and property that the bandits carried with them. Whether it was the pack animals or the treasures of the bandits, they all belonged to Lothar. This was already a rare generosity. After all, the armor and weapons on these armored soldiers, and even themselves, belonged to Lothar. Lothar hurried over and was immediately shocked by the dazzling array of gold and silver coins, sculptures, silk, gems, spices and other items piled up into a small mountain. If all of these wealth were converted into gold coins, they would be worth at least 3,000 sulids. This was based on the premise that the bandit leader had held a grand sacrifice last night and consumed a lot of money. No wonder many lords are keen on looting. There is no business that comes faster than looting. Lothar muttered to himself. Once this money was in hand, he would not have to worry about military expenses for a long time. Lien, model, you two, oversee, load all these valuables onto the cart and prepare to transport them back to Joglersberg. Hans, take some people and those captive bandits to Kallerberg as a gift to our neighbors. In Kallerberg, not far away, Countess Stephanie, who had not slept all night, was furious. This baron who doesn't know etiquette actually dared to break the contract. Haven't you heard from them yet? A knight came from the hall. Madam, the messenger from Baron Jogresberg has arrived, and he has also handed over a letter. Messenger? He didn't come in person? Countess Stephanie was very angry. She took the envelope, opened it, and her expression softened a lot. The letter had beautiful handwriting and elegant wording, which didn't sound like a nouveau riche baron who didn't know aristocratic etiquette at all. Dear Miss Stephanie, I am your admirer, Lord of Jogresberg, Lothar von Habsburg. I have heard of your generosity long before I arrived in the Holy Land. As a devout believer, I have to thank you for your selfless gifts and donations to the pilgrims. Unfortunately, on the journey to visit you, my team and I were attacked by a group of desert bandits again. This disrupted the meeting that was supposed to take place last night, but the situation was urgent and I, who was poor and destitute, could no longer afford to lose this gift dedicated to you. Fortunately, I found out the hiding place of this group of desert bandits by questioning the captives. Therefore, I decided to eliminate this group of bandits who had been rampant in the Jordan River basin for many years, and present them as a greeting gift to your neighbors. Oh, this Baron Lothar really doesn't know the height of the world. Lady Stephanie sneered. Everyone knows that this group of pagan bandits will be immediately devoured by the magic fire once they have the idea of revealing their hiding place. If it is so easy to solve this stubborn problem on the Jordan River, why would it be his turn to do it? The subordinate's face looked a little embarrassed, and he reminded in a low voice, Madam, when this letter was delivered, the gang of robbers had been dealt with. This is impossible. Baroness Stephanie said subconsciously. The subordinate said with certainty, I also want to say that this is impossible, but I saw it all with my own eyes. The carriage carrying the treasure of Baron Jogresberg and the captured Bedouin bandits formed a long line. Not only me, but many people saw it with their own eyes. Stephanie's face was a little embarrassed. After a long time, she coughed lightly and said, It seems that we all underestimated this young man. That's right. How could someone who can be favored by His Majesty the King be an ordinary person? What else did the messenger bring? A group of bandit captives. Baron Lothar said that he had forgiven the lives of these captives, but this could not make up for the heinous crimes they had committed. I hope that Madam can help sell these pagan captives into slaves so that they can pay for their sins for the rest of their lives. Baroness Stephanie was stunned for a moment and sneered. What do you mean by selling them into slavery? He just doesn't want to break his oath and truly forgive these villains. Take it at the price of 20 dinars. I will them to the banks of the Jordan River and hang them all. These bandits who had committed many evil deeds in Stephanie's territory were now in her hands. How could they be good? Lothar never forgives bandits. Time flies, and 10 days have passed in the blink of an eye. In the past 10 days, the development of Jogresberg has been on the right track. The originally dilapidated and abandoned city walls, now it has a brand new look, like a newly built wall, with small trebuchets placed on the battlements. 2 carpenters are building an irrigation canal leading to the village at the foot of the mountain with the well and the castle as the center.
The villagers from various villages who are preparing to attend the mass stand outside the door of the Lord's hall with trepidation, looking at the soldiers in bright armor guarding the door. They all hold two-handed axes and wear multiple layers of chain mail. Some of them are even friends they used to know and would greet with a smile. But now they hold the axes with a cold face and look them up and down with vigilant eyes. A fierce spirit makes these villagers who come to the mass silent. Knight Hans was temporarily appointed to the duty of holding the mass. This is obviously not in accordance with the rules. But Lothar's prestige in Joglusberg has reached a level comparable to that of His Holiness the Pope. Many acts that others think are completely rebellious are ignored by them. Leonard, a fanatic, even shouted in private, "The will of the Lord is the will of the Father." Just because the Lord is the Son of God, and the Son, the Holy Spirit, and the Father are a Trinity. In these 10 days, Lothar got 2 new card draw opportunities, one for a Varangian guard barracks and one for a city wall, 2 building cards. There is nothing much to say about the city wall. The first level city wall is just based on the original foundation, raising and strengthening the Jogresberg, and does not expand the size of the castle. The Varangian Guard is an existing infantry corps in the Eastern Empire. Most of its members are Vikings from Northern Europe, Albion and Novgorod. Training one also requires the price of 50 sulids. The training limit for the Baron level title is 100 people. Most of them are heavy armored infantrymen holding two-handed axes and carrying shields. They replaced the royal guards with a fine tradition of regicide and became the standing mercenary group guarding the Eastern Empire's palace. In terms of combat effectiveness, they did step on the ceiling of infantry in this era, but the problem was that there were few opportunities for infantry to show their power in this era, except for defending and attacking cities. In field battles, a few elite infantry were submerged in the large-scale conscripted infantry and were not noticeable at all. If the army composed mainly of conscripted infantry collapsed, even if Lothar had a Varangian guard of hundreds of people, it would be powerless to save the situation. For the same price, Lothar would rather get another warhorse and train it into a winged cavalry rather than the Varangian guard. So in the past 10 days, Lothar only selected 10 of the most elite armored sergeants, including Ryan and Model, and transferred them to the Varangian guard to serve as his own personal guard. At dusk, a carefully worded letter was handed over by the messenger. "War is coming, Baron Lothar. As a baron serving the royal family, I summon you to Jerusalem in the name of the King of Jerusalem, your feudal lord. You must bring all your cavalry and at least 10 armored soldiers to the city of Jerusalem within 2 days to respond to the call." This letter came from Baldwin IV. In the Lord's Hall in Jogleberg, the door was suddenly opened. Leonard hurried in and took a seat. The evening breeze brought in made the light sway. The benches behind every person who was qualified to attend the meeting were projected with elongated and deformed shadows. In the center of the hall, a long strip table was filled with delicious food and wine. Lothar sat on the throne in the center, with a giant single-headed eagle shield on his head, and the eagle's wings were spread out behind Lothar just right. The aroma of roasted lamb, cheese, and wine made people eager to eat. But no one raised their knives and forks, they were all looking at Lothar. Lothar sat on the Lord's throne. He held up a piece of paper with a red wax seal and showed the king's seal to the people. His Majesty's call has been issued. Everyone must arrive in Jerusalem within the specified time. Hans's expression was a little gloomy. "My lord, the development of the territory has been on the right track during this period of time. Our strength is growing every day, but this is obviously not enough. As far as I know, Saladin's army has hundreds of thousands of troops. With our current strength, it is difficult to play a role in this battle." People's faces were full of sorrow. They couldn't even imagine what a number of hundreds of thousands was. This was beyond their understanding of a war. Lothar shook his head and said, "It's not as exaggerated as hundreds of thousands. Although Saladin has a large army, most of them are untrained conscripts. The elite army of the headquarters is only about 10,000 or 20,000. Claiming to be something is completely different from actually having it. It's impossible for him to really go all out to attack Jerusalem. The climate of the Holy Land cannot accommodate an army of such a scale to go on an expedition. Facts have proved that his initial choice of training armored sergeants was correct. If he really trained cavalry from scratch, in 2 weeks, he could only train a group of mounted infantry, which would be more expensive and useless. Even though this idea was correct, it didn't make much sense. His current strength was still too weak. Ryan said, "My lord, Jogresberg is not a frontier, and it will not be easily threatened by the enemy, so I suggest that you bring all the soldiers you can. This is also a considerable force. Even if the battle fails, they can cover you to leave the battlefield." Leonard quickly agreed, "Yes, my lord, you need a strong army to support you in Jerusalem, so that those noble lords who are arrogant will not look down on you. Lothar thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, a professional army of hundreds of people is indeed not weak for the Lord, but it is as small as a grain of sand in the Jordan River on a battlefield of tens of thousands of people. Once the battle fails, the defeated soldiers will come like a tide and will be easily dispersed. So it doesn't make much sense to bring them or not. Keeping them in the territory can ensure the safety here. Lothar thought for a moment, then decided, all the armored soldiers will stay in Yogrushburg. I will only take 10 axe guards and winged cavalry. Axe guards is the name for the Varangian guard in the territory, because the Eastern Empire still has a genuine Varangian guard, so it is not appropriate to call it this name. Although one look at their equipment can tell that this is a heavy infantry formed in imitation of the Varangian guard. Model, you stay here to take charge of the overall situation, including the daily recruitment of winged hussars and axe guards. The original plan to recruit only 10 people will be cancelled. Yes, sir. Leonard, how did you find out? Did the matter of Saladin sending people to assassinate the vassal of the Sassanid king just end like that? Leonard lowered his head and said, it is said that not long ago, Saladin met with the king of kings of Sassanid on the border. He admitted that his subordinates acted privately and killed Ka'b, and expressed his willingness to pay compensation for it. He also admitted that the Sassanid king was the sacred status of the Zoroastrian patriarch. He sent many carts of gold, silver, treasures, beautiful women and good horses as gifts. After 2 days of negotiations, the Sassanid king withdrew his troops. Saladin is a really powerful person. Lothar sighed. If Saladin did not admit this, it would give the Sassanid king the opportunity to make trouble and make unreasonable demands. On the contrary, Saladin admitted it and lowered his posture, offering gifts to the Sassanid king as compensation. Under the pressure of the Zoroastrian world's expectation for internal unity, the Sassanid king did not have the opportunity to take advantage of the issue. Moreover, this would not undermine Saladin's majesty. Instead, those fence-sitters who originally relied on Saladin as an upright man of chivalry and will not do anything to them were greatly deterred. Malice, you also stay in the castle and speed up the production of weapons and improve the production process of armor and weapons. Malice nodded and said, I understand. In addition, my lord, the armor made for you has been completed, and the special armed sword only needs the final quenching. Good, not bad. Lothar nodded and said, let's eat. After this meal, we will set off tomorrow morning and go to Jerusalem. The new armor that Malice made for him was a brand new half-body plate armor. Wearing this plate armor, put on another one inside, and specially added chain mail armor at the weak points of the armor. Although the defense is only slightly better than the previous chain mail, the flexibility is greatly increased. Wearing this half-body plate armor, Lothar can even complete the action of mounting a horse by himself. The helmet is a bassinate helmet similar to a bird's beak. This kind of helmet has air holes at the mouth, which is more suitable for fighting in the hot weather of the Holy Land than the stuffy barrel helmet. The flip-up design gives Lothar a wider field of vision when he is in close combat or on foot, and the arc-shaped face armor is more conducive to buffering when facing heavy blows. Obviously, Lothar is very satisfied with Mahler's craftsmanship. The next morning. At this time, a grand event was being held in the Jerusalem palace, and all the nobles in the city, big and small, were present. This banquet was to welcome Count Thierry from Flanders. He was related to the Baldwin family. Both belonged to the Anjou family, a branch of the Plantagenet dynasty. The atmosphere at the banquet was warm. Count Thierry enjoyed the luxurious life in the East with both surprise and envy. In terms of enjoyment, you have to look at the Eastern nobles. After only coming to the East for more than 100 years, this group of Crusader nobles are already completely different from their poor relatives in the West. On this trip, he brought 30 knights and hundreds of sergeants and followers. Some of them were his vassals, but most of them were Crusader knights who were traveling with him. Since he had the highest rank, they temporarily regarded him as their leader. It wouldn't be long before they would join other local nobles. Count Thierry didn't mind this because he couldn't afford to feed so many soldiers. He had just swallowed a piece of carefully roasted lamb with several peppercorns sprinkled on it when a handsome and tall knight came towards him. The knight's face was flushed due to excessive drinking. Count Thierry, when will His Majesty's Crusaders arrive at the Holy Land? The volume around him immediately dropped. Obviously, everyone was paying attention to this issue, but because of the dignity of the nobles, they didn't dare to get straight to the point. Who are you? The drunken knight was not afraid of him at all, and the smell of alcohol from his mouth almost jumped into Count Thierry's face. I am Guy of Lusignan, answer my question quickly, Count Thierry. Count Thierry's face was a little gloomy. He hesitated for a moment and said vaguely, it's almost time, His Majesty the King is mobilizing.
Mobilize, mobilize. As early as 2 months ago, when I was preparing to set off for the Holy Land, I heard that many princes were leading their armies and ready to set off, but now there is still no news. Has Philip II, forgotten the sacred obligations he should fulfill as the king chosen by God? Guy of Lusignan shouted a little irritably. Count Thierry blushed and said angrily, "How dare you insult my lord, the great Augustus, the king of Gauls? You can curse me, but don't curse me in front of me." Count Thierry knew the name of Guy of Lusignan, a knight with excellent swordsmanship, and he was no match for him. According to the procedure, he should now take the initiative to challenge the other party to a duel to defend the dignity of his master, but the problem is that Count Thierry dared not. Guy sneered, "When I attacked Enoli of Aquitaine with my brothers for the freedom of the Gauls, you were still flattering the German emperor." Seeing that the conflict was about to escalate, Count Raymond, who had been silent all the time, said angrily, "Step down, no matter what the reason is, you can't slander the piety of a king." Guy snorted and sat back in his seat. Count Thierry was left embarrassed and a little at a loss. The nobles present looked gloomy. It was all because of those Apennines. They resisted taxes for no reason. This gave Emperor Henry a reason to take advantage of the situation and march to the Apennines. How could Philip II, the already weak king of Gaul, be willing to watch Emperor Henry take over the rich northern Apennines so easily? Philip II did not move, and Richard the Lionheart, who occupied a large area of Gaul and whose authority in Gaul was even more prominent than Philip II, whose decrees did not leave the French Isle, did not dare to move. Albion was limited in development at this time, and Richard the Lionheart's most core territory was still on the mainland. Even though Philip II and Richard were in a honeymoon period at this moment, Richard, as the second son of the family, could ascend to the throne with the help of Philip II. But in the game of power, no one is absolutely trustworthy to the king. Philip Augustus, the reason why he suspended the Eastern expedition, naturally has his own considerations. As a minister, or as a Gaul, we should not question his behavior. Augustus is a respectful title for the King of France, not its surname. Philip II's surname is Cape. Count Thierry's face was a little embarrassed. In fact, he had little loyalty to Philip II. Although he was legally subordinate to Philip II, due to geographical location, he often flirted with the Emperor of Greater Germania. But in terms of kinship, Count Thierry was obviously closer to Richard the Lionheart of Albion. The originally warm welcome party has fallen into a series of dead silences, and Thierry's presence has quickly fallen from the moon in the center of the crowd to the bottom of the valley. Many years ago, in the Battle of the Spring Valley, the Crusader states were defeated by Saladin. The vast majority of Crusader nobles have already realized that without the assistance from the European continent, Saladin is by no means an opponent they can fight against. Even the Transjordan lord who has been clamoring for war with Saladin, Count Reynold, and Zwo Gerard, the radical leader of the Knights Templar, also proposed to take the initiative to go to war with Saladin on the premise that he could obtain continuous support from the Crusaders from the European continent. At this time, the regent, Prince Tiberius, i.e. Tiberius, Count Raymond of Tripoli spoke again. "Your Majesty has something else to announce at this banquet." Raymond glanced at the content written on the paper, his expression changed slightly, and he said loudly, "In the name of the King of Jerusalem, I will appoint Baron Yogris, Lothar, as the Grand Master of the Royal Knights of Jerusalem, and transfer Baron Godfrey of Ibelin as the Commander of the Knights of Jerusalem to assist the regent Count Raymond in handling the affairs of the entire group." As soon as the voice fell, a noble in a red robe raised his hand and shouted, "I veto." Raymond shouted, "Baron Regina, tell me why you veto." Baron Regina from Sidon opened his hands and looked around. "This Baron Lothar, I have to admit that he is an excellent knight and has a good skill in training soldiers." He changed the subject and shouted, "But he is by no means an excellent cavalry commander, because he has no cavalry under his command." After that, a burst of laughter suddenly rang out in the hall. Cavalry is not something that everyone can afford. The training cycle of an elite cavalryman needs to be measured in years, and how long has Lothar been in the Holy Land? It is unknown whether the Baron Fiefdom of Jogrisberg can feed his armored soldiers. Someone immediately responded, "That's right, he's just a nouveau riche baron who has just been granted a fiefdom. How can such an important task be entrusted to him?" Godfrey's expression was slightly cold. He coughed heavily and said, "If even the son of Count Werner is a nouveau riche, what are some of you who came to power through marriage or distant relatives without any military merit?" Count Reginald de Grenelle, the lord in charge of Gibelite, said loudly, "Baron Godfrey, I have no intention of belittling Baron Lothar's status, but in the Knights Templar, even a member of the royal family with a distinguished family background can only start as a sergeant major at most. The position of Grand Master can only be elected from the respected masters.
Someone else immediately responded, "That's right, according to the tradition of the Knights Templar, the position of Grand Master should be elected by the Royal Knights." At this time, both the Queen Mother's party and the members of the Lord's party were united in their hatred of the enemy. They did not want these outsiders to easily seize one of the most powerful positions in the entire city of Jerusalem. Baron Godfrey shouted, "Count Gilbert, I must remind you that the Royal Knights are the private armed forces of His Majesty the King. They are secular, not spiritual, and cannot be generalized with the Knights Templar. As for what you said about Baron Lothar having no experience in commanding cavalry." Baron Godfrey changed the subject and looked at Count Reynard, who was rarely silent. The Transjordan lord known as the King of the Dead Sea felt bad when he saw Godfrey. As expected, Baron Godfrey said bluntly, "Count Reynard, I heard that there is a desert bandit in your territory. They have been rampant for several years. The wealth they looted can fill an entire castle. You have repeatedly attacked them, but failed to wipe them out." Count Reynard's face turned pale and blue. "A mere bandit is not worth my attention. This is why they can barely survive." Baron Godfrey showed a happy smile on his face. He came to the center of the hall politely. "Count Reynard, you don't have to use such words to prevaricate. We all know how difficult it is to deal with a light cavalry that comes and goes like the wind in the desert. This does not damage your reputation." "That's right. That's right." Some nobles who didn't know the reason nodded in agreement. Here, most people no longer paid attention to the follow-up of the remote fiefdom of Yogresburg, nor did they know what happened here not long ago. But they had more or less experienced the troubles of the desert bandits that came and went like the wind. Baron Godfrey raised his index finger and said loudly, "It only took one day. Some people say that Lothar, who can't command cavalry, only took one day to lead his cavalry to defeat this group of bandits head-on, and then broke through the wooden fort where they were hiding. I must tell you that Lothar not only has cavalry, but also an elite cavalry that is good at fighting and at least no worse than the knights under Count Reynard." Godfrey looked at Reynard with a hint of sarcasm, which immediately angered the irritable Count of Transjordan. He almost cursed. Although the Count of Transjordan, who was known as the breaker of contract, was usually polite, he would never consider the dignity of the so-called nobles when he was angry. At this time, the heavy sound of horse hooves sounded outside the palace gate. "Come on, who is making a noise outside? Don't you know that riding horses is prohibited in front of the palace? Drive them away!" someone shouted angrily. The next moment, a group of elite cavalrymen in bright plate armor escorted a young knight into the palace. The knight took off his helmet, revealing a heroic face. "Good morning, everyone. I heard that you were discussing my affairs in the hall, so I came here without invitation. May I ask, since when did the king in Jerusalem need the consent of his subjects for everything he said?" Lothar walked slowly to the center of the hall alone. The front of his special plate armor was printed with the emblem of King David's cross. In his left hand, he held a helmet decorated with black feathers, and on his shoulders were tied a black cloak with an eagle emblem. On the hilt of the armed sword at his waist was a huge red gem. His dress was completely different from the first time he made an impassioned speech in this hall. At this moment, he looked like a noble crown prince of a kingdom, with a strong heroic and noble air. Facing the questioning, angry, disdainful, or puzzled eyes of many nobles, Lothar's face was not afraid at all. He even looked around leisurely and nodded to the nobles in every direction. The king of Jerusalem never made decisions in the Holy Land with a single word. But what really caused the king's authority to plummet was that Baldwin IV's leprosy had become more and more serious and he had not appeared in public for a long time. Before this, due to the Oriental tradition and the blessing of theocracy, the king of Jerusalem, who was able to use the cross of David as his emblem, had a great deal of say in the Holy Land. "Baron Lothar, how dare you lead a team of armored warriors to directly break into the sacred palace? You are being disrespectful to so many nobles. Is that what Count Werner taught you?" Guy of Lusignan, staring with a pair of bloodshot eyes, shouted, "Guards, why don't you quickly expel this rude guy?" He hated the whole family, and he regarded his defeat by Belian as a great shame, so he naturally had no good feelings towards Lothar. The guards looked at each other, but no one moved. These guards in red and white smocks were all sergeants belonging to the Royal Knights, and Count Raymond had just read out the king's appointment of the new Grand Master. Lothar smiled and said, "I'm sorry, everyone. Whether you agree or not, from today on, I am the Grand Master of the Royal Knights of Jerusalem. I will be responsible for the security of the palace, so I am leading my armored cavalry and sergeants to patrol here, which is not rude." Baron Godfrey nodded and said, "Indeed, as the former Grand Master of the Royal Knights of Jerusalem, I am sure that Baron Lothar's behavior is all in accordance with etiquette and law." Guy was so angry that his face turned red, and he glared at Lothar and Godfrey fiercely. "Everyone, listen to me.
Lothar did not return to his seat, but walked straight to the table in front of him filled with fine wine and delicacies, picked up a wineglass, and drank the cold wine. Count Reynold, who could no longer suppress his anger, said angrily, "That's enough, Lothar, what else do you want to do?" Lothar glanced at Count Reynold and smiled. "I just want to say a few words at this banquet. His Majesty the King is not dead yet. I know many of you are looking forward to this day. You have begun to attack each other without reason, opposing for the sake of opposition, trying to grab more power and wealth, regardless of the impending threats. People, I always like to think positively. Some people want to use the crusades called by the Pope to resist the pagans, or even use this sharp knife to expand their territory for themselves. The crusaders will always leave anyway. But don't they have the same idea as you?" Lothar looked around, but did not receive the expected rebuttal. In fact, after learning that the three kings of Europe had postponed the crusade, the nobles of Jerusalem also had this idea in their hearts. When all the crusader countries are conquered and these old crusaders who occupy the positions are dead, wouldn't it be a more fruitful thing for them to come out and clean up the mess? For the nobles, it is normal to talk about faith and think about interests. Lothar suddenly noticed Count Thierry, who was standing not far away with an embarrassed face. He smiled, raised his glass and said, "Of course, except for noble people like Count Thierry, I believe that he is a pure knight who came to the Holy Land for the will of God." He changed the subject and continued without waiting for Count Thierry to reply, "It's time to end it all, at least, before defeating Saladin. We all know that even if the three kings immediately stop fighting and make peace and march towards Jerusalem together, they will not be able to reach the Holy Land in a year or two. A large army cannot move as fast as dozens or hundreds of crusaders. Before this, can we really be Saladin's opponent?" Reynold stood up suddenly and slapped his chest. "Under the protection of the true cross, God's warriors will be invincible. Whoever dares to propose peace with Saladin is a traitor." Lothar was surprised. "Who said we want to make peace with Saladin? People like Count Thierry and I came to the Holy Land to defend Jerusalem. We must fight, but we must also unite." "Ha!" Reynold sneered and said nothing. Regent Raymond nodded and said, "Indeed, war is inevitable. As the weaker party, we must unite." The nobles showed expressions of approval. But just like the political correctness that Europe emphasized in later generations, unity is nothing more than a nice-looking phrase that is appropriate at any time. No one can really do this. Power is a beautiful cup of poison, which has a terrifying charm that makes people fight to death. In order to drink this cup of poison, some people are even willing to make deals with pagans. At this time, a servant in an Arab robe slowly walked out of the corridor connecting to the hall. He shouted in a low voice, "Baron Lothar, His Majesty summoned you." "Everyone, I'll go first. I hope you can think carefully about what I said." Lothar nodded and followed the servant into the corridor leading to the inner hall. Only behind him were a group of nobles who were talking. Where did this Lothar get such a group of knights wearing Milanese plate armor? Oh, it's nothing more than a flashy thing bought at a high price. Yes, it is said that the wealth of that desert bandit group could fill up an entire castle. He hired the cavalry with this money, right? This money should have belonged to Reynard, right? Haha, how funny. Half-plate armor is indeed not as strong as exquisite chain mail in terms of defense, but half-plate armor is more flexible and lighter, and requires higher craftsmanship, but it is not as complicated as chain mail. Count Reynard sneered at his followers. "Oh, even a young boy is stepping on our heads now, the Grand Master of the Royal Knights. Oh, have any of you seen such a young Grand Master?" Someone lowered his voice and muttered, "Why hasn't that leper been summoned yet?" Everyone pretended not to hear, and Count Reynard glared at him fiercely. "Can such words be said here?" Baron Godfrey called Lothar's subordinates and shouted, "Everyone, come and sit at the same table with my knights, and two distinguished ladies, please sit here." In the dim palace, incense was still burning in the room. Lothar looked at Baldwin IV. His condition seemed to be worse. One of his arms could not move at all. He could only point to the seat opposite with his other hand with difficulty. "Sit down. Your Majesty, your body." Baldwin IV shook his head slightly, picked up a chess piece, and took the first step. "In the next period of time, we can meet often. There is no rush to discuss this matter. I heard about your recent performance, and you did not disappoint me." Lothar also picked up a chess piece and took the first step. "Thanks to your respect, I have not done anything, but I was awarded the title of Baron and the position of Grand Commander. I am terrified." "Oh, I said it all, that matter was a mistake in my planning. You have tried your best, so you must have made a contribution." Baldwin IV shook his head slightly. His movements were always slow and unhurried. It was obviously because of leprosy, but he did not have the sluggishness of a patient at all. Instead, he gave people a sense of calmness. Lortha, Saladin is a very powerful enemy.
I defeated him once in Mongisor and also in the Valley of the Springs.
I know him very well. Reynold will not be his opponent.
Tiberius, Raymond is very smart, but he lacks courage. His territory is concentrated in the north of Jerusalem. If only the territory in the south is cut off, I think he will be willing to sign a treaty with Saladin.
Lothar nodded and said, Saladin is indeed powerful.
I really did not expect that he would break the tacit understanding between us and the Sassanid king in this way.
Bow your head to admit your mistakes.
It sounds simple, but how difficult is it for a king in a high position? I overestimated the determination of the Sassanid king and underestimated the determination of Saladin.
Baldwin sighed softly, Lortha, grow up quickly.
I can help you as much as possible, but you have to protect this kingdom for me.
Lothar nodded,
I will do my best, but it is difficult, Your Majesty. Those who work miracles will always have miracles to do with them, Lothar.
Baldwin IV's eyes under the mask were a little dazed.
At this time, in the distant Austrian border area, in the palace in Vienna, the Red Witch snuggled in the arms of the high-spirited Count Leopold.
He waved a letter in his hand and said with a smile, I was right about this Lothar. He is a capable man.
Coupled with the connections left by his old-fashioned and serious father, this investment is definitely worthwhile.
What's wrong with him?
The Red Witch blinked in confusion. He has been favored by Baldwin IV and has been granted a Greek castle. Now he wrote to me, hoping that I can fulfill the original agreement.
Greek castle? Was he granted a castle in the territory of the Eastern Empire?
No, I mean, I don't know where it is, but judging from the name, it must be an ancient castle left behind when the Greeks ruled the Holy Land. In short, this is something worth being happy about. Then, he put his hands behind his back, his face a little solemn. It's a pity that my trip to the Holy Land will be postponed again.
His Majesty the Emperor has issued a conscription order to me.
If I still want to plan to separate the Austrian border from Bavaria and upgrade it to the Duchy of Austria, I'm afraid I will have to respond to the call. Count Leopold was not a very pious person, but he was determined to go to the East, make a great reputation, and seize the rich wealth of the East.
It would be great if he could get a fiefdom in the East.
And if Lothar could gain a foothold in the Holy Land, he would become a powerful arm for him.
The Earldom of Aargau. Eagle Castle.
Count Werner opened the wax seal on the letter and read carefully the letter from the other side of the Mediterranean. Unconsciously, this man with a cold personality, as cold as a stone, showed a rare smile on his face.
Otto looked at the smile on Count Werner's face with some doubts and asked, Father, what happened to make you so happy?
Count Werner immediately stopped smiling and threw the letter to Otto. I know that you stole the 2 wine glasses and gave them to Lasse. He has clearly stated it in the letter.
Otto's face changed drastically. He wrote back specially just to betray me? Ha! Count Werner couldn't help laughing out loud.
He patted Otto's shoulder, his expression inexplicably relieved. Lorsa is already a baron, and is highly regarded by His Majesty.
Perhaps when he comes back next time, the title he holds will be more prominent than you and me.
Otto's face showed some envy, but then he became worried. I would love to see that day, but Saladin. He is a terrible pagan king.
Count Werner nodded and said, Indeed, luck played a big part in our ability to defeat him back then.
Now he has integrated most of the forces under his command, and he is even more difficult to deal with. It was already noon when Lothar came out of the palace.
Leonard ran over like A and took the reins of Nissen's warhorse. Your Majesty. What did His Majesty say to you?
Lothar stopped, his face turned serious. I warn you, Leonard, don't call me this name anymore. The Son of God is spiritual, and I am just a secular lord.
Yes, my lord. Leonard was shocked by Lothar's sudden anger.
Leonard, I know you always keep this title on your lips out of awe of me. But you have to know that no one in Jerusalem or the more distant papal city will like a living Son of God. Leonard seemed to have thought of some terrible possibility, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. No, my lord, I understand. I will never shout such a name again.
Lothar nodded. Next time, your head will not be safely on your neck.
He turned over and jumped onto his horse. Without waiting for Leonard, he led the team to Constance Manor. Halfway through the journey, a hooded man suddenly jumped out.
Lothar instinctively drew his weapon and pointed it at the other party.
The man whispered, My lord, I mean no harm, please follow me, an important person wants to summon you. The hooded man only showed his chin full of blue stubble, and he did not have any emblems or anything like that on his body to prove his identity.
What kind of important person is he that needs to be so secretive in the Holy Land? You do not need to be on guard, we are definitely not your enemies.
Ha! Seeing that Lothar was indifferent, the man sighed and said, You can bring your witch and some guards. Please forgive my lord for being forced to not meet you openly. When we get there, you will know which important person it is. Lothar thought for a moment, nodded and said, You lead the way. All the way to a shabby inn. Lasse recognized the man in black robes standing at the door of the inn at a glance. Abdullah. Lasse's face was full of surprise. Are you the so-called big shot? Abdullah also smiled. Reunion after a long separation is always a happy thing. But he shook his head and said, I'm not a big shot. The one who wants to see you is my young master. He pointed inside, follow me. Following his guidance, Lasse saw a young man in a silk coat and with his chest open. He wore a lot of expensive decorations on his body, with the luxury unique to Oriental nobles. Obviously, this is also a Kurdish noble. I am Ismail Malik Salih, the son of Nur ad-Din, the king of Syria, and the real master of Aleppo. Lasse looked at the dark-skinned and sharp-eyed man in front of him, and wondered, Salih, didn't you die of illness? This Salih was the successor to King Nur ad-Din's throne after his death. He had been kept under house arrest in Aleppo by Saladin, and the news of his death was reported a few years ago. Lothar knew this because Saladin had been loyal to King Nur ad-Din and then rebelled. The Crusader nobles often used this incident to attack Saladin's character. In fact, Lothar felt that if he were to replace the King of the East, he would not just put Salih under house arrest. It's just a substitute. Salih said coldly, if it weren't for that, I would never escape Saladin's control. This rebellious man, just like my father imprisoned Reynold, imprisoned me for 15 years. Even until I die. Nur ad-Din of the Zengid dynasty, the father of the man in front of him, once captured Count Reynold alive and imprisoned him for 15 years. During this period, Reynold's first wife died of illness, which also caused Reynold to lose the title of Grand Duke of Antioch. That's why Reynold hated the Zoroastrians so much that he even repeatedly attacked the pagan caravans passing through his territory, making a good trade route a mess. From a long-term perspective, it is obviously more beneficial for him to maintain this trade route. If Reynold found out that Nur ad-Din's son was in Jerusalem, he would not care about the overall situation, and would immediately bring his troops to chop Salih into meat sauce. Then, respected King Salih, you can tell me why you are here. I want to take back Aleppo, and even the whole of Syria. It is occupied by Saladin's minion Sabyadin. I seem to hear it wailing and calling me all the time. Lothar smiled and said, I can understand your feelings, but I don't understand why you are looking for me. I am just a small baron. Salih snorted and said, I know your status is not prominent, but you are highly regarded by your king. I want you to introduce me to Baldwin. In return, I am willing to give you 10 beautiful female slaves and a Damascus scimitar. Lothar agreed readily, I will convey your idea of meeting with my king, but I cannot guarantee that His Majesty will agree to meet you. At the same time, I hope to convert your thank you gift into something else. Salih said proudly, What do you want? As the Lord of Aleppo, although I am living abroad, my wealth is still far beyond the imagination of a Frank barbarian like you. Lothar pointed at Abdullah and said, I hope to gain Abdullah's loyalty. Salih was silent. Abdullah looked surprised and hesitated to speak. After a long time, Salih shook his head and said, No, Abdullah is my loyal warrior and trusted subject, not a slave of Guram. I have no right to order him to be loyal to a pagan. Lothar could clearly see Abdullah let out a sigh of relief. He sighed secretly and said, The war is coming. I want war horses or gold and silver coins. Only these two things can increase my strength in a short time. No problem, I will give you 10 good horses. Is that enough? Lothar nodded and said, Of course, thank you for your generosity, Lord of Aleppo. Lothar paused and said, Abdullah is a very good warrior. You made a wise decision. Salih laughed and said, Of course, if I can use gold and silver to exchange for a warrior like Abdullah, I am willing to give everything I have. After watching Lothar leave, Salih, the wandering prince who had a strong claim to Syria and Aleppo, said with some emotion, Abdullah, you are right, he is indeed a very special person, he even saluted me with our etiquette just now. This is completely different from the barbaric and rude Frankish nobles I have seen before. Abdullah agreed with this. When I first met him, he was just a knight, but now he has been promoted to a baron and has been valued by King Baldwin. In my opinion, it won't be long before he becomes a big man in the holy city. It seems that it is necessary to make friends with him. At this time, a servant walked into the room with small steps and whispered in Salih's ear for a while. What? I know. Salih's face changed slightly, his expression was a little complicated. No, Abdullah, I just received news that King Baldwin appointed him as the Grand Master of the Royal Knights. He is already a big man in this city. Abdullah showed surprise on his face, this is really unbelievable. It seems that King Baldwin values Lhasa more than we thought.
Salah thought, Abdullah, we should be more generous to friends.
In addition to sending him 10 war horses, let's send him 5 maids.
Maids?
Abdullah hesitated. Salah immediately saw his doubts and said seriously, they are real maids, not those maids who have been specially trained and can kill their masters on the bed at any time.
Abdullah then happily accepted the order. Salah couldn't help laughing and said, Abdullah, you are a person who knows how to choose friends, and so is Lhasa.
Leave the hotel.
Fringilla murmured in a low voice with some dissatisfaction, why don't you want a maid?
I heard that the maids trained by these Zoroastrian nobles are all good at serving people.
If you don't need it yourself, you can give it to me. When I was in the royal court,
I needed at least 3 maids to help me bathe and change clothes, 3 maids to help me dress up, and 3 maids to take care of my daily life.
Lothar said with a dark face, don't talk nonsense, your palace in the royal court is as cold as a big coffin, how can there be living people to serve you? Fringilla covered her mouth, feeling embarrassed that she was exposed for lying. You know all this?
I know you better than you think. Lothar sighed, but don't worry, whether it is maids or luxurious palaces, there will definitely be them in the future, but it can save money now.
Another empty promise.
I mean it.
Lhasa was somewhat helpless. For a noble, maids are indeed a necessity.
Even if he doesn't use them, there are always places where they are useful in the interpersonal relations and welcoming and seeing off of nobles.
You can't hold a banquet and ask rough-handed soldiers to serve people, right?
But now is not the time to enjoy, and he doesn't plan to spend his limited funds on hiring maids. Everything that comes next must give way to the expansion of military power. The 10 war horses promised by Salah will be sent to Constance Manor later.
Lhasa does not plan to send them back to Yoglusburg, but plans to keep them directly as spare horses for the winged hussars.
Yoglusburg has enough war horses for training winged hussars. Some of them were snatched from the desert bandits, and some were bought from the horse market in the Earl of Jordan.
Asking Salah for Abdullah, although it is more to test the relationship between the two, but in fact, he is really envious of Abdullah and his Kurdish cavalry.
That was a very elite cavalry team, skilled in archery and horsemanship, not inferior to the elite Mamluks of the Ayyubid kingdom. With the same number of people, even if his winged cavalry could win, it would only be a miserable victory. But unfortunately, these two people are probably in the passionate love period between the monarch and the minister. It is really difficult for me, a mistress, to interfere.
Constance Manor.
Only 2 weeks after leaving, the manor was already covered with dust. The 13 winged cavalry and the 9 axe guards, including Ryan, had already started cleaning. Next, they would have to live here for quite a long time. With the help of Prajna, Lothar took off his armor and stood on the balcony of the main building of the manor, looking at the busy people below, with a frown on his face. The complicated situation in the Holy Land and the appreciation and respect of Baldwin IV made him feel a huge pressure.
None of the contemporary heroes of this era are easy to deal with.
Even those seemingly stupid crusader nobles who only know how to fight for fame and fortune actually have their own little tricks in their hearts.
If he hadn't cheated and hadn't inherited the original owner's identity and abilities, he would have been a commoner.
If he had traveled to this world, he would have been shot down by the knights in one round. He never thought that he really had the talent to be on par with Saladin, and the power under his command was just a drop in the bucket in the face of the upcoming war. However, if he could completely take over the royal knights and use them if used properly, this force could slightly influence the direction of a war.
Lothar.
A cold female voice sounded behind him.
Prajna came to his side.
This woman, who was not much shorter than him, stretched out her hand and smoothed Lothar's brow. The cold touch made Lothar feel that all the heat in his body was dispelled. You know, some people can move forward when they are alone, but when they have more, they always look back and worry.
Lothar immediately realized that this was talking about him. He smiled bitterly. Indeed, it's stupid. But I always feel that I am shouldering the expectations of many people now. If I mess things up, they will be disappointed. He pointed to the busy people below, and their loyalty, as well as their lives and property.
Once I make a wrong decision, they will all die.
Prajna lowered her eyes slightly and whispered, the Game of Thrones is not a child's play. Not only will they die, but you will also die. You can't do without this awareness.
Lothar was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Yes.
Since you are sitting at the gambling table, there is no room for hesitation. Lothar calmed down his emotions. I am overthinking. I have to go to the palace in the afternoon. You and Fringilla will follow me or stay at home.
Of course I will follow you, but I think that little vampire should prefer to stay in the manor and do what she wants.
Big fool, what are you talking about? Fringilla screamed sharply. I also want to follow the Lord.
Lothar smiled. Okay, then follow me, as long as you don't find it boring. The Jerusalem Palace is a palace with a distinct Oriental color, but also a very Western style. Zoroastrian civilization, Jewish civilization, Empire or Greek civilization, and Frank civilization are perfectly integrated together. Lothar walked in the garden of the palace, followed by Prajna and others. In the middle of the road paved with grey stone bricks, there is a fountain. The spring water flows around the garden. Lothar washed his hands in the fountain, feeling the sweetness in his hands. He simply scooped up the water and washed his face. It's really comfortable. The working environment is good, and the next few days should not be difficult. The royal knights, wearing red and white smocks, pot-lid helmets, and back helmets, are deployed in every corner. Grand Master. The sergeants who met on the road saluted. Take me to your station and let the inspector and the chief financial officer come to see me, Lothar ordered. The Royal Knights base is located in a side hall in the east of the Jerusalem Palace. There are special prayer rooms, lounges and arenas. But this is not a small fortress like the bases of the Knights Templar and the Knights Hospitaller in the city, and it is not suitable for defense. As Lothar entered the base, the system prompt sounded, "You have activated a new milestone, head of a regiment. As a high-ranking noble in the kingdom, you have taken on the position of Grand Master of a knightly order. This is a new starting point. May you go further on this road." Requirements: become a Grand Master of a knightly order, and the number of cavalrymen owned by the knightly order is not less than 100. 91 out of 100. Lothar was slightly startled, and felt a kind of unexpected surprise. He did not remember designing such a milestone before. The milestone of head of a regiment is actually very easy to complete. Just handle the entry for the winged cavalry under his command. The Royal Knights base is a secular knightly order, not a military order. There is no need to swear a lifelong vow, and there is no strict procedure to join it. Baron Godfrey had been in the Knights Templar and had his own private soldiers. After he was transferred, these private soldiers were also transferred to the Knights of Jerusalem. In the courtyard in front of the palace, the new recruits were training. Lothar watched for a while, and the inspector and the treasurer, who received the news, walked out of the palace one after another in red and white robes to greet them. Before Lothar came, he had done his homework with Baron Godfrey and basically figured out the organizational framework of the Royal Knights Templar. The inspector and the treasurer are the most important logistics officers of the Knights Templar. He must first meet with them to find out the current situation of the Knights Templar. The inspector, who also serves as the clothing officer, supervises the etiquette and order of the Knights Templar, and is also responsible for purchasing clothing, usually standard smocks or ceremonial costumes. In addition, there is the responsibility of sorting out the inheritance of the fallen knights and sergeants and sending them back home according to the will. As the name implies, the treasurer is in charge of the finances of the Knights Templar, including but not limited to collecting taxes from the royal territory, paying subsidies to poor knights, actually salaries, and all other expenses. Grandmaster Lothar, I am Andrew de Porty, the inspector of the Royal Knights Templar, from Valois in Gaul. I am honored to be received by you. The speaker is a middle-aged man who looks like a knight in a strict dress. I am the treasurer, Richard de Huisson, from Catalonia in Aragon. This one is obviously dressed as a civilian. He is not wearing armor, but only a red and white cassock with a hood. His temperament is also more elegant, which can be called the clear stream of this era. You know, in this era, many clergymen are fierce men who can carry a cross and hit the enemy on the head. Sorry, my Latin is not very good. We can communicate in French. Lothar said, Andrew, please help my subordinates to join the group, and then customize the robes for them to match their armor. Before the robes are made, let the blacksmiths of the Royal Knights brand their armor with the emblem as a way to identify their identities. Andrew immediately accepted the order, please come with me. After everyone left, only Lothar, Prajna and Fringilla were left, and he asked, Richard, Saladin's army is about to arrive, and the war may start tomorrow. I need to know how much combat effectiveness the Royal Knights now have. Richard thought for a moment and said, Grand Master, there are a total of 84 knights registered in the Royal Knights, but more than half have returned to Europe and become honorary members. Richard paused and continued, there are currently a total of 34 knights in Jerusalem, including you. The number of their attendants is unknown, and there are only 50 registered, which adds up to about 80 cavalrymen. There are also some knights and their attendants stationed in various royal territories, but they should have received the conscription order from His Majesty the King and will rush to the Holy City soon. As for the sergeants, there are a total of 504 registered sergeants in the Royal Order, of which 200 are scattered in various royal territories. They may be recalled with the knights, or they may not. I have no way of judging. Lothar nodded and praised, you are very sensitive to numbers. It can be seen that you are a very rigorous person.
Richard bowed slightly. I am the second son of the family. I have studied in the church school in Chambéry for 3 years. I prefer numbers to cumbersome scriptures and prayers. I am also the second son of the family. I can't even remember the names of my brothers who were sent to the monastery. Lothar also sighed. After speaking, without waiting for Richard to reply, he continued, Mr. Richard, if we exclude the sergeants who need to stay in the palace, how many people can I take with me to go to war? Richard thought for a moment and said, My lord, the royal palace is very large and requires a large number of guards. During normal shifts, there must be 150 guarding everywhere every day. If you want to lead the Knights Templar to go to war, you can mobilize a maximum of 300 soldiers. This is on the premise that all the soldiers scattered in various royal territories are brought by the knights. In other words, 300 soldiers and 100 cavalry, right? Richard nodded and said, Yes, this has to include the cavalry you brought. I understand.
Richard, tell me about the commander of our Knights Templar.
I haven't met him yet.
I hope he is a colleague who is easy to get along with.
The commander is the deputy of the Knights Templar.
Baron Godfrey was transferred to the Order of Jerusalem as the deputy of Regent Raymond. Under normal circumstances, the commander cannot challenge the authority of the Grand Master.
But Lothar is an airborne person.
If the commander does not cooperate with him, not only will he be reduced to a figurehead grandmaster, but he will also cause him a lot of trouble.
Richard hesitated for a moment, and said, The commander's name is Philip von Welf. He is a good person. He trusts his subordinates and has a good temper. I don't know if he has outstanding military talents.
But in terms of internal affairs, when Baron Godfrey was still the Grand Master, there were many matters for him to deal with.
Welf? Lothar said with interest, Duke of Saxony, the Welf family of Henry the Lion?
Richard nodded and said, Yes, Lord Philip is the uncle of the Duke of Saxony.
He is a vassal loyal to the Emperor of Greater Germania and owns an earldom in Saxony. He is currently only serving as the commander and has not sworn allegiance to His Majesty Baldwin.
It seems that this Commander Philip has a very transcendent status in the Knights.
Is he actually an earl? I understand, you go down first.
Lothar watched Richard de Huisson leave.
He closed the door tightly. The entry of his winged cavalry should be very smooth.
He has received a prompt that the milestone has been completed. The reward is a 4-star prop lottery ticket.
Lothar chose to use it without any hesitation.
In the house, a blue light flickered. After a moment, a crystal bottle with a blue light and filled with dark red liquid appeared in Lothar's palm. The dark red blood was very viscous, gently swaying in the crystal bottle, and it was as crystal clear as jelly.
Its name was Werewolf Blood Strengthening Potion. Grade, Extraordinary. After taking it, the user can obtain the blood of a werewolf.
If it is a squire of ordinary quality, it is very likely to jump to 4 stars and obtain random talents and skills. It is different from the werewolf named Abelardo that Lothar had defeated in the night competition. In the game worldview created by Lothar, werewolves are a kind of powerful magical creatures that are not inferior to vampires, and can even be said to be the nemesis of the Blood Court. They live in the Two Sicilies, hidden in human society, but higher than human society, like a manipulator who dominates all living things from a high place. They have their forces involved in all walks of life.
This is a kind of extraordinary life with high intelligence and a good upper limit.
Compared with the fact that I can only get 3 attribute points every time I upgrade, which is equivalent to the level of 3 stars, it seems that it is not impossible for me to take this potion.
But blood is unique.
If he could draw a werewolf this time, he would naturally draw a stronger blood with more potential and less side effects. So Lothar was only slightly tempted, and immediately gave up the idea of taking this potion.
He was considering whether to give this potion to Baldwin IV. As a species of immortality, werewolves would not be killed by leprosy. This could be regarded as a disguised cure for Baldwin IV's disease.
But he was a little hesitant. He knew that Baldwin IV was not an old-fashioned theologian, nor was he a religious lunatic who had gone astray and looked at everyone as a heretic.
But werewolves are not witches after all.
Under the propaganda of the church, werewolves are outright monsters, and anyone, whether Catholic, Orthodox, or Coptic, can be killed.
After a long while, Lothar sighed and said, Let's give it a try.
Baldwin IV has been very kind to me, so I will naturally return the favor. If I can save him from the pain of leprosy, it will be a good thing. Besides, Jerusalem needs a healthy king to rally the people. Even if we only consider the interests, curing Baldwin IV's leprosy will be more beneficial to himself. If he has to wait for the medical attendant who may not be available for a long time, Baldwin IV may not be able to hold on until then. Lothar made up his mind. At this time, the door was pushed open.
Fringilla hurried in.
She was just outside, watching the training of the new soldiers with great interest. These new soldiers used wooden swords and shields, and the crackling was very lively, which was much more interesting than the boring Q training.
Fringilla walked into the door, sniffed, and looked suspicious. I seem to smell the stench of those wolf cubs? My lord, you didn't summon a wolf cub, did you? Lothar was surprised. You can smell it?
Yes, although it's very faint. Fringilla twitched her nostrils and sniffed all the way until she came to Lothar.
She stared at the crystal bottle containing werewolf blood. Is it the thing in this bottle?
Fringilla was a little curious, and then she was horrified. My lord, if you want extraordinary blood, I can give you the first embrace, but don't be confused for a moment and turn into a werewolf. Fringilla's face was full of sorrow, as if Lothar was about to fall into boundless evil, and she was the priest who was trying hard to persuade him.
Why are you confused for a moment? There's nothing wrong with being a werewolf. Seeing Fringilla's strange expression, Lothar had to comfort her. Don't worry, it's not the case.
I don't plan to give up my human body for the time being.
The mortal enemy of the Blood King's court is the many werewolf families in the two Sicilies.
If the Blood King court and the Hell Camp to which Prajna belongs are just hostile, then the Blood King court and the werewolf family of the two Sicilies are archenemies.
Archenemies like Germany and France.
Fringilla let out a long sigh. It's good that it's not, sir, you have to believe me. Werewolves are beasts that exude a foul smell, wild and primitive, and don't fit your identity and temperament at all. Lothar looked at Fringilla, who rarely complimented him, and reached out to mess up her soft white long hair. Since I promised you, I won't break my promise. There's no need to say such nonsense. Fringilla, you and Prajna come with me. I want to see His Majesty the King.
Lothar walked in the slightly quiet palace in the afternoon.
The queen mothers and princesses live in the palaces of their own fiefdoms all year round. The only royal family members who really live in the palace are Princess Sibylla and her son.
Moreover, these two people also live in their own territory most of the time. The journey was smooth. No one came forward to question him.
As the Grand Master of the Royal Knights, he was responsible for all the defenses in the palace. In other words, apart from Baldwin IV, he was the most prominent person in the palace. If he wanted to harm the king, he would be very likely to succeed.
The possibility is very high. The Grand Master of the Royal Knights, this position is equivalent to the absolute confidant of Baldwin IV.
When he arrived at the door of the inner court, Lothar informed the attendant, and soon under his leadership, he came to the bedroom of Baldwin IV. Under the candlestick, Baldwin IV, who was rarely wearing a mask but a scarf, was holding a book and said to Lothar casually, Baron, have you sorted out the affairs of the knights? His hair had fallen out, and there were large wrinkles and scars on his scalp, which looked a little scary. Lothar tried to look away and whispered, well, the royal knights can now gather 100 armored cavalry and 300 sergeants. As long as the knights of each king come back with their troops, we can leave Jerusalem at any time and fight the pagan army. Yes, Lothar, 100 armored cavalry is not a lot, but it is definitely not a small number. If used properly, it can also play a decisive role.
Baldwin IV's voice revealed some reminiscence. Back then, in the Battle of Monisa, the armored cavalry I led were only 500. After that, he looked at the two ladies behind Lothar. These two ladies are the witches who follow you, right? Please sit down, two honorable spellcasters. Lothar motioned for Prajna and Fulin to find a chair to sit down. Leprosy is not as contagious as people think, but it has been demonized among the people. Otherwise, there would be no normal people in this court. Your Majesty, there is someone who wants to see you. According to him, he is the son of King Nur ad-Din, the lord of Aleppo and Syria. Salah actually ran away from Aleppo? It's really surprising. Baldwin IV's tone revealed a rare hint of surprise. No problem, I will meet him tomorrow and give him due courtesy. Lothar looked at Baldwin IV, hesitated, and said, Your Majesty, I want to know, what is your condition? Baldwin IV raised one hand with some effort, rolled up the silk sleeve, revealing the arm wrapped in bandages underneath. He said calmly, The doctor has examined me. My condition is deteriorating rapidly. I probably won't live long. Sure enough, Lothar took out the crystal bottle, placed it on the table, and whispered, My lord, this is the potion prepared for you by my witches. It has a high probability of curing leprosy. Baldwin IV looked at Lothar in surprise for a long time before he said, What's the price? I know that the potions prepared by witches all have a price. Lothar whispered, The price is that you will turn into a werewolf. Cure leprosy at the cost of turning into a werewolf? Baldwin IV sighed and said, Lothar, the people in the church say that leprosy can only be cured by a medicine. It is a curse, a punishment for those who have committed serious sins. I don't believe in this, or rather, I don't really believe in the church. To them, I am not a devout believer.
Only I know that I am, because the church cannot represent the will of God.
Lhasa, I appreciate your kindness.
Baldwin Ivy's smile was still gentle. I once found a witch and tried to ask her to heal my illness. It's not that she can't do it, but I refused. Her method is to take the blood of 100 children and sacrifice to an evil existence in exchange for my transformation from a cocoon to a butterfly. I have to admit that I was indeed tempted by this, but it was a big mistake.
Lothar said anxiously, how can the two be confused?
It is not necessary to take other people's lives to prepare such a potion.
Baldwin IV smiled and said, Lorsa, I have endured enough for the kingdom.
I have lost my hair and beard, and my body has become increasingly twisted and horrible.
Now, I just want to die as a human being. Baldwin IV looked very calm, as if everything he said was imposed on others.
I have almost made arrangements for my affairs after my death. After I die, my nephew will succeed to the throne, and Queen Sibylla will be regent, but his husband will be Balian.
Don't think of me as indispensable. During the Battle of Mongisor, I thought I was the destined king, but the Battle of Fountain Valley woke me up from my dream.
Baldwin IV smiled and said,
Lorsa, I am not as talented as you think. Even if I have a healthy body, there is very little I can do. Be optimistic.
At least leprosy has taken away my consciousness while erasing my pain.
Lothar fell silent.
He knew what kind of pain lepers had to endure. The muscles were twisted, the hands and feet were atrophied, and even the 5 senses were constantly fading. It was not physical pain, but spiritual pain. For his increasingly decaying body, Lothar found it difficult to understand Baldwin Ivy's obsession. In his view, as long as he could survive, the identity of a human was not a very important thing. In later generations, many people even looked forward to getting rid of the weak human body and achieving mechanical ascension.
Your Majesty, I just want to advise you one last time.
Baldwin IV shook his head and pointed to his head. Lothar, you can't imagine how terrible it would be for a werewolf to become the king of Jerusalem.
Everything you think and think will change because of the changes in your body.
Perhaps one day, I will give you an order to eat a child.
At that time, will you still fulfill your oath of allegiance to me? Will I?
Lothar subconsciously glanced at Fringilla. In his eyes, Fringilla was a little arrogant, full of nonsense, occasionally swearing, a little bit of a bear, but sometimes very obedient.
But what if he was not restraining her?
Fringilla was a blood-sucking monster who took people's lives at will, drank blood, and regarded human life as worthless. In the setting, if she completely liberated herself, that is, she used the ability Tyrantization that has not yet been unlocked, she would turn into a terrifying demon fetus that could extend countless flesh and blood tentacles, pierce the enemy, and absorb blood.
As long as the blood does not dry up, it will be immortal. How many people will die in her hands? Have you thought it through?
Baldwin Ivy's voice was still gentle. Although there was a veil between them, Lothar seemed to see the gentle smile on his face.
Your Majesty, you are not much older than me.
Lothar sighed softly, but I feel that the person I am talking to is a wise elder.
Maybe it's because I am about to die. When people are about to die, they can always gain some new insights.
Baldwin IV joked in a light tone. Lothar, step down. I want to finish reading this book today.
You still have someone to deal with. He is quite dissatisfied with my appointment. Are you talking about the one from the Wealth family?
Baldwin IV nodded slightly. Then he looked at Prajna and Fringilla. Ladies, thank you for your help.
If you don't mind, you can come and visit again in the future.
Prajna nodded slightly. She couldn't help but feel a little respect for this human king. As the gatekeeper of hell, she was used to seeing the ugly appearance of humans before they died. Fringilla also agreed with Baldwin Ivy's words. Those dirty, ugly, barbaric and vulgar werewolves were indeed things that people would not want to become even if they died.
Let's go, Your Majesty.
Walking in the dim corridor, Lothar looked a little melancholy. Baldwin IV was right, a king, or a leader, must not degenerate into a beastly monster, even if it only occurs once a month,
because no one can control it.
In other words, the head follows the.
Once so many people are promoted to the elite class, it's as if they have become a different species.
They will never speak up for the lower class again, but will oppress the lower class people in various ways together with the upper class. Even worse, they wish they could pull out the ladder for the lower class to climb up and make the class permanent. Who can guarantee that even if the species has changed, Baldwin IV will still be the king who treats his subjects generously and kindly, even pagans equally? But that is a chance to survive. Lothar turned around and looked at the end of the dark corridor, where the door was being slowly closed by the servants.
He closed the door and whispered, why would he refuse so straightforwardly? Does he not want to live?
After staying in the inner court for a short time, when he came out, the sky looked much darker.
A thick layer of dark clouds slowly floated in from afar. The air was slightly filled with the fragrance of soil when a rainstorm was about to come. Lothar returned to the Royal Knight Station. He looked at the winged hussars who had the Royal Knight's emblem branded on their armor. Finally, he moved his eyes to Hans, who was in the front, wearing a brand new red and white robe. "Hans, come with me." "Yes." He took Hans into the hall of the lounge and said to Prajna, "You and Fulin will stay here. Don't let anyone in." He closed the door tightly. "Take off your robe and sit down." Lothar motioned for Hans to sit on the chair opposite. He asked apprehensively, "Sir, do you have any secret mission for me?" "No." Lothar looked at Hans, the follower who had followed him for a longer time than Prajna. He was hardworking, practical, and capable. His intimacy was also rising rapidly. Except for his low quality, which made Lothar weigh the pros and cons and never promoted him, he could be called a model worker. "Hans, your good luck has come. Do you want to be promoted to 4 stars? Hans said without hesitation, "Yes, of course. Even if the price is to turn into a werewolf?" "Wolf." "Werewolf?" Hans was stunned. His expression was a little complicated. He whispered, "My lord, I am a devout believer. I grew up in a monastery since I was a child." "Then are you going to refuse?" Hans raised his head, and there was a smile between his eyebrows under his golden hair. "No, my lord, so I know very well that those who claim to be holy are actually not sacred at all. It's just turning into a werewolf, such a price, I can accept. After all, with you watching over me, I will not become a beast that only knows how to eat people." He knelt on one knee and stretched out his hands. "I am willing to accept your grace." Lothar placed the crystal bottle in the palm of his hand. "This is not a grace, but my reward for your service to me all the time." "My lord, how should this be used? Drink it directly?" Seeing Lothar nod, Hans unscrewed the small wooden cork without any hesitation, and drank the liquid in it. Lasse reminded him, "If it hurts, just bear it and don't scream." Hans shook his head. "My lord, I don't feel any pain, but my stomach feels warm, as if I had drunk a bottle of strong liquor." "It seems that it hasn't taken effect yet." Lasse looked Hans up and down. Suddenly, his eyes fixed on Hans. In his eyes, due to the darkness in the room, his amber eyes looked particularly bright. The next moment, clusters of silver-gray hair pierced his skin like steel needles and spread out like a bush. Hans let out a suppressed roar, and his body made a crackling sound due to the sudden expansion of joints. His height was abruptly raised by a large distance, and the linen shirt on his body was directly torn, revealing the bulging muscles inside. His lower jaw was stretched and his muzzle became pointed. A mouthful of sharp fangs stretched out from the corners of his lips like a hacksaw. The system prompt sounded, "Your 1-star squire Hans has been promoted. Due to his high compatibility with the werewolf blood strengthening potion, his quality will be upgraded to 5 stars. Then, it was the updated character card. 5-star squire, Hans von Sago. Even the surname was given. It was the fiefdom that Lothar gave to Hans in name, although Hans had never even been there in person and did not collect any taxes. Quality, epic, 5 stars, level, 1 intimacy, trust strength, 25 agility, 16 stamina, 15 endurance, 14 mental power, 10 talents, beast intuition. As the heir of the werewolf bloodline, Hans has the intuition of a beast. Even without thinking, he can instinctively choose a choice that is more beneficial to himself, but this may also be misled by the enemy and make misjudgments about certain things. Werewolf, liberate your true body and transform into a terrifying werewolf. Except for mental power, all attributes will be comprehensively improved. The maximum improvement limit does not exceed 50%. Skills, sword and gun expertise, Hans is proficient in using swords and guns. Undead body, unlocked. Howling Moon Werewolf, unlocked. Introduction, Hans was a reserve knight trained by the Teutonic Knights. He has undergone strict knight training since he was a child and believes in the creed of the church. Until he met his lord, Lothar von Habsburg. In the process of serving his lord, Hans learned a lot of knowledge, and the beliefs and cognitions he once held were gradually disintegrated. This made him take the first step towards being seduced and corrupted. Until one day, the devil-like evil lord said to him in a tempting tone, "Do you want to gain power?" The pious knight, who had long been blinded by power, chose to agree without hesitation. The blood of an unknown werewolf family from the 2 Sicilies that had been destroyed was injected into Hans' body. From then on, a pious, kind, upright and reliable knight disappeared. Instead, it was a devil's claw that was swallowed by animal nature and loyal to the evil Lord Lothar. Looking at the profile that had been tampered with, Lothar was confused. Who wrote this? Lothar savored it carefully and found it quite interesting. Although he was portrayed as an evil villains are always linked to strength and wisdom. But these are minor details. The most important thing is Hans's character card. After a little thought, it can be seen that although they are both 5-star, compared with the 5-star ceiling like Fulin, Hans is like a person with acquired stunted development. For example, the first skill, sword and spear double proficiency, is this also a skill? Then Lothar thought that he could add a series of specialized skills such as writing expertise, eating expertise, Germanic expertise, etc. to himself. I hope this is really useful. The second skill is immortality. Creatures such as vampires and werewolves are known for their tenacious vitality. They are actually placed in the skill list, which has become a crucial skill. Let's not talk about the third skill. Hans is unlikely to have the opportunity to enjoy the treatment of secondary elitization. Lothar calculated that if he wanted to upgrade a 5-star squire from level 1 to the full level of level 50, which is the level that can be upgraded to elite, it would cost at least tens of thousands of souls gold coins. After the upgrade, the squire's level would be reset to 0, but the attributes would remain unchanged, and he could upgrade from the beginning. At first, he thought that the system had mutated, which led to the problem of the recharge system. Later, he figured it out. It should be that the system directly equated the universal currency of this world with the game currency in the system. It's just that silver coins are used as the unit of measurement. The reason why he didn't see it at first was that the souls gold coins he used for recharge had different purity, and the number of silver coins that could be exchanged was also wrong. It's normal to think about it. After all, the currency limited to recharge is yuan, not pounds, pennies, dinars, or souls. If Hans, the squire, was really launched when the game was released in the previous life, he would definitely compete for the throne of the weakest 5-star and even be regarded as a cancerous 5-star. Because card drawing games will set a minimum, such as drawing 10 times to give a 5-star card. Putting Hans into the card pool to make up the numbers may damage players' enthusiasm for drawing cards. But if a copycat card drawing mobile game doesn't force players to spend money, can it still be called a card drawing game? Lothar looked up and down at Hans, whose temperament had changed drastically. The gentle and handsome knight of the past has now been replaced by a terrifying werewolf that is 2 meters tall. This honor is definitely a minus point in the card drawing game where appearance is the key to success. How do you feel? Hans' voice was a little hoarse. It's okay. Although the transformation process was a bit painful, it's much better now. My lord, I feel that I am full of strength now. I can knock down a cow with one punch. This is really amazing. I feel that even my former mentor, a master of the knights, is no match for me. Lothar praised, you have a high degree of compatibility with the werewolf bloodline. You have fully tapped the potential of this werewolf bloodline and have been exceptionally upgraded to a 5-star effect. It's very good. But you have to know that star rating only represents potential, not immediate combat effectiveness. Your strength is much stronger than that of a werewolf like Abelardo, but there are still many mysterious beings that you cannot deal with. I understand, sir. It's just like what happened before, the witch beside Count Leopold, who turned into a giant python in the middle of the night and crawled through the town, although it seemed that she was evenly matched with Prajna's aura. But that's because Prajna's aura is linked to her combat effectiveness at her peak. If they really fought, Prajna today would definitely not be the opponent of that witch. In fact, Lothar has always been a little confused. Although in this world, there are precedents of many witches serving the lords, or cooperating with the lords to obtain spellcasting materials, money, and the like from the other party. But the witch has mastered such terrifying power, but no one has thought about becoming a queen like Wu Zhao. Even if you are worried that the opposition from the nobles and the church is too great, you can use witchcraft to control a king's mind and become a monarch behind the scenes. Change back. Hans's body, hair, and proliferating flesh gradually retracted, revealing his human body again. He shyly covered the exposed parts, grabbed the robe with one hand and put it on. Thanks, my lord, for letting me take off the robe in advance. Why are you showing such a shy expression? Lothar was speechless. Do you think I want to see you exposed? Get out, let me see who is so bold to occupy my hall. The shout of a drunk man rang out outside the door. Prajna looked indifferently at the middle-aged man wearing a red and white smock with a brown bear emblem on the front and a domineering face. Stop. Hey, where did the woman come from in the knight's base? Are you the personal maid brought by the new guy? I warn you that you'd better get out of the way. The great Count Philip has a habit of beating women. Fringilla stepped aside with a smile on her face. The big fool didn't have such a good temper. Hey, are you ignoring my words? The man who claimed to be Count Philip was spitting, but Prajna had no intention of talking nonsense with him. She raised the black triangular shield that she never let go of, took a step forward, and knocked him out with a slight force. Ouch! Count Philip was in a state of panic.
After rolling on the ground twice, he sobered up a lot. He felt as if his body was falling apart and hurt everywhere. He was about to say something sweet, but suddenly he realized something and swallowed the dirty words that were about to come out of his mouth. He asked tentatively, "Which?" Prajna ignored him and just repeated, "No one is allowed to enter without the permission of the adults." Bang! The door was pushed open. Lothar walked out with Hans. He looked at him up and down, and said in a somewhat unfriendly tone, "Commander, I have been waiting for you for a long time. You came here in such a hurry. Do you want to report to me?" Count Philip said unhappily, "Little guy, your father has to be respectful in front of me, and Baron Godfrey is also very respectful to me. Who do you think you are? How dare you ask me to report to you?" He felt that his words were quite elegant compared to before. If there was no woman who looked like a witch standing opposite him, he would have started to curse. But Lothar didn't give him any face, and said coldly, "Commander Philip, I am the Grand Master of the Royal Knights. If you are willing to resign the position of commander immediately, I really have no right to ask you to report to me. After all, you are a count." He opened the door. "If you are willing, please follow me. I will bring the inspector immediately and let him handle the procedures for you." Count Philip was choked. He snorted coldly, "Lothar, I have been the commander of the Royal Knights for 5 years. How long have you been in the Holy Land? How dare you ride on my head?" Lothar smiled and said, "Count, you are a vassal of the Emperor of Greater Germania, not a vassal of His Majesty. Do you think you are really qualified to be the Grand Master?" Count Philip was at a loss for words, but he was unwilling to give up his territory in Greater Germania. He wanted to use force, but he looked at Prajna, who was standing beside Lothar, without saying a word, and he didn't have the courage to do so. His face turned pale and blue, so he had to snort coldly, "Let's wait and see." Then he left with his sleeves. Fulling came to Hans with great interest, sniffed, and showed disgust. "Sure enough, in the end it was you who turned into a werewolf, but fortunately, you are not an adult after all. Give me some wolf blood, I want to study wolf poison potion." Hans wanted to refuse, but Fulingula had accumulated power for a long time. He opened his mouth and wanted to be tough, but the terrifying threat he felt from the other party made him wilted immediately. "Okay. Snap!" Lothar slapped Fulingula on the head lightly. "Don't bully Hans, you know, he was not a werewolf originally, and he has no grudge against you, Blood King Court." The treasurer, who came in a hurry, happened to meet Count Philip, who left angrily. "Sir, did you have a conflict with Count Philip?" Lothar nodded and said, "He wanted to assert his authority to me, but unfortunately, he was rejected." The treasurer Richard said seriously, "Sir, Lord Philip has a high prestige in the Knights Order because he is a very generous commander and many people have received his favor. The implication is that he hopes Lothar can handle this matter carefully." "How do you think he will deal with me?" Richard hesitated, but still said, "It's nothing more than inciting those knights and soldiers who have received his favor to obey your orders in public and disobey them in private. Then he will seize your omissions and use them as a means to attack you at the council meeting. It would be best if he could call on the nobles who are close to him to put pressure on His Majesty to remove you from your position." Lothar nodded slightly. He could also think of these methods. There is nothing clever about them. But not clever does not mean that they are ineffective. "Richard, you told me all this, aren't you afraid that one day Count Philip will become the Grand Master and cause trouble for you?" Richard looked at Lothar, who seemed to be smiling, and said calmly, "Sir, I like what you said in the hall. The situation in the Holy Land is in danger. If we don't unite, we will all become the souls of the pagans." Lothar nodded. "I hope this Philip can be smarter and not cause trouble for me. The knights have only so much strength. If another part of them is split by Count Philip, Lothar will never tolerate it. It is actually easy to deal with Philip. Just throw a pair of iron gloves at him in public. Lothar is sure to win. The martial Franks have always followed the strong. Even if Philip does not fight, his reputation will be ruined and it is impossible for him to stir up any waves." Guy challenged Belian with such confidence. But the result was quite the opposite. With the help of an unknown witch, Belian was like a god descending from heaven. With a flurry of punches, Guy of Lusignan was stunned. "Come with me, treasurer. I have something else to ask you." Lothar turned and walked back to the hall. After a busy afternoon, the affairs of the Knights Templar began to get on track. Various backlogs of documents were sent to the hall for Lothar to read and process. There are actually quite a few trivial matters in the Knights Templar, such as small frictions between colleagues. 2 knights fought because the other side occupied more of their fiefdom. Or an oriental porcelain was lost in the palace some time ago. After investigation, it was found that someone stole it. How to deal with it? There are countless small matters. In the past, Baron Godfrey would have just waved his hand and handed them over to Count Philip. The result of this decentralization was that Count Philip could split off a faction in the Knights to compete with Lothar, the Grand Master appointed by the king. In the evening, Lothar put down his quill pen. He had read the last document and had a deeper understanding of the internal structure of the Knights. After Baron Godfrey and his cronies left the Royal Knights, many positions became vacant. However, these positions could not be directly awarded to the cavalrymen loyal to Lothar, because they did not have the title of knight and could not convince the public as civilians. And Lothar was unwilling to make an exception and promote these cavalrymen who had not made much contribution to knights. It was a grace to select them as cavalrymen. This made Lothar have no choice but to recruit talents from within the knights and place them in various key positions. This is also a good thing. If it is handled properly, it can win the hearts of a large number of people. Lothar stood up and stretched his arms and legs. Under the candlelight, Prajna was holding a book and reading it. Judging from the cover, it should be a theological book. On the other side, Fringilla was already lying on the table, sleeping soundly. Hans, Prajna, let's go for a walk. We have been sitting here for the whole afternoon. It's time to stretch our legs. Prajna closed the book and stood up. Hans asked, Sir, where are we going? Do we need to wear armor? It's in the palace. We won't go far. We shouldn't be in danger. I plan to see if those knights are lazy and pick a few to beat them up. Lothar ordered. Both kindness and force. A new official takes 3 fires when he takes office. He plans to pick a few people to kill a chicken to scare the monkeys, so that these people will not think that he is easy to talk to and dare to stand on the side of Count Philip to trip him up. The group walked in the palace. Even in the palace, it was not brightly lit in the middle of the night. Many places were dark. There was only a dim oil lamp burning in the corridor. Lothar warned Hans, this corridor connects the 2 halls. If someone sneaks in, this is the only way. According to common sense, we must arrange patrols. Write it down and ask Richard who is responsible for the defense of this area. He continued to walk deeper into the corridor. It was getting dark, and Lothar wrapped his robe tightly, feeling very cold tonight. Hans suddenly stopped and said in a hurried voice, Sir, there is a smell of blood. Hans' pupils flickered with a faint green light in the dark rainy night. He squatted down and pointed to the corner of a stone pillar. With the candlelight, he could vaguely see a drop of scarlet. There is fresh blood here. There are traces of assassins, as if they were left not long ago. Lothar frowned and whispered, Hans, how many people do you think there are on the other side? Hans hesitated. Trust your intuition. About 10, the danger should not be high. It seems we are lucky. Lothar teased. This should not be because he is unlucky, because he encountered assassins on the first day of his appointment, but because Count Philip wanted to show him his muscles. He transferred a group of subordinates who were loyal to him, resulting in loopholes in the defense of the palace. This idiot! Lothar cursed inwardly. Now he had a reason to kick Count Philip out of the Knights Templar, but the other party was a count, and he could not be executed for such a big mistake. Let's go, we can't let these assassins succeed, otherwise my position as the Grand Master, which I have just taken for less than a day, will be in jeopardy. The sound of raindrops gradually began to sound on both sides of the corridor. The rain that had been brewing for a long time finally began to fall. Hans walked in the front. He had a werewolf's outstanding sense of smell, and even in human form, he could follow the smell of blood to track the enemy. Soon, Lothar heard the faint sound of fighting coming from the front. A seriously wounded and dying knight lay on the ground. One of his legs had been cut off and bleeding. Captain, go and save Her Royal Highness the Princess, they are the assassins. The knight saw Lothar, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Lothar's expression changed slightly. It is said that the first generation of the old man in the mountain, Hawthorne, spent a huge amount of money to buy a castle in Sassanid Persia, named it Eagle's Nest, and built a paradise on earth in it. There are countless beauties, delicacies, and fine wines. He adopted children from all over the world, trained them to be assassins, and sent them to the heaven to enjoy, and one day he knocked them out and drove them out. After waking up, the assassins were like drug addicts who were imprisoned, and they wanted to get redemption and return to heaven with all their heart. So they were not afraid of death at all. On the contrary, death was their pursuit. This was a group of very difficult dead men. Lothar didn't bother to treat the knight. He drew his armed sword and ran inside. His leather boots with chainmail leggings stepped on the mud, splashing large pieces of mud and water. Just after rushing through a corridor, the sharp knife came down at Lothar with a whistling sound. Lothar raised his arming sword and easily blocked the blow, then slashed at the opponent with great force. The head rolled to the ground, and the assassin who launched the surprise attack was beheaded by Lothar's sword before he even saw his face. The sudden drop in temperature at night made the white smoke from Lothar's mouth clearly visible. Blood magic, the blood waterfall has been activated. In the corridor on a rainy night, the upright brazier, burning with blazing flames, accompanied by a gust of cold wind, casts a fierce shadow on the gray wall. The sound of rain is pattering. The splattered blood quickly soaks into the puddles on the ground. The head rolled in the mud, and there was still a little disbelief on the face. In the courtyard, the assassins who were originally besieging the guards and servants all looked in the direction of the sound. They watched this scene and made a hurried conversation. What they said was somewhat similar to Kurdish, which should be Persian. Lothar could vaguely distinguish a few limited words such as powerful, big man, and soon. There were already many corpses on the ground. All of them were sergeants and servants of the royal knights wearing red and white robes. The sound of rain covered the sound of fighting. The nearby sergeants were either transferred or assassinated. It seemed that this battle had been going on for a long time. As the assassins talked hurriedly again, the three assassins near the corridor immediately attacked the three people in a triangular formation. The others seized the opportunity to launch a fierce attack on the guards and servants. Lothar whispered, "They want to kill us one by one, so we will try to kill them one by one." Hans and Prajna nodded, but the latter's footsteps involuntarily moved closer to Lothar. In battle, killing the enemy has never been Prajna's primary task. Even if Lothar asked so, her most important duty is still to ensure Lothar's life. This is the duty of a heavy-armored squire. Lothar didn't notice this, and his whole mind was on the opponent in front of him. This was a middle-aged man with a shaved beard, who looked no different from any Saracen slave around a Frankish noble. Only his eyes were like a pool of stagnant water, lifeless. He was very fast, and in the blink of an eye he was in front of Lothar. The dagger in his hand was like a poisonous snake, stabbing at Lothar's abdomen at an extremely tricky angle. But Lothar immediately caught the opponent's flaw, and used the strength of the knight's sword to attack the enemy's weakness, forcing the enemy to give up the offensive and dodge first. It was lucky that this group of assassins could sneak in. They had no way of carrying long weapons, and they were not used to using them. The sound of whistling wind was heard. The sharp sleeve arrow flew out from the assassin's sleeve, and Lothar easily dodged it by turning his head. But when he turned around, the assassin had already stepped into a puddle not far in front of Lothar, and the dirty water splashed towards Lothar, temporarily obscuring his vision. Then, the sharp edge was revealed. The dagger pierced through the rain curtain and stabbed towards Lothar's chest. Clang, the sword blade collision. Being bullied so close by the enemy, he had no intention of attacking instead of defending, and swung his sword to block the attack. The assassins were notorious for their fearlessness. The armed sword in Lothar's hand swung away the assassin's dagger, and the remaining force slashed at the assassin's sword arm, but he ignored it and swung out a hidden arrow with his other hand, forcing Lothar to give up the attack and dodge to the side. Anyone facing such a fearless opponent would lose some courage. Lothar was the same. He didn't want to exchange injuries with a dead man, so he had to give up this hard-won killing opportunity. Not far from Lothar, another assassin was knocked away by the shield in Prajna's hand when he attacked. Several attacks were easily resolved by Prajna, so he stopped the futile offensive. And Hans had already dealt with his opponent. An assassin who was split in the middle, with blood and internal organs flowing all over the ground, was lying on the ground, emitting a pungent smell of blood. Hans's face was somewhat surprised. He had never thought that just a bottle of potion could improve his swordsmanship to such an incredible level. All the experience he had accumulated in the Knight's Order, chopping wood stakes day and night, was now fully integrated. Such exquisite swordsmanship was simply beyond the reach of his opponents. The assassins looked at each other, and a rare solemn expression appeared on their faces. "Grandmaster, their target is the Crown Prince. We must stop them." A dark-skinned attendant with typical Saracen features shouted in Gaulish, which was not very fluent. "The Crown Prince? Baldwin V? The son of Princess Sibylla and her ex-husband?" Lothar almost immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. Nowadays, the fight for the throne around Princess Sibylla is actually a fight over who can become the Crown Prince's stepfather. Because the Crown Prince is still young and cannot rule the country, once Baldwin IV dies, the Crown Prince's stepfather will obtain the position of regent in name only. In the nearly 10 years when the Crown Prince has not grown up and cannot rule the country, the regent is equivalent to the king. If the news of the Crown Prince's death comes when Baldwin IV is already terminally ill, the contradiction between the Duke's and the Queen Mother's party will immediately be intensified to an irreconcilable point, because it has reached the point where the daggers are exposed and they must fight. The royal party, which has always believed in neutrality, will never be spared in this fight, unless Baron Godfrey makes it clear that he will not carry out Baldwin IV's will to marry Sibylla to Balian. The Crusader states, which are already at odds, will no longer be able to unite.
The guards can no longer hold on, we must get rid of them quickly. Prajna, don't worry about my safety. Don't forget that I have your and Fulin's talents. It's not that easy for them to kill me. Lothar reminded.
The next moment, the assassins almost simultaneously reached into their arms, took out a wooden bottle, and gulped down the liquid inside. Veins popped out from their body surfaces, muscles swelled, and their originally dull faces were immediately filled with a strong sense of hostility. That was the hostility of not hesitating to die with the enemy and perish together.
Their momentum increased dramatically. The guards, who were already clumsy, immediately couldn't withstand the offensive.
If they hadn't relied on the advantages of armor and weapons, they would have been killed by the assassins long ago.
Is it a magic potion?
Whether it is speed or strength, these assassins have improved significantly compared to before. There was an assassin who, even though one of his arms was chopped off, continued to fight silently, as if he had completely abandoned the pain. At this time, 3 assassins rushed towards them again. It can be seen that this time, they were completely fighting to the death to buy time for their companions. Swish! Lothar's armed sword cut a large hole in the opponent's chest, and a large amount of blood oozed out between the torn linen, but he did not hesitate at all and rushed towards Lothar again. If it were anyone else, they would be terrified in the face of this aggressive enemy. But Lothar's eyes flashed with scarlet light. The powerful magic power brought by the 16 points of mental power burst out, and the blood waterfall fired at full force, causing the strength of his arm to surge several times in a short period of time.
Clang! The sword broke.
The armed sword chopped off half of the assassin's face, and it kept cutting across his throat and half of his chest before it pierced into the ground with the remaining force. It's not that he didn't want to control the enemy's blood and perform a whole set of matching combos like Fringilla, but his magic power was limited. After consuming part of it for the blood waterfall, he couldn't cast other spells such as the blood spear. In the rain, Prajna's black flew, and a strong cold breath lingered around her. The shield spun like a chainsaw, struck several times, and calculated the angle of the enemy's attack. When the enemy rushed the next time, the side shield became a blade, splitting the assassin who blocked the way in half from the center.
This time, Hans was much more comfortable with the enemy.
His exquisite swordsmanship made it easy for him to suppress this fearless assassin. His higher basic attributes than his opponent made him crush him in all aspects and easily won. At this time, the remaining assassins had just broken through the first line of defense.
Kill them, don't leave any alive.
The assassins were fearless, and it was a complete dream to dig out the mastermind from them.
The battle ended very quickly. Reality is not unparalleled assassins.
These assassins who specialize in assassination are not good at frontal combat. But before they died, these assassins who took the violent potion still took more than 10 lives. Especially those servants arranged by Princess Sibylla for the crown prince, the casualties were the most serious. My lord, if you hadn't arrived in time, I'm afraid we would have died in the hands of these despicable assassins. A royal knight holding a kite shield had a face full of joy after surviving a disaster. Lothar frowned and said, "Don't take it lightly, notify them and strengthen vigilance.
No one knows if there are other assassins lurking in the palace." The wounded lying on the ground had turned blue.
The blades of these assassins were quenched with poison. Once they were injured, there was no possibility of treatment at all with the medical standards of this era.
Lothar's face was a little gloomy.
The losses that could be seen on the scene alone were 3 knights, 6 attendants, and 12 sergeants.
Those followers of Princess Sibylla who stayed behind to protect Baldwin V were counted separately.
Let the inspectors come and collect and repair the bodies and relics of the dead. Lothar ordered loudly, especially remember to sew the heads and bodies of those who were beheaded together. They fought bravely and fulfilled their duties gloriously, and they should be promoted to heaven.
Yes, Grand Master. The members of the Royal Knights looked at Lothar with reverence.
They saw with their own eyes how those cruel and tyrannical assassins were buried in the hands of this Grand Master and his subordinates. The Franks who still retain the barbarian tradition, worship of warriors, is a tradition deeply rooted in their hearts.
Lothar walked to the room behind the corridor. My lord, you can't go over.
In order to protect the crown prince, the servants who were forced to take up weapons stopped him one after another. I want to meet the crown prince and confirm the safety of his highness.
Get out of the way immediately.
Clang! Behind Lothar, Hans's sharp-armed sword was unsheathed, frightening the servants. In their view, Hans' performance in the battle just now was just like the protagonists of the knights in the legendary novels who were favored by witches and could kill dragons and demons. They asked themselves that even if they fought together, they would never be able to be a match for Hans alone.
Lothar pushed aside the servants who blocked his way and rushed into the room. The room was empty.
Hundreds of white candles were burning on the iron lampstands, illuminating the closed room with only a small window. Lothar bowed his head and greeted, "Your Highness, I am Lothar von Habsburg, the Grand Master of the Royal Knights.
The assassins have been eliminated. Please come out."
The room was silent. Until a servant came in and whispered, "Your Highness, don't worry, the enemy has really been eliminated. The new Grand Master of the Royal Knights is here." A pale little head appeared under the bed with white gauze curtains. The little boy slowly climbed out, raised his head, and stared at Lothar. His body was very thin, and his voice was trembling. I don't know if it was because of fear, but his face was pale, but he still tried to straighten his chest. "Thank you for coming in time, Baron Lothar." Seeing that Baldwin V was safe, Lothar came out. He heaved a sigh of relief.
The turbulent Jerusalem could not stand this kind of turmoil.
"Your Highness, I hope you can move immediately and live in the bedroom of His Majesty the King. My winged hussars will protect you every step of the way."
Little Baldwin nodded. "As you wish, Baron. We can protect the Crown Prince."
A knight who was loyal to Princess Sibylla came out at this time and said with some dissatisfaction, "This is the sacred duty given to us by Her Royal Highness. If we hand Her Highness over to you, it will tarnish our honor." Hans looked at him coldly.
The knight felt a terrifying pressure coming all over the sky, like a giant wolf howling at the moon. He subconsciously took 2 steps back.
Hans said coldly, "Please obey the will of the Grand Master."
"Yes, yes."
The knight agreed hurriedly.
No one dared to speak again.
Lothar picked up little Baldwin and walked towards the bedroom of His Majesty the King, surrounded by a crowd of people. The knight who had just spoken followed him quickly and said politely, "Baron Lothar, I have to inform my lord, Her Highness Sibylla, that she will ask you to take back the custody of the Crown Prince."
"Well, just let her come to see me." Lothar nodded. He was thinking about who was behind the attack.
The first person who could be ruled out was Princess Sibylla, the power-hungry princess, although there was always a legend in her past life that she conspired with Guy to murder her own son and occupy the throne for power. In the movie, it was beautified that Baldwin V suffered from leprosy. Princess Sibylla did not want her son to suffer like her brother, so she killed him with her own hands, but there was no evidence that Baldwin V really suffered from leprosy, and leprosy was only contagious, not hereditary. But now, it would not benefit her to do so, because she had not yet sat on the throne of the Regent Queen Mother, and if she wanted to do it, there were too many opportunities to kill little Baldwin without a sound.
In the city of Jerusalem, a dinner party was being held in Count Philip's manor.
Under the awning, on the blazing bonfire, tender lambs were roasting. The Saracen slave girls twisted their graceful bodies and danced to the music. Count Philip raised his glass and said to the crowd, "Thank you all for coming to my dinner party. Tonight, there will be plenty of Bordeaux wine and tender lamb meat."
To hell with those peas. People cheered and thanked the Count for his generosity.
These days, the people of Jerusalem generally live a much more difficult life, especially these knights who mostly have empty titles but no fiefs or estates.
A considerable number of them rely on the subsidies of the Knights Templar to survive.
At this time, someone shouted, "Salutations to the Earl, only the Earl is worthy of the post of Grand Master. We ask His Majesty to withdraw his order." "That's right, that guy named Lothar is not worthy of being our Grand Master. As long as all of us do not obey the orders of the new country baron, His Majesty must also consider everyone's wishes. Yes, just like tonight, my servants and I chose not to perform our duties, because we will not obey the orders of an incompetent Grand Master." At this point, the true intention of this dinner was exposed. Some members of the Royal Knights looked embarrassed. It was obvious that the first few people who spoke were all Count Philip's close confidants. But they did not want to go against the king's will for such a small profit. The most important thing for the Royal Knights was loyalty to His Majesty the King. If even they went against the king's will, there would be no loyalty in the whole of Jerusalem.
Wouldn't the so-called Royal Knights become a joke like the Eastern Empire's guards? The atmosphere in the field was stagnant.
Count Philip's face looked a little ugly. Obviously, the development of things was not as good as they had imagined.
This group of ungrateful bastards. At this time,
Dong, the Zoroastrian minaret with a cross on the top, emitted a melodious bell sound.
Then, dense footsteps sounded not far away.
Bang, the closed doors of the manors were pushed open. Heavy infantrymen holding two-handed axes, carrying round shields, wearing multi-layered chain mail and red and white smocks, rushed in from the door with muddy feet. In the middle of them, a young knight riding a warhorse and wearing a black cloak walked out slowly. The rain soaked their clothes, making the sharp blades and armor look even brighter.
"Who are you?"
Stop, this is Count Philip's private property, you have crossed the line. A few drunken knights who had not yet seen the situation clearly said with a smile, "Ha, this kid, did he imitate the emperors of the Eastern Empire and organize a Varangian guard for himself?" Unfortunately, the emperors of the Eastern Empire had thousands of Varangian guards, but they were still beaten back by the Turks.
There are only a few people here? What use can they be?
The Franks have always looked down on the weakness of the Greeks. Although they envied the wealth of the Eastern Empire from the bottom of their hearts, they did not take the imperial army, which had been in disarray and suffered successive defeats by the Turkic states in Asia Minor, seriously.
Count Philip teased, "What's the matter, boy? Did you come here specially to apologize to me?"
Lothar, riding on the back of Nissen's warhorse, ignored the thoughts of these drunkards and said loudly, "Commander Count Philip, neglected your duties and transferred people away from their posts without authorization, causing the crown prince to be attacked by the assassins. All your official titles will be removed immediately, and you will be imprisoned in prison, awaiting trial by the Grand Council."
"No, impossible." Count Philip's face changed drastically, and he stammered, "How? How could it be such a coincidence? What happened to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince? Tell me quickly."
Lothar did not answer him, his tone was cold. "Commander, was the transfer in the palace tonight your idea?"
"Yes, that's right, but…"
"Then there's no need to waste words. I now suspect that you are involved in the murder of the Crown Prince. Please give up your resistance immediately, otherwise I will not guarantee your life safety."
"Plotting to murder the Crown Prince?"
Philip's lips were trembling. "There is no way I could be involved. I swear on the honor of the Welf family."
Lothar looked around and sneered, "In addition, I have a list next.
All those whose names are called, stand up and I promise to give you a fair trial."
A fair trial? The knights looked at each other in bewilderment. What could be the fairest trial for such a serious crime? Hanging with an intact body? Or dethronement and being reduced to slavery?
When several of Count Philip's confidants thought of their possible fate, their faces turned pale, their bodies trembled, and beads of sweat flowed down their temples.
They didn't know whether the Crown Prince had been in trouble or not. For them, it didn't matter.
Because whether little Baldwin was dead or not, they were guilty of dereliction of duty and possible involvement in the murder of the Crown Prince, which was enough to send them to the gallows. On the contrary, Count Philip, as a vassal of the German emperor, could only remove his official title and expel him from Jerusalem as long as little Baldwin was alive. Lothar picked up the list and spoke slowly. "Rodel of Aachen, please step out. You were supposed to lead a patrol of the summer gallery tonight, but you only left one sergeant there.
Mimir of Florence, you were supposed to be stationed on the Godfrey Tower tonight.
Charlotte of Artois." He announced the charges one by one, and then said, "Stand up voluntarily.
If you still have a trace of knightly honor, don't let my soldiers pull you out of the crowd. That will make you lose your dignity. I promise that my guard's axemen are not opponents that you can compete with on foot."
There were 6 knights whose names were read, and each of them looked pale and as if they had lost their parents. Some tried to argue. Some begged and told about their past achievements. Others looked around, hoping that their colleagues around them would speak for them. But no one planned to resist. Lothar showed no mercy and waved his hand, saying, "Take him away.
If you have anything to say, stay in prison and talk to the inspector."
Count Philip walked on the road with despair on his face. His weapons were confiscated and heavy shackles were put on his hands. When passing in front of Lothar, he pleaded in a low voice, "Grand Master, I am willing to swear on the Holy Cross that I have not participated in the treason against the Crown Prince. If you still consider yourself an upright knight, please clear my name and I promise that I will never trouble you again." Lothar shook his head. "The oath is sacred, but the oath of a person who does not regard the oath as sacred is worthless." Lothar pointed to the cross emblem on Count Philip's chest. "One of the oaths you took to join the royal knights is to obey justice and be kind, but you are narrow-minded and ignore the dangerous situation in the Holy Land. You have dragged the royal knights into a crisis of division, which has violated this point."
Count Philip opened his mouth and said somewhat unconvinced, "Who would be willing to hand over their power to others? Baron Lothar, what would you do if it were you?"
Lothar ignored him, waved his hand, and signaled Ryan to the man away. It is unlikely that Count Philip had anything to do with the assassination, but among those who incited him to fight against Lothar, there must be someone on the assassin's side. Seeing their companions being captured, some of them were saddened, so they remained silent, and no one even took the initiative to salute Lothar.
Many people were full of fear of the new Grand Master. As soon as he arrived, he overthrew the beloved Earl Philip. This method was too terrible. Although they did not want to obey, they dared not resist. Lothar glanced at the unfamiliar faces. "Everyone, have you forgotten how to salute when you meet the Grand Master? The knights and their servants saluted Lothar one after another. Lothar could see the fear on their faces. He said solemnly, "Tonight, many of you are also not on duty, and are not on rotation. I am willing to forgive you for this matter, but only this time." Immediately, a layer of cold sweat broke out on the back of someone. "Thank you for your forgiveness." Lothar nodded slightly, and then left without looking back. Only a whisper behind him was left. The Varangian guards, wearing heavy armor, escorted the prisoners to the prison cart, and rode on the travel horses assigned to them by Lothar, and galloped towards the palace. The mounted infantry method can greatly reduce the pressure of their march. After putting all the prisoners in prison and ordering people to guard them strictly, Lothar walked straight to the palace. Led by the king's personal manservant, Lothar walked into the quiet room. Incense was still burning in the room. But he still keenly smelled the faint smell of decay in the air, as if every time Lothar saw Baldwin IV, his condition became worse. "Your Majesty, I have put all the dereliction of duty in prison." Under the candlelight, Baldwin IV's expression was still very calm, and he did not seem to be furious because the crown prince was almost assassinated. "How do you plan to deal with them?" Lothar said calmly, "Except for Count Philip, who will only be stripped of his official title and expelled from the royal knights, all the others will be sentenced to death by hanging. This is the cruelty of political struggle. If Lothar gets the chance, he will not forgive the other party, so as to give Count Philip a chance to make a comeback." After this incident, not only the military discipline was rectified, but also another small mountain within the knights, which will greatly speed up his progress in controlling the royal knights. Baldwin IV nodded without comment, and then asked, "Who do you think is the mastermind behind the scenes?" "It depends on who will be the biggest beneficiary after the death of His Majesty the Crown Prince." Baldwin IV was a little confused. "You mean, Count Raymond?" "Count Raymond is the regent. Once the king and the crown prince die one after another, as the most powerful and prestigious person in the Holy Land, he is most likely to succeed to the throne and become the king." "I know him. He would not do such a thing. Compared to an empty title, he is the king of North Jerusalem. He would not do such a thing." Lothar nodded and said, "I don't think it was Count Raymond, or even a crusader noble. Saladin would not do such a thing. I have made a contract with him. Armistice treaty. He was a generous and benevolent king, no less than the most upright Western knights." Baldwin IV's tone was gentle. "In fact, I have some guesses." Lothar asked tentatively, "And you?" Baldwin IV nodded, but said, "No, it was the Zoroastrians, and it could only be the Zoroastrians. Maybe people know that Saladin would not do such a thing, but his nephew, the governor of Syria, Savuddin, was a cruel character who would do anything to achieve his goal. He sent people to massacre the wooden castle of Lord Kak who slandered Saladin." At this point, the two men smiled at each other. This is politics. Even though they all knew that this could not have been done by the people of the Ayyubid kingdom who had a deep hatred for the old man in the mountain, they still had to speak with one voice. As for the so-called Anjou, if the crown prince was killed, the successor of Baldwin IV would most likely be appointed by the patriarch of the Anjou family, Richard the Lionheart. And Richard the Lionheart will most likely lead the Albion Crusaders to the east a year later. According to established rules, the king of Jerusalem will be the commander-in-chief of the Crusaders, but the king is obviously not willing to be under the command of others. As for who exactly is from the Anjou family, and whether this matter was instigated by Richard the Lionheart, it is unknown. Early the next morning, in the Bishop's Square in Jerusalem, Hans held high the royal flag given by His Majesty the King. He had been appointed by Lothar as the standard-bearer of the royal knights. This was an honorary position, not nepotism on the part of Lothar. On the second floor of a small fortress belonging to the royal knight's estate, wooden steps were pushed out one by one, and the soldiers and servants who had been stripped of their robes and coats were pushed out. They stood on the trembling wooden steps, their bodies shaking involuntarily. With the sound of a bell, the inspector stood aside and began to read out their sins to the onlookers loudly. This included but was not limited to the 6 knights that Lothar had captured last night, as well as their servants, and some slaves who accepted bribes and provided convenience for the assassins. "Father, please forgive my sins," some people confessed and prayed nervously in a low voice. Some people's legs were shaking, and they kept begging and crying that it was just an unintentional mistake. Some people said goodbye to their wives and children who were standing in the crowd and crying bitterly. Some people also shouted for help from Count Philip, who was standing in the crowd and had been announced to be dismissed and released. There are many kinds of death before death. As Ryan and others put white cloth bags on their heads, they pulled back the wooden board. Some of the prisoners hanging on the ropes kicked their legs wildly, but most of them had their necks broken in an instant, hanging in the air like a soundless rotten sack. The knights and soldiers watching felt a chill in their backs.
They secretly looked at Lothar, who was standing on the high platform in the distance and watching this scene indifferently, with fear in their hearts.
This cruel and cold-blooded monster was far inferior to the former kind Baron Godfrey.
May the Father forgive their sins of this life, wash away their shame, and ascend to heaven. Lothar made a cross in front of himself. He was not a cold-blooded person. He could be merciless to armed enemies, because mercy to the enemy was irresponsible for the lives of himself and his subordinates. He could also sentence the robbers who slaughtered the weak and robbed civilians to death without blinking an eye. But these people, to be fair, did not actually commit such unforgivable crimes. When Lothar was a social animal in his previous life, he did not dare to guarantee that he would slack off during working hours. But strict laws and harsh punishments have been the key to controlling the army since ancient times. If Lothar had no people, no soldiers, and no unconditional trust from Baldwin IV, he would dare to do this, and he might end up being deserted by his friends and relatives. Because these executed knights and servants all had their own comrades and brothers in the Knights Templar. They would hate him for this, and even look for opportunities to assassinate him, unify their caliber, and blame the matter on the revenge of the assassins. But he has his own soldiers.
Unless all the members of the Royal Knights unite and rebel openly, they can't do anything to Lothar. After the harsh punishment, there must be a conciliatory approach.
Knights are a quasi-aristocratic class, equivalent to the officer class of an army. They cannot be suppressed blindly, but must be treated with both kindness and severity. This is much more effective than simply exerting pressure or showing favor like Count Philip. Just a small favor will never make an army appreciate your kindness and be loyal to you.
Even in the previous life, if a goddess who had a stern face all day suddenly smiled at you, it would be far more flattering than if she always smiled at you.
Lothar's kindness and severity are actually very simple, that is, giving money.
No matter how noble the morality is, you have to bow to money. Isn't the real pursuit of the knights who come from the west across the sea in an endless stream just money and fiefdoms? Lothar witnessed the end of the execution and turned away.
Count Philip squeezed through the crowd and said with gritted teeth, "Baron Lothar, they never expected that anyone would attack the crown prince, but you took their lives." Lothar looked down at him and said coldly, "Count Philip, you have been acquitted, but you must know that this is a compromise without trial by the Grand Council and procedural injustice.
I have the right to arrest you at any time."
Count Philip laughed bitterly. "Oh, even after trial, my result will not be worse than this."
"Really?" Lothar chuckled. "Lord Philip, how many people do you have now? How much value do you still have to the Duke's party or the Queen's party who once won over you? Is this really enough for them to use their influence to preserve your official title and life?"
Philip was stunned.
"The nobles are all realistic people. He doesn't have many brothers-in-law in the Holy Land. How can they speak for him without interests?" Lothar said respectfully, "My Lord Earl, do you know where you are wrong?"
Philip looked stunned. The royal knights, only the royal party is allowed to exist. Looking at Lothar's back, Count Philip's expression was gloomy.
He said to his servant, "Let's go back to the fiefdom of Saxony." "My lord, are we going back like this? We can't bring anything back. The money that His Majesty the King rewarded you has long been squandered." "That's right, just go back in humiliation and penniless." He gritted his teeth and said, "But sooner or later, I will come back as the uncle of the Duke of Saxony. The Welf family will rebuild a new indestructible country here like Godfrey of Bouillon and Bohemond of Taranto." He waved the whip and shouted, "Gee." He had to admit that he had just had an evil idea in his mind, that is, Jerusalem was lost in the hands of this group of people, and he and his nephew known as the Lion would take back the city and become the savior of the entire Christian world. In the court meeting hall,
Count Reynolds' penetrating voice echoed in the hall, "This is a despicable murder, Saracens." They finally took off their disguise and revealed their ugly true face.
The former Grand Duke of Antioch, who had a deep pain with the pagans, clenched his fists. "War, we need a war.
The weak Greeks have made peace with Saladin, and the kings of the West are still fighting for power in the Apennines. No one will come to help us, and no one is a truly reliable reinforcement. For the honor of the knights and the will of God, we must take the initiative to go to war with the Saracens. Our army will be like a sacred spear, piercing the heart of the enemy."
Count Reynolds' impassioned speech triggered cheers from the hall. Saracens is also a general term for Zoroastrians, regardless of Persians, Kurds, Egyptians, and other races.
Just like Franks is also a general term for a series of Western European nations such as Gauls, Germans, Anglos, etc. Proclaiming the evil of pagans and the honor and courage of knights is a politically correct phrase in this era. Although Lothar felt that everyone knew that they should not walk out of the fortress carefully built by the Crusaders in this scorching sun to fight against the pagan army. But this did not stop them from saying so. and they regarded anyone who dared to propose to defend the castle and let Saladin's army plunder the village as a coward and a traitor who colluded with the pagans. This also made Lothar swallow back the fortification and clearing the countryside that he originally wanted to propose. Just think about it, these stupid and short-sighted nobles, the tribesmen, simply could not have the courage to make such a choice. Therefore, Lothar became a clay sculpture and a wooden sculpture at this Grand Council. He just thought that if Saladin led the army southward, it would seem to be beneficial to King Salah and Abdullah to make trouble in the north. At this time, someone rushed into the hall in a dusty manner and shouted loudly, "Lord Tiberius, the governor of Syria Saladin, with tens of thousands of troops, has broken through Acias and Rogburg and is advancing towards Tripoli."
Count Raymond's face changed slightly. The whole hall was even more noisy.
The northern part of the Kingdom of Jerusalem was almost all the territory of Count Raymond and his vassals. Without the position of regent, he was still the monarch of the county of Tripoli, but if he lost the territory of Tripoli, he might not be the regent. Not everyone can be as lucky as Count Reynold, who lost the title of Grand Duke of Antioch and could become the Count of Transjordan through marriage. Many of the Queen Mother's party secretly hoped that the Earl of Tripoli would take his followers to the north to resist the invasion of the enemy. In this way, Jerusalem would belong to them alone.
That was just a feint. The Saracens' navy is no match for the knights and the Tripoli fleet.
Even if they besieged Tripoli, they would not be able to break through this strong city in a short time.
Regent Raymond's tone was very calm. Saladin's real goal is always Jerusalem.
They want to take the Holy Land for themselves.
There are only two ways to go. Egypt and Transjordan, not south.
The former, the first to bear the brunt of the territory of Baron Godfrey, and the latter, the first to bear the brunt of the territory of Count Reynold. The climate of the Holy Land determines the time an army can spend on an expedition. If Saladin wants to attack from the north, there are too many strong cities and fortresses that need to be taken down, which is obviously unreasonable. Even so, Lothar still sighed.
This Count Raymond was no mediocre man. He could remain calm when his livelihood was attacked. This was not something that ordinary people could do. Count Reynard shouted, "We should take this opportunity to eat up the main force of the enemy.
In the north, we are close to the acre of the Knights Hospitaller and the Knight Castle of the Knights Templar. We can quickly assemble an elite force of 500 heavy cavalry, which will surely make these pagans have no way back."
"Yes, start the war," people shouted.
Even many of Raymond's party members thought that they should go to war.
In particular, the lords of Acias and Rogburg were clamoring to take back their fiefdoms immediately.
Count Raymond was silent for a moment, and he said, "I have to ask His Majesty's opinion.
If he agrees that we go north to meet the enemy, then we will send troops to attack."
After a while, Baldwin IV's attendant returned from the corridor and handed a note to Count Raymond. He unfolded it and a look of surprise flashed across his face. Then, he held up the note and motioned everyone to come closer and read, "His Majesty the King has agreed." There was silence in the hall, and then shouts rang out one after another.
"Long live! In the name of the Father, go to war! Kill all the pagan bastards!"
After the court meeting, Lothar came to the king's bedroom as soon as possible. Before Lothar spoke, Baldwin IV said, "You also find it strange, right? But going north is in line with the people's wishes."
Not only Count Raymond can see Saladin's intention, Reynold, Hugo, and Georgelin. They are not fools. Saladin's intention is obvious, but this is not a conspiracy, but an open conspiracy.
Baldwin IV pointed to the chair opposite and motioned Lothar to sit down.
"If your territory, Yaglisburg, was attacked by pagans when you followed me to fight, would you immediately take your soldiers and return to Yaglisburg to rescue it?"
Lothar was silent.
This is human nature.
For many people, the safety of the Holy Land is important, but compared to their own territory, it is not that important. Let those who should go back, and let those energetic crusaders go north to clear the court, so as to better unify the power of Jerusalem.
"I understand."
Baldwin IV said again, "Also, I met that Salah, this little guy. Although he is much older than me, I still think he is a young man with great vigor. He told me that he has united the Armenian mountain people and is ready to raise the banner of resistance against Saladin's rule.
I also signed an alliance with him.
According to the agreement, after defeating Saladin, I will return Aleppo to him and conclude a non-aggression alliance. This army's march north is also an opportunity for him. Perhaps he can really cooperate with us from inside and outside to recapture Aleppo and Antioch.
Syria is the most important horse farm for Saladin's army. Without Syria, the threat of his Mamluk cavalry will be greatly reduced."
"I hope so." Lothar thought for a moment and asked, "Your Majesty, the assassins we met yesterday were able to stimulate their potential and increase their combat effectiveness by taking some kind of magic potion.
Don't we have something similar?" Magic potion. Baldwin IV chuckled and said, "Magic potions are not far away from us.
The incense burning in this room is made of frankincense and myrrh, which can relieve my symptoms. As for the assassin's magic potion that stimulates human potential, it is often fatal after taking it.
It is against the law.
The evil medicine that goes against the will of the Father."
Lothar suddenly realized, "Your Majesty, I have always had a doubt.
Why do those wizards who have such mysterious and powerful power want to serve the secular king?
If they want to assassinate the king, how should we deal with it?" Baldwin IV asked with some doubt. "Didn't your two witch ladies tell you?"
Lothar shook his head.
Prajna and Fringilla were not orthodox witches in this world.
The power they possessed was not as simple as magic, so they naturally did not know these secrets. Baldwin IV raised his hand and pointed to the gold edges inlaid on the tables and chairs, the golden reliefs on the window frames, and the statues of holy angels on the cabinets. These are all objects made of magic-blocking gold, which can limit the magic power of wizards.
If the arrows are made of magic-blocking gold, they can even easily penetrate the defenses of wizards.
They do have powerful power, but the secular world is also very dangerous to them. The vast majority of wizards are travelers and potion experts. They travel like ordinary people and live the long lives sustained by magic, living the life they want. They are two completely different species from humans and no longer have the human desire for power and wealth.
Lothar thought thoughtfully, so, wizards prefer to be aloof from the world rather than really engage in fighting in the field of power?
Yes, that's too dangerous for them. Or, they think what they get is too great compared to the risks they take. Baldwin IV paused, and said, "As for why they would join the ranks of secular monarchs, perhaps you know better than me."
Love?
Yes, but not entirely. For example, materials for making potions, building wizard towers, and guards to protect their own safety. These are all the rewards they can get from the secular world.
Lothar suddenly realized.
Baldwin IV continued, "There are more wizards in this world than you can imagine, but you rarely meet them because they are rarely in the secular world."
Leaving the king's bedroom,
Lothar returned to his job.
Today's Jerusalem is particularly chaotic.
After the conscription order was issued, Jerusalem has already become a large military camp. Since the decision to go to war today has been made, many preparations must be put on the agenda. The nobles have to count how many pilgrims are needed to form a conscripted army, how many mules and horses are needed to transport baggage, and where can they get supplies along the way. The ceremony at the time of departure.
And a series of things that are both tedious and have to be done.
Everyone has to shoulder their own responsibilities and coordinate the relationships between these people, rather than simply putting a group of people together and forcibly forming an army. It was a complicated and meticulous job.
The preparations took 3 days in a row.
On the morning of the third day, the army was about to set out to the north. The temperature in Jerusalem began to rise in the morning. Lothar was using a brush in the stable to clean the fur of the Nisan warhorse and the Arabian horse. Salah sent 10 fine and tall Arabian horses, all of which were kept in the stables of the royal knights and cared for by special grooms. Fringilla stood on tiptoe, worried that the water would wet her beautiful long skirt in the palace. This beauty-loving girl finally no longer needed to wear a veil. But her snow-white hair still needed to be covered. She lifted the hem of her skirt and turned around in front of Lothar.
"My lord, do you think my skirt looks good?"
Lothar nodded perfunctorily. "Yeah, it looks good. I've seen Princess Sibylla wearing something similar, but she doesn't look as noble and beautiful as you." Lothar's perfunctory attitude was not just perfunctory. He would quickly organize a set of plausible words of praise in his mind, which made his perfunctory attitude rarely cause Fringilla's dissatisfaction.
"TSK, that old woman who had given birth to a child can be compared with this princess?" Fringilla couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth, revealing a joyful and satisfied look on her face. Prajna picked up a brush, walked over, and helped Lothar wash the warhorse. He said, "Model wrote to say that the blacksmith Mal's found a high-quality iron ore near Hans Fiefdom. He hopes that we can purchase some tools and equipment and send them back." Lothar frowned and shook his head. "Forget it for now. Let them prepare for war and be ready to respond to my call at any time. To be honest, I'm not sure I can defend the villages around Yogresburg. It's too early to start mining now." Prajna shook her head and continued to wash the warhorse. "You go and talk to Hans yourself. I'm just bringing you a message." Lothar was stunned for a moment and smiled. "Okay, got it." He thought for a moment, raised his hand and wiped off the dirty water that splashed on Prajna's cheek, and said sincerely, "You are also very beautiful today. Even if you are not dressed up, you are still much better than all the women in this world." Prajna was still expressionless, but rarely asked, "Compared with this little vampire? Who is more beautiful?" Fuline keenly caught the key words and came over and said, "Yes, sir, you tell me who is more beautiful, me or this big fool?"
Lothar did not stop his movements, but he felt weak in his heart. This was a life-threatening question, and only a fool would answer it. At this time, Hans shouted, "My lord, it's time to set off for the departure ceremony.
We have to stand in the innermost part as the guards of His Majesty the King."
Lothar hurriedly responded, "Okay, I'll be right there."
Thank God. Thank Hans. Thank His Majesty the King.
Many streets in Jerusalem today seemed deserted and empty compared to usual. People gathered in front of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre to watch the departure ceremony of the Crusades.
The dense crowd blocked everything. When Regent Raymond needed to go north, all the affairs of the Jerusalem Knights were piled in the hands of Baron Godfrey, the commander.
He rode a warhorse side by side with Lothar and patrolled around. Lothar smiled and joked, "Baron Godfrey, your dark circles are like the eye powder used by those Saracen slave girls to decorate. It seems that the position of commander is not that easy."
Godfrey said unhappily, "I haven't had a good sleep for 3 days. The Jerusalem Knights are much larger than the Royal Knights."
The total number of members of the Jerusalem Knights exceeded 30,000, of course, including many honorary members. But the part that stayed in Jerusalem, directly under the command of the king and the Grand Master, also had as many as 3,000 armed personnel, not including non-combatants such as servants. Compared to the Royal Knights, which only had 800 people, the Jerusalem Knights were a huge monster. Compared to the Hospitallers and the Templars, the force left in Jerusalem was not much weaker.
Lothar joked, "I hope Lord Tiberius, the regent, will not be like Lord Godfrey, leaving a commander in the Knights who was determined to overthrow the Grand Master."
"Oh,
so Lord Godfrey is the commander, that's fine."
Baron Godfrey said angrily, "This year, I had to stay in my own fiefdom for half of the time, and I took a boat to Provence. The affairs of the Knights had to be handed over to Count Philip, which made his prestige in the Knights soar, but how could I have known that he would openly stand up and challenge your position?" They were actually in a good mood after Count Raymond and other members of the Knights party, as well as some of the nobles of the Queen Mother's party who went on the expedition together, left Jerusalem. The royal party finally gained more power. The Royal Knights, with a force of nearly 800 men, and the Knights of Jerusalem, with a force of 3,000 men, were respectively controlled by Lothar and Baron Godfrey, two staunch royalists. Although the city defense army, the noble private soldiers of the Queen Mother's party, and the newly formed Crusaders by the Pilgrims were still in the hands of the Queen Mother's party and the Baron's party, the balance of power finally came to a balance. Lothar said goodbye to Baron Godfrey, reunited with his personal guard cavalry, and rushed to the Cathedral of the Holy Sepulchre, where a grand departure ceremony was being staged. Groups of soldiers walked in front of the cathedral to receive blessings from the clergy.
First, there were the elite knights wearing chain mail, tunics, and cloaks.
They brought their attendants, carried various flags, held their heads high, and accepted the greetings of the onlookers. There were even many cavalrymen who covered their mounts with tunics and leather armor to resist the arrows of the Saracen cavalry. The Knights Templar with a red cross on a white background, the Knights Hospitaller with a white cross on a black background. Knights, crosses, eagles, brown bears, standing lions, mountain cats, irises.
Various emblems were engraved on the lapels of those nobles and knights.
There were more than 500 knights heading north. Counting their retainers, they could gather more than 1,000 armored cavalrymen, which was less than half of Jerusalem's strength. This was all thanks to the conscription order issued by Baldwin IV not long ago, and the new round of crusades called by His Holiness the Pope, which enabled a large number of scattered knights to cross the ocean and come to the Holy Land. Then, there was a neat team of soldiers. They advanced in the form of square formations, also wearing robes representing their respective forces, colorful but clearly divided. In the center of them, there was a huge chariot. On the frame stood a huge golden cross, which was not a real cross. The real holy relic was stored under the cross, in a box on the chariot, guarded by a whole team of combat monks. Because it was only a piece of wood left and could not be raised to a place where everyone could see it, this golden cross was cast to show that the holy object was in the army.
Finally, the Crusaders formed by the Pilgrims.
Their team was somewhat disorderly and could only barely maintain a relatively neat state. They could not even guarantee that everyone had a deformed and worn-out iron helmet, and many people used spears with rusty iron spearheads. The worn-out robes they wore were painted with inferior paint, and it was obvious at a glance that they were hastily made red crosses. Fortunately, everyone could still have a shield, but most of them were not covered with leather. The amount of gold donated by Henry II was not cheap, but even if all the arsenal reserves were collected, it would not be possible to arm such a large army in a short time. What's more, the army heading north was only half of Jerusalem's military strength, and it could also be supplemented by troops from local lords along the way. Therefore, most of the pilgrim crusaders, whose equipment was barely good enough, stayed in the holy city and were still in training.
Lothar and his winged cavalry and royal knights stood at the front of the church, guarding the empty throne behind them. The bells on the minaret rang continuously.
Ordinary people gathered on the street, and even the windows of the two-story buildings beside the road were crowded with people watching the excitement. They held up the portraits of the Son of God, the Virgin Mary and the saints, and prayed devoutly that the warriors would return victorious and kill all the pagans who invaded the border. Archbishop Tyre and many clergy stood in front of the throne and shouted, "May Saint Michael bless you, devout believers, you will be bathed in the holy light when you pass by the holy tomb. I wish you will be invincible on the battlefield, and arrows and swords will not hurt your bodies. Even if you die in battle, you will be redeemed and ascend to heaven in glory, and all your past sins will be wiped out.
In the name of the Father. This is God's will." People shouted enthusiastically.
On this day, regardless of high or low, everyone seemed to be giving their best to the people around them,
proclaiming his piety.
At this time, inside the cathedral, the servants carried the sedan chair and slowly walked out to the throne. Baldwin IV, who had not been seen for a long time, stood up from the sedan chair and came to the throne with the help of the servants. His movements were graceful and slow. Except for the fact that he was still wearing a veil and wrapped tightly, he looked almost the same as a normal king. His Majesty, today he wore a white royal robe, a golden crown on his head, and a golden scepter in his hand. The top of the scepter was curved, with a golden cross, which meant the natural monarchy. That is, the King of Jerusalem, both a secular king and a theological shepherd. The color combination of gold and white is the color represented by the Jerusalem royal coat of arms.
Just as the Gaul royal family prefers blue, the Albion royal family prefers red, and the Imperial royal family prefers purple.
A servant in plain clothes, holding a sword, stood beside Baldwin IV.
His posture was like Prajna, always following Lothar.
He was the servant who was responsible for conveying the king's will to Earl Raymond and leading Lothar to meet the king every time. He was always so inconspicuous, cautious, and taciturn on weekdays. But Lothar only now realized that this servant was definitely not a simple person, because Lothar observed carefully that he was holding the sword in his hand, and the scabbard was made of magic-blocking gold. In other words, the imaginary enemy of this servant was the mysterious wizard who came and went without a trace. As His Majesty raised the golden scepter in his hand, all the nobles, knights, sergeants, civilians and clergy shouted, "Long live the king!" This was the first time they had seen His Majesty in recent times. Although the legend says that the king is an unclean person cursed by leprosy, he is also the destined monarch who saved Jerusalem from Saladin's iron hoof. In the eyes of most people, he is the closest to God. Some knights and nobles began to recite their family mottos loudly, which meant that they would return with honor and would not bring shame to their family mottos. His Majesty did not speak, he just raised the scepter high, allowing people to admire the glittering brilliance of the scepter. Baldwin IV did not stay for too long, and got on the sedan chair again and walked towards the Cathedral of the Holy Sepulchre.
The huge team began to leave the city in an orderly manner.
This was a long process. Many of the nobles standing in the stands felt numb in their feet. But they still had to stay here to watch the ceremony. Lothar, with Prajna and Fulin, looked around vigilantly, guarding against someone who was planning to take the opportunity to stir up a chaos. For this ceremony, all the pagans in the city have been ordered not to go out. Even the altars and temples of Zoroastrianism were all closed. In addition, as the war was about to break out, the Saracen caravans did not dare to visit Jerusalem easily, for fear of being robbed by crusader nobles like Count Reynold who were accustomed to breaking contracts.
The scorching sun baked the earth.
From a high place, the long and narrow marching team was like a lance, running through the whole of Jerusalem. In the stands, the noble slaves were already carrying golden trays with silver wine glasses, offering their masters cold and sweet wine.
Some of the nobles' wine glasses were even inlaid with large rubies to show their luxury.
The ladies talked about their new jewelry in a showy way, and looked at the Saracen or Persian slaves with graceful figures with contempt.
The maids trained in the eastern courts are much better at serving people than those in the western courts.
But the reason why the ladies are noble ladies is that they can bring dowries to their husbands' families and powerful political help, not how beautiful their appearance is. Without a noble status, no matter how beautiful the skin is, it is just a plaything. And Princess Sibylla is naturally the most beautiful pearl in Jerusalem. The dowry was probably a crown, which made her like a treasure trove exuding an alluring atmosphere, attracting countless noble sons to show their courtesy.
But Princess Sibylla was a little uninterested.
While politely agreeing, she looked at Lothar, who was standing in front of the church, wearing a red cloak with a black eagle emblem. It was not just Princess Sibylla. There were many noble ladies who paid attention to Lothar like her. In their eyes, Lothar was carrying too many fascinating mysterious legends. In the night competition, he killed a werewolf with his mortal body. Soon after arriving in Jerusalem, he was favored by His Majesty the King, who lived in seclusion. He was promoted successively, and was conferred a baron by the knights, and was appointed as the Grand Master of the Royal Knights. Afterwards, he used thunderous means to remove the former commander, Count Philip, who had the most powerful power in the knights. In addition, many nobles were talking about the wealth he had robbed from desert bandits, which was measured in carts, and the excellent equipment of his cavalry. Baron Lothar had long been associated with handsome, rich, brave, and wise words. Belian stood in the crowd, looking at the majestic Lothar with some envy. The scene when they met in the port of Jaffa in the past was still vivid in his mind. In the blink of an eye, this peer had transformed into the most prominent new noble in Jerusalem.
Isn't this what I want?
Count Reynard, with his red hair, looked at Lothar, who was standing in front of the cathedral and sweating profusely, with a provocative look on his face, raised his glass, and drank it all. He let out a pleasant cry, and then took another glass from the tray and poured it into the mud under his feet in front of Lothar. He was full of pride, thinking to himself, "This is the luxury of the king of the Dead Sea and the lord of Kaelberg. And you, a nouveau riche, can't even get a glass of ice drink on a hot day." Lothar smiled at him with pity hidden in his smile. He pretended to whisper to the standard-bearing officer beside him, the knight Hans von Sago, "Poor Count Reinald, he was imprisoned in a high tower by Nur ad-Din of Syria, Salih's father. It is said that he was imprisoned for 18 years. He may have become insane, otherwise he would not have spilled the sweet wine on the ground." Hans also showed a look of pity at the right time. May God bless him to get rid of his madness as soon as possible.
Count Reinald's face suddenly turned livid.
He muttered softly, "It was 15 years, not 18. Years later, the stupid boy is just as annoying as his father." Thinking of his past life as a prisoner, his joy over the departure of his greatest political enemy, Count Raymond, began to wane. Lothar said to the winged hussars behind him, "Let's go.
We have to follow the marching team and them out of the city.
If you feel the heat is unbearable, just bear with it. I have ordered the clothing officer to order sunshade robes for you, which will be delivered to you in 2 days." The winged hussars did not need robes, and half-body plate armor was not as easy to rust as chain mail, but the high temperature in the Holy Land during the day required them to have a robe to block the sun.
Ulm said respectfully, "My lord, this is nothing. A noble person like you is also enduring the heat."
They have completed the task of protecting the king and a group of clergy, and began to advance on both sides of the marching team. The winged hussars held their ceremonial swords tightly in their hands, with upright postures and bright armor, attracting many eyes from the girls watching on both sides.
Some proud knights sneered with jealousy and envy, "Look, this is the cavalry formed by that country baron.
They have feathers on their backs, just like the male peacocks in the royal gardens who are courting the opposite." Someone muttered, "I know that the bright Milanese armor will be like the iron plate used by the Turkic barbarians to grill meat under the scorching sun. It is not practical at all." As the first winged hussar under Lothar, Ulm couldn't help but said loudly to his comrades, "Look, their envious expressions, they wish they could stick their eyes on our armor.
Everyone has seen that even the knights are envious of our armor.
Your Excellency has bestowed such precious items on us along with the honor of the Winged Hussar Company.
We must do our best to repay your Excellency with loyalty. Yes, we are the brave Winged Hussars. When the Winged Hussars arrive, all the pagans will be terrified."
The Winged Hussars raised their heads high. Their unique armor and decorations made them stick together more closely. A sense of collective honor was born among them.
In front, Sir Raymond, wearing a blue robe and cloak, rode up on horseback.
He called out, "Baron Lothar."
"Good morning, Lord Tiberius."
Lothar replied respectfully. He was a little surprised that the leader of the Duke's party, who was so powerful in the Holy Land, would actually talk to him.
Count Raymond was not as handsome as Count Reynard in appearance.
His thin face was full of traces of time. His expression was a little complicated. "Baron Lothar, your father and I once had a close relationship. I was worried that you would become a person like him, obsessed with starting continuous wars, but fortunately you didn't." Lothar said with some doubts, "My lord, I know very little about what my father has done here, but if my father's ideas are so radical, he should have a good relationship with Count Reynard." Raymond couldn't help but smile on his serious face. "Your father once publicly declared that Reynard was a reckless fool without brains." Lothar was stunned.
Was Count Werner so tough before?
It had only been a few years since Count Werner returned from the Holy Land.
Why did he feel that Count Werner's image was so different from what they said? "Okay, what do you think? Your Majesty has already told me what you have done. This is your contribution. I am also pleased that you realize that there is a possibility of compromise and cooperation between us and the pagans. From now on, the safety of your majesty in Jerusalem will be in the hands of you and Godfrey. Remember to be careful of Reynold, a reckless fool, and do stupid things." Lothar nodded and said, "I will, my lord." Count Raymond smiled and greeted Lothar, then led his attendants away. Lothar pondered for a moment, and it was probably because Baldwin IV informed the regent Raymond about the covenant they had made with King Salah, so this conversation took place. The Crusaders who had marched north finally left Jerusalem. The huge team raised a long stream of yellow earth. The nobles and knights followed the Crusaders and bid farewell to Count Raymond and other nobles who were heading north. It was not just the nobles of the Duke's party who left. Like Count Georgelin, who was inclined to the Queen Mother's party. He had devoted his life to restoring the county of Edessa, which had been divided between the Sassanid king and Ayyubid. He had finally waited for such an opportunity, and he naturally would not miss it. You know, there are more than one heir to the title of Earl of Edessa. If he didn't go, by then, it would be bad if his younger brothers and sisters got there first. Count Thierry of Flanders was also on the list. Soon after he arrived in the Holy Land, he joined Count Reynard. Most of the knights and nobles who had just arrived in the Holy Land would make such a choice. They were more radical, because only war and expansion of territory could enable them to gain merit and obtain fiefdoms. And the regent, Count Raymond, was more like the leader jointly elected by the local nobles to fight against these latecomers who wanted to compete with them for food. Their style naturally tended to be defensive, and even if they reached an agreement with the pagans, they were unwilling to let the war burn to their own territory. After all, as long as the war broke out, the trade route would be cut off, and a large amount of wealth would be lost every day. Even if they won, they would only end up with a mess. After a busy day, Jerusalem in the evening gradually fell into darkness. Lothar galloped through the city with the winged hussars, and he shouted and ordered, "Hans, go over there and take a look. Ulm, take someone over there. A curfew has been issued in the Zoroastrian area in the east and the Jewish area in the south. From now on, no one is allowed to go out." After the army set out, the public security problem in Jerusalem became acute again. Before this, during the period when ruffians were arrested and sent to the army, the public security in Jerusalem had improved significantly. However, the departure of a large number of Christian soldiers and knights has caused the population ratio of the city to slide to a dangerous value. Today, the Knights of the Royal Knights, who are distributed in various royal estates, have returned with the soldiers one after another. The strength of the Royal Knights has been replenished, so Lothar was captured by Baron Godfrey as a strong man to lead his cavalry to patrol the city with him to maintain public security. In the afternoon, some Zoroastrians had gathered under the dome altar to listen to a sage preaching, and they almost caused trouble. Now they have all been hung on the gallows to dry. In addition, someone found a body covered with wounds in the drainage ditch, as if it had been eaten by wild dogs. All kinds of gossip, such as divine revelation and divine punishment, have spread everywhere. No one is fanning the flames here, and Lothar doesn't believe it. The night deepened. The bright moon hung high in the sky. Hans rode alone, patrolling the closed streets. The streets were empty, and the lights and deliberately suppressed conversations in the houses on both sides quickly disappeared with the sound of horse hooves. The massacres that the Crusaders had inflicted on the Saracens were still firmly remembered by the pagans in this city, even though hundreds of years had passed. In the winged cavalry company under Lothar, only Hans had the qualification to patrol alone. The rest had to travel with at least two people to take care of each other. Hans stopped in front of a temple. This was a temple called the Holy Fire Scripture Hall. According to legend, it stored the theological classics of Zoroastrianism translated into various languages, as well as the manuscripts left by the prophets. Many Zoroastrian monks came here from afar to read and admire the scriptures left by the sages. Hans sat on the horse and sniffed. Not far ahead, he smelled a familiar yet unfamiliar smell. Savage, brutal, wild, violent. He searched his mind and suddenly realized, this is a smell similar to Abelardo? It's a werewolf from this world. Hans tied his horse to the side of the road and walked slowly forward. A moment later, he saw a gloomy man kneeling on the ground under an olive tree in front of the temple, constantly making the sign of the cross in front of him and praying. Hans walked to a distance behind him and stood still, saying loudly, "Werewolf, since you want to confess to God, why do you worship the pagan temple?" The man's body shook and whispered, "I prayed to God, but I didn't get a response." Hans didn't speak, just waited quietly. For a long time. The man said again, "You are only one person, why do you dare to expose my identity?" "Although I am only one person, it is enough to deal with you." Hans looked calm.
He is now a 5-star attendant, and his strength has increased many times compared to before.
He thinks he can easily deal with a mere werewolf. That corpse in the drain, was it you who did it?
I heard your prayers, but unfortunately, this will not erase the sins you have committed.
I didn't mean to. I can't control my appetite. Please, leave quickly.
The man's face showed an expression that seemed to be crying, and he raised his hands. You can't imagine what kind of terrifying power a werewolf possesses.
I have fallen into the arms of the devil.
Even in the holy city closest to heaven, I still don't feel redemption. The power of God the Father cannot compete with the devil at all.
Hans murmured, blasphemy. Then he was a little dazed again.
He is also a werewolf now, not the knight squire who was obsessed with arming and preaching with swords and guns.
If it is blasphemy, his existence itself is a blasphemy against God the Father. I can't control it. Get out of here.
He looked painful, and a black hair pierced his cheek like a steel needle.
And this is just the beginning. The beginning. What followed was a scene that could make a trypophobic patient faint.
Dense black hair, as if full of life, pierced the man's skin and flesh, growing wildly, and covered his entire body in the blink of an eye. His muzzle became narrow and pointed, and 2 rows of sharp fangs extended from under his lips. With the creaking sound of his joints swelling, his legs and arms were stretching. In the blink of an eye, the man had turned into a burly, tall, 3-meter-tall black werewolf.
Hans was thoughtful.
So this is the process of witnessing a werewolf's transformation from a third-person perspective, and it seems to be similar to his time.
Ha ha. A deep laugh sounded. You asked for this, I gave you a chance. Amidst the sinister laughter, the werewolf grinned with a mouth full of fangs. Hans sighed, you are much bigger than me after transformation. Let me think about it. What is the difference between you and Abelardo? Is it the species or the number of people you eat?
The werewolf found it difficult to understand Hans's calmness, and he couldn't understand what he said about transformation and Abelardo. With a suppressed roar, the werewolf suddenly kicked the ground, and the tense muscles were like springs, shooting its huge body towards Hans. Clang! The werewolf's sharp claws pressed against the blade in Hans's hand. Hans was knocked back by the violent impact, but the werewolf's sharp claws clamped the armed sword in Hans's hand. He struggled hard, but was surprised to find that he was completely suppressed by the werewolf in terms of strength. It was different from the battle between Abelardo and Lothar. Abelardo had to fight in his werewolf body, hidden in a small armor, and could not use the werewolf's biggest weapons, claws and teeth.
He couldn't make actions such as pouncing.
This greatly limited the werewolf's combat power. This was also one of the key reasons why Lothar won in the first place. The werewolf that Hans faced this time was not only more ferocious than Abelardo, but also able to exert his full strength without reservation, which made Hans fall into a disadvantage for a while.
It seems that I am still not as good as you, sir. Hans let go of his hand and stopped wrestling with the werewolf.
The werewolf was not careful and used too much force, retreating several steps backwards. It picked up the knight's sword that had been bent by the huge force, threw it aside with disdain, and grinned, without a weapon, let's see how you can fight me. The werewolf was actually full of surprise.
Hans was the strongest human he had ever seen.
In the past, let alone wrestling with it, after it turned into a werewolf, it only needed a little force to knock those knights wearing heavy barrel helmets and their heads away. Mr. Werewolf, please allow me to take off my armor so that I don't hurt your teeth. Hans took off his robe, sat on the ground, and took off his chainmail shirt in a relaxed manner.
Are you crazy?
The werewolf looked at Hans with vigilance, not understanding why this man would take off the armor he relied on for survival.
With a weak human body, wouldn't it be as fragile as a piece of straw paper in front of him? I was. But I'm not crazy.
Hans took off his chainmail and the linen shirt underneath. It's just that I found that it's impossible for me to accomplish the feat of killing a werewolf with a human body like my lord.
What are you kidding?
The werewolf felt that Hans was telling a far-fetched joke.
No one knew the horror of werewolves better than it. How could a mortal kill a werewolf? Delaying time?
The werewolf was alert to the fact that Hans had delayed it for too long. It crouched down and kicked the ground with its legs. Its muscles as hard as marble made it like a cannonball fired from a gun, and it pounced on the unarmed Hans.
So, let's have a wolf versus wolf showdown.
Hans murmured in a low voice, his shirtless body showing his strong muscles. Then, he crouched down, and suddenly jumped up in a posture that was no different from the black werewolf opposite him. While his body was still in the air, white hairs grew out. In the blink of an eye, Hans had completed the transformation from a human to a werewolf. There was a dull thud. The two fell to the ground together. The black werewolf let out a hoarse growl. You too. You too. No wonder you are so powerful. We are both abandoned by God, so why do you want to attack me? Hans whispered, I am not abandoned by God.
I am smart. And he responded to me actively.
Then, he swung his claws and smashed. The sharp claws left a deep scar on the black werewolf's chest that was visible to the bone.
The black werewolf was furious and kicked Hans away.
He climbed up from the ground panting. Beast, you little wolf who is only 2 meters tall, I will let you know what it means to respect your elders.
Hans stood up and scathed.
Unlike the werewolves in this world, his transformation was limited in time, but he would not lose his mind, nor did he follow the principle that the stronger he was, the bigger he was.
The next moment,
the 2 werewolves wrestled with each other again. They abandoned all the power of civilization and turned to the most barbaric claws and fangs, trying their best to kill each other. The black werewolf was shocked to find that Hans, the werewolf, was much smaller than it, but his strength was even more terrifying.
At first, it was able to gain the upper hand with its superior fighting skills.
But as time passed, the white werewolf seemed to be more familiar with this werewolf body and figured out how to fight with claws and fangs. It was obviously just a clumsy imitator, but it was getting stronger and more difficult to deal with. The black werewolf watched helplessly as Hans crushed him step by step,
until Hans's 2 rows of sharp teeth were imprinted on its neck.
Click, the werewolf's eyes, which were brown and yellow like lizards, gradually lost their spirit. He twitched his mouth and whispered, Lilith, my world is dark.
Hans raised his wolf head, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth.
He looked at the bright moon.
Then, he let out a melodious wolf howl. The melodious wolf howl was long and mournful.
When Lothar heard the noise and rushed over, Hans had already put on his gear. He picked up the bent armored sword on the ground, his face full of heartache. Although the quality jumped to 5 stars, the armored sword that accompanied him into this world had not been upgraded and was still just an ordinary weapon.
Don't feel bad, I will ask Malice to reforge a sword for you.
Lothar came to the werewolf corpse and was somewhat amazed at the size of the wolf corpse. He raised his head, stared at Hans, and asked, Did you kill it?
Yes.
Hans' face showed a complex expression of expecting to be praised, but afraid of being blamed.
After all, he is still a child.
Lothar sighed in his heart, but his face showed a serious expression. Remember to notify in advance next time, don't act rashly, and put your own safety first. Hans scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Sorry, sir, I was indeed a little reckless this time.
But I just want to figure out how the werewolves in this world fight.
You know, I am not a native of the wolf clan of 2 Sicilies, and I don't have the inheritance of how werewolves should fight.
Besides, transformation is not convenient. Lothar nodded. It is indeed understandable.
The winged hussars are 100% loyal to Lothar.
But Lothar's current subordinates are not all winged hussars.
Hans pointed at the body of the black werewolf and said with emotion, This is a poor guy.
I heard his confession.
On a full moon night, he couldn't control the wildness of the werewolf and killed his wife and son. When he woke up, he found the scattered bodies of his wife and children lying at his feet. You can imagine how painful it was. He tried to seek redemption in the Holy Land, but unfortunately the Father of Heaven did not respond to him. In front of this pagan temple, he used the wrong gesture to ask for help, so naturally he would not get a response.
He is indeed a poor man. Lothar sighed. It is hateful for werewolves to eat people.
But the werewolves in this world are also cursed people. Many times, their evil deeds are not under their control, which makes them seem a bit pitiful. But no matter how pitiful they are, they will still be killed if they are seen again. Hans said with some regret, Sir, if he could control his wildness, I would have wanted to recruit him for you.
A werewolf as huge as this one is simply an invincible chariot on the battlefield.
Lothar shook his head and said, The werewolves in this world are bloodthirsty.
I dare not recruit them as my subordinates, otherwise I will be excommunicated the next day. Come on, transport the body of this werewolf back. He planned to take this wolf corpse back to Fringilla for research.
In many legends of this world, as long as you are bitten by a werewolf, you will be infected and become a new werewolf, but Lothar thinks this statement is not very reliable. If werewolves really have this kind of infectiousness comparable to zombies, they would have been rampant long ago. At this time, footsteps were heard in the distance.
A group of people holding lanterns slowly walked towards this side.
They were dressed in obvious foreign clothes.
The knowledgeable winged cavalry whispered, They are Turks. Count Reynard hired such a team. It seems to be called Ghazi.
Warriors.
Turks? Lothar frowned.
Most of the Turkic tribes that kept migrating westwards submitted to the Sassanid king. With a wave of his hand, the Sassanid king granted them Asia Minor, which did not belong to them, as a pasture. The Turks lived up to their reputation for bravery. Over the years, they have been expanding their power in Asia Minor, squeezing the power of the Eastern Empire to only coastal cities such as Nicaea. In other words, The power of the Turks is often in Asia Minor, not the Levant, in a narrow sense, only refers to the eastern coastal areas of the Mediterranean.
Why did they come to Jerusalem? The leader was a Turk dressed as an aristocrat. He asked in half-baked Gaulish, "What's going on? I seem to hear a wolf howling. Did a wild wolf break into the city?"
Lothar winked at Ulm, who immediately understood, rode his horse forward 2 steps, and said sternly, "Stop, don't get any closer, this is Lothar, the Grand Master of the Royal Knights. Pagan, return to your house immediately, otherwise we will regard you as a suspicious element."
A Ghazi warrior drew out his straight sword and said angrily, "Asshole! How dare you be so rude to my master?" The winged cavalry behind Lothar also drew out their swords immediately.
The Turkish nobles waved their hands and said, "Don't get me wrong, I have no ill intentions, I am just worried that a wolf will break into the city and threaten our own safety."
Lothar said loudly, "You don't have to worry about the security issues in Jerusalem. Jerusalem has issued a ban. Please return to your house immediately."
The Turkish nobles did not pester him anymore and said simply, "Okay, I understand. Please don't misunderstand our intentions.
We will leave now." The Turkish nobles walked away with a gloomy face. "Prince Jandar, are we going to take action? Be patient."
The Turkic nobleman called Prince Jandar showed a trace of greed in his eyes. "I didn't expect that there would be a werewolf in this holy place of pagans.
Unfortunately, how can we steal its body from these Franks? Not all Turks have converted to Zoroastrianism.
Every nation has a group of stubborn conservatives.
For example, among the Turks who migrated westward, there are quite a few who still adhere to the shamanism of Changshangshan. And Prince Jandar is one of them. In shamanism, there is an ancient technique that can inject the blood of wild beasts into the bodies of warriors to create a group of beast-blooded warriors. This is also the reason why Prince Jandar wants to obtain the body of the werewolf. Watching this group of people leave,
Hans said, "There is something wrong with this group of Turks."
Lothar nodded and said,
"Indeed," his eyes kept glancing at the body of the black werewolf.
"If the pagans in Jerusalem were not so nervous, I would have locked them up without thinking twice." The reason why Jerusalem still thrived after the brutal massacre of the Crusaders was closely related to its tolerance.
Baldwin IV was also committed to maintaining a peaceful relationship between the believers of the two religions. As a royalist, he would not do something like Count Reynold, who attacked pagan caravans for no reason or even robbed and killed nobles.
The next day, early in the morning,
the news that the royal knights had killed a werewolf soon spread throughout Jerusalem.
Last night, the terrifying wolf howl that was so powerful that it almost resounded throughout most of Jerusalem was still fresh in the memory of many people when they woke up in the daytime. Lothar was waiting.
Perhaps soon, Archbishop William would come to his house in person to verify the truth of the matter, and on the other hand, he would probably ask for the werewolf's body. The body might be burned in public, and a grand event would be held to inspire people.
At this time, Fringilla was standing at the highest point of the tower of the royal palace castle.
She walked on the outer wall of the tower as if she was violating the rules of gravity, which made Lothar tremble with fear.
"Big fool, can you give me and the adults some space alone? It is my duty to protect the adults. Yesterday, you didn't follow the adults all the time."
Prajna frowned, and found that she could not quibble, so she simply chose to remain silent as she usually did.
Fringilla said angrily, "You are a scheming woman.
When you hear something that doesn't suit your heart, you choose to turn a deaf ear and dumb." Lothar then stepped forward as a mediator. Most of the spoils taken from the robbers have been transported to Jerusalem. The damaged weapons and armor were sold at a good price at a time when Jerusalem was short of weapons. I plan to buy a few workshops with this money.
Fringilla was a little surprised. "Sir, are you sure you can defend Jerusalem? If the city is broken, won't your workshop also be destroyed?"
Because the war is coming, many workshops and shops opened by pagans are selling at low prices.
I will not start working immediately after I buy the workshop. I just plan to take over the skilled workers. Lothar plans to develop woodblock printing to print theological classics.
With the improved paper-making technology, there is no need to worry about sales in Jerusalem, which has a strong theological atmosphere.
Although many people at the bottom are illiterate, it is also good to use them as souvenirs.
In addition, the improvement of dyes is also quite simple. Thanks to the development of short videos in the previous life, Lasse knew many ways to improve dyes, such as using grape skins to dye expensive purple cloth. The reason why purple dyes are expensive now is that dyers use a dye made from the juice secreted by shellfish glands, which is extremely rare. It's just that this thing is too profitable. Lasse thought for a long time and decided to keep it in his mind before he became king. In his world, the King of France dared to slander the Knights Templar, the emblem of two people riding on the same horse, as homosexuality, and exterminate it. It is enough to see that wealth without strong armed protection is equivalent to my neighbor hoarding guns and my hoarding food, which may be used to make wedding clothes for others at any time. In fact, Lhasa didn't want to perform the duties of the Grand Master, work hard all day, and think about making money. There is no way. Yograsburg is too poor. The only specialty is crops such as dates, and the yield is not high. It is not enough to exchange for food to fill the stomachs of all the people. Of course, the iron mine discovered by Malice, if developed, can also be regarded as a good industry. But all this had to give way to war. As expected, in the afternoon, Archbishop William of Tyre came to visit with a group of clergymen in a hurry. This was the most distinguished guest that Constance Manor had ever welcomed. The Archbishop of Tyre was born into the aristocratic class of Jerusalem and had studied in the Academy of the European continent for 20 years. After that, he was appointed as an envoy by the previous king to the Eastern Empire. After returning, he was appointed as the tutor of Baldwin IV. In addition, he was also the recognized strong successor to the Patriarch of Jerusalem, Hercules, who was old and no longer in charge. Your Excellency, it is an honor to meet you. Archbishop William forced a smile on his old face. Baron Lothar, I have long heard that you were brave enough to fight a werewolf. Now you have accomplished this feat again. Can I see the body of the werewolf? Of course, Your Excellency William. Archbishop William walked around the werewolf body, exclaiming, "This is the first time I have seen such a lifelike werewolf body. Before, I only saw a dried wolf skin in the Bologna Cathedral. I can't even be sure that it is really a werewolf skin and not an ordinary wild wolf." The other clergy were also full of enthusiasm and shock. A 3-meter-tall behemoth, even if it is dead, leaving only a shell, brings unimaginable shock to people. Is this really something that mortals can deal with? Baron Lothar, this is the blessing of God. Lothar nodded at the right time and said, "That's right. If it weren't for the blessing of God, I and my knights would never have been able to defeat such a huge werewolf. You should know that the Abelardo I defeated in the Austrian border was just a werewolf less than 2 meters long, which is incomparable to the fierce creature in front of you. This is naturally because I was in the sacred land of Jerusalem and was blessed by God to perform this feat." Lothar attributed this credit to the miracle. Archbishop William drew a cross in front of him and said with emotion, "Baron, you are really a person favored by God. For Jerusalem, this is a miracle that comes at the right time. If possible, I hope that Baron can donate the remains of this werewolf to the church. I will show more people the feat you have accomplished under the blessing of God." Of course, no problem. Lothar generously handed the wolf corpse to Archbishop William. The most valuable heart of the wolf had been taken out, and the rest of the body was of little use value. Handing it over to Archbishop William for exhibition, or air drying, and tanning it into a holy vessel would greatly enhance his prestige. This is a win-win situation. Archbishop William was also surprised by Lothar's generosity. He thanked him and said, "Baron Lothar, you are such a pious person. I heard that your fiefdom, Yograsburg, is still short of a priest. Do you need me to send a parish priest with high theological attainments to live in the church in your castle?" Lothar said quickly, "That would be great. I just hope it will take some time. After all, the war has spread to the border, and Yograsburg is not far from the border." Archbishop William suddenly realized, "I understand. You can come to me any time when you need me." Archbishop William wanted to send a priest to a barren territory like Yograsburg, of course not to collect the meager tithe. Instead, he intended to do so as a thank you. Unfortunately, Lothar was not a devout believer, and he did not want to send a clergyman who had no friendship with him to fight against him. Although the clergy and the secular lords were fighting each other and interdependent, Lothar had too many blasphemous things under his command. Time passed quickly. 5 days later, in the hall of the royal knight's residence, Lothar was handling official business. A newly trained pilgrim crusaders of the royal knights had begun to show combat effectiveness, with a number of more than 800. At this time, the crusaders in the north were said to be unstoppable and had successively conquered the lost land. However, the pagan army originally used to besiege Tripoli, led by Saladin's nephew, the Syrian governor Savyadin, did not have a direct conflict with the crusaders, but retreated step by step. The crusaders made a rash advance and were defeated by the Mamluk cavalry who had been ambushed. Therefore, the two armies confronted each other at the northern border of the Kingdom of Jerusalem. If I were Saladin, this time would be the best time to attack Jerusalem. The northern crusaders who have been entangled with Savyadin's army have no time or room to return for rescue. Lothar's face was full of worry. Not only did he know about this, but even Count Reynold, a recognized reckless man, led his army back to the fiefdom of Kaelburg yesterday to prepare for Saladin's attack.
the morale of the residents of Jerusalem was not low.
The story of Lothar fighting the werewolf with his mortal body had spread these days. The real werewolf corpse dispelled everyone's doubts, and it also made Lothar a celebrity among the nobles of Jerusalem again.
At noon, the system prompt sounded, "You have obtained a new card drawing opportunity." Lothar realized that it had been exactly 1 week since he left Yogresburg and took up his post in Jerusalem. Without hesitation, he chose to draw a card. A cyan light flashed. A tall black-robed priest slowly emerged in the hall. He held a Bible with a golden chain in his hands, had a short haircut that was a little gray, and looked handsome, like an English gentleman. Lothar showed a hint of surprise on his face. As a medical attendant designed by Lothar, the status of black-robed Father Erden among 4-star medical attendants is the same as that of Fringilla among 5-star mages. They are both absolutely top-notch.
Name, black-robed Father Erden. Quality, extraordinary, 4-star, level, 1 intimacy, cold strength, 10 agility, 7 stamina, 12 endurance, 20 mental power, 25 talent, Archangel's blessing. This attendant can communicate with the power of the Archangel with mental power and use it to rescue the wounded. Codex, when this attendant is treating, there is a certain probability that the negative status of the target will be expelled.
Skills, Divine Shield, while healing the target, slightly increase its defense. Elite skills, Suffering Monk, the damage to the designated target is completely transferred to the rest of the designated targets. Elite second skill, None. Introduction, Alden from Tuscany was originally a descendant of the Grand Duchess of Tuscany.
In his middle age, he sat on the throne of the Archbishop of Milan. Later, the wolf plague swept across Tuscany, and the sovereignty of this place was usurped by the werewolf family Axii in the Two Sicilies. Since then, the Patriarch of Axii has required the Church to pay him a tribute of the flesh and blood of a living person every day. Archbishop Alden, who could not bear the collusion with the werewolf family, resolutely chose to leave Tuscany and became a wandering ascetic monk. The black-robed priest showed a cold look as soon as he arrived. "I smell the scent of wolves, sir. Your subordinates actually took in those savage wolves?" "Alding, relax. Hans was a squire of the Teutonic Knights, and I gave him the wolf blood. He is not a wolf from the Two Sicilies." The Two Sicilies refers to Naples and Sicily, that is, the southern Apennine Peninsula.
"Is that so?" Erden had a stern face, and suddenly said, "There are also vampires and ghosts. My lord, is there no one under your command who is loyal to the light?" Lothar frowned. "Erden, are you blaming me?"
Erden had a stern face, and no emotion could be seen. The two looked at each other for a long time before he lowered his head and said, "My lord, I should not interfere with your decision-making, but I'm sorry that I cannot agree with your behavior." A trace of anger also emerged in Lothar's heart. "Erden, do you know where this is?" "This is Jerusalem, and I am the Baron of Yogresburg appointed by the King of Jerusalem himself, and the Grand Master of the Royal Knights. Archbishop William of Tyre and Patriarch Hercules of Jerusalem both stood up for me, declaring that I am the one favored by God."
Erden was silent.
"We all know that this actually proves nothing. I am not a person favored by God at all.
There are many popes who are full of greed and have illegitimate children."
Lothar then said, "Since you have joined the church and held the high position of archbishop, you should know what kind of filth and dirt the church is.
Who is holy and who represents light? How can you define it?" Erden remained silent.
But Lothar knew that this stubborn guy would definitely not listen to his words. "Alding, many wolves in the Two Sicilies have committed the evil act of cannibalism, but there are also many wolves with good intentions who live in peace with humans.
There are villains in every tribe. What is the difference between the church's methods of collecting tithes, issuing indulgences, and squeezing the last copper coin from the hands of civilians and the man-eating wolves?
To see whether a person's heart is towards light or darkness, we should not be entangled in his bloodline, nor should we look at what they say, but look at what they do."
Lothar snorted coldly. "That's all I have to say."
The black-robed priest had a cold expression, as if Lothar's words did not shake his mind, but the prompt sound of increased intimacy showed that he was still touched. Erden drew a cross in front of him and knelt on one knee. "No matter what, Erden, I am willing to be loyal to you."
"I accept your loyalty, Erden.
I hope that we can put aside our differences and seek common ground while reserving our differences in the future." Lothar looked at this man with a cold face and meticulously groomed hair, who was almost as old-fashioned and unkind as this man, and felt helpless.
From Erden's perspective, his view of the wolf tribe of the Two Sicilies was completely correct.
"Those who are not of my kind must have different hearts."
In the Two Sicilies ruled by the wolf tribe naturally takes priority over everything, and ordinary humans live a miserable life.
Erden was alone, weak, and had no power to resist, so he could only choose to leave. But for Lothar, Erden's world was just a fictional background, even if it really became a real world in a sense.
Could Lothar kill a follower just because he was a murderous and sinful demon in the game world? Isn't that nonsense? For example, in her personal plot copy, Fringilla was set to turn into a tyrant and destroy an entire town.
But this did not prevent Lothar from liking this somewhat arrogant little girl from the bottom of his heart. Therefore, Lothar could only try to change Olding's mind.
But how could a monk with a mind as strong as iron like Olding be shaken by a few words from others?
If it was not Lothar who preached to him, he would have been physically converted by monk Olding, who swung the Bible as thick as a brick and smashed it on his temple. If he had known this, he should not have designed the camps and hatred between the followers.
All of them were just happy.
Anyway, whether the game made money or not was none of his business. Lothar helped Olding, who was kneeling on one knee. "Let's go, come with me to find Archbishop William. I have to ask for a parish priest or deacon position for you. I hope you can take on the responsibilities of the parish priest of Yogresburg." In short, it was to ask for a position for Olding. "I know you once served as a bishop of a diocese, but when you come to this world, you have to start all over again." Erden nodded and said, "Ever since I saw the church and the wolf tribe colluding with each other, the rank of priest is no longer important to me.
My greatest pursuit is to continue to spread the will of God under you."
Lothar continued, "After you go out, you may meet my other followers.
As you said, among them are werewolves, vampires, and ghosts. I know you hate these aliens.
But now, like you, they are colleagues loyal to me. I won't force you to get along well with each other, but you'd better not provoke them, because you will not be their opponent.
Nor will I side with you.
In terms of combat power, ordinary people are naturally no match for Erden. If he wears heavy armor and picks up a warhammer, he will be a fierce warrior on the battlefield, but he is far inferior to Hans, Fringilla, Prujna, and even Malice."
Erden said in a deep voice, "Evil cannot always overwhelm light."
Lothar interrupted him and said solemnly, "But under my command, there is no need for pure light and darkness. Only those who can be used by me are the light in my eyes."
Erden was silent. Lothar knew that he could not change his mind, so he gave up the idea and asked instead, "Can you cure leprosy?" The black-robed priest Erden thought for a moment, shook his head and said, "You want to cure the famous leper king, right?"
"Healing others is my duty, but please forgive my limited ability. Leprosy is an evil poison like the Black Death, not a wound that bleeds and breaks bones."
"I am afraid I can't cure it." "Can't be cured? How far can it be cured at most?"
"It is no problem to reduce the injuries and prolong the life. Perhaps the patient's disabled limbs can be restored, but as time goes by, his life will still be devoured by the evil poison."
"Is the evil poison the name for bacteria?" Lothar thought thoughtfully, "That's enough.
Even if it is a top 4-star, it is still a 4-star after all.
The meaning of the word supernormal is that it is a mortal with extraordinary abilities. It is normal to have limited abilities. If it is a 5-star medical attendant, it should be able to completely cure leprosy, right?"
Lothar was only worried that Baldwin IV had lost the confidence to continue living and refused treatment. The greatest pain of leprosy is not physical, but mental. No one can look at his disabled, stiff, festering, and deformed body every day and remain indifferent.
"Push the door and go out."
Prujna, who was sitting by the window reading a book, raised her head slightly, and a few strands of her long black hair covered her eyebrows and eyes, looking a little messy.
"Who is he?" "Alden, an ascetic monk from Tuscany."
"Oh."
Prujna lowered her head and continued reading.
She had never heard of this name, nor did she care about what others thought of her. In her long and boring life, she only focused on two things. One was Lothar's safety. The other was the fascinating stories Lothar told. The book she was reading was a test product printed privately by Lothar using woodblock printing.
The content was not theological scriptures, but the most easily spread and fascinating fantasy novel. Its name is Demon Hunter.
It tells the story of a mutant who was injected with magic potion, but still followed the divine light, constantly hunted monsters, and preached for the Lord, the story of Van Helsing. The content was collected by Lothar based on the stories of Van Helsing and Geralt. Only the first part was published, but it was already exciting enough for the people in this world. Lothar was planning to release part of the inventory to try to promote it among the nobles. In addition, there were stories from 1001 Nights, which he planned to sell to Egypt. The cultural atmosphere of the Saracens was much stronger than that of Jerusalem at this time. The Royal Library in Cairo had a collection of 200,000 books. The atmosphere of folk learning was also far better than that of Western Europe, where illiterate lords were everywhere.
"This smell, TSK, is it an ascetic monk recognized by the holy light?" Fringilla glanced at the ascetic monk and curled her lips.
She also did not take this little character seriously. The enemy of the Blood King's court has never been the Holy Light Church.
"It's nothing, she just doesn't like it. She was playing a dress-up game with a group of little maids. These maids were all Persian slaves that Salah gave to Lothar along with 10 Arabian war horses. They were what the Tang people called Hu women. They had good looks and figures. They wore exotic white gauze clothes, and their postures were swaying, which was very attractive. But Lothar was not used to being served, so he simply left everything to Fringilla T. Hans went to the parade ground to supervise the training of new soldiers, and he has not returned yet. It must be admitted that Hans, who worked hard and never complained, helped Lothar share too many affairs. Lothar would like to call him a model worker. Lothar led more than 10 winged cavalrymen and galloped on the street like the wind, heading straight to the Cathedral of the Holy Sepulchre. The patriarch was old and his energy was getting worse. Many affairs were taken over by Archbishop William, so William's office was also moved to the Cathedral of the Holy Sepulchre. There were few idle people on the street, and it could even be said to be deserted. Not only because of the departure of the Northern Crusaders, but also because the originally endless trade routes and the pagan pilgrimage routes had been cut off. Just arrived at the door of the Cathedral of the Holy Sepulchre. A young man who was leading a horse out shouted in surprise, "Baron Lothar, you are here just in time. The Archbishop was about to send me to find you." This was Archbishop William's clerk, a very nice young man, honest and reliable. Lothar had a very good impression of him. "What's the matter?" The clerk lowered his voice and whispered in Lothar's ear, "The body of the werewolf was stolen." Lothar frowned. "Didn't I warn Archbishop William that someone was tempted by this body and asked them to strengthen their defenses?" The clerk said with embarrassment, "At first we were very careful and even used the password you invented, but nothing happened in so many days, so the guards relaxed. Forget it, take me to see Archbishop William first." Lothar did not stay in the Cathedral of the Holy Sepulchre for long before leaving. Archbishop William already owed him a favor, and now he needed another favor. Therefore, after only asking Erden a few questions, he agreed to enroll him in the clergy system of Jerusalem, with the rank of parish priest, which was more than enough for him to preside over a baronial district. Lothar did not take the theft of the werewolf's corpse too seriously, but just gave orders to search the city for traces of the group of Turks seen that day. His intuition told him that this matter must be related to the group of Turks. The talent he shared with Hans was not werewolf transformation, but beast instinct. On the battlefield, unless he had to, it was impossible for him to transform into a werewolf and fight in public. Therefore, the beast instinct was much more useful to him than the former. When looking for the Turks, be alert and remember my request to you, save yourself first. Father Alding, come back to the palace with me to meet His Majesty. Winged Hussar Ulm asked, "Sir, won't you lead the team to find the holy object yourself?" Lothar laughed, "Oh, we are not the ones who should be anxious. I have done my best to clean up their mess. Archbishop William should be anxious." It is said that he had sent a messenger to present the request for the werewolf corpse to be rated as a holy object to the Pope some time ago. This was originally an encouraging and good thing. But in the blink of an eye, the holy object was stolen, which may mean that Archbishop William's original plan to succeed the Patriarch was ruined. Since the city of Jerusalem was under lockdown and heavily guarded, it was impossible for the group of Turks with obvious foreign appearance to leave Jerusalem in a short period of time. So Lothar planned to persuade Archbishop William, maybe he could get a special license from him to exempt all the exorbitant taxes in the territory. In Jerusalem, this is a treatment only enjoyed by a few religious orders and knights. Although Jogresberg's income is small now, when the war is over and the several industries that Lothar is preparing to put into production are on track, more taxes can be exempted. On the way back to the palace, a woman wrapped in a black robe stood in the middle of the street. Facing the galloping warhorse, she did not even have the slightest intention of dodging. At just one glance, Lothar felt a strong sense of oppression from this woman. "Be alert!" Lothar reined in his warhorse. Alding silently used the golden lock on the Bible. The chain was wrapped around his fist. Although Erden was not a combat attendant, he was skilled in horsemanship and his attributes surpassed those of ordinary people in all aspects. Even Lothar might not be his opponent if he did not use his borrowed talents. In a real fight, he would be a very powerful assistant. The black-robed woman was wrapped up tightly from head to toe, with a black veil on her face, revealing only a pair of turquoise eyes. She was not afraid of getting sick in this hot weather. A rare wizard, and another who also possesses some special power. "No wonder you can defeat a werewolf, Baron Lothar," the woman said. Her voice was hoarse, and her tone was full of noble Greek accents. "Which?" Lothar drew his armed sword and said coldly, "Think carefully. This is Jerusalem. Many of my subordinates are equipped with magic-blocking gold weapons." The woman chuckled and said, "Baron, you don't need to be on guard. I have no ill will towards you. Lothar shouted, if you have no ill will, don't hide your head and show your tail like this. Okay. The witch said, and then she tore off her black robe, revealing a beautiful figure wearing a green tube top underneath, revealing a snow-white waist. She spread her hands and revealed one of the emblems with a flying double-headed eagle painted on it. I am Anna of the Dukas family, and also the noble purple princess of the empire. I also have another identity. I am the royal advisor of the regent of the empire, Barcelissa, the most pious lady Augusta Lagaya. At this time in Europe, only the Eastern Empire used the emblem of the double-headed eagle. So you are the noble royal family of the Eastern Empire. Lothar nodded slightly, just as a salute. The beast instinct did not warn, which proved that the other party did not have any ill will. But his vigilance was not lowered at all. A powerful witch is fully capable of misleading the werewolf's beast instincts. As for the Dukas family, it should be said that they were the former royal family of the Eastern Empire, the royal family before the Komnenos family came to power. Because of their marriage relationship with the Komnenos family, they have never faded out of the political stage of the Eastern Empire. Queen Lagaya is also from this family, so it is often said that the Dukas family will use this opportunity to ascend the throne again. Lothar said calmly, I don't know why, honorable lady, you condescend to come and visit a small baron like me in person? The witch Anna smiled and said, Miss Lagaya has ordered me to form the Levant Witch Association and invite all spellcasters to join. Now the former association is in its infancy. I heard that there was a baron who could kill werewolves in Jerusalem, so I thought of coming to see if I could recruit him. Oh, you are joking. As you said, I am a wizard. Wouldn't it be a joke to join the so-called Witch Association? The Witch Association is just what we call ourselves. The association naturally does not exclude the participation of wizards. The reason for this name is purely because the number of men with spellcasting talents is too small. If there are really enough wizards, there will not be so many witches who will serve secular monarchs for love. Compared to the short life of mortals, witches also hope that their partners can achieve immortality. Lhasa wondered, why is this? Does the talent of spellcasters depend on men and women? It's really infuriating. Anna straightened her chest and snorted, how do I know? Maybe this is the creator's compensation for our monthly bleeding. The patrol soldiers are coming soon. If you don't mind, Baron, we can go to another place to talk. Lothar shook his head, no, I mind very much. Anna frowned, am I that terrible? Look at me, man, with my looks, no one in the whole Jerusalem, except your shameful king, will refuse to have with me. Lothar's face darkened, and he warned, please don't insult the monarch I serve, the consequences will be serious. Oh, what a loyal servant. Anna didn't take it as an offense, and quickened her speech. Then I'll make a long story short, Henry Caesar built a wizard tower, recruited spellcasters on a large scale, and recruited talented apprentices to move in. His ambition is obvious to everyone. He plans to unify the spellcasting world. Henry Caesar is the Eastern Empire's name for the emperor of the Great Germania Empire. So, your Basilissa, Queen Lagaya is also planning to do the same? Anna smiled and said, that's right. But this is just a response to Henry Caesar's actions. We will not force spellcasters to join. In comparison, our organization is looser and less binding. What are the benefits of joining you? Of course, the collection of books in the Imperial Library is far better than what you individual spellcasters can explore alone. Even if you don't want to give up your title and come to the association headquarters for further studies, you can spend your contribution to get the resources and information you want from the association. Anna smiled and said, how about it? Are you very tempted? In today's Western Europe, even some of the larger seminaries often have a collection of no more than 100 books. The Royal Library in Constantinople already had a collection of more than 100,000 books 500 years ago. You have to know that at that time, papermaking had not yet been introduced, and books were often collected on papyrus, expensive parchment and silk from Egypt. In the Western world, the only library that can be compared with the Royal Library of Constantinople is the Cairo Library of the Ayyubid Kingdom. The collection of books in Constantinople, and the form of exchanging resources and intelligence through contribution, I have to admit that this is indeed very tempting. Lothar shook his head and said, but I can't give up my title and territory and run to Constantinople with you. The identity of a wizard is only a small part to me. It doesn't matter, we can first establish a preliminary cooperative relationship, and then cultivate mutual trust bit by bit. The Levant Witch Association is not an organization that is eager for quick success. Anna smiled and said, we all know that Henry Caesar's perverse actions will not succeed, because no wizard is willing to be driven like a hawk or a dog. I know this very well, so our Levant Witch Association prefers cooperation rather than control.
If you want more advanced spellbooks, more scarce spellcasting materials, and potion formulas, naturally the wealthy Basilisa will spend a lot of money to buy them for you, but the premise is that you have to exchange them with contributions.
Equivalent exchange is our principle. Which Anna's face was calm.
She hoped that Lhasa could join the association, because having a wizard with outstanding appearance could help the association recruit other witches and increase their bargaining chips.
Tada! The sound of patrol horses' hooves gradually approached. Anna smiled and lifted the hem of her skirt, performing a lady's salute. This conversation went well. I will visit you again later.
I hope that by then, our meeting will be accompanied by sweet wine and barbecue, instead of standing on the street under the sun like now.
Oh, by the way,
I have to tell you in advance not to place magic block nearby.
I can smell the smell of that thing. If I feel threatened, this meeting can only be declared over.
Anna turned around, and her figure gradually turned into black mist and dissipated. Quite cautious, in other words, the threat of magic block to witches should be greater than I thought.
Lhasa seemed to be thinking about something. Alding, do you think what this witch named Anna said is reliable?
Alding thought for a moment and shook his head. I don't know, but I can't think of any reason for her to deceive you. Moreover, I believe that as long as you restrain your greed and never pay the price in advance before seeing the same amount of benefits, you will never be deceived. Your words can be summed up in a proverb in short: one must not release the eagle before seeing the rabbit. In short, one more channel is definitely a good thing, whether it is to obtain intelligence or knowledge.
Lothar nodded.
He was not an orthodox spellcaster. Although he shared Fringilla's talent, he was still in the stage of knowing the results but not the reasons. The collection of books in Constantinople was a great temptation not only to him but also to Fringilla. But he would not lose sight of the main goal because of this. The identity of a feudal lord was his foundation. He would not have too much energy to stay in the library all day long to study those boring ancient books written in unknown languages. Back to the main hall of the garrison. Lothar handed the reins to Ryan, who came up to him. Send a team to support Ulm.
I have given him a task. If there is any discovery, report it in time and do not act on your own.
Sir, I will do the job, don't worry.
Ryan immediately took the order and left.
He could feel that he had begun to be gradually excluded from the core circle of his master, which made him more eager to make meritorious deeds and be awarded the title of knight by Lothar.
Lothar also instructed the inspector, Richard, take Erden to take a bath and wash up.
I have to take him to see His Majesty the King later, and he can't be sweaty all over. As soon as he entered the door, Lothar saw Fringilla, who was wearing a black silk dress and proudly showing off in front of Prajna. Although the latter didn't care about her, she just changed her perspective and continued to immerse herself in the plot of the novel. Looking at her seriousness, no one would believe it if she said that she was not reading some literary classics, but a cool fantasy novel with a lot of content added by Lothar.
Ah, you're back.
Fringilla hopped to Lothar, lifted the hem of her skirt, and turned around. Look at the pattern above, I embroidered it myself. How about it, does it look good? Today she had her long white hair tied into two ponytails, with smooth bangs covering her forehead.
Her slender body, revealing pale, bloodless skin, gave people a feeling of pity.
Looking closely, there was a pattern similar to a puppy on the black silk dress she was wearing. Lothar looked at it for a moment, and although it was difficult to understand why there was a dog embroidered on the skirt, he still showed an expression of approval. It's amazing, it's lifelike. He cunningly omitted "your dog is lifelike" to lifelike.
Sure enough, Fringilla said complacently, the pattern above is the gargoyle emblem of the royal family of Sepesh in our blood court.
Only the royal family can use it. It turned out to be a gargoyle.
I felt that with Fringilla's personality, she didn't seem to like small animals.
Lhasa breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if she was taking care of a child. Fringilla circled Lhasa, but suddenly seemed to think of something, and her face was with a suspicious look. She moved closer to Lothar and sniffed. Lothar held her head.
Don't be like a puppy? Fringilla asked in surprise. You have a magical aura about you. Someone has cast a tracking spell on you. Who did you meet?
It's a witch who claims to be the royal advisor of the Queen of the Eastern Empire.
Fringilla, are you sure it's just a tracking spell? There are no other negative effects? Fringilla shook her head. It's a very simple curse.
The magic power retained in it is also very mild.
Do you want me to remove it for you? Then don't remove it for the time being. The witch thinks I am a spellcaster from this world and wants me to join their gathering. I will visit you again tonight.
Fringilla said excitedly, I have long wanted to meet the spellcasters of this world, but unfortunately I never had the chance before.
It would be even better if I could taste the magic blood flowing in their bodies.
At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Lothar's ears. You have activated the following milestones. Wizards Gathering, you have joined a secret society of at least 10 wizards. Unfinished, Evil Lord, under your command, at least 5 dark creatures serve. 3/5, Holy Apostle, under your command, at least 5 clergy serve. 1/5, Lothar only glanced at the 3 milestones and ignored the latter. What character the card draws has nothing to do with him. No matter how hard he tries, it will not increase the progress of the latter two. It all depends on God's will. Although God's will seems to indicate that he is definitely an evil lord. The milestone of the wizard gathering is easy to complete. It seems that joining the Levant Witch Association mentioned by the witch Anna is imperative. In addition, the milestone of the model territory is also about to be completed. This is due to the fact that Lothar has temporarily exempted the taxes of various villages during this period, and has also lent many farm tools and seeds for compensation, which has made nearly 1,000 people in the territory have enough food and clothing. But the 200 wealthy people really stumped Lothar. You can't just give money, right? With the help of his maid, Lothar took a bath, put on a silk dress, and walked out of the hall. Erden still had that stern look on his face. He stood in the scorching sun without saying a word. It was unknown how long he had been waiting. Have you been waiting for a long time? No. Next time, at least find a cool place to wait. Lothar did not mean to let Erden go in and wait, because he knew very well that for a man like Erden, it would be more difficult to let him stay in the same room with vampires and ghosts than to kill him. Let's go to see the king. Erden said in a deep voice, it's an honor. I have also heard the legend of the Leper King. Although this world is a different world, I still look forward to seeing the style of this king with my own eyes. Lothar and Alden walked side by side in the long and narrow gloomy corridor. The candle burning on the iron lampstand was reduced to a piece of cotton thread at the bottom, inserted in the wreckage of the accumulated candle wax. After being summoned by the servants in advance, Lothar took Alden and stepped into the palace that was regarded by most of the Jerusalem nobles as a place for the king to die. Incense was still burning in the room, but it could hardly cover up the faint smell of decay. Baldwin IV, who was sitting at the desk, looked unusually energetic and was pressing his seal hard on the wax dripping on the paper. Here it is. He raised his hand, motioned Lothar to sit down, and handed him the paper. Lothar was a little surprised and said, appoint Hans von Sago as the commander? Baldwin IV smiled and said, he has managed the affairs of the knights in an orderly manner, but you still only gave him the honor of the flag bearer, which is unreasonable.